Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we do reserve the right to skip it. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, guys, I think it's never mind. Snub, thank you for clearing up the bug. I was worried there that our Prime was bugged because it's been since yesterday since we got one. So thank you, man. So yeah, we do Twitch exclusive streams. Maddie's been doing a couple things on there. We're going to be doing some IRL stuff. So, Josh Brooks, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Oh, do I have to take it off members only? Okay, I'm going to free you guys. Hold on one sec. Let me free you guys. It was on members only there for a second. Be free. Be free, chat. Hold on one sec. All right, be free. Okay. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked, don't be criminal. Get some merch. I'm wearing our Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM us there, @whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Lady Matter. BLM for short, really the pressing issue of our time. Let me ask, I've never asked this. Any women here ever been shamed by a guy for that? In that department? Okay, whatever.
No,
Anyways, Andrew's on the board of directors. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that's in the description. We have a private, man, these are getting lengthy, eh? Oh my. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Also, big announcement that was also bigly announced. Other side. Bigly announced. Hold on, wait, you kind of premature. A little premature, Nick. It's okay. Big announcement, big news. If you want to learn how to become a master debater, if you want to learn how, jokes aside, if you want to learn how to think, debate, and craft arguments like the great Andrew Wilson, if you want to be able to debate like Andrew Wilson, you need to get his course, Verbal Combat. DebateUniversity.com. There's about 6 hours of instruction, 80 plus different educational videos. You can find it all, DebateUniversity.com. And Nick, can you just scroll down a little bit, make it a little bigger? Make it bigger, the page?
Yeah.
You should be able to.
It's not working.
Mouse wheel, zoom? Oh, okay, that's strange. In any case, click on the course outlines, Nick. Click on the other ones, parts of debate. There you go, and there's what is a proposition, the perfect opening statement, dominate the open discussion. And there's a whole bunch more, guys, 80 plus different educational videos. We also offer a members-only group with monthly live Q&As with Andrew, debateuniversity.com. Andrew, any words on the debateuniversity.com, Verbal Combat?
Yeah, so somewhere around 7 in 10 people who reach out to me reach out because they need help with an argument, or they need help crafting an argument, or they want to learn how to argue better. So we got together. I got together with Brian about half a year ago. We started working on this project, and we finally got it complete. We hope to see all of you over there. It's a great course. We spent a long time on it. It's very high quality, and you'll actually get all of the bang for your buck. So we hope you guys really enjoy that course.
Yeah, and these are videos too, guys. It's not like some 30-page ebook that's been slapped together in the course of 2 or 3 days. We spent quite a bit of time. Video courses, like I said, 80 plus different videos, 6 hours of instruction. So, Debate University.
We also brought in several experts to clarify all sorts of different argument structures. So any forms or weaknesses I have, those guys compensated for. So you have also philosophy experts who came on and gave breakdowns of these concepts. So it really is a great course. Highly recommend you pick a copy of it up.
Is any of the Rachel stuff out yet, or is that the DLC?
Rachel stuff is DLC.
Guys, Andrew's wife, Rachel Wilson, there's a Rachel Wilson DLC coming soon. Okay. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Luna Baby. I am 30. I currently live in Vegas, grew up in LA, and my occupation, I do social media and porn.
All right. How long have you been in the adult industry?
On and off for 10 years. I took a good long break and then went back to it after 2021.
Mm-hmm. How many scenes have you shot?
Mainstream or for my personal business?
Mainstream, I guess.
Mainstream? Maybe we're up around 8 or 10 right
8 or
now.
10?
Yeah, I started
Okay.
mainstream last January.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Liza. I'm 28. I live in Isla Vista, but I just moved from Chicago. I'm a singer-songwriter, but I just am a front agent at at an inn.
Are you a solo artist, or are you
A solo artist, yeah.
What kind of music?
It's like pop, indie pop, I would say.
Are you a soprano?
I guess more of a mezzo.
Can we
but-
hear a little demo? Or?
Yeah, oh, Jesus. I guess. What do you want to hear?
You're single.
My single? I don't have a single.
Do you songwrite?
Yeah, I'm a songwriter mainly.
Okay.
So I don't know if I want to give
whatever
that
you got.
away right now.
What you got for us? What you got for us? You don't have. If you
No,
don't
I can
want
do
to,
it.
if it's on the
I'll do a
spot.
chorus. I'll do a chorus.
Okay, we're
So,
ready.
If you knew you would hate me the way that I learned to hate you. If you saw through the wall, you want to go down and burn it all. And I'm not a virgin-matic, I just think you've been avoiding the truth. What's a daughter to do?
Okay, all right. There you go.
Yeah.
What was the lyric there? Virgin-matic?
What? If you so it's if you knew you would hate me the way that I hate you. If you saw through the wall, you want to burn it all. I'm not over dramatic. I just think you've been avoiding the truth.
Over dramatic. I heard
Yeah.
virgin-matic.
Virgin. I'm trying to
know.
enunciate,
Yeah.
but I'm nervous.
So you're from? Did you go to school here?
No, I was born in New York, and then we moved to LA when I was a teenager. And then I went to a troubled teen school in Arizona, and then I moved back to California, and then I moved to Chicago when the pandemic hit. And
You
now
went
I'm
to a
back here.
dangerous mind school.
Yes.
What'd you do?
All the stuff they said not to talk about here. Just like a troubled childhood. I had a really rough time growing up, and I was really depressed, and a lot of the things were just, I was reacting to my childhood. And so now that my frontal lobe is developing, and I am there, like analyzing myself and seeing where I've gone
Is
wrong.
it still developing?
Yeah, I mean,
thought it finishes at
well,
25.
I know, that's what I mean. Like it's done, but now that I am putting it into practice and
Okay.
not just relying on emotion,
Sure.
trying to think more logical. Yeah.
Okay.
Was it an all-girls school?
Yeah, it was all
Was it in
girls.
Lake Montezuma?
Yeah.
I used to live down the street.
Really?
From it,
Yeah, we would. Yeah.
Yeah. Copper
That's
Canyon.
fucking wild. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. That's
why I was
really
like,
wild. Sorry.
Wait, question, by the way, are your glasses prescription?
Yeah, I'm really blind.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What about you?
I'm Alex Kane. I'm 22. I live in Las Vegas, and I do adult film.
All right. And you always lived in Vegas?
No, I'm from Ohio.
Oh, from Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay, so newly moved.
No,
to
I've been
Vegas.
in Vegas for about 2 years, and I
Okay.
was in Miami before Vegas. So yeah.
All right, cool. And did you said you do adult content
Adult
for
film,
work?
yeah.
Okay. What about you?
So I recently just quit my job 2 weeks ago in property management, and
Okay.
I just got.
So name, age.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, guys, I'm a
No, it's
little
okay.
nervous.
It's all right.
I'm Delaney. I'm 27, and I am been in Santa Barbara the last 10 years. I'm originally from San Diego, And I just recently quit my job because I found it to be an extremely toxic work environment, and I'm starting a new career in a week. So
What were you doing?
I worked in student housing. I'm not going to say the company
Sure.
specifically,
Yeah, that's
but I was a property manager for a couple years, and I am now going into the medical industry. So totally 180.
And you said it's a toxic work environment.
It was, yeah.
Because of the renters, the people you worked for.
The people I worked for, I think that major landlords, especially in Santa Barbara where there's a housing crisis, have a responsibility, especially student landlords when students here are, low income and trying to get by. So seeing them constantly take advantage of people is what drove me out of it because I want to help people. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Taylor Ferber, 33, the grandma on this. Although, I don't know, you got a little salt and pepper. You might
Took
be
some
able to
MILF.
Run for my money. Let's go. Although I don't have saggy tits, but I am the MILF. I'll take the honorary MILF role on this
You're getting
panel.
the title for tonight,
I guess so.
Unless somebody has kids. Anybody have
My,
kids?
oh my, I don't even have kids, but hey, I'll
okay.
take it.
You'll still take the title.
I'll
There you
take
go.
the title. I am formerly in LA. I'm in Nashville now. I was a red carpet reporter. Playboy called me the celebrity whisperer, and I now host the podcast Talk to Me Taylor. We love a shameless plug, so there you have it.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hi everyone, my name's Brianna. I'm 21. I'm originally from Riverside, but now I'm here.
One sec.
Mike Oxmall donated $200. After Destiny beat you in that debate, Andrew, I think I will take my money over to Destiny's channel and learn to debate there. Kamala 2024. Let's fight for women's equality. America is ready for her.
I just want to point out that even if, and he didn't, Destiny beat me in that debate, other men did fuck his wife. I just want to point that out.
Oh,
I
damn, what the
I don't want any confusion
Andrew.
that other men fuck Destiny's
What?
wife. All right, just saying.
Wasn't it a cordial? I thought it was a cordial conversation, right?
It was
I only saw like 20
It was a very cordial conversation. I didn't even bring up the fact that other men fuck his wife or nothing. I didn't bring that up.
Debate skill strong.
He's going to put you back on the blacklist, Andrew.
He already did. That's why I don't care. Yeah.
Wait, he put you back on it
Yeah,
again?
he put me back on it again.
You got off the blacklist, and it's like no blacklist.
Beat him in a debate, go right back on the blacklist. That's how it goes.
Snip, snap, snip, snap. Rude.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So wait, that was interrupting your introduction. You said you're 21?
Oh yeah, I'm 21,
Yeah.
originally from Riverside, California,
okay.
but I'm a student here at UCSB.
All right. What do you study?
I'm psych and brain sciences.
Psych and brain sciences. Cool. And you're going into your senior year?
I am, yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm Lala. I'm 30. I'm from Northern Arizona, and I'm a property manager for off-grid glamour camping Airbnbs. And
Glamping?
Yeah, glamping.
Nice.
And I stream on an adult campsite, and I also am a shameless executive producer of the No Agenda Show.
Okay, cool. Welcome back. You were previously on a pretty interesting panel we had.
Yep.
Andrew, what about you?
So my name is Andrew Wilson, the host of The Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I am a political satirist, a political analyst, official beater of destiny in all debates, and occasionally I like to get into debates on whatever and talk to people.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're going to get into our...
Roastmaster Blocktavius donated $200. This panel is what happens when women drink during pregnancy.
What the... Hey!
Y'all look like the type of people to eat popcorn with a spoon. Q. What years were World War I/World War II? Also name one Allied power and one Axis power.
Okay.
We haven't even gotten through our hellos yet.
The AI
Well,
is
we're
getting
gonna
weird.
get...
We haven't even got through hello.
We'll get into the... so we'll do that really quick, then we'll do the relationship stats. Glocktavius, that's a crazy name.
Tavius. I thought it said cock is small, Tavius something. So in that case, like, I don't know, buddy.
Anyways, so
bad for
the
you.
question is, what years were World War I and World War II? And name for, I think he's for World War II, name one Allied power, one Axis power. Starting with you, go ahead.
World War II was in 1940s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact year it started.
That's fair enough. If you want to do decades, what about World War I?
Around the Great Depression, right? 1920s. Is that right?
I'm not going to pretend to not remember.
Want to take
No,
take a shot?
It's okay.
Name one Allied
I
power.
know. I'm
Oh,
trying.
Allied?
Oh.
One Allied power, one Axis power, World War II.
I guess. Brain going blank. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Allied power would be the one I can think of. I don't think I can name right now. So. I'm just moving on.
You want to? Oh, okay. What about you?
We can just skip.
No, come on, guys. You got to
It's-
give it a
I'm just
shot.
embarrassed because I don't know.
Well,
Like,
okay.
I wish I knew.
World War II.
Yeah.
One Allied power, one Axis power. So country. Name
An
country.
ally is the United States one of them.
And then
Allied
Axis power.
An Axis would be Germany.
All right. Year. World War I, World War II. Year.
Year,
Years?
I don't know. I'll go with the 1940s.
No, you gotta just. You just
Here, I'll give a
restate it.
specific year then.
Yeah, give
Let's say
specific.
1943 for World War II.
Okay.
And then let's say World War I was, I don't know, 1918.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I believe World War I was early 30s because I
Okay.
thought the Depression was right
Sure.
at the end of the 20s, and then I think
Yeah.
World War II was like you said, 43, like mid 40s.
Yeah.
I think the United States was actually an Axis power, but I feel like an idiot, honestly. It's kind of shameful. But
Yep, no,
and then
all good,
I'd say
all
an
good.
Allied power was France an ally?
Okay.
I
All right.
think
What
so.
about you?
Okay, I feel like World War I was the 1910s.
Okay.
World War II, 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our allies, UK, adversaries, Japan, Italy, obviously
what
Germany,
about you?
like you said.
I'm gonna guess World War II, 1944, maybe, and then World War I, and also 1920s. Powers, I'd say France. That's my guess.
Axis?
Oh, Germany.
Okay. All right. What about you?
World War I, 1910s, World War II, 1940s. Allied powers would be United States, France, Russia. Yeah, because they
Okay.
were against.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Axis was
Axis?
Germany, and
Oh, yeah,
the Russians.
okay.
They were the ones that.
Axis?
Yeah, the Axis. Japan,
Okay.
Germany,
All right.
and
there you-
Italy.
Oh, all right. There you go.
What about
do
the
we give the
guys?
answers?
What about the guys? Wait,
All right,
Brian
World
and Andrew,
War-
do you
yeah,
guys
Wor-
know?
World
Or is
War
this
I-
a vehicle to
World War
make
I,
women look a
1914,
certain-
1918. World War II, 1939, 1945. And then, well, you guys already named some of these.
Go ahead, Brian. Let's go. Let's hear it.
What's
Are you
that?
Googling it, Brian?
1918.
Is when it
yeah.
ended, yeah.
I was close.
Yeah, there you go. Who said 1933? Hey, it's okay.
It's
It's all
okay.
right.
It's all right.
Yeah.
World War I wasn't, it was only the second biggest war.
No big deal.
So it's not NBD, no big deal.
Shouldn't know it.
All right, we're gonna
Brian
get
Googled it, guys.
into we're gonna get into relationship status. So, what's your current relationship status? Single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
I'm currently single. Been single for, I would say, 2 years. What was the last part of the question? I'm sorry.
Longest relationship.
Longest relationship. 3 years.
3 years. Okay. All right. And you said you've been single for 2 years. Have you had any shorter term anything in the 2 year period?
Not really. A couple people, the fellow people in the industry that I was friends with. It was fun for the time being, and then that was pretty much it.
Do you date civilians?
No, I feel like I don't want to have to make someone be okay with what I do, and I know it's not for everybody, and personally, it just gets in the way of my career and my job, and I enjoy what I do.
Do you find
so.
that, as far as the preferences of the male porn stars, do they have a preference to date other women in the industry, or do they prefer to date regular girls? I guess
I feel like
civilians when they're out.
some people start in the industry already in long-term relationships. People who enter the industry who then try to date normal people. I been told that, you know, it just doesn't work out because jealousy and stuff like that gets in the way, which is understandable with our work.
Yep.
And most of the time, they're just bouncing from each other. It's just this whole communal. I don't know if I can say the word. So.
Okay. What about you?
I'm engaged to Delaney.
Okay.
And the longest relationship I've had is 3 years.
3 years.
But we've known each other. We went to the school together. So we met when we were 15, 16.
She was my first girlfriend when I was 15.
Yeah.
Oh, so you
in
guys
Arizona.
dated
In the troubled teen industry, we met.
And
the troubled teen industry.
But
Okay.
then we were best friends for a while, and then we just got together like this year.
Finally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you guys are engaged?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been together, like recently? Like
I
a year?
moved from Chicago in
May.
in the beginning of May,
But we were doing long distance, like,
since the beginning of the year.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
And have you only been in relationships with women?
No, I've been in relationships with both.
Same for you?
Okay. What about you?
I'm single. The longest relationship I was in was about 1.5 years long, and I've been single for like 3 or 4 months, somewhere around there.
Was it the you said 1.5 year relationship?
Yeah.
Is that the one that ended
Yeah,
3 to 4
that
months
was
ago?
the one that just ended. Yeah.
Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him. So yeah.
Was he also in the industry?
No, he was a civilian or a civvy. That's how I'll reference people usually.
Why did you end things?
He cheated on me. So yeah.
Wait, hold on. You do boy girl content,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
and he cheated on you with.
Someone that I didn't know about. That's where
Okay.
the cheating comes in. More lying, I guess. I mean, it's cheating and lying.
But
so.
to be clear, so you, while in a relationship, monogamous relationship with you, he was having sex with other women.
It was like more like an emotional thing,
He was
which
not
I
having-
kind of found worse. Was he was like talking to someone? Oh,
One sec.
Killer of Cereal donated $200. My new favorite question for the panel.
I haven't
Most
written it down.
embarrassing moment on a date? Brian, apologies for last episode. That screeching banshee was under my skin. Didn't mean to be demanding.
Hey, Killer
Great show.
Cereal. All good, man. By the way, I don't know if you caught the end of the show. We had forgotten to ask this precise question. I have it written down in my my notes here to actually ask it, and I have your name here. Sorry that we kind of missed it there. Just pretty hectic show, but you didn't have to do that. I was actually going to ask that, but thank you for the TTS, man. Appreciate it. Really good to see you in the stream. So you said it was emotional cheating.
yeah. He was like talking to someone for like over a month, and it was just like I don't know. We were falling off at that point, anyways. So like I kind of understood, but it still was like saddening.
Okay. So he didn't like have hook up.
No, as far as I know, at least. I mean, who knows?
Interesting. Okay. He didn't have any issues with the fact that you were like sleeping with men for work,
He
granted. but-
kind of had issues at first, but like, I don't know. Then it just like went away, I guess, and he just didn't care anymore. But
Question, did you meet him prior to starting work in the industry?
no, so I've
Okay,
been in
so
the
he knew
industry for
going
about
in.
4 years.
He knew going
yeah.
in.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But then as the relationship developed, he started to have an issue with it.
Well, yeah, like as it developed in the beginning, he had an issue, and then it went away, and it was like fine, and
Yeah.
then we broke up, basically.
Would there be like a waiting period? Like if you have a scene, or like would he want to wait to like smash?
No,
week
I mean,
or
we
like a
never like
fortnight?
talked about that at least.
Like, but would you give him like a heads up, like a like?
I mean, he knew.
Hey,
I would be like,
buddy,
"Hey,
like,
I'm
I'm
going to a
fucking somebody
shoot
else today."
today."
What's
So
that?
I'd be like, "Hey, I'm going to a shoot today."
But what if it's like a shoot, but there's like no D? Like it's just like a chick.
Did you guys ever do the deed after you went to a shoot?
I mean, not that I can think of it. I didn't write it down. I don't know.
She was not keeping track. You know. Okay, all right.
I'm curious what he took issue with. Like, is it insecurity? Is it?
Oh, no.
And I'm wondering if you have dealt with a similar
I mean,
thing with.
you know, not every man definitely wants to see the person they love getting pounded on TV. Other people
Yeah.
don't care. I feel like that's something that if you are seeking, like if you are in the industry and you want to go and get into a relationship with a civilian, that is something that, you know, should be discussed and learn your boundaries for each other. Like maybe it's no kissing, maybe it's don't call them this or that, whatever the boundary may be. It's up to the two people to respect each other's boundaries. And if it's something you can't do, then, you know, that obviously that relationship just isn't for you.
I just ask, I could be generalizing, and I don't know, Brian, if you come across this on the show often, but I don't know, I feel like a guy who is, I'm generalizing here again, but a guy who's like secure enough in himself and in you and your choices and your power and what you want to do, why would you have an issue with that? On the guy's end, you know what I mean? Like, I love what you said about, you know, communicating and being transparent and each other's boundaries. Who said what? What does that mean?
Wait, so you're saying if the guy is secure, he won't have an issue with it?
Exactly. If it's made in the woman's choice and her power, and she's well knowing and full knowing, like, hey, this is what I do for a living, this is what I want to do, then it's like roll with or roll out. Like, they should respect that.
What does insecurity mean from your perspective?
Well, if a guy, you guys are saying if they're watching you, you know, get smashed, as you said, I assume that that would make them feel insecure, right? And
or maybe just
why
uncomfortable
does that have to make him
sometimes.
insecure?
because why else? Well, think
Couldn't
about
that just be gross?
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily means they're insecure. It could make people uncomfortable, you know. Like, as someone in the industry.
I guess what I'm getting
If
at, and you guys are guys, let's get to the root of why, though. That's what I'm saying.
But
is it stigmatized because it's like, quote, gross? It's like,
What do you mean? Hold
I
on.
can explain it
Remove
to
the
you.
air quotes on gross, by the way, but go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, it's not a stigmatization.
Point proven.
It's not a stigmatization. From your purview, you believe evolution is true?
Of course.
Yeah, so if you believe evolution is true, before we had DNA testing, how would you determine whether or not a child was yours from a male's perspective? How would you be able to determine that?
Hang on. I'm talking about in a controlled porn,
so hang on.
sex work environment.
Don't
like these ladies
obfuscate.
are
Don't
talking
obfuscate.
about.
Let's stay. Hang on. Let's stick
I'm
with this.
not.
Let's stick with this because I'm trying to answer your question.
Let's go evolution.
Okay.
Let's go.
How would a man determine paternity before there was DNA testing? How could he do that? How could he determine that's my child?
Why are we talking about childbirth?
Answer the question.
I feel like we're getting persecuted. Before DNA testing?
Yeah. How do you think a man would be able to best determine whether a child was his or not?
Their partners, how the child
How many
looks.
Yeah. So if they were in a relationship where the woman was only sleeping with him, and that could be determined she was only sleeping with him, that would assure paternity, right?
Sure, but
Yeah.
if we're talking, if we're talking evolution, knowing about evolution, that going way back, right, men biologically, even now to this day, why men are so visual, so physical, have that impulse to survive, spread their seed, basically bone everybody, right? Where women tend to be the nurturers, but wait, hang on a sec. Women tend to be the nurturers, right? There's a different role that now we're trying to navigate that, like those Neanderthal tendencies in a modern world.
But I'm not sure that negates the point, though.
But by that logic, the women, it could go the other way, right?
No. So let us assume for a moment that you're correct, and that every man on
I've
planet
studied
Earth wants
this.
to hump as many women as they possibly can. Let's just assume it for the sake of argument that
Yes.
they do. Okay. That still would have nothing to do with wanting the women that they're sleeping with to sleep with other men. And the reason for this is because of the assurance of paternity. Women can take the DNA from multiple men, but there's no assuredness that then is going to be your child. That's the problem. And so the reason it's ingrained in men to find it revolting when their significant other is sleeping with another person besides them at any point, at least this is most men, is because that's ingrained in us because of that paternal
But you're
issue.
missing my point. You said it's revolting for men, right? It's a societal standard because of this. It's like when a woman sleeps around, she's
That's
a slut. When
that's
a guy,
sociological.
Hang on a
I'm saying it's
please.
biological.
Wait, hang on. When a man sleeps around, he's a stud. So by that logic, you say repulsed, revolt. It should be the other way around, right? Women are like revolted of men sleeping around. It's like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the other way around. You're talking about a
Right, you're proving my point.
No, I'm not. You're talking about a sociological versus biological phenomenon. So the sociology,
but they
I'm
meet.
trying to explain it to
Okay.
you. The sociology is meeting with the biology. True. But why? Well, it's meeting with the biology because men are revolted by promiscuous women. Women are not necessarily revolted by promiscuous men. That's
Right.
so.
It's
hang on, hang on,
biology and culture.
hang
Like,
on,
we've been
hang on. Let me
indoctrinated with
finish. You can talk in a
religion,
second. I'm almost done.
Okay. Oh, thanks for
Okay,
your
so
permission.
after we get this foundational principle established that men are generally revolted by promiscuous women, but women are not generally revolted by promiscuous men biologically. Yes, the sociological phenomenons which spiral out of that, that's true, but it's the basis of it is the biological phenomenon.
I think we're kind of saying the same thing,
don't think
sort of,
we are.
not really.
Can I interject really quick?
Yes.
I wasn't sure if I was going to bring this up earlier, but I'll say in the least detailed way, I used to be a sex worker. And I was a sex worker that involved sleeping with men. And Liza we were in a relationship for a period during that time.
Is it like, you talking about prostitution?
Not exactly, and I don't want to get into the details on here, but
Okay.
and I did do OnlyFans, so I can relate to some of these ladies. I wasn't on professional sets, but
Were you escorting?
in a way, I don't know if I want to say it on the air right now, but my point is
Whatever
that
fan
moment,
donated $200. Seeing my girl getting pounded out by a bunch of dudes is a hard no for me, dog. Pause. Most dudes do not want to wife a girl who sleeps around even if it's for work purposes. Let Andrew cook.
right.
Go
And
ahead,
so
go ahead.
what I'm
Thank you,
talking
whatever
about now is, I think, a really unique perspective as a lesbian with a woman partner. And Liza can correct me if I'm wrong, but she loved me through the whole thing. She supported me, and there was an insecurity there because of the fact that Liza knows that we used to always joke about it the last 12 years. Like, she wins. Like, anyone I've ever dated, they always are insecure around her because they know, like, she's who I love, not them.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. I missed the bump up. To continue the thought, when you look back on a life of shattered relationships, it was your degenerate behavior that led to you being alone and the neighborhood cat lady.
But
So
fans
grid
of the
one,
cat lady.
grid one. Appreciate the TTS. Yeah, we actually didn't do. We're not doing 69 today. We have a lot to get through, so it's just tuning up. But grid one, really good to see you in the chat. Really quick, just before I have you continue. So Andrew's talking about paternity uncertainty, but given the nature of your relationship,
Right.
since you're both lesbians,
Right.
there's no scenario where she could doubt the
Exactly.
paternity if you two were to have. You'd have to adopt, or there would have
Yeah.
to be some sort of. You'd have to have a donor. So
Right.
it's not. You're welcome to chime in, but I don't think this is actually addressing
Yeah.
Andrew's argument.
I think it's
Can I say
addressing the
something?
insecurity portion, though. It's
Yeah.
just saying my partner
Okay.
didn't feel insecure
Yeah.
about me doing those things. In fact, she felt supported
Right.
because that
And
money helped
that's-
our dreams come
Wouldn't
true.
that be the
Right.
opposite?
Well, can I
of
just say one
insecurity?
thing? That's what, because when I was thinking, like, what would men potentially feel is lacking a security? And with that, honestly, we don't have that because there's no worry of a child. So we're just saying I see like how a man could feel that way, and that we didn't experience that. That wasn't something that was a point of contention in that specific
Sure.
experience.
Well,
for
let's
us.
let's back up a little bit. We're talking about insecurity versus security because I hear
Right.
these terms thrown around a lot.
Right.
Right. And
That's what I
think-
wanna get to the
I
root
think we
of.
perceive them very differently.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's harder or easier to gaslight somebody who's secure?
Harder.
Way harder, right?
Yeah. Of
course.
Way harder.
Yeah, way harder.
So if you were to go to a man who is really secure and say, "Baby, I want to hump other men," would it be harder to convince him?
Probably.
Probably,
because
right?
he's
So
secure.
hang on. So it's
Yeah.
not that he's insecure; it's that he's so secure
Right.
that your gaslighting won't work.
No, 100%.
Right? Isn't that what's really going on?
Yeah.
I have a situation.
Or is it, so what you're trying to say is the opposite. You're trying to say, he's so insecure that he won't accept this relationship standard. No, I say, and according to their logic, they would agree, he's so secure he won't accept your gaslighting.
And I also think
I'm hang on to get
Yeah.
really quickly.
Yeah, no
To
problem.
get back to what I was originally talking about with you guys is in trying to have their backs, right? And you're kind of proving my point. You have this like Madonna whore complex thing that sadly is like permeated through
I don't
society.
even know what that means. What
Well,
does
I'll
that
explain
mean?
it. That's okay. I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
But I feel like when men are so secure, now granted, porn, sex work, that is an extreme thing. I'm not saying everybody, oh, okay, be comfortable with that, go on your way, la-di-da. It's a personal thing. I'm saying if somebody knows you, knows your choices, respects you, respects your work, and they're secure enough to go, you know what? I know you shut that part off. We're transparent here. You know, we have these boundaries. I respect you. and, you know, nothing can get between us. Like, it's me and you, and this is your work, and that's separate. I think that's cool, and that's rare, and it's just what you guys are saying, sadly, I think just illustrates the boxes our society, whether it be culturally, biologically, whatever it is, has put us in now. That's all I was trying to say, if that makes sense to you guys.
I'm not sure how that negates what I said at all.
Well, because you said a secure guy.
Yeah.
Is gaslit. I'm saying a
Yeah.
real secure guy who knows the situation they're getting into, knows what you guys have.
It's impossible
knows
for them to
nothing
know.
can you know, dismantle that.
How could they know?
Or get in between that. I think that's
How could they know what
that
they're
he
signing
knows
up
what
for?
you guys have. I'm not a sex worker. I'm not a
Yeah,
sex
how
worker.
could
I'm
how
just
could you
saying.
have the expectation that a civilian would know what they're signing up for?
Well, and that's what I wanted to say is
They
that
may
you
not.
don't know it until you're in it,
Yeah.
and that's what I think you continue to have conversations. But what I was going to bring up was that you brought up that now we do have DNA testing and all of this stuff. So if you're thinking about humans still evolving right now, wouldn't that, I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. Wouldn't that take away that natural insecurity, or you don't think that? I'm just wondering. I don't have an opinion.
So
either
evolution's
way,
going to
but-
happen to an entire species gradually over millions
Right, but
of years.
do you think
Hang on,
that's
hang on.
happening now?
Over millions of years. How long do you think we've had paternity testing?
No, I don't know. Not very long.
Well, how
I
long
mean-
do you think not very long is?
I mean, probably
than
like
50
yeah.
years.
So I was gonna say like 40 years or something.
you don't think 40 years is long enough to evolve, do you?
No, not necessarily, but
No.
then if you-
Hang on. At all.
at all. Then there's all. I don't want to get into that right now, but
I mean, if you're talking about social evolution,
Yeah.
that would not be biological evolution.
yeah.
Also,
So, but I
somebody
do
could have
agree.
been born before, not that this would change anything. Someone could have been before the invent of paternity
100%.
testing.
No,
So-
100%. I'm agreeing with you. I don't think it could happen in 40 years, but I'm just wondering if you think
Maybe
that
40
in the
million?
future, if this is all happening, if the way that we are in the society would affect how we will biologically interact.
So
with
it would be possible from the evolutionist purview
Yeah.
that in 4, 5, 6, 7 million years, we will be able to leave that behind us,
Yeah.
yes. But
do you think
I don't
we
think,
should be
considering
working
that
now
all of recorded human history is about 12,000 years old, recorded human
Yeah, for
history,
sure.
12,000 years old, I don't think that it's going to take a long, long, long time to leave that
But I guess I
behind.
want to follow that up by asking if you think that's headed that way, should we be acting towards that evolution anyway? Like, should we change how we interact with each
I'm
other?
not sure that it's heading that way. I'm just telling you that theoretically,
Yeah.
if you're
No, it's
asking,
all
is it
theoretical.
possible?
Yeah.
Then the answer is yes, it's possible. In millions of years, you could leave that
But-
behind
yeah.
from that purview. That doesn't mean we're evolving towards that.
Yeah.
In fact,
But
it
if you-
seems like we're evolving away from it, and here's why: because of reproductive dead ends. So right now, the birth rates in the West, the entire world are collapsing.
Yeah.
Free fall rates. Everything is below replacement all over the entirety of the West. The reason for this is because women are having children later in life. They start about 30. The average age
Yeah,
for
that's
marriage,
what's gonna
30,
happen to me.
31.
Yeah.
And so you're unfortunately, the fertility goes way down.
100%.
Way, way, way down. So a lot of women are going to end up being reproductive dead ends. If that's the case, then probably monogamy is going to make a swing back in a
Yeah.
big way. So no, I don't think we would be evolving away from it anytime soon.
Yeah.
And we have those preferences there, the biological preferences anyway of
Right.
men find it revolting to share their women.
For sure.
So with that being said, just out of curiosity, you're straight and date women. Are you dating right now,
No,
Andrew?
I'm married.
He's married.
Oh, you're married. Okay. So just sheer curiosity. When you see your wife or whoever you dated before your wife, whatever it was, like flirting with another man or whatever, does that make you feel a type of way? Does that make you feel jealous? You're shaking your head.
Yeah.
Well, I'm interested to see what you
Yeah,
think.
well, see, because I'm so secure in what my expectations are, right? I would feel completely disrespected by that. And I
Oh,
would
that's
feel secure enough to say something like, "What the fuck are you doing?" That's how that would go.
Interesting. I mean, I get that's your vantage point.
Actually,
and
I
how you
think
feel.
that the purview of the most secure man is a man who will tell a woman that they won't accept their bad behavior, whatever that may
So
be.
why is flirting bad behavior? I'm just debating you from my point of
Sure.
view, right? So I have the best guy, I've like dream relationship,
Because
right? And hang on
yeah.
a sec.
Well, I was trying to answer your question.
So
but go ahead.
okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying.
No, I'm just getting to the root. When you say bad behavior is flirting, it's like, why is that bad behavior?
Well,
like to
that's
me,
what I was
and-
trying to answer.
Okay,
It's because of respect.
but okay, so. I just am going to disagree,
It's
and that's
per
okay.
person,
We can have
what you
healthy.
feel,
Exactly,
you know
we
what
can
I
have a
mean?
healthy
Okay,
disagreement.
well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Okay. Let us assume any random man, just a random guy,
Sure.
random, that we were to teleport you into a relationship with him tomorrow, just some random
Okay.
man in the United States, okay? You don't know anything about him. Would you say that if we teleported you directly into a marriage with him and you began to flirt with other guys in front of him, that he would appreciate that or not appreciate that?
So that's just a random obscure example of like taking an alien from Mars and marrying them.
Yeah, it's a
but
hypothetical designed to test your logic, so answer the question, please.
Why are you so combative today?
That wasn't
I don't
very
know you. I
combative.
just met you, but my oh my.
Because
My point is,
I'll explain.
Okay.
People often obfuscate away from points when they're asked to test their logic.
Can
And
you
the
just
way
explain what obfuscate means?
yeah, it just
It means
they
get away
yeah
from
they try to get away from it.
So here's my
So
thing.
do you think that they would be more or less likely to be
It
upset?
depends on the person. This
Yeah,
is
I
what
know
I'm
it's
saying.
a random person.
Your view of what's disrespectful and all this is completely contrarian to what I think, right? So
Agreed.
when me personally, I don't know about you ladies, that possessive, and listen, I too have had my own journey with this. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be
You've
super.
had a journey?
I've had a journey.
Are you
I'm
on-
the journey,
are you
right?
on
and
your
you're on my
journey?
journey right now. Lucky you.
Did I meet you on your journey?
I don't know. We'll
Or are you
find
on the
out.
path of your journey and you met me?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, go ahead.
Possessiveness and jealousy, right? So I'm just saying for me now, it is the sexiest thing when a guy is not possessive jealous. When he's like, go ahead, guys, eat your heart out. Yeah, flirt. Yeah, whatever. Because at the end of the day, she's my girl.
Wait,
and that's
what
hang
about-
on,
No.
and that's her in her power. Like, that's just me. You guys don't have to agree. And I've seen it time and time again. It's like,
Okay.
life is too short. Like, just be
I
in,
am-
each, be
I'm
in
actually-
your individual
I'm happy to
respective
engage with
powers.
this. Happy to
Like,
engage with
be in
this.
your power and to box your significant other and be like, oh, you can't do that. You can't.
Wait, hold on.
Why wouldn't it?
Hold
To
on.
me, it's hot when girls are like, oh, your man is hot. Does some of that like
One second,
possessiveness
one
come up? Yes, but it's hot. It's like, yeah, be in your power, baby. At the end of the day, it's me
would
and
it
you.
be hot? So you said possessiveness,
Yes.
that's bad. Trying to kind of control you, that's bad.
That's right.
So if you're in a monogamous relationship and you were inclined to open up the relationship and then go have sex with another man, would that be possessive or controlling for your man to insist that you did not do that?
It would have to be a mutual decision. It would have to, and I think the transparency is what's really cool.
Yeah, but
you
would
said-
it be insecure of him to not want that?
No.
No.
It depends on the person. It totally depends on I could understand why, and we're not there, but I could understand why a guy would be like, or a woman would be like, I'm not down with that. I don't feel comfortable
So then
with that.
let's back way up so I can engage exactly with what you're saying. Back to this alien transportation hypothetical.
Yes.
If you were
Elon
teleported
Musk.
directly into a marriage with some random guy, I know it depends on the individual. Totally agree. Do you think
Yes.
that random guy would be more likely to get jealous by you flirting or less likely?
My friend.
If it was just a
Again,
random
it
sample.
depends on the guy.
I know it depends on the guy.
So how can you have me
Because
answer
so
that?
here I can
It's a
explain.
someone-
thing
I
is
explain
someone
exactly how you
more
can answer
insecure,
it.
and that
Somebody
the conversation is if you either are or you're not, but it's
So let's say
more than
let's say
that.
this: if 70% of the men in the United States, okay, 70% of the men in the United States would get jealous by their woman flirting with somebody else, then if I ask you this question, if you were randomly teleported into a marriage with a random guy, then your chances are still going to be high. Hang on, if it's 70% of being teleported into a marriage with a guy who would be jealous, right? So you can't answer the question.
I think it is
I'm
a
reading
yes.
this comment.
Because of just if we know the way men think, or we like to think we know, we never will truly know. But then if that's what they're expressing, I do believe that. But I think it goes to the point that you were saying is that if you say to your wife, this makes me feel disrespected, she shouldn't do it.
Yeah, of course.
And vice versa. I think that I wouldn't be with Delaney if she wasn't pushing me to be a better person and calling me out of my shit. And if you're not willing to take inventory and look at where you're wrong or illogical or too emotional, then we can't have these conversations because we're not willing to even step out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I agree with you that it is a personal thing.
It's a
And maybe
personal
I can
thing,
look at
and,
it
like,
at a different angle. Is it empowerment, like you said? It's empowering for you to be able to flirt, right? With
Sure.
other people. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it
That's our
also
power as
is it
women. We're
also
hot and
empowering for you to tell a man not to flirt if it makes you uncomfortable?
yeah.
They're both empowered.
Again,
hang on, let
it's
her
apples
answer.
and oranges
Answer-
because I'm
just- not answering
I'm
the
not
question.
empowered by that. It's
Okay.
it's total apples.
So it's not empowering?
Because when you get to the root of it, right? You said her flirting, whatever, it's disrespectful. what is that shaking underneath? Really, if you get to the root of it, why do I feel a type of way? It's insecurity. It's, oh, they might like this person more than
I
they
think
like
it's
me.
insecurity.
Oh, they might leave me.
No,
for,
I think it's
for
insecurity
them.
the
That's
opposite
what
way.
It is. It's
If you're
like,
with a secure person, a
come
secure
on.
person has boundaries. If a secure person has
Right.
boundaries, then actually by allowing you to do that, they're showing they're an insecure person.
You're insecure putting your significant other in a box.
No,
Period.
you're
Let them
insecure
be a fully
demanding. You're
embodied
insecure
human.
demanding that they go outside of their preferences.
I think
That's
it's about
insecurity.
Then
consent.
find
at the end of
someone
the
who
day.
has your preferences.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
box
about-
them in.
Right.
That's
Well,
my
if you're going to
point.
find somebody who has your preferences, that goes all the way back to the conversation of, do you think you'd find somebody who's more likely to have your preferences or not? And you still refuse to answer that question.
It's less.
So
Less.
my boyfriend's pretty secure, right?
Yeah.
And there was a point where we didn't know what we were like in relationship-wise, like definition, because we started off as friends and then we were fuck buddies and then we just ended up living together. It's a whole convoluted thing. But there was a point where I was flirting with some guy because I was like, I don't know if I like anyone else. And he's like, well, don't come crying to me if you find out that his dick's not as good as mine. And he just walked away. And it scared me so much that he was probably right that I stopped talking to the person. It was really attractive that
You guys can't
he
convince
actually
me it's not all
didn't.
insecurity.
No, he's very secure.
Go ahead.
He's very secure.
I don't know. You
Go
sound
ahead,
like
go
you're
ahead.
insecure.
So personally, I wouldn't even approach the idea of entering a relationship if someone's views on relationships differed from mine. So I feel like that's a first base conversation just to casually talk about, to gauge each other's preferences, boundaries, all of it, to not waste each other's time. But also, I feel like me personally, if I was in a relationship, all that matters to me is honesty and communication. So I don't see myself being in a monogamous type of relationship. That's just not something I want. It makes work difficult. It's not more so for work reasons, but just me. And I feel like that is something that's discussed in its boundaries, and obviously a relationship like that.
Well, and what
wouldn't
you're
work with.
saying is rational, is reasonable, but you would have to concede too that you could enter into a relationship with a person, and they
People's
could
change.
have the pre-agreement, and then after they're like, wait a second, this actually feels different, or I can't handle it, or this type of thing. You couldn't really get mad at them for that, right?
No, and that's always like, if they feel that way, then obviously this is not something that would
Yeah.
work. So we would just
The reason I
part
asked that
ways.
is because, by her definition, how she just gave what she thinks security and insecurity is, she would think that that was being insecure. Yeah. Is that security or insecurity that he's in the
Would
relationship?
be with somebody, what you're saying, matching your.
No. She gets with somebody who does match it.
Okay.
But then after 6 months, he goes, look, this feels way different than I thought it
That's
would.
fine.
Right?
Of
But is he
course.
being insecure?
No, it's about
necessarily,
He's being
no.
secure.
Well, hang
no.
on. Let her answer.
No, not necessarily.
What does that mean? Not necessarily.
Well, it depends on the it's situational.
Well, I just gave you the situation. That's the
I think it's a
situation.
with her
consent
being sexual.
thing more than
Consent thing.
anything.
That's
You can
exactly.
change your
Yeah.
consent at any time.
If he's like,
yeah.
look, this is it's too much, which I'm sure you dealt with, then it's too much, and
Now-
okay.
now, is
I'm
that-
not like you're a little baby bitch.
No,
I'm
I
just
get
saying.
it. But is that man being secure
Yeah.
by
Yes.
staying true to these values and saying, listen, this feels way different than I thought it would. I don't like it.
Again, Andrew, I think it's at the root of why they don't like it.
That's why
Is
I'm
it
getting
an
at the
So
root.
that's and it could be a little
So
bit.
it is
could be-
insecurity.
It could be a little bit of both. It could be
feel
I'm
like-
secure in
See,
how
but
I
this
feel,
is-
and
this
it could be
is-
insecure in like.
When you keep
all
saying,
the
let's get to the
reasons I
root,
listed.
that's where we're at. I'm getting right at this root.
And if you
do think that that is insecurity ultimately. Because
I just said it's a mix of the two.
Yeah, what does that mean though?
I
So
just
then it
said
is then.
I just said.
I feel
So
like-
if it's a mix, then it is.
boundaries
Yeah, we
and
need to show.
insecurity are almost like
So if I took-
interchangeable words in that scenario.
Yeah, so if I took silver and I took gold and I melted them together, there would still be silver, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if there's insecurity plus blank, there's still insecurity. So you saying it's a mix of insecurity plus something else means you still think it's insecure.
Right.
Yeah, so
I said
so
that. I
then
said
and
it's
you
a
think
mix.
it's insecure for a man to halfway,
No, I said
6
if
months into a
he-
relationship, not want to date a porn
Yeah,
star.
no. I said getting to the root of it. If one of the reasons he's like, this is too much, it's overwhelming. I said, if one of the reasons deep down, he may not even, this person, alien, may not even admit it to themselves. It could be partially an insecurity. It could be upbringing. It could be a number of things. But you
But in
and
this
your
scenario,
Mr. Alien
Yeah,
Man
yeah,
from
so-
Elon Musk's space,
so
I don't even know.
So in
like,
this scenario, though, he just says, "Listen, it feels different than how I thought it would feel."
sure. Okay.
Is that him being secure or insecure?
Secure.
Secure, and then
Secure.
I think that when you're
He's walking away.
as
But
women,
you don't
we can
think so
show
still,
our
right?
security by if someone says that they don't want that, then you're so secure in yourself that it's okay and you can let them go. To
feel
me,
like-
that's my
yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think.
If you can set a boundary, that means you're secure in yourself. But the
Agreed.
thing is, you guys are just talking about you have two different boundaries. Your future male partner has completely different boundaries than Andrew's boundaries. But him setting a boundary with his wife and you setting a boundary with your
Yeah, I
future
don't-
partner.
Don't read the chat.
I'm not sure.
Even
I'm
if
not
they're
sure
totally
that that's
different
what.
boundaries.
I'm not sure that that's what we're disputing. I agree that I have.
Grid One Motorsports donated
Yo, thank you, Grid One.
$200.
Appreciate it, man. Good to see you.
So much delusion in one panel. Smells like a lot of evil feminism ruining women and queer relationships. Q for the panel. Are you feminist or do you embrace the patriarchy?
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Yeah, thank you, Grid One.
God.
So let's actually do Grid One's question.
It's either or.
We can come back to this a bit. We still need to get everybody's relationship
Yes.
status. So
Yes.
just going around the table, are you feminist? Yes or no?
I feel like there's parts of feminism I agree with, and there's other parts like I don't feel like with preferences in relationships, right? I don't think every woman wants to be the trad wife homemaker. Some women like being independent, and that's okay.
So just real quick, and we'll get back to this. But we just want to get the quick answer for the panel. Feminists?
Yes.
I was gonna. It's the same vibe. I don't necessarily think I'm not.
Just one thing.
I'll say no.
Just one
then.
thing, guys. So when
Okay.
we're going around the table, don't be like, I agree. Even if you
Gotcha.
agree, just
Gotcha.
state your actual state your actual position.
Okay, and then I mean, same vibe. I mean, I just agree with parts of it and not the whole thing. I guess I can't say I am then if I disagree with some things.
So kinda.
Okay.
Kinda.
I am a feminist, yes.
Okay.
Yes, but not in the woke way.
Okay.
I'm also feminist, mostly.
All right.
Repeal the 19th.
Okay. All right. The views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect.
Are you guys?
The
Brian and
views.
Andrew?
I'm not a feminist. No.
Okay. Are you?
I'm a misandrist.
Oh, Andrew, stop.
Okay.
He's not a feminist. He's not a feminist. Oh wait, misandrist. That
funny.
would make you a
Man hater.
man hater. Okay, all right.
I'm a misandrist.
He's a
Right.
misandrist. Okay.
I feel like you could have.
Now, you really quick, just going back to your answer, you were saying how but you don't believe in the trad wife thing. Wouldn't that precisely be a feminist? Or do you think feminists are in favor of trad wives?
That's why no, feminists are in favor of female power, but
Okay.
I lean somewhere in the middle. I am a happy medium between I love being a homemaker for my home, but I also like being an independent woman who's in control of myself and my career and everything.
Real quick.
Yes.
Just one more question to kind of flesh this idea out better. When we say feminism, what do you think that means in like a really short, concise answer? I know that that's difficult to do, right? But just so we have a general idea of what that means.
Pushing for female equality in work, home, all aspects of life, reproductive rights.
What
just-
rights do we not
Hang
have?
on. Let him answer.
She's like, oh my God. Yeah.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
And then over here.
I think it is more about equality. I think to me it's more of how we live and treat each other than wanting women to be on top necessarily. I truly believe that, I know I'm not supposed to talk about racism, but I think they are intertwined, and
Okay.
I think you can't have one without the
So like egalitarianism?
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially.
Like what I think feminism is.
Yeah, well, just what it means to you.
I mean, I guess, yeah, like equal rights. Or, I mean, I'm not sure. But I feel like what you said like treating everyone with like the same respect kind of vibe. Like that just seems like being like, I don't know, like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the word. Just like, that's like equality for everyone, you know? So I can't like, if that's it, then I don't know if that's really feminism in my mind.
But I do have to say,
So what is it to you?
I don't know. That's kind of wanted to ask you guys, like with that question,
don't know
like
what
what you
feminism is.
guys would describe it as,
yeah,
like
that's
in
fair.
that either or sense, I guess.
I would describe feminism as just supporting women to being their fullest potential of what they want to be. So if you want to be a trad wife, I support you 100% as a feminist in being a trad wife. If you don't want to be one, I also support you 100%.
Egalitarianism between men
I've
and
had
women.
wildly different things back and forth, and I'm glad I've experienced them all, and I don't think I'm less or more of a woman compared to other women because of my life experience. So, but obviously feeds into equality, because if we're supporting women being their highest best self, then there are certain parts of society that are not equal, so it makes it a little harder for us to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a concise way, I would say the economic, cultural, social equality of the sexes.
Okay.
I love being a woman. The whole brand of what I'm about is empowering women, and this is why I say I'm not buying into the woke version of feminism, because I think the whole patriarchy thing has gone way too far.
Sorry, I have to stop you.
Why are you? What is
But
your
you,
bone to pick
you
with me?
keep saying woman instead of women.
I think it's just a weird thing I do. I know that I noticed that. But thank you for pointing that out.
Why do you do that?
Why are you pointing it out?
Well,
When we're
because-
having such a rich conversation.
Because
I feel like you came to be a little shit
because
starter.
there.
I know
there's
one
like,
when I see one.
There's
buddy.
like 20. There's like 20 different women who've been through in just the last 2 weeks who say woman instead of women, and honestly, I'm just really fucking confused why they do. I'm just baffled by
it
it.
rolls off of the tongue.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later.
All right, but anyway, back to your
We'll
definition.
talk about it later. I'm
Back-
glad we sorted that out, though.
Yeah.
I'm glad because that was
Go ahead.
bothering me.
Well, it was bothering me, and I'm the important
Yeah.
one here. But anyway, go
That's-
ahead. Back to where
we
you
all-
were.
Yes. Salute to Sir Andrew, everybody.
Would you? No?
I like you, but not that much.
Oh, okay. Well, back
Maybe
to
by
your,
the end.
Back to your
the
definition.
night is young.
Yeah.
If we can see eye to eye.
I don't like you.
Well, we'll never,
Who-
we'll
who
never
is
see
that?
eye to eye. I'm a man. I'm taller. That's so we got to get you a stool. You can get on a little tippy toe. Tip toe.
Tippy-toe.
Tip toe.
Smaller,
Anyway,
but
back to your definition.
I'm smaller, but I pack a bigger punch than you. I don't know. Fun size, you know.
Your
you-
Back to
fun
my
size.
That's right.
And you punch
I'm
men?
5'5". No, packing a punch.
Erroneous!
You gotta know this, Mr. Debater. I was trying to read the
Master
comments there.
debater to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Call him master debater.
And give me the damn salute.
Pseudonym Master Debater for short.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think the whole, I'm sure this is one thing that we could probably see eye to eye on, is that the whole blaming men, villainizing men for everything, demonizing them, they're the worst, they're the problem for, I love men, I love strong men, let's go. The whole smash the patriarchy thing in my mind has just gone way too far.
So you're in favor of the patriarchy.
Yes, me saying smash the thing is no.
So you're neutral on the patriarchy.
I acknowledge that the patriarchy has been a system set in place for years and years and years, and we're still dismantling it now. However, I don't dwell on that. I focus on, we fucking have kicked ass. We have more way to go, but let's focus on what's ahead and keep,
Wait,
that's
so
right. I got Andrew to snap a roo. Okay,
Wait, so
my success for today.
You do want to dismantle the patriarchy, though?
Sure.
Well, hold on.
I just think
How is that
dwelling
not
on
any-
it is
you-
dwelling
but
in
you
the
said
past.
you object to smashing the patriarchy. How's that any different than dismantling the patriarchy?
No, they're the same thing. I'm just saying,
You just don't like the word smash, or?
I mean, I like a good.
But you said you were
I
against
like
the
a
whole
smash burger.
No,
I was
but-
going to say smash, and I was like,
Yeah, so you said you're against the whole smash the patriarchy thing, but you're also in
No.
favor of dismantling the patriarchy. How are these
you
different?
guys are so funny. I see what you do. Here.
Can you just actually engage instead of having a meta conversation?
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
But, okay, so you see,
So-
what am I actually? Hold on, no, I'll
Wait.
engage in the meta conversation. But you're in favor of the dismantling of the patriarchy. How is that not?
No, I get how
essentially-
that seems contradictory for sure.
Is it not contradictory?
No, it is. I said I am against dwelling on the fact that people are obsessed with the patriarchy has us under our thumb and men are the reason for everything and the male gaze and this. Like I said, I acknowledge they're the systems that have been put in place. It's not totally equal yet. However, why focus on that when we can focus on all how far we've come? What women can do now that we couldn't even make a dent in however many years ago, and move forward. Like sitting in the past doesn't serve us. That's what I mean by that, and I feel like that's anyone with common sense would get that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think there's multiple ways why people define feminism, but the way I've always been told is feminism to me is women equality and supporting women in their decisions.
Okay, all right.
first wave was the right to vote. I don't think, that's what the 19th Amendment is, to women voting. I don't think women should have the right to vote, but,
Hot take.
Yeah.
The views expressed. I got it. The views expressed.
Why though? I'm
Why?
just super
We're too
curious.
emotional. We're too emotional.
But are men not emotional too?
Because the overwhelming majority of females just, my feelings. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so.
The views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily
Free
reflect
speech,
the views of the whatever channel.
Exactly.
Emotion is a biological thing.
Killer of Cereal
everyone-
donated $200.
Yo,
Can
Killer.
you answer this about feminism? What has the idea/movement/monarchy done for society in a positive way? Pink shirt, God, is that you? Also, define patriarchy and misandrist for me.
He's a brave
Yo,
and decent
Killer.
man. He's a pioneer.
Thank you, Killa. Good to see you. Did we get? I think we got the answers from everybody. We'll go into Killa's. We still need to do relationship status. So, could you answer this about feminism? What has the idea movement done for society in a positive way? Short answers, please. Go ahead.
Feminism got us Roe v. Wade, which now that's gone.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I think it just has brought me a lot more security in who I am as a woman. Honestly, if we're just thinking about that, I feel much more connected to.
Oh my.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
Yeah, thank
I
you,
am the
Grid
patriarchy, and loudmouth Pinky knows nothing of my work. Do women have any rights that men do not grant to them?
Oh
He's
my
a brave and a
goodness.
decent
Okay.
man. He's a pioneer.
All right. We'll get around the table on the first question, then we'll go to this.
boy.
Okay. What about you?
Well, I just think that's part of the problem is I don't think I should be granted anything by a man. I do think there are natural rights as a human that we all have or should have and that I do think we've made so many strides. But again, feminism to me is about more community. I do think it's about bringing up the matriarchy, but I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think it's about finding a way that we can work together, and you can't hate men into loving women, which I'm not saying all men hate women, but you know what I'm trying to say. I don't know a percentage. I don't know, and I don't interact with enough men to really believe that.
Let's get short answers from everybody if we
What's the
can.
question again? Sorry.
What's like?
No, we already did that one.
How feminism
Like
has
a positive.
How it's improved
How it's
my
been
life,
positive.
or like
Has been positive for
world.
society. For
okay.
you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I personally think it's good that everyone can vote. Well, everyone that's like not a felon or whatever the other reasons you wouldn't be able to vote are. But
Okay.
I think that equal rights are good.
I mean, it's to be blatantly obvious. Look at the drastic shift the country has experienced in the last couple of weeks since Biden dropped out and Kamala took over. I mean, the hope is insane. I can feel the hope everywhere, and it's seeing a woman, and particularly a woman of color, actually being able to raise that astronomical amount of money so quickly, and seeing that people do the hope is infectious, and it's changing society in a really positive way. I honestly think I haven't felt this light and joyful in quite a while.
Is it because she's a woman or because she's a person of color?
I think it's both. Yeah. But I mean, and I mean this in the kindest way, but it breaks my heart that there are women that think that so lowly of ourselves that we shouldn't be able to make decisions in this country. The fact that Kamala's, listen to her speak. She's so much more intelligent and oh no. Yeah, she is. And as a feminist, I respect your ability to be able to laugh at me like that.
I'm not
because
laughing at you.
She's laughing
it
at
breaks
Kamala.
my heart
Yes, I
it breaks my heart you feel that you don't deserve the ability to make choices about
What about
our
her
country.
stupid
but
dances, though? Do you like the stupid dancing?
I think they're funny. Why are you mad that she dances? I mean,
Because
do you think Trump's
she
stupid
looks
fucking
retarded
tweets
when
are
she does it.
Yeah, Trump looks like I'm not going to, this is a thing. Kamala doesn't attack Trump looking stupid. She attacks
Yeah,
his
she does. She attacks him all the time.
Like how? Is she,
Non-stop. She's gone after his
but
looks
what do you have to say about her
original
besides
debates.
her dances? It sounds like
Hold on.
you don't have
look,
anything.
The fact that she blew her way to the top, the fact that she got on her knees for Willie Brown and sucked his cock to get into office.
Andrew.
That's what
Like,
How do you really?
oh wow, that's some real female empowerment there. Here, come here, Willie.
But
Come
would
here,
you argue
Willie.
that
I got to get
that's
myself a
just
position
the
in
patriarchy
office.
is what made her
You
do
think
that in the first place?
What,
I'm
You think that's not
incredibly
a good
proud,
criticism?
and I mean, like the.
Wait,
went below
you're
the
proud?
belt.
Yeah,
Proud she
I'm
sucked her way to the
incredibly
top?
proud. I am incredibly proud of her
dude.
because she's extremely intelligent and
Yeah.
like she's actually speaking shit that makes sense.
You
like
liquored up, Andrew?
we don't want to go back. We don't want to go back to
She
the
asked a
thinking.
question, I
like
answered.
we're moving forward.
Wait, I have a question though.
Being liquored up
so
would be more fun.
she was able to secure the nominee as the for she's running for president, right? Without
Well,
having
no,
to-
she wasn't actually the people's choice.
right, she just Biden dropped out.
Yeah.
There wasn't like a
She was just option 2.
That is true.
like. Do you think she would have been the nominee?
No, and that's
Had-
because of the way that the patriarchal system is set up. She wouldn't have been the nominee. Like the only
Even
way,
among Democrats?
like we had,
Is there a patriarchy among Democrats?
Yes, oh, totally. Hello. I mean, the last election, the vast majority of liberal white women voted for Trump. Like, I mean,
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No,
please
they
pull
didn't.
Up, please
Wait,
pull up
the
your
li-
numbers.
pull it up.
Liberal white women voted for
No,
Trump?
liberal white women did
The
not vote
moderate,
for Trump.
the moderate,
No.
and a lot of liberals lean
They-
more
they
moderate.
all-
They,
they bank women,
register as
banked
Democrats,
Democrat.
but they're more moderate and they lean a little more conservative. But on paper, they're registering as
No,
Democrats.
none of that's true.
Okay.
So here's
I mean,
here's what is true. So I'll correct some of this.
Okay.
Liberal women, especially liberal white women, most definitely did not show up to vote for Trump. Women swung towards the Democrat vote. They always swing towards the Democrat vote, especially liberal women who are usually college educated. So college educated women overwhelmingly vote
More
Democrat.
white women voted for Trump in the last election than they did in the first one.
That's true.
Yes,
what does that
that's-
have to do with your claim, though? Your claim was
My
that
claim-
liberal women were voting for Trump.
Because a lot of these women are claiming to be moderate Democrats, and then they're saying that Trump is the lesser
they're
evil.
mostly
in this
voting the way
specific-
their husbands vote.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what's so different about Kamala is that, like, for once, those women, those like stay-at-home mom, like housewife women, for once, are going to the polls this year, and I truly believe they're going to vote for what they want. They're not just going to follow their husbands for once. They actually are going to
Grid
think for
1
themselves.
Motorsports donated $200. Seriously? Heels up, Harris? Intelligent? That has to be the dumbest thing I have
They're
heard
coming
today.
Trump
Such a role
cheated
model.
his way and
Suck
fucked
dick to get
prostitutes
to the top.
I don't
What
know
an
why we don't want to
example.
talk about that.
Please reconsider your life choices.
All right, Grid 1, thank you for it. By the way, Grid 1, we will get to your question. We just got to get all the way around here. Let's bring it back to one thing that feminism has done positive for society.
That women are no longer second-class citizens like in some other countries. To keep it, I know we're trying to keep it moving, so to keep
Okay.
it brief. Yes.
All right.
I definitely think feminism has opened up a lot of opportunities for women, and not just that, but it also brought a sense of belonging. And I see multiple women being achieving for certain careers has also been super inspiring to those around our community. So yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Because, yeah.
All right. And then here, we're going to get to Grid 1s. So actually, let's just finish relationship
What am I
status. Then we're going to get to
they're
Grid
going
1s.
so fast, it's so
So,
fun,
okay,
guys.
relationship status. I think we left off with you. Well, you guys are together.
Yes,
So
so-
same, just engaged.
Yeah, engaged. My longest relationship was 6 years. So.
6 years. Okay. All right.
I'm in a relationship. A little bit of a backstory. We were best friends 9-10 years. We've been a couple for the last 2 years, and a little bit out of the box to make it spicy. He's twice my age. He's the best. Such a good guy.
How old is he?
Now you're asking me to give away my age.
Well,
even
she
though I
said
think
twice her age. She said she was
Well,
33,
actually, no,
so
he's
that would
less.
mean
I'm
he's
sorry.
66, right?
No, he's not that old. He's
Is he in
late.
his 60s?
He's late
or-
50s. Late 50s.
Okay, late. All right.
Late 50s.
Oh, about
He's
twice your age.
awesome.
Longest relationship?
Probably this one, but usually I'm in the 2-ish year range.
Okay.
Yeah.
So longest was 2-ish years. Is this your longest
This
one?
would be yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Do you flirt with other dudes?
Sure do.
And he doesn't care?
He is not. He's like, baby, do you. Like, at the end of the day, I'm yours, you're mine. Be in your power, girl. You're on fire.
Would you be fine with him flirting with other women?
Sure.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm single, and I have not been in a committed relationship
Ever?
ever. I'm picky.
Long. What about
Take your
what's the
time.
longest period of time you've dated somebody?
I haven't been in a committed relationship. Wait, what was your question?
Well, okay, so when I say date, this can include all the way from
Oh.
a one-night stand to friends with
Harry
benefits.
Louise donated $200.
Thank you, Harry.
These women are so delusional,
Damn,
one
brother.
has to wonder if they believe the garbage they spew.
Why are they so mad?
All right, Harry
don't
Louise,
have
thank
any
you.
points.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
have nothing.
So you've been single. Are you a virgin?
Yes, I am.
Oh. Okay, so you really haven't. Okay, you haven't done anything. All right.
Yeah.
Have you been on a date?
Yeah, I have.
Have you been on multiple dates with the same guy?
Yeah, I've been in a situationship before.
You're in a situationship. Are you waiting until marriage, or
Sorry?
are you waiting until marriage?
No, I just haven't been in a serious committed relationship to like have that connection with.
And
her.
so you want that before you
Yeah.
have carnal knowledge. Okay. And are you you waiting for love or just the right guy?
Just the right guy. Yeah.
Okay. So what's like the longest period of time you said you were in a situationship? How long did that last?
Like 3 months, 3.5 months. Yeah.
3 months. Okay. And why did that end?
It was the classic. He wasn't ready for a relationship.
So you wanted a
yeah.
relationship.
I did, yeah, and it wasn't that communication wasn't clear.
And
but-
how often would you guys hang out? Was it long distance or?
No, he was my neighbor.
Okay, so
Yeah.
close distance. And so you wanted a relationship. He didn't. Was he aware that you had not like had a boyfriend before? Never like first anything really with a guy?
No, that wasn't mentioned. During
Okay.
it, yeah.
Had he said yes to you wanting a relationship with him, would you have slept with him?
I definitely think it would invest more time in him before that.
Okay.
So I can like be sure of him. But yeah,
I see. Okay. And are you going into your senior year?
I am. Yeah.
at UCSB. Okay. Besides him, any other situationships?
No, not really. I've
Okay.
just been really busy mostly.
All right.
Yeah.
And why do you want to wait?
I don't know. I guess like all my life, like there has been opportunities, but I just like I'm a very picky person, and I
You're
haven't
picky.
really found
When-
like the person that checks all my boxes. I guess.
What are your
Yeah.
boxes?
Someone who's goal oriented, knows how to treat a woman. They're just really smart, committed in school.
When you say knows how to treat a woman, what do you mean?
Like, so shows a lot of respect.
Respect.
And I'd say someone who treats me, who's a gentleman.
Gentlemen?
Can't think of anything else. Just like prioritizes me, but not like too much. That still cares about his own life and his own priorities.
Okay.
I'd say like healthy relationship mostly.
Any like physical traits that you're picky about? Height, anything like that?
I'm preferably high, like taller than me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, you said treats you like a gentleman, treats you well. Does that include, like, do you want more traditional treatment? Like, you want him to be, like, taking you out, like, going on dates, paying for dates?
I say, like, not all the time. Like, I'm totally
What
willing
about a
to go
first
50-50.
date? Would you want a guy to pay for a first date?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, well, checks out with the whole feminist thing.
It doesn't count, Brian. Paying for dates now, or getting over.
Said I'm mostly feminist, not completely. But,
Well, no, you said you're fine.
joking.
You'd be fine going
Oh, yeah,
50-50 on the first
Right,
date,
right.
right?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, that's, okay.
Yeah.
Relationship status?
I am taken. I've been in a relationship for 5 years now, and that's my longest relationship now.
All right, rock and roll.
Monogamous too.
Okay, we've got everybody's relationship statuses.
Virgin. Forever. Yeah. You're pure.
Yeah.
What?
Don't try to wreck it. Don't try to wreck it.
Don't corrupt her. I'm a
If
good
you,
girl, too.
like,
Sorry.
I'm just curious, if you met the right guy and you knew, like, super early on that you, like, really like this guy, would you still wait? Or would you just, like, because I know some girls, it's like, even if they're a virgin, it's like they just want to wait for the right guy, but once they find the right guy, they don't really have any qualms with, like, it could be relatively quick in terms of timeline of hooking up. Or for you, it's like, even if I find the right guy, I would want to wait a couple months till we're more solid.
Yeah, I definitely want to
Okay.
wait a couple months.
All right.
For sure.
We have a, hold on, actually, before I get into that, we got to, okay. We'll go to Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drops a follow, drops a prime sub, twitch.tv/whatever. That is our Instagram. You can also, that's a whole bunch of other tabs, okay. All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drops a follow, drops a prime sub. Guys, it's been 1 minute since we got the prime sub. It's probably gone bugged since we've last been there. So can you guys just drop us a little prime sub in the chat? Yo, guys, Brian loves paint, bro. How you gonna, bro, dude? How you going to do that, man? Yo, James, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. No Mercy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follows, guys. Drops a follow, primes up. Thank you, guys. Okay. So we need to do grid 1's question, which actually, hold on. But no, hold on.
Can we get back to Kamala?
Killer of cereal. Hold on. We're going to do this one. And then
Killer
we'll
of
get back into
Cereal
the feminist
donated
stuff.
$200. My new favorite question for the panel, most embarrassing moment on a date.
Yep.
Brian,
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So is that one that came through earlier? If you can, keep your answer Reader's Digest, plot synopsis, 10, 20 seconds if you can. Most embarrassing date story.
I haven't really been on any embarrassing dates, really.
Well, what about like most embarrassing situation to happen while you were in a romantic and or sexual context with a man?
It's easy.
Oh my God. I'm trying to think of one specifically. That with the work I do, there's a lot. People
Well, I
be
was thinking.
farting and they're not cleaned out
I wasn't
properly.
thinking.
Shit happens,
I wasn't
you
thinking
know?
necessarily like during sex. I meant more
Okay.
so like you're spending time.
I was like,
You're spending time
sure?
with a man who you have a romantic or sexual connection with.
okay.
Yeah. So I think like when people think date, they're thinking like a formal, like I want to take you to dinner. It can be like you're hanging out at your place type thing.
I honestly don't have anything embarrassing. I'm very myself everywhere I go, so there's very little that I can do that's actually embarrassing. I take pride in being a little weirdo. It's fun.
All right. What about you?
The only thing I can think of is one of the first times I went over to my ex's house, I left the stove on for 8 hours once I left. So that
Was there a fire or no?
No, we were all
Okay.
safe, but
Go ahead.
I don't really have any embarrassing date stories, but I mean, I also have plenty of like sex stories that are pretty wild. There was one time that I like had an asthma attack while I was like going down on a dude, and I went too far down, and then I coughed, and then I was like, and then I just ran away, and like
That's a
had
good
to
one.
go- yeah, but that's not like a date. That's more like a hookup story.
It
So.
count. No, well, that hookup, that all counts. What about you?
I was racking my brain for a good one. It's a client. It wasn't like a boyfriend, but I was meeting a man with the intention of having sex with him. And when we met at a Starbucks, and he spilled his coffee all over himself. And he just got so shaky and embarrassed because he never met. And I was trying to be, nice and laugh it off, but he was so embarrassed he just left. And I never talked to him again. And it was really awkward. But that's the only thing I can really, because
Okay.
I'm very much myself. Like if I do something stupid, I just laugh about it. I don't really.
What about
I
you?
thought of one recently.
I'm racking my brain. I'm sorry, I'm a little boring in this department. I
That's
was
fine.
never a big dater. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I was always like kind of like I was solo or relationship kind of gal, but I'm never
Okay,
found
so
he doesn't like
it
this.
can be within like an
I
embarrassing
have
story.
yeah. I'm sorry
Okay,
to
that's fine.
disappoint.
I can't think of anything too embarrassing, but I guess I was longboarding with this guy and like fell.
Nice.
That was pretty
Ate
much it.
shit?
Yeah, pretty much.
Bloodied up?
Nah, just like
not
scraped.
that bad. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I didn't realize I could have called my boyfriend my boyfriend in the very beginning, actually, and I found that out like a couple weeks ago. 5 years.
I
Didn't
do
know that.
remember one now. That's a blur.
He asked me if I'm an idiot. Yeah, I am.
I do have
Oh.
one I remember now.
Yeah, go for it.
Just needed some time for it to get back to me. Okay, so I was like maybe 18, 19, 20, around there. And I went to have, it was just like a casual hookup. We're in the same friend group. We would just sleep together sometimes. And we were drinking, and we had chicken nuggets right before.
Oh no.
Yeah.
this is
So that, Mama did not raise a quitter, so kind of just go, and some of the nuggies came back up, and you just slurp and keep going.
That's fucking disgusting.
Okay.
It wasn't necessarily embarrassing. He was like, "Oh fuck yeah!" So it works.
All right.
How
good
come
to
Andrew
know.
doesn't have to answer?
Well, this question's been posed to us quite a few times. So
I can answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so one time I was on a date with a chick, And she went back to my house with me. I was like, I don't know, 19 or 20. And I was living with my parents at the time and my sister. And she came out and said, "Oh, hi, how are you?" And she had her cat. And the girl said, "Yeah, kitty, let me pet the kitty." And my sister said, "Okay," and handed it to her. So she pets it. And then for reasons I don't understand, threw the cat to my sister.
Oh my God.
Cat went crazy, went ballistic, started shredding my sister. She panicked, threw the cat off of her, which landed back on the date, started shredding the date.
No.
And that was the end of that date. It really,
Show young
That's
Andrew.
a J.D. Vance cat
yeah, it really
story
didn't
if I
work
ever
out that
heard one.
well. It didn't work out good.
Cat lady story, yes.
We got it.
My oh my.
This is young Andrew, by the way. Look
Aw.
at that. Look at that handsome fella.
Look at this guy.
There he is.
Look at him.
All right. Okay. So we have a couple chats here. We have.
Did that make you happy that I told the story?
Equality,
Now
right?
your turn. Because you didn't answer.
I feel boring in that department.
Oh, come on, be egalitarian about it.
If it comes to me,
Okay.
you'll be the
well,
first
I'm not
to
going
know.
to linger on this. Then.
Yep.
Racist Ronnie. Gee, what the fuck?
Okay.
Question for panel. Do you believe in dismantling whiteness despite your answer? Well, we can only do like really one question per message. So
Right.
we'll do the first one. Do you believe in dismantling whiteness? Go ahead.
Can it be a combination to answer all of it in short context?
Sure.
Okay. I feel like no certain race should have superiority. It should just be equal for everybody. There's no reason for one race to reign superior, have more authority, have more respect or value. So it's not about dismantling whiteness. It's about dismantling the ideas that have been built throughout the years of this country existing that white people are superior in this country.
So you think that that's the case currently?
That's what we're attempting to do. I don't know.
So you're saying white people are superior?
Not
Is
all.
that-
Not
Oh,
all.
not all.
I say that there's some white people out there who believe they are.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's, you can't say all of them because I have plenty of white friends who don't think that way.
All right.
I don't think you can I don't think they mean dismantling whiteness because I can't change that I'm white. That's not something I can dismantle, but I do think there is a system in place. Again, I said earlier, I don't think you can work on dismantling patriarchy and all of that stuff without dismantling racism. I think they're intertwined, and I think it's, again, the main issue is equality in that area. So, yeah, I just think that I personally, as a white person, can do work to see everyone for their experiences and not putting myself in their shoes as me, but truly having empathy and looking at people from their perspective in their life. Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, like she said, I can't dismantle my own whiteness. I can't change anything about that.
Okay.
But Luna mentioned, I think a lot of equality vibe. It's not really dismantling it. I think it's more just validating others' experiences and bringing them up as well. You know.
Balance.
What about you?
Yes, of course. And I think dismantling whiteness is kind of a conservative buzz phrase to sound offensive. When we say dismantling whiteness, no one's talking about stopping being white, obviously. No shit. That's we can't control that. We're talking about dismantling the systems that continue to perpetuate putting white people first. That's all that means. And yes, we do need to continue to dismantle that. We've been doing that, but we're not done.
I have a follow-up question on that,
Yeah.
but I'll let the rest of the panelists answer. Go ahead.
I will say similarly, dismantling whiteness, that's a first for me.
Yeah.
That's a new one. Again, what you guys were saying, folks can't help that they're white. On the other end of it, I think, DEI and all of that has, like I said, with all this massive patriarchy, it's just gone too far. So at the end of the day, it's common sense. Racism ain't cool, it ain't the vibe. But I think
And what is DEI?
diversity, equity, inclusion. You know what DEI is.
I'm asking you. Just want to make
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you
Okay.
for the pop quiz. But yeah,
What are your objections to DEI?
I believe in meritocracy. I don't believe in, filling quotas or putting people in certain positions because of how they look. I think that's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also believe it's more about dismantling the system and how there's a lot of prejudices in that. So I do believe there's a lot of progress that needs to be done.
Okay.
Wasn't Kamala picked because she's a black woman? to be his the running mate originally.
She's not black though.
I know she's Indian.
She's half black and half Indian.
Yeah.
That.
She is a black
So
Indian
glad you
woman.
brought
That's
back
your
to
idea.
Kamala, as you guys have a lot to
That's
say.
why I think-
I think it would be Afro-Indian.
Yeah.
That's up to debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, have you heard of the BNWO? It's a move, the Black New World Order. They want to exterminate white
Yeah,
people.
we can't get into
No.
that.
Oh, really?
Fucking
Okay.
A, man.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right. So I did have one question though. So if we look at other countries that have, for example, a different race as the majority, take for China, for example, do you think that there ought to be a movement in China, for example, to equalize to equalize the racial representation in that country?
To be quite honest with you, I'm not familiar with the culture of living in
It's
China.
like 99% Chinese.
I'm sure it is 99% Chinese. What I'm saying is I'm not sure. I don't live in their society. I don't know if their society is geared in such a way that if you're not Chinese, that you have less advantages in the society.
Well,
I don't live there.
hold
I
on.
can only speak to the society I
So-
live in, and
so
I can
if-
say white people do have advantages in this society. In China, I don't live there, but sure, if it's set up so that the people who are like Chinese they get way more advantages than people who happen to be black but live in China, then sure, there should be one there too. But I don't live there, so I'd rather speak about what I'm educated about, and I am educated about where I live.
That's fair. I think to get at the heart of Brian's question, I'll ask a different one in the same vein. So Japan has a staunch immigration policy. They don't want people who are not Japanese to immigrate into Japan. They want to keep it majority Japanese. Is that a wrongful policy from your perspective?
I mean, the policy in itself, yes. However, I would need to understand why that. I don't know why that
Because
policy
they want to
exists.
keep
Like,
it Japanese. That's the motivation.
if it's
and
just
reason.
simply because they want pure Japanese blood, then 100% that's wrong.
So then you would apply the same logic to Israel.
I mean,
We're not.
I'm just
are
asking.
I mean, I know we weren't allowed to talk.
We're not going to dive
Yeah.
into it. I'm just
Yeah.
asking you to apply the same logic there.
I would apply the same logic that if there's any place where you have to look a certain way to have an advantage, and that is the only reason you get that advantage, and that you naturally will be disadvantaged simply because of the way you're born, whether that's your gender, whether that's your color, whether it's anything, that is not right. And I believe everyone should have an equal opportunity to be successful in any given society.
So one question for you then. So you would then be in favor of Europeans, white Americans, moving to Japan, attempting to gain positions of political power in Japan. Would you be in favor of that?
If they were someone of European descent who's lived in Japan for a decade or more, and if they've never been there before, know nothing about the country, then no. I also don't think that someone who knows nothing about America should become the president. I think. But I don't think the color of your skin
But those
determines
people would
how
need-
knowledgeable you are. If you grew up there and you're of European descent, you should have equal opportunity to be in
Depends
power.
how they use that power as well. Are
That's
they
true.
going
And
to
I don't think
Japan
there's a
with malicious
solution.
intent?
Wouldn't you
Are
still
they
want people who just
going
got to the United States yesterday to be represented?
I want them to be represented, yeah, but do I want them to lead the country if they've never lived here before and don't know what the average plight is for the average person on the streets? No, I think they should be their voices should be heard, but that's why the president is not our ultimate ruler. That's why we have a system of checks
No,
and
I'm
balances.
with
like,
you.
they could totally be in the
But
House of
but what I'm
Representatives or
asking
represent
is-
us on a more local level, like on a city council. Awesome.
On the,
I mean, great.
on the representation front,
But yeah.
let's say Japan opens it up to immigrants coming into Japan, which they've recently done. This is because they have an aging out elder population, enough young people to take care of them. So they're opening up work visas to come into Japan. Those people are not Japanese citizens. They don't get the same rights as Japanese. Is that okay or not okay from your estimation?
That's okay. I mean, I think you earned. I do believe in earnings, and that's
They're
a whole
not
other
ever going to
topic.
give them citizenship.
But I'm just like, if you were not born there and you're coming over for a work visa or a student visa or something, yeah, I don't think you should necessarily be able to choose who's in power if that's not where you're investing your family. Like, if you're investing
What if
your
they're there
life,
for
your
10,
money,
20
like you're
years?
investing in the local economy, you're having kids
Yeah.
in this town, like you're invested in this place, you should have complete equal opportunities to vote and have opportunity to be in power as well. But if you're just there because you have a temp job, you're going back to the States in a few months, I mean, sure, you shouldn't have
Years.
as many rights.
So if they're coming in, let's say they're there for 10 years.
I think if you're there for 10 years, you should be able to have a say, for sure.
For sure.
Because at this point, you've contributed to the community. You're part
What
of
if
that
you came
community.
in, though, with the understanding that they did not ever want you to have a say?
If you come in with that understanding, then sure, because you agreed to that.
Yeah.
But like,
So is there anything actually
I think people come to America
fundamentally-
with the understanding they're going to be able to participate. and
Yeah,
then
no, I understand.
So it's different.
So there's nothing you actually think is fundamentally immoral about Japan wanting to keep itself Japanese?
Not necessarily, but again, it's way more nuanced than that. Like I do believe that if you have been a part of that culture and you're ingrained in that culture, I do think that, especially if you were born there, is what I'm saying. Not like you made a choice as an adult and you agreed to these rules. Like you were born there, you just happen to be a white guy that was born there. You should be elected in power and not be elected.
Hannah Louise donated $200.
So just at the heart of this, we'll wrap it up real
Americans should
quick.
decide what America does. If you are not American, then STFU of a country should decide
Well, that's what I'm
they
saying.
do.
Is I'm saying they have the right to do that because if I'm choosing to
Thank you,
go to
Harry.
Japan, I'm agreeing to your rules. But I'm saying if I was born in Japan looking the way I look, I think I should have the same rights as someone else.
So if the Japanese were to say, and I'll just button it up with this
Yeah.
answer, if they were to say, we don't want any immigrants from any other nations to come into the nation, we want it to remain purely
then
Japanese.
I'd have to respect that.
Yeah. So they're not doing anything immoral
for
by
my
doing
country
that.
as an American, I want other cultures here personally. But yeah, if that's what they want, that's not my culture. I'm not going to go pry and say, fuck you, I deserve to be here. Like, you know what? I respect that. There's plenty of places in the world I'd like to visit that they might not like me there, and that's just the way it is. And it's okay.
I also think in a perfect world, it would be immoral for us to block us from traveling and going places, but I don't see any way to actually put that into action. So it makes me feel like, what's the point in saying that or thinking that? But I do feel like,
I don't know what that means.
like, in a perfect world, like if we were brought here or born here, whatever this is, like, I feel like we were set up, like we're supposed to be happy and things are supposed to be easy for everyone. And I don't know at this point in time how that could realistically happen. So I don't know. We have to go with the systems we already have in place. So it's about making it, if like people want, like she said, if people want to live there and invest their lives, or if they're born there, they should have rights. But if it's just a traveling thing now, like we can't really. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say?
But if a system existed in which a culture said, we do not want any outsiders anywhere near this, and it was a well-developed nation, you
I
wouldn't
feel
actually
like-
have any objections to that.
No, in my heart of hearts, I feel like that is immoral. Like, I just don't
Why?
feel.
Yeah, why?
Because it's
you
honestly,
feel
it
it?
is an emotional feel. Like,
Okay.
I just really do love people.
But do you
I
base-
understand that it's not possible
Yeah,
in
do you
this world we
base
live
morals, though, on
No.
just how you feel?
on. No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's something why I said I don't even know if it's worth bringing up, but it is something I think about often and wish more people would be willing to talk about. Like, what would that possibility look like? And I don't know if that's idealist or something, but I still think that if we get to that route, like if we really could all just coexist in the world, like I don't understand. You know what I'm trying to say? I know it's
An ideal world is no one owns the earth and we all get along, but the truth of the matter is that's not the society we live in. So I completely respect if another culture doesn't want me there. Would it bum me out?
Yeah.
Sure. But like I completely
agree.
respect that. But I, as an American living in America right now, like I have, and as a woman who does have the right to vote because women fought and so hard for that, like I'm
didn't fight
so
hard for
excited.
it, no. They really didn't.
I just, like, the more you guys talk, the more so
Okay.
grateful I am to be a lesbian, man.
Bro, for real, like, baby.
On behalf of men everywhere, so are we.
It's called the history book, sweetie. Look it up.
Like, yeah, I just
know
women
you're
definitely
joking. I
fought
know
for
you're
the
joking.
rights we have for sure. We fought for it, so that's indisputable. I don't
here,
even want to argue
we
about
can get
that.
into some of that stuff
but-
later.
To put a button on all this, something I think that we can all agree on is to celebrate the fact that we are in the most thriving democracy in the world. And I feel like with many...
We're not in a
with-
democracy.
We're a republic.
Okay. To you know, like all of these topics, people don't want to see the nuance. And I just personally don't feel like we're in it, like racism doesn't exist or we're in a racist country. It's like, yes, we're not where we want to be, but just like the feminism thing, it's like, let's applaud how far we've come.
I think we were having a pretty nuanced conversation, honestly.
yeah.
Well, no, I'm not saying it was
It was
nuanced,
pretty
but I'm saying
nuanced.
it seems to be in the binary of like, you know, white patriarchy it runs everything
Well,
and
you're
the
going to have,
systems and you
so
know what
you're
I
gonna,
mean.
if you, in order to have discourse, we're going to have descriptors that we can apply to reality.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. So if you say, okay, we need to have nuance, I agree. A lot of these things have nuance. They're multifaceted. They're multi-tier. All of that's true. But if I have a descriptor, you know what heuristics are. So heuristics work because they work as descriptors for us to have conversations
fine.
to get to the nuance.
I'm saying we tend to be in with a lot of these topics, again, common sense in the binary of this or that, but back to what I originally said, would you not agree with that? The general kind of toss out I put out there
No.
of where we're at? Why not?
No, I don't. So for one thing, I don't think we're arguing around the edges.
No. I'm asking if you're debating like the idea that I've thrown out. That we're
okay,
in,
well, let's
we're
make
in a
sure I get your
democracy.
idea correct. What am I missing? What is your idea?
To celebrate how we're in the freest country in the world,
Mm-hmm.
and that we are not where, we have a complicated past, complex past. We're no longer in that past. We've made, a lot of way, but we're not where we want to be. We got a little ways to go.
Yeah, so
I think
first
it's
of all,
not
I
that
think
complicated.
we need to untangle a couple things. The first
Okay.
is, how did you establish that this is the freest country in the world?
Why wouldn't it be?
That's not an answer to the question. That's begging the question.
It is the freest country in the world.
Oh, well, that's a declarative statement, but not a demonstration. How do we establish it is?
What you said.
Other countries have
Yeah,
constitutions.
I mean, free speech.
Other countries have free speech.
I don't know. I guess
We have more
I haven't
freedom
gone enough
than-
places to really know if they're free or not. I only know based
What's on
on
the
what
media.
I see, what I'm fed by the media.
Right.
So
well,
I
I just want to
can't
let you know
truly
that that's a neat slogan to say.
Yeah.
We're the freest country in the world. But I seem to remember that there was lockdowns, and it didn't feel like it was all
That's
that free.
true. That's
so
true.
the thing is
But
not
name
only
a country freer.
Yeah,
I
not
mean,
only that.
name a country freer.
Not only that. Well, wait. The most free country in the world probably would be Somalia. That would be the freest.
I mean, the now it seems like the last few weeks it's kind of started to dissipate, but the looming threat of Project 2025 made me feel for the first time, especially as someone who wants to have children through. Yeah,
It's like,
keep
fuck
laughing
my
at me. It's so
life.
funny. Like especially as someone who wants to have children through reciprocal IVF, which is specifically detailed in that document. That made me feel like this country might. I mean, Liza and I were literally like, should we figure out how to get a work-study visa or something, and maybe try going somewhere else before the election happens? Like, we genuinely were wondering, are we going to be able to have the family we want in this country? So
Andrew,
that
can I
does
ask
make
you
me question
can I
how
ask
free
you a
we
question
are.
on that? So I mean, I've seen like the image of the Project 2025 thing. I don't really know anything about it. It doesn't appear to me though. It appears to me that it's framed from the point of view of Democrats. And is
I
it
read
actually
the
something?
actual
but
document
is it
that was
actually
written by
something-
the Heritage Foundation. That's from the point of. I read the document myself. I read it with a guide that helped me go through it because it's obviously
So I
hundreds
don't,
of pages.
again, I don't
but
know
I
anything
read through
about
the
it,
document
but
verbatim.
is it something that was put out by the Trump administration?
It's put out by the Heritage Foundation, which
is a
has
conservative
donated
think
how
tank.
much money to Trump, and J.D. Vance literally
what?
is one of their leaders, who's now
First
Trump
of all,
just
Trump
selected.
already disavowed it. right?
Trump disavowed it and said he didn't know anything about it when the man he selected as his vice president is literally one of the authors. So that's clearly a lie.
I would
Well,
like
wait,
to know.
Yes,
that's-
he is, and he's admitted to
first of all,
being
let's
one.
back up. Let's
So-
back up. How would it be a lie?
If you guys haven't read Project 2025, I actually feel like I'm
I
the
have
most
read Project 2025,
Okay, then why
yes.
did you just say it came from the point of Democrats when it was
no,
written
that's
by
not what I said.
conservatives?
I said the Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank, and Trump already disavowed Project 2025. He already said, no, there's already aspects of this I don't like, which I wish he wouldn't have done, but he did. Right? So you saying that J.D. Vance was assisting in the authorship of it does not demonstrate that Trump knew a damn thing about it.
Why would Trump pick someone who was an author? You think that if Trump was trying to figure out who his running mate was, he wasn't going to discuss those
Honestly, this is
ideals?
I'm
Those are
not
his main
really
ideals.
interested
Of
in
course they
talking
discuss
about
that.
this. I'm not
Those
interested in
discussions were
talking
had.
about this.
I know you're
It's-
not because you're not educated on it, but I recommend getting educated on it after the show, really.
Well, but what I've seen is a lot of sharing on social media.
I mean, I'm
from-
educated. I would love to have the debate
Yeah, because
right
you're looking
now.
at social media.
How
Read the
about
document. Read the
this?
document.
Okay.
before- Read the document. Don't just look at social media posts from random liberals. Like,
Well, what
I
is in
actually
the
register
document
as
you
declined to
object to?
state. I don't even register as
What
a
is in
Democrat.
the document you object to?
What?
Here, let's do
Their,
this.
their views
Hold
on
on, no,
IVF,
hold
their
on,
views
hold
on
on.
gay marriage, their views on abortion.
Yeah, those are
their-
great views.
They
They represent a huge swath of the nation.
Okay,
so
hold on, hold
that
on.
would literally mean
Here's
that
what
me
we're
and
gonna
my
do.
fiance
Stop,
can't
stop,
have our
stop,
children the way
stop.
we want.
Here's what we're going to
That's
do. If
horrific.
you guys want to have a political debate, we will invite you guys to have back. You can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can do it tomorrow. You guys can come, and then we can flesh out all that stuff in detail in a
I'd
more.
love to.
Yeah,
I was
we'll
a
do it.
journalist in this town, and I spoke on a
We'd be
roundtable
happy
talk
to-
show
we'd be
in this
happy to have
town.
you.
I would love
We'd
to
be
talk
happy
about
to have
it.
you. There's other people on the panel. There's other people on the
Project
panel.
I'm more than a
2025
sex
debate
worker,
tomorrow?
actually. I'm highly
Yeah, right.
educated. You'd be
So
shocked.
if you guys are down,
I would be.
we could have like both of you on the panel, and it can be It could be a 1v2. Okay.
Brian's
so,
like, stop the steal of this live stream.
I need more water.
well, we'd be happy to host an actual debate on it, but
Thank you.
so, oh boy. Okay.
We love this stuff, though. Like, we think it's...
No, it's good.
Yeah,
It's good.
I
Just-
appreciate
there's
America
other-
that we can do this.
There's other people on the panel. There's other things to get to. We can have a dedicated debate on specific political things in a dedicated debate. Andrew, you free tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys, okay, we'll set it up. We'll talk after the show. I just don't want the majority of the show ate up by
100%. We got you.
Trump, Biden, Vance,
Yeah,
all
that's
this political stuff.
Totally fair.
We need to do 2 chats. We had one from Grid 1. Grid 1, I'm going to get you in here in just a sec. And we have Tony, I'm not going to pull it back up because of your name, but you did ask, question for everyone.
I'm scared.
Question for everyone. Who in the room owes reparations?
I mean, probably me.
Who owes
By the
reparations?
looks of it.
That's a light question.
Yeah, right. Are they? Is it normally this?
Is that about...
I don't know. Normally it's not this political, but
Okay.
It's in the air.
How would your political views not have to do with dating, though, in an election season? Of
kind of
course
true.
they
It's
are.
kind of true.
Of course they are.
true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like, there's no way
It's
around
kind of
that.
true. Yeah.
So raise your hand if you feel like you owe reparations.
Personally,
If you feel like
or...
you do,
Define
or that the
reparations,
state
though.
wants you
Is
to.
reparations a financial payment? No, there's not crickets. You have to give me more than 1 second. But like, are we defining?
I like her. She's cool.
Thank you. Are we defining reparations by some payment, or are we defining reparations by what we were talking about earlier, which is however you want to word it, but dismantling whiteness? Because I do believe I'm paying. Yeah, keeps rolling your eyes, dude. It's like you can't listen. You just roll your eyes. But like, if you're dismantling whiteness and you're actively every day trying to think in an anti-racist way, I believe that is a form of paying reparations because I'm working on myself.
Okay.
Do I have $1 million? No, and I probably never will.
How about
That's not what I'm talking
How
about.
about we just show of hands? Who would owe reparations?
What? What?
Working to better
three?
myself
Make
and
it
make
make
myself
sense.
less. Yeah, I am
Make
making
it
it
make sense, the one
I'm
black guy in the
working,
room.
Yeah, I'm working on
Look at him.
The
myself.
black guy in the room.
He's not
knows
backing down.
dead?
By working on my perspective and shifting my perspective
Irish.
and trying,
Oh, I
because
see.
honestly as a lesbian, there's like certain ways that I don't have privilege, and then as a white woman, and there's ways I do. And so, like when I am in spaces where my privilege can be used for good, that is paying reparations. Is like not sitting quiet in this situation right now and saying, I don't want to look stupid in front of these people, so I'm not going to say what I believe. I'm saying what I believe because that's my way of paying reparations. Like thank you.
Said.
I'm
Go
not
off,
ashamed
queen.
of your facial expressions. Like
Mine?
all of yours. Like I'm very.
I haven't
you
been
guys
been
laughing like
rolling
that
my
is, like,
eyes. I've been-
you have, and
No, not
Even
you.
if I disagree with you at
Actually.
times, this chick has. I like how you hold your own. Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay. All right.
But some moments,
So-
we're all holding
Okay.
hands
Women.
under the table.
My
women can
goodness.
support women even if they disagree with one another, and that's what feminism is we support each other.
I do agree with that.
No matter what. Thank you.
I was the feminist though before. I voted the opposite way that I would now, completely. And I saw through why my emotional look at things was not just how it was. Like, oh, gay people this, all gay people that. Like they should get married. They should be able to adopt kids. And that's, not everyone.
Thank you, Richard.
Got to make it concise.
Should
Things
gay
aren't
people
what
be
they
able to
seem.
do in vitro
Things-
fertilization?
Oh my.
'Cause that's a
goodness.
huge
Hold on.
part of Project
Save it for
2025.
some other time.
Yeah.
God damn.
I mean,
Let her... It's okay.
She said adopt. I just wanted to see the rest of her view. But.
well, I mean, okay, so here,
Let her
I
talk.
have a view, okay? Because I'll get real personal, but I think it's relevant. So, also from Arizona, Roe v. Wade. It doesn't not exist there anymore. You have to be able to get an abortion before like 8 to 9 weeks, but you can still get one. I know because I've had 2 and I hate my life for it. Okay, I don't know if half the women that have gotten abortions ever would do it again, and most of them get them more than once, and that's really sad. Now, the people who
That's your
support
choice.
the right to get an abortion, why do so many of the girls I know have kids though? Because they still wanted to have those kids. But why are you fighting for this woman's, like any woman or any women to get one if you're not gonna get one yourself?
Because it's their choice.
Because you
It's just
support
their-
all
their
women,
I support
choice.
the right to
regardless
choose,
of if they agree
but
with you or not.
choosing that is freaking fucking hard.
Yeah.
Right?
I had an abortion.
I am
and
a
I want a
mother,
baby
and
more
I've
than
had an
anything.
abortion.
I've wanted to be a mother since I was 2 years old. It's one of the
Can't
most
have any
deepest
more of
things
my
to me.
popcorn.
I had to have an abortion because the situation I was in as a teenager, being abused and being threatened with homelessness if I kept the baby, I had no choice. And I'm not going to say I regret it because I don't know where I'd be today if I moved into a homeless shelter at that age. But I can tell you, motherhood is extremely valuable to me. I want it more than anything. I can't wait to have this woman's babies. But like, I had to have that abortion at that time, and so that's why if any other woman in this society, if they want to be childless cat ladies, I'm going to applaud them and support them all the way through. If they want to have a baby like me, I also am going to do that, and I'm going to support them having a baby in whatever means they want to do so.
I applaud you wanting to be a mother. Okay, I should have gone about it a different way. I should have, because I actually have my two friends. They are, okay, this is so confusing. One of them's a lesbian and the other one is a trans man.
Yeah.
So they work. Okay. But they're my best friends. My two best friends, one growing up, the other one is my best friend that I made as an adult. If I would have had the kid that I, wanted to, but it's just my stupid brain and my stupid choice. No one forced me to do it, but I should have, I wanted to give them the kid. Because I don't think that, they're great with kids. They would have made great parents, but I chose to be selfish.
So what about the fact when people don't know they're pregnant that early?
Yeah.
I didn't know till I was 13 weeks.
And that's common and
And then,
normal.
did you
Most
have an
people do
abortion?
not
No,
know.
I kept them. The first time earlier in my life, I did. I had 2 abortions. And then I didn't find out till 13 weeks. I took about 10 tests for 2-3 months that came up negative.
Yeah.
And I was already 13 weeks.
Has anybody
There's-
anybody here not had an abortion?
Good for you.
Do you? And you?
And I will say, this is very true, you can probably fight me on it, but the majority of women who have abortions have actually already have a live child. It's because they don't have the financial capacity, they don't have the emotional support to take on another child. But the vast majority of people who have abortions are not childless. They already have children, and it's an extremely hard decision for them. And
I
so
know.
I will
It's
say,
a hard-
speaking to the choir, I know.
It's a hard decision
I know.
either way.
Yeah.
And why bring a baby into this world that is unwanted, ends up in the system, abused, assaulted, who knows what other things.
That's
or
fair.
What, in either way, either the baby or the mother, they're both victims. No matter how they got pregnant, no one should be forced to stick with that choice, and I don't think I can think of any law that governs anything a man can do with their body.
I
I
agree.
was just gonna say to
What
toss
about-
it out.
Kamala
what do
asked
you-
that question,
what do you-
actually. She said, name one law that governs a man's body.
Well,
I don't know if
was
you
just
can
gonna
answer
toss
it,
it out
but
to you guys.
no one's been able to
is
answer
what,
that.
What do you guys think of the,
I'm
counter every man get a
Do you-
vasectomy?
So
debate?
I actually reject your premise. So it's sneaky, loaded language. It's fun. It's fun to kind of do mental exercise like that, right? What law governs a man's body? Well, we're not governing your body.
No,
We're
tells
governing
them
the
what
body
they
of
can
somebody who's not you. And telling you can't destroy the
But
body.
their body
Hang
hasn't
on.
formed yet. It's like
you got to
this
let me
big.
finish if you ask me a question.
I'm sorry, but
It's
it looked
just-
like a freaking baby.
So-
when it-
No,
it's
it's
Because
just
you're
a
looking at the... But
We're playing God, and it's just
So-
a
so
debate
anyway,
of
so
when
back-
does it actually
The
count
propaganda is
as-
wild.
So back to this, right? So just to answer your question, no, they're not governing your body. They're governing the rights of what is considered to be another human being inside of your body.
So the human carrying that
Yes.
So the
fetus-
fact
Look,
that in
it
Project
doesn't matter if they
2025
don't-
it would
their
state that
lives,
I
their
can't
body
do
doesn't
IVF,
matter.
that's not
Hold on.
governing my
Stop,
body.
Stop. Go ahead. You go.
It's
you
governing
go.
my
Go
body.
ahead.
I'm in the case of, it's murder when it's not even a fully formed human with thoughts. Why does that fetus's life matter more than the woman who's carrying it?
So this is a
Especially if it's coming to a woman who is unable to take care for that child. What kind of life is that fetus going to go through when they are breathing and speaking and thinking, and to come into this world and know that they're not wanted or they suffer in poverty?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Not shocked at all, this panel is cool with murdering children.
Suck my
What an L panel. Sigh. Abdul, get the rocks.
Sad, insecure
All the
little
rocks.
boys. It's crazy.
Get the rocks.
Like,
Abdul? Yeah.
it's
get
just,
the
it
rocks.
makes
Get
me
the
laugh
rocks.
and make me so grateful to be who I am and
But
not be
I do
anymore.
think that the aftercare for abortions is not a thing, and that it's not something
Yeah, I was
because
gonna say
I
that.
wasn't prepared
Thank you, Grid One.
for
We'll get
what
to your
I
question, by
went
the
through.
way.
You know what I mean? So I think physically or emotionally, and I think
Hill?
But no, I was in person, but I was
Okay.
less than 8 weeks.
Okay.
But I was lucky and found out right away. I had time to think about it, but I was homeless right after.
So I'm asking because like you didn't go home and you did pass the miscarriage.
No,
that's
and
really
that's
fucking hard.
traumatizing,
And yes,
dude.
yeah.
Yes, and people don't talk about the trauma that you go through.
I don't want to talk about it because I'm
Yeah.
ashamed of myself for
I
it
know.
because it was really bad. It was disgusting that I made that choice, but that's my choice, not your guys'.
No, but I do agree that it is a selfish thing, and I'm going to be honest that when I decided, that was the first decision I ever made that was my own.
Yeah.
So it made me feel like, okay, I wish I could change for this person, and I wish I could be that person, but I can't. And I do wish I would have done adoption stuff, but I wasn't in the place. Also, mental health is a huge thing as well, which I have PMDD. So when I got pregnant,
Well,
it
we'll
was crazy.
we
But
can-
anyway,
we're going to incorporate the abortion conversation into tomorrow's show.
You picked us up off the street, so
No, it's all good. No, it's good. It's,
We
no,
were
it's
just
good.
walking to get tacos. I had no
I
idea
actually
we were
think
walking to
it's good. Like I think it's been it's a good panel, right, Andrew?
Is
Good
it?
panel.
Yeah.
I think it's a
lively.
fantastic panel. So.
Hey, thank you guys for letting me be able to talk about that, by the way, because no one in my life knows about it because I'm not going to talk about it.
No,
They don't
but
need to
that's
know.
what I want.
So,
We want to create
strangers
space
on the
for
internet.
people to do that.
So anyways.
I think,
So anyway, really quick, I did want to go into one thing really quick, but we are going to move it on. I think it was you were saying something about, I don't know precisely how you worded it. Andrew brought it up, something about how what's a way in which men don't have rights over their body?
No,
What was it?
asking what government
Is there any
policies
law
would
that
govern.
prevents you from doing something you want with your own body?
So I actually have two that kind of relate to bodily autonomy. But it was posed by you or by
Me.
who? It was by her.
Both of us.
Yeah.
Okay, and
She
that's a
brought it up,
question-
and then I said Kamala asked that
Yeah.
identical question.
And is that's a question that you have?
Yeah, I can't think of a
And-
single body or a
Well,
single
circumcision
law
would
that
be
would prevent
one.
you from doing what you want
So-
with your body.
Circumcision, but you actually feel.
So hold on.
I feel
But so is
passionately
it
that circumcision should be a choice
your
as well.
position that there is no way that a man lacks bodily autonomy?
I think if you wanted to do literally anything you want with your body, I don't think anyone in the government's stopping you. And if you can name one thing,
Interesting.
let me know,
I'll
because
give
I
you
would
two.
love to learn.
Yeah,
I
you
can't think
can't-
of
you
anything
can't
else
commit
right
No
now.
one's
suicide,
forcing you
right?
guys
So-
to get vasectomy.
Hold on.
The only thing I can
hold on.
think of is as an infant, you
Yep.
being circumcised, and that is something
Yeah,
I
so-
wholheartedly
You
am
can't
against as
unalive
well.
yourself either.
You
Hold
can't.
on.
You
That's
can't what?
illegal for
You
everyone.
can't unalive
Well,
yourself.
okay, hold on.
I mean, but you can. You're not going to jail for it. You'll be dead.
Yeah, but it's hang on. But it's the
You still
question.
can.
The question that you asked wasn't whether you could do something.
Oh, that's what I'm asking.
No,
like,
no,
actually
that's not
doing
what
it.
you're asking, because what you're actually asking
The government's
is,
not going to stop you from killing yourself.
okay, you
That's the
gotta
question.
not cut me off every time I try to talk.
Okay.
So, no, the question which you asked was, can you name a law which governs men's bodies that because that's what's happening to women. There's a law governing their bodies. Yes. There's a law that says you cannot unalive yourself.
A law
You're not-
strictly pertaining
Yes,
to men.
you're
though.
not allowed to do that. So that would be a law that governs
say
Do you
it so we
feel
can look it up later?
pertaining to-
that
Do you feel
governs men's
passionate?
body.
Do you
Yes.
feel passionate about
Unaliving
fighting
yourself
for
is
your right
illegal,
to kill
I
yourself?
believe, in 40.
Because I feel
Okay,
passionate about
But that's
having
for
we,
men
we
and
gotta
women.
use a
I
different
just wanna
fucking
hear what
word.
you're
Hold on,
saying.
we gotta
Use
use
the
a
word
fucking
unalive.
different word. We gotta use a different
Yeah,
fucking
we gotta
word.
use unalive.
Yeah.
I would like to actually finish my
Okay,
point
sorry.
here.
Yeah, my bad.
So when it comes, I mean, while it is not by law a requirement that children are circumcised, feminists constantly make arguments about, while there isn't a law, there's a societal culture that mistreats women in this way or privileges men in this way. So I think circumcision is actually a fantastic argument when it specifically comes to bodily autonomy as it relates to men. Secondly, there actually is one. So forced military conscription. So all men in the United States, compelled by law, are required to register with the Selective Service, which in the event of a war would compel them to essentially be cannon fodder in a military conflict. Secondly, even if there wasn't a military conflict, if a man fails under law to register for the Selective Service, there are significant ramifications to this. For example, they can't vote. They can't. They are not allowed to have certain federal jobs, federal careers. They can't get student
They can be
loans.
imprisoned and fined.
It's a felony, $250,000 fine. There's some other potential ramifications.
And women are not subject to that, by the way.
And you know what? You know what? I really appreciate you bringing that point up, because this is where the point really lies here is you're 100% correct. And the difference between you and I is that I would fight till the end for that to not be the case for you guys, but you guys would not fight for me. Clearly.
Well, hold on.
I would fight till the end to make sure
So-
that's not, because I completely disagree with
No
that
one
for
has
men.
to
Men
die,
should
no
not
one
have to be forced
hold
to.
on.
I completely agree.
Wait. So
I'll
I'll
fight till the end for
okay.
you in
That's
that
great.
regard.
So first
Like-
off, you.
Men protect you.
I
That's
So you
kind of
haven't-
shifting the goalposts. Though,
Yeah.
right?
First off, you haven't.
I don't need men to protect me. I've protected myself.
Actually,
this whole
you
time.
do need men to protect you.
Really,
Whether-
from who? Other men? Because
How is
I
that-
can't tell you
So you
how
still
many
need
times
men
I've
to protect
protected
you. So you
still
myself.
need men to
You
protect you.
you need them to protect you.
I don't need you guys to
Hold-
protect
Can
me.
you stop interrupting? You got to allow people to actually.
Yeah, I'm talk. I'm done.
You need to allow people to actually speak instead of just constantly interrupting them. It's
Okay.
very simple. We let you talk. Okay. So, two things. First, you absolutely do need men to protect you. This may be by proxy, either through the military or through law enforcement officers. I'm assuming if somebody you know were to be murdered, you would not just protect yourself, you would not investigate it yourself, you would appeal to who? Primarily men who are in law enforcement. I'm assuming, unless you just, if someone you know who got murdered, you'd hope it wasn't investigated.
I would appeal to law enforcement as a whole, not to specifically
Which
men
is
in law enforcement.
predominant- which is
and to be quite
predominantly
honest with
men.
you, if I mean, I don't personally own a gun. Maybe I will one day. I don't know. I don't really feel strongly either way at this moment in time about it. But I can tell you, if I need protection, if I own a gun, I don't need your muscles. I'm actually, I can handle
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
I don't
Are
need.
you in
I just
favor
need.
of-
Here's
are you
the
in
thing.
fa-
I need tools. I don't need men. I need tools, and men hoard all the tools and resources. So I have to ask you guys for those
Okay,
tools.
so
I don't. I just
hold on,
want
no,
the
no,
tools
hold on,
myself.
hold on.
I can use them
Hold
myself.
on.
I know how to use them.
Men
Okay.
are stopping women from building guns?
No, that's
was
not
gonna
what I
say.
said. Like you're taking it literally because you can't look at the bigger picture. I'm saying that like I have always been in a position in every job I've been in, school, everywhere, is that there's a man who's in power over me that I have to go to get better. I have to go to get the promotion. I have to go to convince
Okay,
to write
no,
me
no,
a
no,
letter.
no, hold on, hold
like,
on.
if
Hold
I
on.
have the tools
Stop.
myself,
You need
I
to
don't
stop
need you
because
because
now
I have to
you're-
ask you for them.
You need to stop because
I know how to use them
you're
myself.
not allowing me to go point by point on this. Now you're talking about promotions and stuff. Let's go back to the draft. So you made two claims there. You made the claim that, well, if I was in your position, I would advocate that men not be drafted. So let's talk about that. Okay. So I know you live in like fairy tale land where in your world, military conflict would never exist, even if women hold.
Fairy tale.
Even if. Hold on,
don't
hold
live
on.
in that
Let me
world.
finish. Let me finish. In the same way you're strong. Okay. In your fairy tale world, even if women had all the power, held all positions of power, perhaps you think that there would not be any military conflicts. I think this is wrong. There would still be military conflicts regardless. So, you're saying that you would advocate that there should be no draft, period.
Yes,
or
what
no?
I'm advocating for, because you're right, in anyone's idyllic world, who wants war?
Okay.
No one wants
So
war.
is
So in
there
my idyllic
war?
world,
Is
there
there-
wouldn't be war, sure, but I know war is a necessity. I'm very aware of that. I'm not saying that
Okay,
we can't
but
survive
so-
without war, but I'm saying that the people who participate in that war should be able to choose whether they're men or women.
But-
That's it. If
so
I have
if
a
I were
son,
to tell
I don't
you-
want to know that he's going to be taken against his own will. Like, I feel strongly about protecting my sons equally as my
Right.
daughters.
But if I were to tell you, it's almost a waste of time to have a conversation of trying to get rid of the draft because the government will never relinquish its ability to call upon its citizenry
Right.
in a situation or scenario where the country needs to essentially force its citizenry into the defense of the nation. The government, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, will never relinquish this power. So assuming that, you can agree that there's no scenario where the draft will never exist.
You're
That's a
right. In the
problem with
society that
government.
we've built, that's what I'm saying. Is a lot of shit in the society needs to be
War-
dismantled,
okay.
dude. Because
But
it doesn't.
war's never going
it doesn't
away.
work.
War
this
and
is not the
conflict.
only way that we can work. There's many
war and
different ways.
conflict is never going to go away.
You're right. It's not. But there's different ways to go about it. Is my point. And do I have all the answers? No.
Okay,
but is
but
the way
so-
we're doing it currently
so-
satisfying everyone? No. We need to do something different. That's what I'm saying. We need, and that's what is. The issue here is I love this country and I want to make it better. I'm not talking shit about this country. I'm saying there's flaws with it and I want to help improve it.
Okay, but so you're saying I would advocate for you guys, but you guys won't advocate for me. So again, I'll say it again. There's no scenario where the government is going to relinquish their right to draft the citizenry. So then, wouldn't you agree that perhaps in this situation, women should also be subject to military
that's
conscription?
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
It needs to be equal
It would
either
be
way.
fair.
Right.
Either everyone
It's
gets to
like in
choose or no
Israel.
one gets to choose.
So-
That's what I'm
But in
saying.
any
Would it
case,
suck? Yes,
so
but it would be
But
fair.
despite 100 years of equality when it comes to voting, women still are not obliged to be subject to military conscription. And so, because of this, that is precisely one example in which men don't have bodily autonomy. So you're not actually addressing my argument here. You're just saying, well, I would advocate that men should not be drafted, but I'm telling you currently, as a rebuttal to your point of men don't have bodily autonomy, it's actually quite the opposite.
What about, we know mental health sucks in this country for everyone, men, women, children, doesn't matter who you are. But when the military does drafts, I know they don't take people with bipolar, BPD, all these other mental illnesses. So if we're going to like compare the two between abortion rights and being drafted for the military, what about women who have severe mental deficits, who struggle to live day to day, who necessarily in the drafts wouldn't be drafted but are still forced to carry a child that they mentally or physically are incapable of caring for completely?
I'm not sure I entirely follow. I mean, I would assume that if you have some severe mental incapacity, whether you're a man or a woman, this would preclude you from volunteer service and a draft.
Yeah,
Even in
so that they're protected in that sense. But I mean, women, when it comes to abortion rights, right? People who suffer from bipolar, all these mental illnesses that make it not only hard to function as like a day-to-day person, but as a full parent who is responsible for another living being. Why would they be forced to carry that child to term if they found out they were
I see what you're
pregnant
saying.
later in life?
So just to summarize this, make sure I'm not straw manning this. What you're saying is, yes, okay, this is true. Men lose their autonomy this way, and women lose their autonomy this way. But the exemptions that men get is that if they have mental health issues, they don't have to go into military service. But women, if they have mental health issues, would still have to bear the child.
Yes.
So this is not fair, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Now at least I understand. So that I do have this down correctly, right? Okay, so what I would say to this is, okay, fair enough, but you do realize that draft standards, how they're set, are actually designed to be lowered instantly by necessity.
Yeah,
Meaning
I'm
that-
sure if they
yeah, meaning
need
that
soldiers,
if there's a war-
they're
yeah,
gonna
if there's
be
a
like,
war-
oh, he's a little fucked up.
Yeah,
That's
he's a
okay,
little fucked
we'll
up.
Take him
In
anyways.
fact, they will lower the IQ standard significantly.
Yeah.
Right. They'll lower all
They just
standards
need
across the board.
bodies.
Yeah, they just need bodies. And so now your BPD, this and that. Oh, you got some medication that'll help you with that. Get your ass to the front line. So. Essentially, these things will be removed via necessity. So it's not a disqualifier from you getting drafted,
not
even with mental
completely.
illness.
Like in a perfect world, yeah, but not completely. But they don't have that standard for pregnant women.
I do. I mean, I have really quickly one thing on this, and I'll pass it back to Andrew. So when it comes to the draft, you'd be forced to do that by the government. The government isn't forcing you to have sex.
No, but sex is a natural and healthy thing. No one's forcing you.
Yeah.
No one's forcing you, but
There is a bit of a differentiation
life.
there.
It
I mean,
happens.
that's all my piece.
it's human nature. I feel like On the topic of sex, I feel like people have made sex such a taboo subject when all that matters is communication and consent. And if everyone's behaving and having sex in a healthy way, everyone's getting tested properly, they're communicating what they have, if they have anything, what partners they've had. I don't feel like sex is something that people should be ashamed of.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how sex being natural negates the fact that it's a choice, whereas conscription would not be. And pregnancy usually is an entailment of choice. So women who carry pregnancies via SAs, for instance, those are outliers. Those are rare, right? Most pregnancies are not. It does.
I won't say
I'm
it's
not disputing
not,
it.
yeah.
I'm just saying that that's not the vast, overwhelming majority, not even close. So taking this into consideration, even if they were to make the SA exemption, oh, you were SA'd? Fine, then you can have the abortion. And those exemptions do exist. The exemption on the draft, there's still no choice. Whereas the sex is a choice, which leads to the pregnancy.
Well, I think the problem
Final
isn't
thing,
the people.
and I'll move it on.
I think the problem isn't the people, it's the government who wants to tell us what to do. You have to go in the draft. I have to have this baby. I think that in itself is what's wrong, not the fact that, oh, men have these privileges and men have this and that. The government set that up, not each individual person. We are merely here existing in this country based off what we've been taught and told and learned through thousands of years of
but you have a
translated
representative
scripts.
government, so they're representing the will of you. Isn't that what the point is?
But are they really representing every single person in this country?
Well, I mean, but that would be in the realm of impossibility, regardless of the government archetype you have.
That's why I feel every person should have the right to choose what they want to do with their person. Obviously, murder is wrong. You can't do something to someone else. That's, murder. You're killing them, not respecting boundaries, consent, all this shit.
Do you mind if I test this logic real quick?
Yeah.
So you have kids. Okay. So if, your kid is an adult. When they reach an adult stage, they should be able to do what they want, right?
Pertaining to themselves, yes.
Pertaining to themselves. So your kid runs into your room, pulls out a heater, puts it up to their head and says, "This is it, Mom. I'm doing it, and I'm an adult." Are you going to let her?
I mean, at that point, that's someone you would need to get help for.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think
Wait,
any
hang
logical,
on. Back up.
normal person, any logical person
Why
who
couldn't they?
isn't going through something, that goes back to mental health. Mental health is fucking...
Wait a second. So not everybody should have the right to do whatever they want then?
He has the right.
Yeah, then why would you try to stop him?
Because I love them.
Right. So your love for them, you would interject and take that right away from them, right? Out of love for them?
I would offer them help.
Yeah, okay. You would offer them help by not letting them do that first. You would do whatever you could so that they put the heater down and didn't do it right then, right? That's exactly what Christians are trying to do for you.
But
That's
okay.
your opinion. That's your
on that
opinion.
topic. On that topic.
You need a smoke break or?
Gotta take a smoke break.
Yeah, for real.
Can I touch that back on that topic? Because as someone who grew up in religion in a toxic.
You did?
I did. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness. So
Wow.
I grew up in a cult, so.
I did not celebrate my birthday, Christmas, nothing for the majority of my childhood. And the man who damn near beat my mother into submission to join him in this cult justified his actions towards his family with the Bible. I know I can't, you guys mentioned we can't say the word on here, but starts with a,
Yeah, I got to move it. On, but
that's fine.
All right, the beacon to the panel point to a heteronormative cisgendered white male of privilege who owes society reparations.
Don't read this part.
I didn't get to read it.
That's
What happened? Just the halvesy? Let's read the
Okay.
rest.
Well,
I guess that's
what was
the
the
big
question?
one here. I guess
the
that's
question.
But what did
I
it?
owe the reparations. Is that it?
Theoretically, I don't believe in reparation. Wait, can you pop it back up?
Nope.
Oh, it's a
We
one and
can-
done.
He said, "Don't read this part." We didn't read it.
I'm confused.
Fair enough. He put it out there, though.
Yeah, he said, "Don't read
They
this
put it
part."
out there. You know what is interesting though about the abortion debate is like how dudes aren't brought in. It's always like if a woman gets pregnant, it was your choice to have sex, da da da. And it's like, bro, is this Mother Mary Immaculate Conception? Like it takes two to tango. So I feel like we need to bring guys in more.
How so?
Decision making and
He stuck his penis into her and ejaculated.
I know,
He's
but
saying
like-
now
No,
that
he's
she's
saying-
pregnant.
he's-
Right,
I
no,
think
but-
he means,
very much involved.
He means
No,
how
but
so bring them in.
Yeah, but like how bring him in?
Choice to
How so?
ejaculate.
Right. No, I'm saying he's part of it, but
Right.
she says bring him in. I'm asking how.
Yeah. I think conversations like this, debates like this, instead of it being among women, bring guys in. And
How- yeah,
voting,
but-
of course.
but
And
how?
I think that the reality is, like again, like all of these topics, most people actually lie in the middle on this. And it's not an extreme of you're a murderous baby killer
This
or
thing, what's good and bad. Like, how do we define that?
Exactly. And and someone mentioned that Roe v. Wade is gone, and I don't know if most of you guys probably know this. It's not gone. It just wasn't codified right on the federal level, so it's kicked down to the states. But I think voting and democracy,
Okay.
man, that's
What if a man wants the kid but she wants an abortion? Does he not get a say in that? Because she gets the
That
ultimate say
happens,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
that happens.
That's where it gets complicated, right?
Right,
I
of
don't
course.
see things as black and white.
Exactly.
And I don't think you should just look at, because that's complicated. That's not it is your body, but that's someone else's kid. So you have to find balance. And that's why I think there
That's where
should be
communication.
more resources for people to get through pregnancy and be able to give the child away if they want to do that. But
But the
that's where I
father
think,
primarily wanted to take care
Yeah.
of it, and the mother.
but there
And
has
at
to
the-
be both sides. You know what I mean?
At the
It has
root
to
of
be
all
both.
this, and Andrew said it before he got up, but it really is, when it comes down to it and boils down to it, really is a religious debate. I'm a pro-choice girl, again, within reason. I think after, a certain amount of time, it shouldn't be until term. That's my point of view. I recently had a debate with a very pro-life, Christian conservative, and they truly believe that this is where life starts. So I disagree, but again, I can respect that's his point of view, is his point of view. So, I think a lot of this boils down to that and the morality of that.
But that's
for better or
what
worse.
we have in this country. That's one freedom we do have is freedom of religion, and everyone
That's right.
reserves the right to practice
That's
their
right,
own
yeah.
religion without forcing it on anyone else.
All right,
If
I
there's
got a couple
separation
questions.
of
Let's
church and
go.
state.
If you want to have a country where you have a representative government, then the government's going to have to represent the will of the people. If the major
it's
will
not all
of the
the
people,
people.
if the major will of the people, the majority block of people are religious, they have every right to put people in systems of government power who share their religious
Then
views.
why does it say
100%.
separation of church
It doesn't
and
say
state?
separation of church and state anywhere in the Constitution. Nowhere. Nowhere. Not any place.
So Christians are the
But it should be. It's
superior and
contrary to
most
freedom of
valued people, and no one else's religious rights.
I'm sorry, I
or
didn't say anything like that. What I said
freedoms.
Well,
specifically.
you did, because you were like,
Matter?
we're doing you a favor.
What I said was this.
So,
well, just like she's
by
doing,
nature, that was
just like she's doing
superiority.
her kid a favor. She's superior to him,
What part?
Saving them from
saving them from unaliving themselves. That's because
I'm
she's
not superior. I want to help them. Give
Right,
them support.
exactly.
But
Same
you're not
logic.
giving me support
Exactly.
in making choices for me
How would you-
based
You're
off
not
your
help-
religion.
Okay, so-
that's your
so,
right.
okay, that's
to
great.
Choose to practice
But it's not your kid's
Christianity.
right.
My kid can do whatever they want.
Unless he come in and do that, then you're going to try to stop
Is
him.
it gonna fucking hurt? Would I be traumatized and broken? Absolutely yes.
So you're changing your answer, and you would just
I'm
let
not
your
changing
kid.
my answer
Okay, so
because
you
I
would
never
stop
said
him?
I would physically
Again.
stop them. I said
You wouldn't
what
try
I
to
said.
physically stop him.
I said I would talk to them and give them the support
Okay,
they
great.
need
They say, Mom,
to help
They
them.
say, you know what, Mom? I got all this support. I got it all, and I just don't want to change my mind. I'm still going to
And
do it.
you know what? In a perfect world where it had to come to that decision, if my child is suffering that much, I don't want them to suffer. Whatever makes them feel better. There's assisted medical suicides in other countries right now. Whatever, I hope to raise a child who isn't that broken from the society or things that have happened to him to choose to act on that. But if my child is fucking suffering suffering, their brain, whatever is wrong, they physically cannot take living. It is a torture every day. Who am I to tell them, you can't do that because I'm going to
I'll
hurt?
explain
Well,
who
that's an
you are.
extreme
I feel like
right?
you guys are
right?
comparing. You
No,
guys
it's
are
not.
com- you
Let
guys are-
us
you
finish.
guys are
Let us
comparing
finish the
apples and
exchange. Let us
oranges.
finish the exchange.
It's two different things.
So it's not two different
It
things.
actually is because
Hold on.
Okay,
No,
so we'll
hold
finish
on.
the exchange. So anyway, so to dive into this, you have just described, right, every mother consoling their son or daughter after a horrific breakup, where they're so emotionally in pain they just can't take it, and they don't see an end to the suffering in sight, and they feel like it's gonna last forever. But you say no. My intuition, this is gonna stop one day. Now it might not. It might not actually stop one day, but you just intuitively make that decision for them, don't you? You say, no, it's going to stop one day. So if you want to unalive yourself over this right now, I'm going to fucking stop you, right?
100%.
Right?
I mean, I'm not going to tell him what he can and can't do. Am I going to tell him that I would be a mess. I would be broken. I don't know if I could continue on without my child being there. But
So you're,
Am
so
I-
wait,
am
so
I
I just want to
gonna-
make sure I get this right. Your kid at 18 years old comes to you. It's been 18 weeks of just agonizing suffering for them emotionally because Mrs. Wright left him. Okay? And he's right in front of you and he says, you know what, Mom? I'm just gonna put an end to this. And he pulls out that heater up to the head, right? That's what he wants, and you're gonna respect that?
I'm going to say, what can I do to help you?
Yeah, and he says nothing. This is what I want.
And that's where you get them 50.
Hang on, let her finish.
That's
Let her finish.
shit. That's just like grandiose stuff that is out of my control. I can't tell
So
the
you
future.
wouldn't
I
try to
can't.
stop him? Or you would?
Am I going to physically go and grab
Yeah, would
that
you physically
gun?
grab it? Sure, of course.
I'm going to grab him, not the gun.
So
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
grab
try
him.
to stop him.
I'm going to try to talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I
You're
want to...
going to do everything you can to
but
stop that.
why do you or anyone who identifies as Christian think
Uh-huh.
they know what is best for
For
me?
the same reason
For
that
me.
you think you know what's best for that 18-year-old.
We are not God.
Guys.
You don't know me.
Yeah, here's the thing.
this is apples and
Regardless of if I knew you or didn't know
These
you,
two
I know
topics
what is
don't-
moral and what is not moral.
But that's an
She's
opinion.
talking. Okay, this is
Morality
kind of
is
what I was
opinion.
getting at. Your argument, and you're entitled, of course, to your views, is predicated on the fact that a fetus is a full-blown human living being, right? People disagree with you.
We're actually past that.
Okay,
So we're into the
people-
internal
but
critique
people
portion.
But people out there, whether
Gee, I
you like to
didn't
hear it or
know.
not, disagree
People
with you.
disagree with
She's
me. I didn't
talking
know
about
that. Wow, that was some
you're
incredible
acting like,
insight.
You're acting like you don't.
I
She's
need to move it
talking
on.
I'm
about
acting
a
like
full-
we're, I'm acting like we're having an
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
argument,
I
which
gotta
is
move it
by
on.
its nature a
Anyone with
disagreement.
common sense understands.
I
what
do
I'm
have to
saying.
move
It's
things
not hard.
on. I have maybe one or two things here. There is a chat related to this grid. We will still get to yours that came in a while ago. Wish Kristen Stewart, should men be able to choose to not pay child support, or is it only women allowed to avoid parenthood? Sad that there are so many degenerates that think this is okay, among other things. Do better.
So should
going around
I've
the table.
interviewed Kristen Stewart. I'd go lesbo for her. Not gonna
Thank you
lie.
for sharing.
You're welcome.
Should men be able to choose to not pay
Andrew
child
doesn't like
support?
that. I don't know why.
Yes or no?
On the topic of how you mentioned earlier that men should also have a say in this, because it didn't take just one person to create that life, but should men start paying child support from the date of conception if they are going to keep it, since you want to consider this child alive?
Well, you can't answer a question with a question, so.
Well,
She's
it's
just
a
thinking
valid,
out loud. She's
yeah,
just thinking
it's a valid
out
question,
loud.
but I basically answered
Well,
it.
do
You don't have to answer the
well,
question.
do you think men should pay child support?
exhausted.
I do think men should pay child support
But also, do you think, should they pay child support while the woman's pregnant? It's not really the
if they
question.
both
though.
agree to keep it. Yes. There's medical bills
okay.
that go with pregnancy.
But
if
to
you're-
answer the actual question, though, should men be able to choose to not pay child support?
they can choose not to. There's many people who
Can
don't
you just
pay child
sit
support.
for the rest
My
of this
son's father
question?
doesn't pay
'Cause I'm
child
going around
support,
the
and
panel.
I don't request him to. Is he on it? Yes.
Oh, you
I
have a-
don't ask
you
for
have a kid?
anything. I do.
Oh, okay. Is it? I must have missed that part.
Just one.
Is it 50-50 custody, or
No, I have sole custody.
you have sole custody? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and so he pays you child support.
No, he pays me nothing.
Okay.
I've taken care of my son from the day he was born by myself.
You do know that you could compel him through the government to pay child support, though.
I know.
If you were so inclined.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't need his money. to care for my child, I'm
Sure.
able to do it myself. But for people who are unable, that again circles back to people below poverty line being forced to have kids.
But so to, I guess, answer the
Well,
question.
wait. Let's say they chose to. Let's just say they chose to. So then now they're being compelled still to pay child support, right? Just based on what the woman choosing to keep the kid. Man has no say, right?
No. Not
Okay,
a
so
perfect-
then
it's not a perfect world.
So then
It's
by
not a
your
perfect
logic,
country.
by your logic earlier, you said the government should stay the hell out of this. If that is true, if you take your kid against the man's wishes, right? The child is born. Shouldn't the man then be able to opt out of paying the support?
You know what? If they want to opt out of paying for it, let them opt out. I think that just speaks more on the character of the man.
All right,
And
So in
let's
other
get
words, would you agree then that, okay, if men made a compromise, you can have abortions if we can opt out of child support, would you take that deal?
It kind of goes
Oh,
into
no,
my
oh,
answer.
guys,
if you
let her
want.
answer the
Okay,
question.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to go or not. So, sorry.
I mean, sure, why not?
Okay.
All right, so going around the table, should men be able to choose to not pay child support?
I think that women and men, if either or doesn't want to keep it and they choose, we have the option to not choose, then the government should step in and help either or who wants to support that child. Because that's,
If they want to force them to have the kids,
yeah,
they should.
I do think, but I also have been around men who have gotten child support from women and who have struggled with that. So I think that it's an equality thing to me. If you don't want to choose to have a kid, then that's fine. But I think that the government instead, if it wants people to have kids and support women in that way, should step in if we're doing that.
Okay, so I'll ask you the same question.
Of course.
If you could make a deal tomorrow if between Republicans and Democrats, and the deal was that, okay, you cannot any longer govern our bodily autonomy. It's our right now to choose whether or not we have children or not. And they countered with, okay, as long as it's the right of men to opt out of ever having to support that child.
Yeah, I think I would.
Would you agree to
I
that?
would support that, honestly. I think I would need to see where it goes, but I would, because that's what I want. I don't want anyone to be in a position that they don't consent to, whoever you are, whatever gender or whatever. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Just-
I think
just
that,
restate your
yeah,
position.
I
Don't
think that.
say I agree.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think that they should have the decision to decide if they want to pay child support or not. Then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we should all be able to choose what we want to do. So if you don't want to have a baby and you're a man and the woman's choosing to keep it, you shouldn't have to be financially responsible. That also means that you don't get rights to the child, though. You need to fuck off at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
But also vice versa. If the woman's like, I don't want my body to expand, I don't want to give birth or possibly have a C-section, which is a major surgery. Like, if I don't want to do those things, tough shit. Especially if you guys fucked with the intention of just fucking. If you guys didn't say, like, I want to make a baby and it was an accident, either person should be able to say, this wasn't what I signed up for and be able to opt out.
You know, I don't have kids. This definitely isn't my wheelhouse. Kind of similar to the abortion debate. I feel like it takes two to tango. You know, the woman just doesn't come up with it on her own. So I feel like it would make sense that they have an obligation, but I feel like it's situational. If it's an instance where the woman wants it and he doesn't, well,
That's the instance.
I feel like that would be then her responsibility. She's choosing that.
Okay, so men should be able to choose to not pay child support.
Yes, if the government
let
is
her answer, let
forcing
her answer.
them, the government should pay.
That's not
I don't like
really
the government being hands
In a
our stuff,
scenario
not
where
necessarily,
a
'cause
woman-
the little
Okay.
government hands in as possible.
Okay, in a scenario where women have the right to have an abortion, which is the case in quite a bit of the U.S.,
Right.
should men be able to choose to not pay child support?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I also think that in that situation, it's very, communication is very important. And if the man decides to not want the child, and yeah, he should have the option not want to pay child support.
Okay.
I have a really quick anecdote. Completely related to this. My friend in high school, he and this girl had relations. She got pregnant. She didn't tell him the whole time. He kept asking her, is that my kid? Is that my kid? And she said no. Kid's born. She's like, oh, surprise, it's yours. And she was supposed to give the kid up for adoption, though, but she ended up wanting to keep it, and he wanted to give up his rights. He still had to go through a lot just to get his rights, like remove his right, like just give up his rights. He still owed a lot of money, and it actually, they garnished his wages, and they also tried to threaten him with jail. So it's not that easy to just give up your rights for that, but I think he should have been able to just give up his rights. Yeah.
Now,
That applies to men and women.
For you guys, because your answers were interesting. You said, sure, I think in that case, I would definitely take that deal where they could opt out if and not pay any support, and then the woman could go ahead and have the child. Would you still take that deal if there was no government assistance for women?
I mean, I think so, because I would hope that community is enough sometimes. Like, I think that, I don't know, that's what I'm striving for in my life, to be surrounded by people who would want to be supportive of each other, creating families and raising good people. But I would be okay with it because I think we could. Would it be ideal or my favorite thing for people who struggle? No.
Yeah.
But equality is more important to me than, because like you keep talking about, there is a majority, and like I am in a minority as a lesbian in this country, in the world, so I have to acknowledge that. But I think that, again, I just want everyone to have, and maybe it's too idealistic, I don't know, I don't have a solution, so I'm not able to say what I think should happen. But I do think that people should consent to what they want, and know that we don't always get what we want at the end of the day. And you have to deal with that.
Would you agree with that too, then?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And I think it's just kind of hard, because if you think of more little nuanced examples, like if the man, the one night stand, let's say it's a one night stand, if he tells her from the get-go, like, yo, I don't want this, sorry, I'm out, then that woman at that choice still has time to maybe get an abortion or consider adoption. She has time. But like when you have a man the whole pregnancy going, I'm here for you, baby, I support you, and then you give birth and he runs away, like, then the woman, maybe she would have chosen to have an abortion if she knew months or, you know what I mean? So there's so many nuances in different situations that are different. But I would just say across the board, my strong held belief is that any human, regardless of gender, can choose what they want to do with their life. If you don't choose to be a parent, you should not be forced into parenthood, financially or otherwise.
That doesn't actually make sense, though, because...
Why?
Because your argument is about consent.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Where it gets messy.
So wait a second. It wouldn't actually matter if a guy was with his live-in girlfriend or even his wife.
Yeah.
And they were banging every single day, unprotected.
Yeah.
He just has to not consent, right?
Right, but that's true. At the baseline, you have to draw the line somewhere, so it is true, and that's where it gets more into, it's honestly just going to make that man look like an asshole. If he was there for her full pregnancy and acted like and then he abandoned her, he's going to look like an asshole, but I still think,
okay,
I mean, I don't think it's morally okay, but I think it's legally, you have to draw the line somewhere, and I do believe legally no one should force anyone to be a parent, because truthfully, some people aren't meant to be parents. They don't want to be parents.
We're not talking about him being a parent. We're talking about extracting support from
I understand that, but like that is financially support. Like you can choose, do I want to financially support a new life? Do I want to emotionally be involved with them? Like there's many levels to parenthood, but sending a check is some level of helping parenting. So you should be able to choose
I get it.
at any point in time, even if you're a fucking asshole and do it after
to make sure I got this right,
you can still do it.
Since it's based around consent.
Yeah. It's morally wrong, but legally correct.
If you're married, you're with your wife, right? You're a man. You didn't consent, okay, to get her pregnant.
To having a baby.
You didn't consent to having a baby. She got pregnant with your kid, even though you know sex leads to that.
Right.
Even though you're having unprotected sex.
Yeah.
You think it should be his right to opt out from raising the kid and pay no support, right?
Yeah, I think that morally, that's really shitty of him. I think it speaks a lot volumes about what a piece of shit he probably is. However, I don't think that man should, for the next 18 years, be forced to be into something if he didn't say to her, I'm intentionally getting you pregnant right now, I'm doing this on purpose, like this is what we want. Like if he because you are allowed to have sex with no intention of getting pregnant, that's, I think, a human right. I don't think you should be required to breed just because you're horny sometimes. Like, luckily for me, that's not an issue now. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I think it morally sucks and would make me not like that person, but I don't think they should be financially, I don't think they should have their checks garnished. However, in the same token, they need to fuck off. They can't contact that woman. They can't be like, 5 years from now, I want to see the baby. No.
I gave
you
my-
made your bed, you lied in it. Like, that was the choice you made.
I actually would support this policy for a completely different reason than you would. But I actually would support it for a totally different reason.
I gave my son's
Because
father,
it would, because if men could absent pregnancy any time the same way that women can, or let's just give them the first 9 months, just like as a grace period. Fuck it, right? They get 9 months just like a woman gets 9 months. Let's just say you're
Ulysses the Pagan donated $200. Woman complain of men mansplaining all the time, but that's exactly what the panel is doing, I think she means. But when you do it, it's help stop it. Get some help.
so anyway.
Stop it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Get some help.
So I was saying, I think let's just give him the same 9 month grace period,
Yeah.
okay, after the kid is born. So he doesn't have any decision the 9 months the kid's gonna be born, right? So now he has the 9 months. Now we're totally fair across the board. And then that first 9 months, he's like, I don't like this. I don't consent, and he gets to walk, right? I think that sexual promiscuity would do that, kind of overnight. So I'm kind of okay with moving towards such a policy, because I think that when women were left with the entailment of the decision of sexual intercourse and keeping the kid if they wanted to, but then could not compel a man to support them, I think that they would be a lot choosier about who they had sex with.
it boils down to two adults having open communication. That's all it is. Because I hope, the people getting pregnant to have the option to choose to have these kids are adults. But I gave my son's father the choice. In the beginning, we were together. He wanted to be there. And then when it came time, while I'm pushing my child out, I gave birth to my son 6:30 p.m. 4:30 p.m. I still have a screenshot to this day of my son's father being like, I don't want anything to do with y'all. Stay away from me and my family, blah, blah, blah. 2 months later, he's back asking, oh, can I FaceTime him? Can I see you? Blah, blah, blah. I gave him the option about a year or two. You're either in it and going to help me take care of him, or you're going to fuck off and let me raise my child.
Yeah.
So it comes down to two adults who are willing and able to communicate. And I feel like if you can't communicate, why are you even having sex? Because you can't have sex without communicating.
Okay.
Wait, so just so I understand, and I do have to move this on.
Yeah.
Initially, he said he didn't want to be involved.
He initially said he wanted to be involved. He threw
then
a
he
party
backed.
with his family.
Then he kind of backed out.
Then
Okay.
I left because he was abusive. So I left
okay.
him,
All
and
right.
then, yeah.
I took some MILF.
Sorry, that was Nick who pressed that. What the hell, Nick? All right, I got to get through a couple of the chats here. So, okay, the Beacon.
It's so hot.
First off, buddy,
Very hot.
I do appreciate your patronage. We actually did ask your question. The question was, name one cis white heteronormative male who owes reparations. It was posed to the panel. Perhaps your question ought to be, I think it could perhaps have been a bit more clear. They pointed at me, and that was it. They answered your question, but just since you're spamming the chat, I'll ask it again, to be fair. The Beacon. So the question was, one second, let me just make sure I get it perfectly right. I can't even pull it up. Okay, here it is. Point to a heteronormative cisgendered white male of privilege who owes society reparations.
Ronald Reagan and trickle-down economics.
Okay, we'll go around the panel. Go ahead.
Good one.
Point. I mean, as there's someone in the room, then yeah.
I guess I think that all white people and all people should be paying reparations in some way.
I feel
say
like
one person
if you are a white person who generationally comes from this country and your status wherever you are in this society was built off the backs of enslaved people, you do own reparations. If you were
I agree with
if you were a part of the colonization of all the original people of this
But what if
land.
I had a black ex-wife and took care of her for many years? And
That's a form of paying.
That's a form of reparations?
If you're respecting them, if you respect them as a person, that's uplifting a person in their community.
Okay.
Something a lot of black women don't
So
get.
then I'm exempt.
I mean,
Which is
you would do.
Is
Am
it
I saying you have to like go
Yeah.
send everybody
What
a
are the
monthly
reparations?
check? No, but I think reparations go further than financial. It's respect for the person as a person.
Okay.
It's,
All right.
you know, yeah.
All right, Beacon, I hope that satisfies you, dude.
Are we?
I asked it before.
We're not
I
going to
asked
run the
it.
panel for that one.
I mean, okay, so, all right. Robert Tanner, end-of-life rates by men is 3.85 times the rate of women per the CDC in the U.S. White males is
Yeah.
68% of this per the CDC. If you need, confirm asp.org, putting some facts in perspective
Yeah.
Yes.
for this panel. Also curious, does the panel think this is moral, good, or right? Why are men doing this in much higher rates?
It's a great question.
Men do have a big load and weight on their shoulders to
Yeah.
be providers, but unfortunately that is a system that was set up by the men that came before them. You know, the men that built this country. I'm
it,
not
though?
saying it's
Is it,
I was
though?
gonna say, it's kind
Wait, because I actually think there's a mating pressure that is directional from women to men.
Not all
that has-
women.
Oh, but let's just say it's even 50% of women. If it's 50% of women, that would preclude, assuming there's one-to-one partnering ratios, that would preclude 50% of men from being able to get into a relationship, marry, have children, reproduce. So if women's own standard, even if it's 50%, I actually think it's more than 50%, but let's just say it's 50% of women have an expectation that men pay for first dates, men be providers, men pay for dates into the relationship. Men are just generally providers throughout the entire course of the relationship. Then how is this actually, you said, but it's because of men. Wouldn't it actually be because of women due to a incredibly powerful mating pressure that's placed on men by women?
In this society, yes, evolutionary speaking, yes, but men set up and designed the system for women to stay home and be homemakers to need that from men. You know, women weren't women for
No,
thousands of years have been homemakers.
Women
Like
set that up the opposite way.
women didn't build this country.
No, by when women demanded the right to vote and they demanded the right to enter into the workplace, they doubled the labor force.
100%.
If you double something, it becomes less valuable.
Well,
The
that,
commodity becomes less
again,
valuable.
it
So-
goes.
So now you need two incomes.
It goes
So hang
person
on,
by
but
person.
hang on. Let me finish my argument. So now you need two incomes to raise a family, whereas you only needed one income before. So the thing that's interesting about this is, well, kind of out of the one side, you say, well, wait a second, it's men's fault because the way society is currently geared.
I wouldn't say it's your fault.
Hang
I
on,
think it's
hang on.
the
Let
people
me
who built this
finish
country's
the
fault.
argument. Okay?
Go ahead.
Because that is what you're saying, and I can explain how. You're saying, wait a second, men put us in this conditional, right? Men did this because men were the ones traditionally who were in power. It's like, yeah, and under men, we only needed one income to support a family. Now we need two because women doubled the workforce and demanded to be in the workforce. So it's like, isn't that kind of what the doctor ordered then?
Women wanting the right to earn their own money without a man, because it doesn't necessarily have to, oh, we want the right to work just because some women want to live without men. That's fine. But it completely ignores the fact of inflation and how over the years people are making significantly
women inflated
less.
the workforce. They inflated it massively. So what they did was now you have
men at war.
now
giving
you
her some
have
Butler
now you have
now.
now you have a
Giving
ton
her some Butler.
of entry level women who could be paid less. And yes, there was a war, and a bunch of rich industrialists took advantage of this in order to push through an amendment that, when it was put to women to vote on their right to vote, they voted against it. Isn't that interesting?
No,
They
it is,
voted
yeah.
against it because they did not want to be interchangeable widgets with men. It was far preferable for them to live in a society where they did not have to work.
But that
I get
goes
that.
back
That
to
is bullshit.
choice.
Oh, what's bullshit?
I will say this is where they're right, where the patriarchy of the past
Uh-huh.
and the systems in place set it up so women were looking at crack open a history book. Women were second class,
Okay.
not in politics, not in the workforce, able to earn their own money, whatever it may be.
Open a bank account.
Exactly, dress a certain way, vote.
Hang on. That's true. But
You're
They
saying
also
women enabled it.
They also incurred absolutely no debt. They also had tons of societal privileges that men
also
didn't have.
couldn't even
got
Hang
a
on,
bed
hang
because
on.
they were
You gotta let me
dependent
finish
over
an
here.
argument.
I see
Can I
where your
finish
argument's going.
You don't even. Okay, then why don't you tell me my argument?
The whole point, though,
No,
was
no, no.
about
Let her
men
talk.
killing
Let her
them
talk.
or
Let her
unaliving
talk. Let her
themselves.
talk.
Okay.
Tell me my argument since you know it already.
You're trying to say that like women appreciate not having to work and stuff, and there are groups of
Nope,
women
that wasn't my argument. So
you
next
literally
time, so since that's not my argument, next time I'm in the middle of
basically
making
said that
my
verbatim.
argument, please
Okay.
let me finish making it like I've done for you the whole night. That would be swell. Remember, there's one of me, there's tons of you. So anyway, back to the conversation we were having.
He talks to you like that?
Before, it's okay to cut me off, do whatever you want to me. If I say something back,
You cut us off too.
There-
Okay,
how many
buddy.
how many of you are there?
You still cut us off, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. When you're having a conversation with 9
ahead,
people,
Mr. Ruffled
if you want to
Feather,
get in the
so
conversation,
uptight.
sometimes you're going to have to be a bit aggressive. So anyway,
Exactly.
as we're having this exchange, let's try this again. Here's my argument back to you. My argument back to you is, wait a second, you're only pointing out the cons to that, not the pros. So you're not pointing out the fact that women are still the most in debt in this nation. They incur the most, well, men slightly, but they really shouldn't be. Okay? The incurrence of debt from women was not even a thing. They could hold property. They absolutely could hold property. That's a complete myth. You made it up. They totally could hold property. Yes, they could. And tomorrow you'll learn this because I'm going to teach it to you. But yes, they absolutely could. 100% could hold property.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like you guys, like, do you really believe this stuff outside of the show? Like half of the
Yes.
stuff? Does your wife work?
My wife has a book called Occult Feminism. She's the best anti-feminist debater on the earth, on the planet.
What's it called again? I'm just interested in
What's
reading
It's called
her-
Occult Feminism.
Sounds
What's
like
her?
she's
I'm
perfect for you.
genuinely curious. What's the crux of her opinion, position?
Well, I was just telling you the crux of her opinions and positions.
Well, you weren't speaking for her. You were speaking for you. So I was just, asking you to
I think
differentiate.
they believe the same thing because they're
Yeah, what are you
very-
talking about?
Yeah.
She believes in the patriarchy.
I wouldn't be married to someone I didn't morally agree with.
Unlike whatever you have going on with your husband, mine's not allowed to go flirt with other men.
Donated
Right?
$200.
She's not allowed to do that.
Enough
He's just
woman
uptight
prattle.
and jealous.
Women could own property and have checking accounts. In 1907,
Guys, this
Hetty
is,
Green
like,
bailed
silly.
out Wall Street. Crack open a history book sometime. Stop buying into feminist lies.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
But do you
Thank you,
see
good
how
one.
like?
Thank you, good
do you
one.
see
Appreciate
how
it.
like? I mean, I suppose not because of your wife. And again, you both have your similar views, but just
Me and
how.
Andrew, by the way, me and Andrew don't agree on everything.
Yes, yeah.
I haven't really talked too much. Go ahead.
No, it's good. I lost my train of thought.
Can I just say this whole thing is about suicide? Or sorry,
God damn,
I'm sorry.
bro.
I'm sorry. I forgot the word. What are we supposed to say?
Unalive.
Unalive. Sorry.
How are we
I
bringing
remember
it
what I was
back
going to
there,
say.
though?
I didn't
But
bring it back there.
isn't
So
that
I
what
was
we're talking about?
I was
But
bringing
I thought
it
we
to
were
a-
asking the question.
No.
still.
I was bringing it to
already
actually a
moved
lighter
on.
The
place.
conversation's
I didn't
still
know.
No, I was
That's what I
bringing it to a
asking.
lighter place that on the whole, it's just unattractive. Like, why wouldn't
gives
you
you the
want
ick.
women to be?
It gives you the ick.
Did he not cut me off? Oh,
Just go.
what do
Just
you
go.
know?
Finish your point.
What? Cut me off. It's unattractive when a dude is advocating for women to be in these roles, put in their place. Like, it's just not cool or hot. Like,
Why does
wouldn't
anybody
you
give
want
a flying
guy?
fuck what you think is attractive or not? Why does anybody
If
give a
you're just-
flying
this whole
fuck
thing
about
is-
what you think is
This whole thing
attractive?
is on the basis of mating. It's a dating show. What are we even saying? It's about men and women and gender dynamics. And for
That
a man
doesn't
to like
mean-
put women down like we're doing Harrison Bunker here, like what is this?
Let me
It's
see.
just
Let
like-
me get
but
this
that's-
right.
But you do.
Okay,
you
well,
do-
I think it's
you
unattractive.
do.
Women's liberation shit's totally unattractive. There you go. Touche.
Touche.
Yeah, the counter to, oh, it gives me the ick is, oh, well, also gives me the ick to the
It's
opposition.
just like makes you, not you just generalizing because I see them in the comments too. It just makes you like a loser and small. It's like,
Oh.
what are you so threatened by women? That
I
it's
feel
like
like it makes
again,
you-
it brings us back to the beginning. It's like you're in your power.
Yeah, but I
Bro,
feel like
what
it
do
makes you
have?
small-minded and dumb to not
That's
give an
what I feel
argument.
like you. We can agree on something.
Yeah, I'm not sure though how it doesn't
knew
make
I'd
you
get us to
small-minded and
agree.
dumb to not give me an argument. and instead tell me about how you feel.
The argument is that not all women think like your wife. And so as a feminist, I completely support your wife and whatever her ideology is. And she can go shout that from the rooftops for the rest of her life. And I'm going to applaud her if that's how she really feels. But it also means that me, who probably has a wildly different perspective than your wife, should also be allowed to speak and also be equally as heard. And we're all allowed to do whatever the fuck we want as long as we're not harming other people.
No, that's not true.
Point.
In fact, you can't.
As long as I'm not harming anyone, I'm going to live my life the way I want.
No, even
and I'm not harming anyone by doing my
you
life.
would not advocate that is true. For instance, okay, in the middle of the night, you know nobody's around. Okay, you know it for sure. You blow through a fucking stop sign. Okay, even though there's nobody around, is a cop justified in stopping you?
I mean, yes, he is, but like.
Well, I'm sorry, but you didn't harm anybody. You knew you didn't even have the potential to harm them.
But that's the thing, though, is you actually don't know. That's the whole point of those traffic laws. You don't know if you're going to harm someone. Because if the light's red, you don't necessarily know if someone's coming around the bend. That's why it's red.
This particular one, you know. You're in a 2-stoplight town, man, and you know there ain't nobody on the road. You know 100% there's nobody there. Yeah. And within the confines of the hypothetical, is he justified in pulling you over?
Of course.
Of course. So if he's justified in pulling you over, then no, this idea of I can do what I want as long as I hurt nobody else.
But the thing is, by obtaining a driver's license, I agreed to those rules of society.
Wait, you need a driver's license? I thought you could do whatever you want unless it's hurting someone else. Why can't you drive without a driver's license? You're not hurting anybody.
You are, because in order to get a license, you need to learn to drive.
Why can't you learn to drive without a license?
An education.
I'm sorry, you can't learn to drive without a license?
I think the whole point is
No, hang on. Let me finish the argument with her.
No, you keep cutting me off. Like the point
She cut you off.
Actually, she's furthering my point, and I really appreciate what she said. You're cutting me off. Anyway.
He was trying to let you finish, just for clarity.
I was trying to let you finish. She cut you off. You blame me.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Liz's interjection, and
I don't appreciate her interjection, but anyway, go ahead.
We're not. So my point is that if you just get behind the wheel of a car and you've never driven one before, it's likely you're going to crash it. So anyone should have the right to drive as long as they learn to drive. Anyone should probably have the right to own a gun as long as they know how to use a gun and they don't have a history of murdering people with guns. We should have the right to go after whatever life we want. But do I want to be a heart surgeon? I don't. But let's say I wanted to be a heart surgeon. I should have every opportunity in this world to become one. Does that mean I get to just call myself one? I still have to learn how to do it, or I could harm someone's body in the process. So in order to not harm others, I need to get educated before I take on that role.
But
we should be able to do whatever we want.
This right,
but some things in the world you need education to do.
Yeah. So to get
but
this,
you should have the right to educate yourself.
So to get this right, here's your actual argument back to you. Okay, you should be able to do whatever you want as long as we tell you can do it. You can do whatever you want as long as you have a license and you go through the proper authorized authorities to tell you now you can do what you want.
Right.
You believe that with licensing, medical licensing, private licensing, licensing for guns, licensing to drive an automobile, licensing to fly a plane, licensing for everything. You probably believe that you should have licensing to own a home because after all...
No, I don't, because owning a home isn't going to put me in jeopardy of killing other people. Doing open heart surgery when I have no knowledge on how to do it could make me kill someone. That's the difference.
Wait. Everything you do in life can have the potential of a negative ramification to harm somebody else. Everything.
And when I'm talking about harming,
Hang on. Let me finish my point. Everything you do in life has the potential to do this. If that is true, and you have to agree with me that is true, what you're actually not saying to me is you should be able to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. You're saying you should be able to do anything you want as long as we collectively feel that your potential to hurt other people is mitigated. And so that actually requires rigorous government interference and rigorous not letting you do what you want.
It's not letting you do what you want, it's preparing you to do what you want. If you want to fly a plane, I think no matter if you're a woman, if you're black, if you're whatever age, as long as you pass the physical test that says, yeah, you have the eyesight and hearing abilities or whatever, and you're not going to jeopardize other people's lives on the plane. If
Quadruple
you pass
amputee?
What was that?
Quadruple amputee?
I mean, they probably couldn't fly a plane.
I just want to check.
It's but that's what I'm saying is it's so funny how you're trying to make this something if anyone in the world wants to be a pilot or a heart surgeon, I believe they should have every opportunity to become one. Does that mean as a society we have no standards? We do have standards.
So we stop people from doing what they want?
Stop interrupting me. Shut up, dude. Stop interrupting me. So let's say.
Well, you can't go for hours either.
I'm not going for hours. It's been about a minute and a half.
Go.
Anyway, so like, if there is some poor person of color who dropped out of school, didn't have the resources, like grew up in who knows, they grew up in a group home, like they don't have the same opportunities as someone who grew up in a wealthy family who's going to pay for their college education, let's say. Like, I think that person, if they have a dream of being a pilot, they should be able to work hard enough and be given the opportunity to learn to be a pilot. It doesn't mean that because they imagine they're a pilot, they get to be one. But if you're like, I want to be a pilot, I'm going to be like, I don't care where you come from, what you look like. Here's the resources to learn to study. And if you put your time into that and you learn and study, then congratulations, you deserve to be one.
No,
That's
Yeah,
that.
okay, but this, again, doesn't even begin
It's not stopping them from
to
being a
address my
pilot. It's
argument.
just teaching them to be one
Stop.
before they do it.
My turn, right? So, one more time. This is my actual argument. Try to address the argument I make, not the one that you wish I made, and then address that argument. The argument that I'm making is that is not do what you want as long as you're hurting nobody else. That is, you can do what you want as long as we license you to do it and we rigorously vet you to do it. And after we have rigorously licensed you and vetted you, then you can do it. And if you don't do it that way, you go to fucking jail. That is not do what you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. That is sloganeering bullshit.
No, because
Bullshit
if
and
I
lies.
decided to just take 20 people and get on a plane and
STFU and try using logic. You can fly a plane without a license.
Right.
Right. So,
Without hurting
okay, so let
anybody.
me take this. I don't know if you have kids or not, but let's say you have 3 toddlers at home right now.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say a random man off the street who's never flown a plane in his life said to you, hey, I'm going to take your kids on my plane. I want to go for a joyride.
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel comfortable with that? Or would you rather go on a flight with someone who you know?
Yeah, fuck no, I'm
learned?
not doing that.
Right. Because you have standards. It's not that no one can be a pilot, but if you're
Am
going to
I
entrust
advocating you should be able to do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody, or are you advocating that?
I am. And
Okay,
I do
well
think,
then why are
I
you
think
giving
that
me an
person
internal
should be able
critique?
to be a pilot. I think
Then
they just
why
need to
are
learn
you
how to be
giving
one.
me an internal critique about a position I don't even hold?
Because you're stating that by my logic, any random
By your
person
logic,
should be able to be a pilot.
yeah, by
and
your
that's not my
logic of you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else is not even a standard you yourself believe. I just
is.
demonstrated it. No, you
I
believe in.
think that
you believe in
person on this-
over-the-top rigorous licensing for fucking everything. What are you
No,
talking
I
about?
don't. I don't
think the
believe in
word that's
rigorous
missing here
licensing
is
for
the
owning a home.
opportunity
Like
to
you
do what
just
you
gave
want.
owning a home as an example. I don't think anyone
That's
needs
because-
to have
what
licensing
about-
to own a home.
okay,
How
what
do
about
you like
owning-
to open someone's chest and
No,
do
you
surgery?
do.
You
Listen,
should be
I'm
licensed.
trying. By the way, you cut me off when I was making that argument. No, you do believe you need a license when you own a home. For instance, if you want to add on to your home, have a structure.
Yeah, I know about permitting. I
Yeah.
worked in
Do you
real
think?
estate.
Do you think we should have permitting for that?
I mean, Santa Barbara's permitting laws, I actually highly disagree with. It depends on that's a very
That's not my question.
county by city
Yeah,
basis.
that's not my question. Do you think that the government should be empowered to come in and tell you how you're going to be able to zone your own house if they consider any type of public danger, even if it's just a perception?
If they perceive that the structure you're building is going to cave in on itself and kill the people living in it, then sure. That's why you have to learn to be a
doing
construction
whatever
worker.
they want. They're doing whatever they want, and they're not hurting anybody else.
But they are by building something they don't know how to build. That is
So wait a
harming
second,
people.
wait a second.
So,
So
they're going to
they're
learn
living
to
in their
build
own
it or
house?
hire someone who knows how, and then still. That's what I'm
Whoa,
saying.
that's
If you want to
super
add on to
weird.
your house,
That's
you
super
can add
weird.
on to your house.
So you live
but
by
you just
yourself.
need to do it in a safe way.
So you live by yourself on a hill, right? And you build your own structure. The government comes in and says, nope, you got to have a permit for that because you might harm yourself. Great, but your argument is you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Who cares if they're going to harm themselves?
No, I'm saying if they want to add on to the house, they can still add on to the house. They just literally need to do it in a safe way.
So they just need
I want
to
Liza to talk
rigorously
now.
be vetted and licensed in order to do what
For
they
certain
want.
things in the world,
They
yeah,
should have
certain
the
things in the world
So you
are can be
absolutely
unsafe.
don't believe that people should be able to do whatever they want as long as you're not hurting anybody else.
I
Like
believe
every
if you want to add on to your house, you can add on to your house.
Every
Just do it in a safe
single
way.
example that you give requires licensing, rules, regulations, and people interfering with your life before you can do the thing that you want.
Part of not
that
being a
doesn't hurt
caveman.
anybody else.
We live in a society.
opportunity,
That's why
having
you
the
can't
Right,
just walk
you
down
know
the
what?
street
I
and murder
agree. We
people.
live in a
We have
society. That's why I
standards.
wouldn't make such a ridiculous argument as you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else, because that's sloganeering. That's not true.
the ideal. I think
That's
she's
taking it
saying
too
it's more of the
literal.
ideal, though, and not what
No, it's not taking it too literal.
You're interrupting.
But it's okay.
I'm sorry, I was responding to her.
I just think that it's.
What does that mean?
Stay safe.
What does that mean?
Thank you for the raid. Stay safe.
Welcome, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show.
Tell Stay Safe, tell Matt. I hope he had a good stream.
Matt.
I hope he got a bunch of levels in World of Warcraft.
Matt, Brian hopes you. We all hope you had a good stream, and we hope you get levels in World of Warcraft.
Good
Yeah.
job.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Keep going.
No, I just think that we're the bigger issue is that should we have free will or not? I mean, that's, you know what I mean? It depends on what you believe in that way, because I don't personally want the government involved, but that's the system we have already. So how do we work with what we have? You know what I'm saying? I don't agree. Like, I don't necessarily agree with the exact way of, I think you should be able to build something on your own property in the middle of nowhere and be able to make your own decisions. But it's confusing because not that I know the right answer, but because I don't know how to bridge this space, because it's about, too, what do you believe as moral and not? Like,
Right.
what's good and bad in your perspective? That's different for everybody. So how can you ever find a real solution? Which you're saying, which I hear, correct me if I'm wrong, what I hear you saying is go with the majority, but then what happens to the people that are not the majority?
I didn't give a position.
Okay, no, that's why I said correct me if
all
I'm
I was
wrong.
doing is
Yeah.
pointing out that often I hear sloganeering from people, like in this regard. People should be able to do whatever the hell they want as long as they're not hurting anybody else. But then when you test that, you find out they don't fucking believe that shit at all. They don't believe that they shouldn't be able to knock the gun out of their, kids' hands so that they don't unalive themselves. They don't believe that they shouldn't be able to smack the pills out of their daughter's hand so they can't. They don't believe for a second that they shouldn't be allowed to do that. The thing is when you take it from the conceptual to the practical, you realize, no, we really got to kind of interfere a lot in people's lives.
No, and I totally
And we have to do
agree.
it all the time. And we have to do it for very good and specific reasons.
Yeah.
Have you ever read Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, with Ayn Rand.
Yeah. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is that Ayn Rand was a giant cope fiend, right? She was coping the entire time that she was banging a guy who was 20-something years younger than her, because what she did was she took all the rich industrialists and she made them the heroes of the story, which is fucking insane, and then they came and saved society. So it's like the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life, but
Wow.
that's what I think of it. Yeah.
I'm trying to get to, and you may have gotten
Remember how the rich industrialists came in and saved a society from, well, nothing ever. Instead, they have micro-engineered and fucked it up every possible way that they can by essentially creating lobbying groups that go and commission the government to go after whatever their private interests are by fucking over all the rest of us. That's what rich industrialists usually do.
Okay. I mean, I personally think Ayn Rand is, a hero in autonomy, individualism.
So-
Well,
you
Atlas
don't believe
shrugged
in
and
all
your
that.
brain fell out, right? As the old libertarian saying goes.
So for the majority
that
who
so
don't
annoying to you?
agree with Christians or, your view on how this country should be, where are they left?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So people who don't align themselves with Christian values or views with the freedom of religion in this country, where are they left being represented or
it's gonna
supported by this
It's
country?
going to be the same exact place where anybody would be left if they refuse to follow the rigorous morals and the tailorings that society produces for them. The same place that you would be left in Japan if you weren't following their cultures, customs, and rituals. The same places that you would be left anywhere, right?
Is this not a melting pot of a country with different values?
This does not.
He doesn't.
This
I
does
know,
not
but
in any way.
He would do great with the CCP.
Okay, so anyway.
Would he not?
This does not in any way deter from this idea. We are a melting pot. Sure. Does this mean that you would import tons and tons and tons of people who thought that murder was okay?
No, because that's
right. So
not-
so if they don't coincide with your values, it's okay for you to exclude them. And so this is the thing, is like, we think the same exact thing. We think it's perfectly acceptable that if the majority has these beliefs inside of a democracy, which is what liberals claim they love, that if we take that democracy over and impose our world like liberals are doing to us, there's no problem with that.
But no, because there's no law saying murder is okay.
What would that have to do with anything?
Because you said if, we can import a bunch of murderers into this country, they have the choice to murder and there's going to be consequences that you face.
No,
But
you're missing the idea here. let's assume that you could import the value of murderers to the point where they became a serious voting bloc. They could then, theoretically, impose their will via democracy by voting in people who then made murder legal, right?
Like Christians?
So are you going to answer my question, or?
I'm just saying
I'm sorry.
what you're saying.
The abortionists think the Christians are the murderers? Okay.
No.
So anyway,
no one
back
ever
to
said that.
Well, that's what you just said.
No, I didn't.
You said like Christians when I was referencing
No,
murderers.
you said forcing people to like have these views, and I said
no.
like
What
Christians
I'm
as
trying-
in comparison.
Yeah, I don't know
when
why.
you said, "Oh, we're going to import murderers here because
Yes, so
they'll have
let's-
a bigger influence." I'm just
Okay.
trying to finish and get this thought out. So we're going to import murderers here so they can have a vast influence on the voting majority. Like Christians, right? Because Christians, you say, are the majority, and their
or liberals,
laws should rule
or
all.
liberals, or women who are the majority, or whoever. It doesn't matter.
It's
What
not
I'm
a perfect
saying-
country for everybody, but
I
it
know,
shouldn't be based
but
off a single religion.
Why? Why not? Because you just don't like it,
But
right?
No, it goes against everything this country was built off of,
Oh,
right?
wait, I'm sorry. Who built the country? A bunch of white Christians?
With the freedom to practice religion.
Yeah.
And
The reason-
the
no.
laws you're voting
First of
into-
all, the reason that there was an allowance of the practice of religion, you couldn't be a Catholic. You couldn't even come to this country if you were a Catholic. You couldn't even come. The reason is because Protestantism is divided. They did not ever think that this was going to be a non-Christian nation.
But
none of our
Christians
founders ever
demand
thought
a lot
that.
of respect from people they don't respect themselves.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
If you don't believe in God, you're going to hell.
So?
That goes against spiritual people. Why
So
is
what?
your religion the most important out of the hundreds out there? Why
Right.
should you be heard and no
So
one
I'll
else?
explain.
The most important.
So-
Why
okay,
is
so
the
I'm gonna
way
explain
to
so that you
do
understand,
things? That's
right?
what I'm wondering.
Oh, I understand. I just
Well, I don't think you
don't
do
understand
because
why you think
because I'm granting
Christianity-
your worldview. I'm saying let's assume Christianity is the worst. It's like the
I never
worst.
said it was the worst.
I know. Let us assuming. We're going to assume it. We know it's not true. We're just going to pretend for a second so that we can do this hypothetical that it is. So we pretend Christianity is the very worst religion ever.
Mm-hmm.
And you import into your atheist country a bunch of Christians who tell you, we want to definitely impose our Christian will on your atheist values. Okay?
Okay.
If you import them into your democracy in significant numbers, and then they begin to multiply, right? They could feasibly, inside of your democracy, begin to elect politicians who share their values, right? And if they share their values, they're going to implement the law based on the values they share with that now largest voting bloc, right?
Okay.
So if they do that, what actually would be the fundamental problem with that?
Christians don't run America. Are you the majority? Sure. But I doubt all the Christians out there agree with the extreme right-wing views that you are portraying that they have. Because it's not all Christians, right? It's just like it's not all men. It's not all Christians. There are Christians out there who love thy neighbor, right? They love thy neighbor and they love you regardless of what you choose to do, and they're not going to force you. Are they going to sit there and because they love you, their way of loving you is teaching you about their God, right? But they're not going to force it on you.
Can I? Okay, I'm going to piggyback. So this whole thing started with why do men, from a viewer question, why do men die by, you know what? No, we're not allowed to say it, at a higher rate. And I've noticed in my adult life how men namely, and I have many close to me, who grew up in a very highly religious, some cult-like, some, deep Christianity, have some serious
Thank you, Robert
issues now, right? Because of the confines that they were forced to be in. And as grown adult men, they can't cope. They're still figuring it out and learning their way. So I'm trying to understand how you rationalize why you can't even, I mean, I get it, you have really rigid views, but why you can't see that. Secondly,
Well, let's do one at a time.
And also,
Okay, that's fine.
let's actually do just one.
Okay.
And let's have Andrew answer in about a minute
So when
because I
you're-
want to move this.
Yeah, when
okay.
you're talking,
Fair enough,
when you're
yeah.
talking about the rigidity in views, how have I been rigid? I've answered every question asked of me, dove into each worldview that you've given me, and shown where the flaws in them are. That is a lack of rigidity. That is me being completely fluid in ideology.
Okay.
So that I can internally critique from where you're coming from. What's really hilarious here, none of you have seemed, maybe her, right? She's a smart one because she's quiet. But I'm kidding, I'm joking. But anyway, none of you seem to be able to do the opposite for me. None of you seem to be able to put yourself here. Hang on.
I was a.
Hang on.
Actually, hold on.
Hang on. I'm almost done.
And actually, none of you even get to respond because he has final word. I have to move it on. It's been too long.
So anyway, none of you even seem to be able to put yourself in my shoes to hear what I'm saying, to even hear what I'm saying, because she responded to an argument I didn't even make twice. And then when I come over to you, when you're asking me this question, you say, I don't understand. It's these Christian men who grow up in these rigid households. Okay, I'm sorry, but Christian men, they're the stability of society, least crime rate. Hang on.
No, I'm going to move it on. I have to move it on.
No, I'm going to demonstrate real quick, okay? As far as crimes go, as far as commission of crimes, as far as being in poverty, as far as all of these things, those Christian men from two-parent Christian households have the best outcomes in all of those regards. The ones that come from the single-mom alternative households, not so great.
What about the priest?
Not doing so hot.
No. What about the priest?
Well, with women, you're so pro.
Now, by alternative, I didn't even mean LGBTQ. I'm just saying anything alternative to the
He's just
two-parent
by
household
rigid.
usually has.
He's super patriarchy. Your wife wouldn't even be able to write her book or live her expression. In other countries, in Iran, these girls aren't even educated.
Women have been writing books for hundreds of years under the patriarchy.
It's okay.
Feminism had some of the most prolific writers pre-suffrage. Those were the best writers. The shit writers came after suffrage. So they were cruising around with this evil patriarchy who was oppressing them, writing all kinds of books, traveling the world. They really had it rough. They had it rough.
I do have to move things on. I have to move things on. So I need to do a couple things here. Robert Tanner. One sec, guys.
There was a great question, capitalism or
We're doing
communism.
the devil's
So you're
job.
communist,
Hear
Can you stop? Can you stop? Okay.
No, he doesn't like capitalism. He doesn't like Ayn Rand capitalism.
So, Robert Tanner, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. Also, thank you for the 10.
Can't wait to get into that.
Time permitting, I need to get through my own notes here. Sure. So, Robert Tanner, by the way, thank you for this one. This came in already. We already read it. I just wanted to point out, anybody watching, maybe if you're new to the stream, we do also have it through Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/whatever. If it's through TTS, we're going to get to it a little quicker. We do prioritize Streamlabs messages. But Robert Tanner, thank you for your super chat, for the gifted memberships. Thank you for your patronage. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Tanner. Let me just close those out. Hold on, let me get through the chats first. We have Valdiv. It comes down to morals and ethics. You do know most atheists hold Christian morals and ethics. Look at what has happened to Europe this past 8 years or so. Jordan Peterson articulates it better. Okay, thank you, Valdiv. Good to see you back in the chat. Thank you for the Streamlabs message. Appreciate it. And then we have to go to Twitch. If you pull that up really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Stay safe. Thank you again for the raid. Guys, if you're still watching from that Stay Safe raid, just quickly drop us a follow, guys. We stream. We do these dating talks. Oh my God, almost 2,000 viewers just on Twitch. Woo. We do these streams every Sunday and Tuesday, and we've had Stay Safe on the show. We're going to have him back very soon. So stay safe. Shout out. Thank you for the raid. And then, guys, Prime sub is probably bugged. It's been 10 minutes since we last got Prime, so help. I think it's bugged or something. I don't know. Check it out. What's that? This would be a good little moment to actually plug debateuniversity.com. Scroll up to the top, please. Guys, if you enjoyed these back and forths, me and Andrew have teamed up to release a program called Verbal Combat. If you want to learn how to be a master debater, debateuniversity.com. There are 80 plus videos, about 6 hours of content, of instruction. We do also offer members only group with monthly live Q&As with Andrew, debateuniversity.com. If you want to learn how to think, debate, craft arguments, and just frankly debate like Andrew Wilson, got to get the course, Verbal Combat, debateuniversity.com. Okay.
You guys should debate each other on it.
We have debated each other on the show.
Yeah, we've debated each other.
Do you disagree or agree more?
We disagree on a lot of fundamental
disagree a
ethical
lot.
questions, yeah.
Disagree a lot.
Okay.
Like Andrew, he likes pineapple on pizza. Like,
No, that's Brian.
actually, we agree.
Unacceptable.
I think I kind of agree with him on that one pretty much. But
Took us a minute, but we got there.
there's a lot to get through. I have like a lot of notes. I want to try to get through everything, make sure we cover everything. So we do have to ask for. We got this question from Stifler. Okay. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Bringing it back to dating a little bit. Can't pick 7.
go.
Can't pick 7. I do need to get grid ones after this. Grid 1 sent in a question. So going around the table, starting with you, rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7.
9 out of 10.
Okay. What about you?
Say 6.
Oh, into the mics, guys.
Oh,
You gotta
sorry.
be into the
I would
mics.
say
Sorry.
6.
Okay.
I would
I'll
say
say-
7, but I can't.
7. Oh, I can't. 6. Yeah.
I would honestly give myself a 10 now because this is the first time in my life I've authentically been happy and joyous,
Yeah.
and my smile is real. So I think I'm beautiful because I'm happy, not because I think I'm hot shit. But yeah.
So just to clarify, though, it's not rate your happiness on a scale of 1 to 10.
I think my happiness
we're
makes
the
me
same.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I think you can see the joy on my face and how content and peaceful I am with my life choices, and
Well,
that's what makes me beautiful.
While I would agree with you that somebody who has a positive disposition, it might actually, improve their, if someone's got a scowl all the time, they might not appear as physically attractive. But
When I was living a life I wasn't comfortable with, out of both survival / trying to impress men, I think I was uglier because I was trying to be someone I'm not. I'm authentically exactly how I feel, and that's what makes me beautiful. And that's Liza's a 10 out of 10 for the record for me. So
sure.
yeah.
Okay. What about you?
So I'm gonna agree and kind of dovetail off of that. You guys know that Trump meme where he's like an A+? Can I go higher than that? It's so funny. Not to sound cocky, but my philosophy and my show motto is kind of what you're talking about is boobs out, brains out, and women being both things. So I do agree with her in that they come together, and women stepping into their power in both is just the best thing. So with that being said, it's a little cheesy, I guess, but yeah. A+,
You didn't-
12 out of 10, Stifler's mom. I am the MILF of the group, as we established earlier. So there we go, Stifler's mom. It all came together.
So 10.
Sure.
12.
Okay.
I said 12 technically.
All right. What about you?
I'm gonna say solid 6.
All right. Solid 6. What about you?
A 5.
Andrew?
Yeah, 4.
I give myself a 5.
That's it.
So we have a 9, 10, 10. One quick follow-up. Do you guys think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time than you do now? Starting with,
That's a good
we'll ask
question.
everybody this. Actually, go ahead.
I feel like I was beautiful in a different way at 20.
You're too far. You're too far from the mic.
I was beautiful in a different way at 20. I look even better than I did at 20, and I'm gonna be beautiful in a different way at 40.
Okay, so
And I have good genes.
So you're 30.
Yes.
So you will be better looking at 40 than you are now at 30, correct?
I don't think better is the right word. I'll be different and beautiful in a different way.
So, but that's not what I'm asking. I'll even grant that you may very well be still attractive at 30. But I'm asking if you will be more attractive at 40 than you are now at 30.
Honestly, with my track record, I get hotter every year, so
Okay.
it's possible.
And then to be just going back, one point of clarification, you consider yourself more attractive now at 30 than you were at 20.
Yes. I learned
Okay.
what works for me and what looks best
You
on
do
me.
actually have a TikTok on this. Nick, can you pull that up? It's like a photo one. I don't know exactly which one, but it's like a photo. I got it. You got it? Okay, pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it out. I look real good.
All right.
I don't know. Oh, my name? Oh, they said hers.
Just refresh.
I can pull it up on my phone.
Can you refresh? Just mute the audio. Will you be better looking at 50 as compared to 30?
Maybe.
It's still not letting me full screen.
Just pull it up. Just pull it up. Hold on.
20.
Go back. Hold on. Why is it not?
I know, it's not working for some reason.
Okay, I'll come behind the scenes to try to figure that out. But you just pull it up. Okay. And then there's the next one, realizing I don't look 21 anymore. So that's you at 21. Next.
Slay.
Love.
Yeah.
Okay. So better looking at 50?
Maybe.
than you are now at 30?
If I keep my skincare regimen, yes.
What about 60? Better
I'm
looking
gonna
at...
be a hot tattooed gilf.
Sure, you might still be hot.
Better looking
maybe.
as to my current day and age?
Yeah, comparatively.
Maybe not.
60 is kind of where it would, you think it would, that's when it goes downhill? 60?
Botox is a life, son. Like, it's a lifesaver.
All
Love
right.
it.
What about you? Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years than...
I do, because I got sober. I'm working on my health. I truly think being healthy on the inside, and that I'm doing that now. I wish I'd started earlier, in my earlier 20s, and maybe not have ever gone down that path. But now that I am, I do think I will look better, because I looked rougher in my...
Wait, just one point of clarification. You've recently started to get healthy.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, within the last...
And then when you were like much younger, you were very unhealthy.
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. But if it's just recently that you've started to try to become more healthy, wouldn't that just have been a gradual accumulation over time?
I think I guess it could be, but I think... I mean, I'm more talking about, like, I don't want to get into all the details, but how I treat myself. And I think that by
Are you talking like drug use?
drug use, eating disorders, all they kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I just think for me personally, if older people that have in their 40s have told me they know now who paid attention and took care of themselves in their 20s and who didn't. So
Wear
that's
your
kind of
sunscreen.
what I am thinking about. Is I think at some point I will be more attractive. Like, I think 33 is going to be my prime. That's what I'm, whatever.
Okay.
But I do think everyone ages and it goes downhill in some way.
So will you be more attractive in 10 years' time? So 38 as
10
compared
years,
to now at
38.
28.
Yeah, I think that'll be at the beginning of the decline, but
Okay.
I think I'll still look pretty good. And I don't know.
What about 48?
48. I think that'll look good, but not. I mean, it's just different.
Sunscreen.
Yeah.
No, and
And are you better looking now at 28 than you were at 18?
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
For
Okay.
sure.
What about you?
I think I will, yeah. But I'm also pretty young in comparison to a lot of other people at the table.
So you're 22. So do you think you'll be better looking at 32 than you are now?
I'm 23, but yeah,
Didn't you say-
do.
I
I know.
wrote down
My
22.
birthday was really recent, so
Okay,
I
that's
messed
fine.
up myself.
Okay, so you're
That's my
23.
bad.
Will you be better looking at 33?
I do, but that's just, I have a lot of friends that are in their 30s, and I mean, I've seen pictures of them at 21 and 31, and I'm like, damn, like, y'all really matured, and it looks really good. But I do think there's a point where it will decline, of course, yeah.
43?
Yeah, I think, of course, after 30, like, I think it will start to decline.
But so
from
will you be
there,
more
know?
attractive at 43 than you are now at 23?
I don't think so, no.
What about you? You can scoot into the table a bit. That's
Yeah.
probably causing some issues.
I know. My back was hurting, so I was sitting up against the chair. Yeah, I think that as long as I continue on the path that I'm on right now, I think every year of I can't wait to age. I can't wait to turn gray. I can't wait to watch. I can't wait to grow old with Liza. I can't wait. Like, every year, and I gotta say, like, everyone who knows me in my personal life, the last 6 months to a year, I consistently get told they've never seen me happier. They've never seen my skin lighter. They've never seen me smile. So, and I think it's just going to continue because I love what I'm doing and I'm not going to stop. So,
well, not totally an answer to the question, but so you're 27. Do you think you'll be better looking at 37 than you are now?
because I'm going to be a mom by then and even happier. I'm going to just keep doing
Ulysses
more.
the Pagan donated $200. Woman in the red, no, of course you won't. Better looking, you will droop. In fact, that bird tat will turn into a pterodactyl.
And the beautiful thing about that, though, is I no longer live a life that's centered around men's opinions of me. All that matters to me is how me and my wife feel about me, and I know that we both think each other are beautiful. So all those comments are kind of a joke to me because I'm going to go home and have a fucking awesome night, and that guy's probably going to jack off alone
Can
like
we
a
see
loser.
your face, Ulysses?
I love my life, and I think I feel beautiful, and I think I'm going to feel more beautiful every year.
So.
Like, do you guys want to get laid or not?
Yeah, I'm happy in my life. I could care less if he thinks I look like a pterodactyl or whatever. I mean, I don't want him.
Sure.
The answer
Can I respond to her?
Yeah.
No. Okay, it's below the threshold. So the question is, will you be better looking at 37 than you are
Yes.
at 27?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm going to be
40,
more joyful.
47?
Yeah. Every decade that I keep doing what I want to do with my life, and every decade I keep loving my wife and my future children and keep loving myself and taking care of myself, sure, my skin will get wrinkly, my hair will get gray, but I find so much beauty in that when you can see that you've loved yourself through that. So I'm so excited to turn 30 now. Like, when I was in my earlier 20s, especially as a sex worker, I was kind of scared of, oh, I'm not going to be attractive anymore. I could care less. I feel beautiful. Oh.
Wait, one really quick,
changed. It's a
one
perspective
really quick
shift.
question to interrupt all this. You can just do a show of hands. Have you guys ever seen a beautiful girl with a mid guy?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just do quick yes or no.
Yes.
Repeat it. We missed
Yes,
it.
in my opinion.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
going to you, you're 33. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 43?
I do.
Okay.
Yes,
What about 53?
I do. I look much different. I had my baby fat. I actually went on, I call it Operation Sex Goddess Body. My viewers know, but I went on a really, that's right. The irony is there's no operations involved, but I went on a really intense mission fitness journey to sculpt the body I wanted, almost
What was
like
the
an
journey?
athlete. It was we're all about the journeys,
Lot
aren't we?
about
And
it.
you're along with me for the journey. Oh, this guy. So I allowed me to step into a whole new power I didn't even know. And
Okay. So-
and to implement later on, I have everything going now for 40s, 50s.
So, better
So
looking
good.
43, better looking 53?
Yeah, I think
63?
Sure.
As compared to now at 33.
63, but
But
40,
53,
50,
yes. Okay.
60 might be a
And were you
stretch.
better looking at 23 than you are now
No.
at 33?
No, because of everything I just said, no. I had a major glow up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you're you're 21. Do you think
Yeah.
you'll be better looking at 31 than you are now?
I think so, yeah.
41?
Yeah.
51?
Yeah.
Better looking at 51 than at 21?
Probably not, no.
Well, you just said yeah.
Wait, sorry, I was confused.
Okay.
Can you restate your question?
So, okay, you're
Yeah.
21?
Yeah.
Better looking at 31?
Yes.
Better looking at 41?
Maybe, yeah.
Better looking at 51?
Probably not. That's like after menopause.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm hotter at 30 than at 20 because I was fat and was really fat, but I'm not going to be hotter at 40.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. These are certainly interesting answers. I guess one question, though. Do you guys think that there's no objectivity when it comes to beauty?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely.
There's
Which
a
way?
standard that
Absolutely, there's
most
objectivity.
people, you can look at someone and have a general idea that yes, they're an attractive person, even if I'm not attracted to them. I can see that. Like I can see attractiveness in men, even though I don't want to sleep with them. Like this, it's the same kind of thing. But I do think that people have preferences, and that will sway how they feel.
Like, nobody else has to consider me a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 for it to make me happy. I consider myself that, but beauty is objective. Everyone finds something else beautiful, so no one
Everyone has their
else
flavor.
has to find me that beautiful. I know I'm beautiful. I don't really need anyone else to tell me or confirm my thinking.
Yeah. Everyone has their flavor. Although there are universal
Yeah, there's a universal
ideals,
beauty
right?
standards.
Yes, and you put them
But
side by
it's-
side. You know, women,
Again,
big lips,
that's-
big eyes,
So let
men,
me,
chiseled jaw, but
Yeah, let me follow up on this one. So,
Okay.
have you guys ever heard of the idea of the wisdom of the crowd? So it works something like this. Say you're at a fair, right, and you had one person guess the weight of a cow, right? They're probably going to be radically off by sometimes much as 100, 200 pounds. But if you take 1,500 people or 100 people, then you average the answer, it gets a lot closer
Yeah.
to whatever that weight is. Okay, it's an interesting phenomenon, whether it's true or not. Right? It's an interesting phenomenon. If you were to take 1,000 random men, and they were all just rating you purely on looks, not on your glow, not on how happy you are, nothing, just purely on looks, what do you think that collective average answer would end up being from those 1,000 men?
Now, is it men who are basing off our looks just visually, knowing
Just visually.
nothing
Yep,
about us?
Nothing else.
There could be an average answer. Depends if they like blondes, brunettes, whatever their preferences was. If they like,
They just have the same general preferences you think they have.
well, that's very broad.
I don't even
But
know if they want.
Yeah, it is. It's very broad. Whatever you
I
think
don't
the
know.
general
I
preference.
feel like-
So you're just taking a sample of 1,000, right? And then you're just going to average all of their answers and hit on a number. What do you think that number would end up being for you?
I have two different answers. I'll just give my first one. But I feel like the average answer for me could be a 7.
Do you think it would
6,
average out to a
8,
6 or 7?
Anywhere from 6 to 8 depends on what about me they initially found attractive or unattractive.
Okay.
Or it also, it's a broad subjective statement because it goes both ways for women. It's, some men don't like to let women feel beautiful, so they'll give a lower answer. Not all. It's just some men and
Well, I'm
whatever
just
they have
going to
within
assume,
themselves.
for the sake of this, that they're all honest.
All on, yeah,
They're
could
all
be
being
anywhere
they're
from
all being totally honest.
Could be anywhere from a 6 to 8. In reality, could be anywhere from 1 to 10 because someone who finds me beautiful, another person could be like, I
Okay.
don't like that bitch.
So
That's
then,
fine.
what about you?
I mean, I would say the same thing. I think I would probably choose like a 6 or a 5 for myself, but I also, in my daily dress, do not amplify or try to cater to the male gaze, honestly. So I think it would be less purely because of that. But in a situation where I'm actually catering to, I was a bartender, so that was a big part of my job. So in those situations, it might go up because I'm doing what I think they want. But I don't really know what they want. I don't really care.
6 probably again, yeah. Like I rated myself a 6. I think it'd somewhere fall around 6 or 7.
You think they
It's
would
like
average you out to a 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think men would probably find me average. I mean, it's hard to say because as someone who did OnlyFans and was actually pretty successful, I was successful in the niche of guys who loved petite women. Like, I don't have big boobs, I don't got a big ass. So there was totally men who body shamed me and acted like I was trash just because I look like this. But there's also men that said I was their dream woman because of my body.
Yeah, but
so
what do you? I'm just
I'm
asking
not sure.
specifically.
It's hard because the internet confused me what men think because that was a crazy experience to go through. But I think probably average. I know people like big asses and I don't have that. So
So you don't think they'd rate you a 10, in other words?
Maybe. I mean, I don't. Some men have told me I'm a 10 on OnlyFans, so I don't know.
I would
It's
agree
confusing to
that
me. But
I would agree that there's
I
going to
think
be
if
men
I'm trying
as
to
part of
dress
that
for the male
sample.
gaze, I can be closer to a 10. I think if I'm being myself, they probably don't notice me.
Okay.
Like Liza said. Yeah.
I would say a 9. I mean, I in a little bit of a different way, I actually, part of my fitness journey, what I've done to craft this body,
journey.
right? Oh, I know, I do love a journey. Anyway, to craft the bomb body, right, of my dreams, has allowed me to tap into a power I didn't even know, my energy, everything, right? With that being said, this is a little controversial. I have no problem tapping into the male gaze. The difference is I do it willingly.
Okay, so
Hang on.
So 9.
Hey, hang on.
I need to get
So
everybody's
9.
answers. So 9, right?
So 9.
So anyway, so over here, what would you rate yourself?
I thought he doesn't cut people
I rated
off
myself
ever. Weird.
6.
No. What do you think if 1,000 men were rating you, what the collective answer would come to?
I'd say probably a little more because I'm taller than the average woman. Some people like taller women, so
So you think the average answer would go up?
Yeah.
What do you think it would land on?
7 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
5.
5? Okay. So then, this is the final question I'll ask on this. Think of the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life, from your perspective. Is she you?
No.
Okay. So take whoever that woman is who's not you.
To me.
Those 1,000 men are rating her between 1 to 10 and you next to her. What do you come out to then?
I kind of look like the woman I think is most beautiful, so I feel like our answers, hers might be
Who is it?
Megan Fox. She's a.
Yeah.
So you think you would come
She's
out?
got the killer blue eyes, though.
Do you think
you'd
you'd come out
Smart.
similarly to Megan Fox?
In my opinion,
No. In the opinion of what you think 1,000 men, if they're rating Megan Fox next to you, what do you think you'd come out to next to her then?
similar.
Saying, okay.
Yeah, we have different stuff that makes us equally beautiful.
Okay. So both 9s, both 10s? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think she's the most beautiful woman, and we look different.
Okay, second most beautiful.
GMD Jim
Second
donated
most?
$200. For all of you that said you will look better 10 to 20 years in the future, will you also be more delusional then? Youth is wasted on the young.
Yeah, so
eat it.
whoever the second most
So,
beautiful woman
I
is.
mean, I don't know. I think I tend to be drawn by media and whatever is projected to me, I tend to compare myself to. And
Sure.
I don't like comparing myself to women. I really don't. I feel like we all are different, and I don't do that to men either. So I wouldn't like to answer that because I just wouldn't rate myself compared. But if I was forced to, I'd probably rate myself lower because I always do that in my brain.
If you're compared up
Yeah.
to your idea of what you think the most beautiful woman
I
is.
would rate myself lower for
But,
sure.
I mean, that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I'd probably come out lower, yeah.
Who's the most beautiful woman you can think of?
I can't name someone off the top of my head. I'm just picturing pretty people, honestly. Like, I can't give you a specific person.
Okay.
But I think
against
I
what
would
it-
come
yeah,
out lower,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for. I mean, I think Liza's the most beautiful.
Sure,
in the
second
world.
most beautiful
So
woman.
second to her, like I genuinely believe like most women are beautiful in their own like. Any body type, and I'm not saying this to be some liberal on the show. Like I genuinely like find every individual person to be beautiful in their own way,
Even
and I
men?
don't mean, yeah. I believe I find all human beings to be beautiful
Someone
in their own
finds
way,
someone
and like when I
beautiful.
see who they really are, not who they're trying to be to the camera or trying to be in public. If I see who they actually are at their core, I can always find something about them that's attractive.
Yeah.
I can
Is
find
Hillary
something
Clinton a
attractive
10?
about anyone.
Oh,
What?
Is Hillary Clinton a 10?
no.
I mean, like
Probably beautiful.
Just
for
based
Bill.
on based on physical beauty.
I think she's. I think
That's a
she's
good
an
one.
I guess it's like, are you asking me, do I want to fuck her or do I find her attractive
I'm
person?
just asking
Like,
physical beauty.
I say no
I
to
don't think
both.
she's ugly. I mean, I really don't.
Is she a 10?
It depends on whose standards.
Your
To-
standards.
I would
if
hit,
she's happy
like,
and being
young
authentically
Hillary
herself, I don't know
Clinton.
if she's happy. I don't follow her anymore.
I'd
But like, if
smash.
she's happy doing what she's doing, then I think she's beautiful. If she hates
to
what
that
she's
dude.
doing and living a lie, then I think it shows on your face that you're living a lie and you're
She'd be
miserable.
like,
Like miserable
"Right,
people
say
aren't
no."
pretty.
So is that a 10?
I honestly haven't followed Hillary Clinton in a few years. Like I don't really know what she's doing with her life, and I didn't really support her the first time around. So I don't.
During
know
the
how to-
2016 election was
Sure,
Hillary Clinton a
physically,
10?
if you're comparing to what America's Next Top Model considers beautiful, no, Hillary Clinton's not beautiful compared
Okay,
to
where
that.
would you put her?
I don't rate women the way men do, so it's
You
hard
just
for me to
did.
answer that.
You just rated her.
I gave you what society wants me to say. It's not what I actually feel like. I
yeah,
really
okay,
don't.
so then based on societal standards.
Based on societal standards, they would say she's ugly. But I don't feel that way personally. But I can see what society thinks and understand what society thinks and also not agree with it. Like, I know that's how it is, but I don't live my life that way. When I go home, I'm not going to be in the world you guys all live in. I'm going to be really happy with my wife, not giving a fuck what anyone thinks about me. You know? So it's hard for me to understand
Okay.
that.
So again,
I get you.
tell me,
I know
who's the
prompts.
most beautiful woman you could think of? What's her name?
A little lady called Pam Anderson. I mean,
Okay.
she's inspo. She's inspo. The difference is, and that's why I say
Wait, Pam Anderson, which decade?
we're talking
Tommy Lee
peak.
era.
Yeah, we're talking peak.
That ain't fucking now, so
We're
weird.
talking peak. No. We're talking peak.
Like the 90s or
Like,
Yeah, but that's why I called my. I'm not gonna say journey. I know it's a trigger word for you.
It's a trigger word for you.
Yeah, and I don't know why you hate journeys so much. What do you have against?
I mean, the
journeys?
band's okay, but I don't know why every woman's on the same fucking journey.
No, but no, that's why I call it Operation Sex Goddess Body, because that's what I think. That just super fucking hot ideal, and there's nothing wrong with that, right?
So where do you end up on the scale?
Well,
of
her,
where they're
I'm
judging Pam
natural.
Hang on.
Okay, all right.
It's going to be hyper specific. Here's Pam Anderson. 1,000 men are rating her. We're looking for their average answer. You're right next to her. They're rating you next.
Are we gonna have you guys do this? You and Ryan Reynolds
Yeah, I'll do it.
back to back.
Sure.
Let's go. Okay.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Well, she has the fake tits. Mine are real, so that's a preferential thing. Then spermy eyebrows from the '90s. You know, I don't know. I'm confident in saying we'd go pretty much toe to toe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say by comparison, probably compare myself as lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I thought of someone, Elizabeth Taylor, I'd be like a
fix your
2.
mic?
A 2.
That too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Your ideal.
Oh, no.
hot
I'm going
guy.
to give you the same exact answer that you guys all gave me.
Hot
I'm the most
guy-
beautiful
hottest
man on
guy,
the world, the
most
hottest guy I can
handsome,
think of.
and how
I'm
you
even
go
better
next to
looking
each
than
other.
him.
Who?
There's no guy I can think of on planet Earth who's even close to, I'm the best looking dude who's ever lived by my own estimation. And you know, I can't.
Andrew, humor me.
It's how I feel. It's how I feel.
Just humor me. Pick
I'm
a guy.
humoring.
Play game.
I'll
play
tell you
ball.
what. As soon as you stop lying to me, I'll stop lying to you. You ready?
I actually
Where
am
do you
not lying.
actually fucking rate next to Pamela Anderson in her peak?
I
Tell the
think
truth.
I'd go toe to toe with Pam.
Okay, great. Then I'll go toe to toe.
I'll get on this table.
Then
right
I'll go
now.
toe to
What do
toe
you
with
want?
Jason Momoa.
Brad Pitt. I mean, Brad Pitt.
Brad, yes, I can get behind Brad.
Yep, Brad Pitt in Legends of the
He can
Fall.
get- he can
That's
do
this
whatever he
guy
wants.
right here. If
I'm
you-
so happy for you.
Okay, that's me.
I'm glad.
Oh,
I
you
think we can all
you
agree
disagree
on
with
that.
that assessment?
Sure.
Yeah. You agree? Yeah.
Huh. All right. Well,
We'll sit here and lie to each other the rest of the night.
that's a good idea. I like it. I like it. Okay, that was an interesting one. Just two last questions on this.
Okay.
Do people get wrinkles as they get older?
Yes.
Probably.
Get wrinkles, marks on your face, discoloration, etc.
I think that's also
Wrinkly
genetic.
balls.
Yeah.
I think that's also genetic.
Well, I mean, anyone on a long
I mean,
timeline.
anyone aging
gets
does get
wrinkles.
wrinkles, but it's some people are
Some worse.
genetically
If
predisposed to have more than
stress.
others.
Yeah.
Stress,
Yeah, sure.
smoking,
Stress, sure.
drugs, environmental factors.
So,
Jukebox donated $200. Just a small town women living in a lonely world. They slashed them, took the midnight
I like the
train going
jukebox.
anywhere. Just a city soy
Soy boy.
born and raised in South LA. Z/Zer took the midnight
That is-
train going anywhere.
that was
I'll
beautiful.
give it to
Lonely boy
creativity.
jukebox.
Give him,
Just a
give
small
jukebox
town
just
girl.
creativity.
All right. And then we have one.
Who's the
I'm just
band?
gonna let this one come in. Hold on.
Oh, well, okay.
Come on
I didn't
now.
even know that.
So,
Journey, but that was a meta moment.
hold on.
That was
K-Cop
good. That was good. I'll
donated
give you
skirting
that.
questions
I did that for you.
like crazy. True. K-Cop, thank you for the
Just
Streamlabs
like I did
message.
the
Appreciate it. You gotta let me, if I'm doing something, you gotta let me talk. Okay, so I was asking, do people get wrinkles? What? You don't need to whisper under your breath while
You
I'm
said
talking
you were
either.
being all aggro. Like, let me talk. I was saying Andrew
No,
and
I
I had a
wasn't
funny
being
journey
aggro.
moment.
Huh?
He and I were having just a funny journey
Right, but if I'm
moment.
starting to talk, you gotta just be quiet. Do you understand?
Why don't you tell him too? You're just telling
doesn't
me we
really-
were in it together, buddy.
No, you were talking.
So I talked to myself. We were talking together. He was like the
Well, he
journey. I drew
stopped,
that out
and
for
you
you, and I was like,
continued
right,
talking.
right, got it.
He
But he
stopped.
was in it too, so call him out too.
Wait. Talking at me doesn't mean I'm talking.
That's true. You were
He's
talking.
such full of it. He was like the journey because.
And then when he started
he
talking,
was quoting
I
Journey
stopped talking.
and me with my journeys. Andrew said, "What's the band?" I said, "Journey."
Okay,
He's like, "I
so
did that
so
for
here,
you."
since we're having the
But
meta,
I'll take
hang on,
the fall,
since we're having the meta
She's having
conversation,
such a meta
I'm going to be honest.
I don't
since
even
you
wanna
can't
have
be,
the combo.
Since you can't be, but here's what actually happened. What actually happened was I stopped talking. He started talking. Then you started talking.
And you
while
continued.
I stopped talking. That's what
I
actually
said
happened.
Journey, and you went, "Yeah, I do. I
And then
did that
he
for
started
you." And I was like,
talking,
"Right,
and
like
then
me
Andrew
with the
stopped.
Jason
And then I stopped,
Momoa."
And
yeah.
then you continued.
The point is, you called me out and not him, and everyone
Because he
saw it.
stopped.
Continue.
He stopped.
Just continue. We're all waiting.
Okay, so if I called him out, why are you trying to redirect this criticism towards you, towards Andrew?
Because we
It's
were
funny.
in a
What
funny.
is this?
We were.
Like, let's just.
not
Why are we?
fair.
What's, I know who
like, I
cares.
think
We
we're
were
ready
in a
to
funny
join.
jest, and the point was you called me out and not him, and I get it. It's like this chick, but go ahead. I'm being
All right,
a
but just
good
allow
girl,
me
patiently
to
waiting.
talk.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I don't need the fucking attitude, too.
I got it from you as well.
When did I give you the attitude?
This whole show.
When?
You're just sassy and feisty. And I don't.
I haven't been
I don't
sassy
know
towards
why-
you at all the
What do you
entire
mean?
show.
You were like, "Stop talking. Can you stop talking?"
That's
Can you
not
stop
sassy. That's
talking?"
my job as the host.
I host you. I don't host that way, but that's okay. Everyone has their.
Do
own.
you
don't
usually
do this
have this many people?
podcast. Have you ever done a panel discussion? I've seen your Instagram.
Actually, I have.
I've seen your Instagram.
Actually,
It's
I
just
have.
you. It's just you. You don't do a panel show.
Okay, name an A-lister. I've interviewed them.
How is
I
that
interviewed
relevant?
Tucker Carlson.
How is
while
that
you were here
relevant?
A week ago.
How is that relevant?
Because I can't hold my own. Like I can.
So-
I host panels all the time.
And when you host
in
a
LA
panel,
and
do you
Nashville.
ever tell people,
I
"You
don't
need
tell
to stop
people. Could you
talking"?
shut the fuck up and stop
Did I
talking?
say
Okay.
that? Did I say that?
No.
I was being a little dramatic. I don't tell people. Could you stop talking
This
now?
is how like women
What do you
can
tell
be
'em?
very dangerous. Is I didn't even say that. What? Tell me back to me what
Okay,
I
you're
actually
just
said.
short. You're just short. You're just trite. That's okay. It's your style.
No,
I
but
have a
tell me
different
back
style.
what I actually said. Did I actually say those words?
You will.
Did I say those exact
you will
words?
say.
This is an incredibly.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
Yeah, that's
Next
totally.
sec-
First off, that's totally
Okay, you're
within.
playing bad cop,
Okay,
okay.
stop. That's totally within the purview of me trying to moderate this conversation.
Okay, that's your style.
As
That's your
the
opinion.
host.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion.
It
It's
actually-
fact.
Oh, it's a fact.
Just be
Yeah, you're in
confident
my
in what you. He
studio.
wants you to engage. Just be confident in what you know. You don't
No,
need to
he's
prove anything to him.
he's good at it though.
I
He's
know,
good
but he's
at it, yeah.
wanting you to do this.
No, I know, he's
hold-
good at it.
What
hold
are
your
you
own by
talking
just
about?
letting him go.
Just
Like,
go ahead.
just let him go. You
No,
know,
you're-
you
you
know
are.
at
You're
the
good
end of
at
the day,
this.
You know what you know.
I'm good
You're
at
good at
what?
this.
What am I good at? You can here. This
I'm
would
gonna
have
pee
been
while
really
this
simple.
is going
Oh,
on 'cause I
sorry.
can't handle it.
Are you leaving or?
I'm just I said I
Oh,
have to pee. I've been
okay.
holding it, but since this is
Yeah, go ahead.
No, literally. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to wait till the next
It's
topic.
interesting how women will come to other women's defense, even though the woman is clearly in the wrong. What's up with her? I've been pretty polite to her the entire show, and she's been... Okay, well,
It's your style.
It's his journey.
Wrinkles? Anyone?
yeah.
Yeah, what was the next question?
Yeah.
It's your
It's interesting, like, how she'll have criticisms of... Anyways, whatever. Okay, so wrinkles. Do people get wrinkles as they age?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Men and women.
Well, why is it then that either one, in an effort for women to beautify themselves, why don't they then put on makeup to give themselves have wrinkles? If looking older made you more attractive.
Can you rephrase that? I don't think I
would do
quite
that.
No,
understood.
but if look, some of you said you'd be better looking in 50.
Uh-huh.
At 50, will you have wrinkles? More wrinkles than you do now? So then why is it the case that women don't put on makeup in an effort to make themselves look older and aged? And then in addition to that, why do they sell anti-wrinkle cream? Why don't they sell wrinkle cream? You can answer the question if you want. I'm just...
To get wrinkles?
If that was the standard, I think people would do that.
Yeah.
But because youth is more...
I'm like necessarily
Valid.
no one
Yeah, then
no
people
one
aren't gonna
looks
do that.
forward to aging and getting older and wrinkles, men or women. I'm sure men go through midlife crises and so do women. Men go for Rogaine, women go for Botox. Like
That's true.
But wouldn't that sort of contradict this whole thing of I'm going to be better looking once I get older?
in a different way, but that's like taking it too literal. It's like generally society say I'm more beautiful at 40 or 50 compared to now or 10 years ago. Maybe not. But me, personally, I think I will be beautiful to myself. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I, personally, work on my tretinoin, my skincare, everything to prevent wrinkles because, yeah, no one wants to wrinkle and age like that. If there's stuff to prevent it, sure, but it's not going to make me ugly.
If the wrinkling, despite your best efforts to prevent it, will be something that accrues in 10 years' time, regardless of the efforts you do to prevent it, that would be a component of you being older. So how can you confidently state, on one hand, that you're trying to fight the wrinkles?
Modest Hikima donated $200. Pamela Anderson, not really
dude,
that hot.
it's Modest
Sorry,
Hikima.
Andrew. But neither is this panel RIP. These 304s be trying to rip on Brixton, and it cracks me up that they think they are succeeding.
Yo,
SMH.
Modest Hikama, hold on, I got to play something for you, bro.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
You're
Dude.
talking like that, you better look like Brad Pitt.
I
So-
have,
no. But do you see what
thank
Modest
you, man, for the
Hikama
TTS.
looks like?
I don't know if he wants to send in the thing. I guess he could.
Send it
Dude, I
back.
haven't seen you
We
in a
can rate
long
you.
time, bro. It's been months. Welcome back, dude. Thank you. Good to see you back in the chat, man. Thank you for the TTS. Really appreciate your patronage. Modest Hikama, how do you pronounce that?
Hikama.
Hikama? Did I say it right? Did I finally... Chikama? Did I call you Chikama? Yo, good
You're
to
a
see you back in the
California
chat,
boy,
man.
you should
Appreciate it,
know.
man. Appreciate it. But
I feel like
I guess I'm just
wrinkles
confused.
aren't ugly to me. I don't think
Well, why
wrinkles
prevent them
are
then?
ugly. Because I like my skin looking smooth and soft and shiny.
But they're not. If they're not ugly and it's desirable,
Okay.
but
I don't
okay.
have a problem
Yeah,
with
yeah.
getting
Can I
wrinkles.
ask you a different
Yeah.
question then? So you said you'd be better looking in 10, 20, 30 years, right?
In a different way, yes.
Oh. Well, it's a
I'd
little
be-
different than originally, but
No, that's exactly what I said. I said I'll be beautiful in a different way than I am
no, but you
now.
did, when I did ask the question quite clearly, you said, yes, I will be better looking in
a
10
different-
years.
Yeah, but I
in a
followed it up. I
different
made sure to follow it
way.
up with in a different way.
Okay,
And
well,
I did say that.
I guess this
several
applies
times.
to all of you who think you will be better looking in 10, 20, 30 years. If I could wave a magic wand
Mm-hmm.
that would advance your outward physical appearance without any sort of, you don't age internally, you're not 10, 20, 30 years closer to the age you would otherwise pass away. you know you wouldn't, if you get cancer, if you were otherwise going to get cancer in 20 years, you wouldn't otherwise get it immediately. You still live, you'll still live the same length of life, just outward physical appearance, advanced 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. If you will be better looking in that period of time, would you accept me waving the magic wand and making you all outward physical appearance, age 10, 20, 30 years?
Yes.
Personally,
I'm probably the wrong person to ask for this because genetically, my grandma lived up till 80 and she did not have a wrinkle on her skin, and she read fortunes in Turkey until, the day she died. She was a smoker, a drinker, never had a lick of Botox, nothing. That lady probably woke up in the morning, splashed water on her face, took a shot, and was good to go.
She looked wait, so to be clear, she looked the same at 80 as she did at 20.
I did not say she looked the same. I said she aged, but she did not have a wrinkle on her face. And neither does my mom at 45.
I find it dubious.
Have you had any cosmetic surgery at all?
No. My boobs.
And were those designed to look younger or older?
I wanted them to look very natural to my body, and I breastfed, so they are not
women,
sitting up on my chest
as
up
women
here.
get older, do their breasts go lower, or do they stay perky?
They go lower. It depends on the person's body. If they're small enough and there isn't gravity,
Most women.
If they don't have the weight on their chest for gravity to pull it down throughout the years, they could possibly very well stay perky.
Okay, so hang on. I agree that it's possible, but it is not the case for most women.
Yeah.
So why is it?
Modest Hikima donated $200. I like my skin looking smooth and shiny, like a teenager's, but you are a horrible misogynist racist if you like someone of the age I am using plastic surgery to look
Did
like
I say
girl
Did I
one.
say
Thank you,
that?
Modest.
Did I
Thank you,
say you need
Hikima.
to look like a child, or is that what you're assuming because of your perception?
Well, I'm just curious if most women, as they age, their breasts droop. Well, then why is it that you wanted to have surgery where your breasts did not do that? It was the opposite
I didn't
effect.
do that. I didn't get a lift on it or anything. I got them bigger.
Why not just?
I didn't change where they sit. I didn't change
They
any of
change
that.
where they sit.
You can see before and after.
That
because
is,
they have not
it
changed
is
where they
literally.
sit.
If you increase the size of thing, it's going to change position.
If anything,
of thing.
it's lower.
Yeah. If you don't get the lift with
But
it,
the
it's lower.
appearance is not going to be lower.
It is if you're not wearing a push-up bra. Yeah.
I'm not.
It
No,
is.
it's
Yeah.
not.
If you make your
The
boobs
shape-
larger
the
and
entire
heavier,
shape,
they'll hang
everything
down
is going
harder
to
if you
change.
don't have it.
Why not make them look like old lady boobs?
They will. They'll get there. There's gravity.
Yeah,
I
but
did
why
get
not
a lift.
enhance
Do you
that? Because
understand
it's
how
beautiful.
plastic surgery works?
Yeah. Do you understand that you could have had surgery which would have made them look that way now? It's more attractive,
Do you
right?
understand how breast implants work?
What does that have to do with my argument?
Because the way you're explaining, you're assuming that I went in and got them changed to be higher, perkier, whatever, and I didn't do any of that.
You made them bigger.
That's not the same as perky.
Why did you make them bigger?
Because I wanted them bigger.
Right, because you
I
thought that
breastfed.
enhanced attractiveness, right?
I do porn, so yeah.
Yes, okay, got it. So if you think it enhanced attractiveness and you think that it would enhance your attractiveness to in 10 years you would wave the magic wand, let's say, right? That would necessarily include that your breasts would now be drooped down lower, right?
These will. In 10 years' time, they will be lower than when they're
So
sitting
that's going to be an
currently.
entailment of the magic wand, right?
Okay.
So if that's true, then why wouldn't you have them do the surgery to make them droop in the first place?
That makes zero logical sense.
Oh, you want me-
Because I didn't change where they sit.
I'm sorry.
They sit exactly where
I'm
they
sorry,
did
I'm sorry.
before.
Hang on. It makes zero logical sense. I'm going to do the Destiny Triangle for a second. I can't believe. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try this. Okay.
Does anyone get a surgeon on the
In
phone?
10 years, you're saying to me they're going to get lower, right?
Yeah. Gravity.
Great.
It's crazy.
Yeah, gravity. They're going to get lower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you got the initial cosmetic surgery, since you're going to be hotter in 10 years, according to you, why didn't you just have them droop then? You could have had them surgically make them
Am I
appear
40
to droop.
or 50 right now? Or am I doing
You said you're going to be hotter in 10 years.
in a different way? Is everyone just completely missing that
What
part?
is the different way? What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Saggier fucking tits, a few wrinkles here and there.
Is this, I'm not sure
Like,
if
I
that's what
don't-
she originally says. Is this either shifting the goalposts or Mon Bailey?
Totally.
Is it
shifting the
Mon Bailey?
goalpost? No,
Is it Mon Bailey?
it's not a Mon Bailey.
Not
but it's
Mon-
shifting the goalpost.
Not a Mon Bailey.
So if
Shifting the goalposts.
so,
Are you
so Brian,
educated
so
enough
Brian
on breast
asked,
implants?
Brian asked the question: if a magical
I doubt
wand is waved and it ages you forward 10 years, an entailment of this, by your admission, is that your boobs are going to droop.
Yeah.
Great. Could you have gotten cosmetic surgery to have made your boobs droop the same way they will in 10 years?
Why?
Answer
okay.
the question. Don't
the question
answer the
makes
question
no
with a.
fucking sense. I'm sorry.
Can-
Because you come at us for taking stuff too literal and all this, but
Okay. Okay.
He just wants you to
I'll
say
fix
yes or
it.
no.
what is going to make you happy?
So let's just. Can you? I just want you to answer
what is
the
going to
question.
make you happy? I'll go back and get droopier tits.
You ready? Are you
Do
ready?
Like droopy
Are you ready?
tits?
Can we try this
Do
again?
you like droopy tits?
I'm okay
I'm
with
sorry.
droopy tits.
Is it just going to be an
I
at-home?
am too. I love
okay with
love
droopy tits.
big,
Yeah.
fat, saggy
Can
titties.
you get cosmetic surgery to your breasts that make them look droopy if you
yes.
want to?
If I
Yes.
wanted to, yes.
So then, if a magic wand is waved.
but am I fucking 40 right now?
yeah,
no.
but you just said if a magic wand was waved, that would
if
make
a magic
you 40.
wand was waved and he was there for my fucking breast implant appointment,
no,
sure.
stop.
I'll go.
Like,
I will go with you.
let's go.
I don't
I'll go with you.
I don't.
Let's go.
I don't know
He
why you
has a
can't
thing.
listen
We
to
can
what,
go.
what's being asked.
I don't think you are understanding.
Calm down so I can ask the question because you don't even
I'll go
understand
with
it.
you.
So let's
go.
try this again. If you can have cosmetic surgery, which would make these appear like they're 10 years older than you are right now, breasts.
Okay.
And in 10 years from now, you think you're going to be hotter than you are right this second.
Yes.
Then why
Yes.
wouldn't you have just gotten
Yes.
the elective surgery to make them look
Yes.
like the 10 years in the
I'll
future
go right now.
breasts?
I'll make the appointment.
Oh my! Here, I'll move it on. I'll
Okay.
move it on. I don't think we're gonna make progress.
Yeah,
there.
no.
Okay. All
Just
right.
wild. This
It's
was
a-
like basic logic. We weren't even getting into anything. It's just basic questions.
I don't think it's not a basic question when you're saying, oh, if a magic wand is waved. So if a magic wand was fucking waved, how am I supposed to make that decision a fucking year ago?
All right, last question. How would
Like
you,
your
All right,
input
you know what?
mattered at
Last
that point in
question
time
before
for
we-
me to make that decision.
Before we move on, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I'd be grumpy.
Okay.
All right. Guys, I gotta move on. I gotta move this on. Okay,
Lucky
all right.
for you, I did eat breakfast, so this isn't
Oh,
even.
damn,
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not grumpy.
You snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
It's fine.
All right. Kick off.
Anyways,
Can we fire the one trolling in pink? Us army
I
only.
think I actually kind of agree with you on something.
Okay.
I don't want to talk over this guy. My bad.
Now, was that my fault this time too?
That was me.
Are you sure?
Ayn Rand, in the spirit of Ayn
How
Rand,
about
I
an
take
apology?
I take an
How about
I'm
let's hear
sorry.
an apology. Okay. all
I'm
right,
sorry.
there we
I
go.
take accountability for that.
Okay, cool.
I misspoke
I
in
was pretty sure
class.
that was going to be my fault again somehow.
I was telling him I actually thought I kind of agreed
Yeah.
with him on something.
So K-Cop said, "Can we fire the only trolling in pink? Us here. I'll pull it up. Us army only get to catch your show occasionally, and she's annoying. Sorry to be rude. Okay. Thank you, K-Cop. Appreciate it. You have 10 seconds to respond to him. Go.
Can we fire the trolling one in pink? Occasionally she is annoying. Sorry to be rude. Well, K-Cop, that's your opinion. Free speech,
All
buddy.
right. That's
Go
your
for it.
opinion, K-Cop.
Live your life, bro.
Okay. Thank you, K-Cop. Appreciate it. So
Very much so.
we need to get
Very
back. Grid
substantive.
1 asked a question. Oh, fuck. Freaking 3 hours ago. So Grid 1, we're finally getting to it. He asked, Grid 1, are you still in the chat, Grid 1? Grid 1, do women have any rights that men do not grant them? Oh, okay. I thought he was asking, do women have any rights do men have any rights that women don't? But his question is, do women have any rights that men do not grant them? So the patriarchy.
Thank you, men, for granting me rights.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
Wow. Yeah, exactly.
That's a question, right? Do women have any rights that men do not grant to them?
Yeah, meaning that women have given themselves these rights absent men.
Yes. Yes, I think so in certain ways. Like, I have the right to completely decenter men from my life and make my life have absolutely nothing to do with them. No man gave me that right, but
Yep.
I'm choosing to do that with my own free will, and my life's never been better. So
I don't, okay, so I'm just going to follow up real quick because we can't stay on the topic for long, but I just got to ask, if men collectively said that you couldn't do that, right?
At this point.
I mean, if they imprisoned me for it and collectively said you have to make men the center of your life or you're going to jail, I guess they could try to force me to do that. Yeah.
Then I don't understand how you granted yourself that right.
Because I grew up in a society where like
Where men grant you that
being
right?
attractive in men's eyes, whether you want to argue with me or not, at least the life I grew up in, being attractive in the eyes of a man was basically a life or death thing. If all men think I'm ugly, it makes me think I'm going to have less job opportunities. I'm going to have less. I'm going to be less respected. Keep laughing. I'm going to have all these things, but it's like I granted myself the right to literally not give a flying fuck. And even though they're saying disrespectful stuff, like any comments about me so far have been really disrespectful, like quite honestly, I've given myself the permission to not care because I'm so happy with my life. I cannot wait to leave here and have an awesome evening with my life. Like I can't wait. I just gave myself the permission to stop caring.
One comment gave you kudos for being like ride or die libertarian, like. I did say that. Libertarian
She is
thinking.
not a libertarian.
I'm not a libertarian. I register as declined to state. I'm going to be voting for Kamala, but I'm
Kamala.
I make my choices based on the individual, not based on an entire group's ideologies. I have my own.
Okay, so I did want to get into, you mentioned that you mentioned like in your most recent comment, your past life or something. So you were involved in sex work and escorting, is that correct?
I don't like calling it that. I just like saying sex work generally, just because I don't know where these clips are going to go in my future.
Are you like ashamed of it, or is it like
I'm not ashamed of it.
thing?
It's not that I'm ashamed of it, but I do live in a society where if a viral clip of me saying that verbatim goes around, it could affect the way people respect me in the future.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
So you were
I wish
you
it
were a
wasn't that
sex
way.
worker though,
I was a sex worker,
and you did do OnlyFans.
OnlyFans is one thing I will talk about doing.
Okay,
Yes.
sure. How long were you doing sex work?
I mean, the first time I did it, I was 18, and then I went almost 10 years without it, and I started again at the tail.
Have you stripped, like done dancing or whatever?
No, it wasn't dancing. I did internet stuff, and the stuff I did in person, I just don't really want to title it because I don't want that viral clip of me saying that comment going
that's
around.
fine.
But
That's fine.
I'm not ashamed of it. It's truly because the society we live in will limit my opportunities in the future because of that, and that's the truth. It shouldn't.
Right. But you said you started when you were 18. You're now 27. OnlyFans didn't exist when you started doing sex work.
I was not doing OnlyFans at 18. I was doing other types of sex work. And I stopped for years. I was in a monogamous relationship for 6 years. And then when I got out of that, I went back to it out of survival, really. And it did pay all my bills for a year. It paid my fiance's bills. It made my dreams come true. I mean, I don't regret what I did, but it wasn't being who I wanted to be. So I'm really grateful that I personally got to get out of that. However, I don't shame any other women for that.
So we're going to get through some of our... Sure. Well, I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to get through some of our stack questions here that we tend to ask more towards the second half of the show.
Yeah.
We try to ask this. It's always interesting to hear the responses every show. Would you rather be stuck in the woods with a random man or a random bear? Starting with you. Go ahead.
It's easy.
That's funny. This could apply to both man and bear. Do we both have weapons?
Okay,
For
so here's the
just in
scenario.
case?
Here, just to make it really clear. So, you are randomly plucked, and a random man within the U.S. is also randomly plucked. So there's not like, why is he in the woods? You just randomly get teleported.
What type of bear?
It's a random
That's
bear
what I wanna
too.
know.
So the bear could a random bear that exists in the United States.
If it's a grizzly, I'll take the man. I'm not above fighting a grown man. If it's the bear, I'll take my chances with anything else other than a grizzly.
Okay, so you get teleported. So there's not like, why is the man in the forest? Whatever. You're both randomly put there. You're going to come, if you pick man, you come across him. If you pick bear, you come across them. Answer is bear or man?
Both. Why not?
You got to pick one.
Man, bear.
You just
I'll take the man and I'll fight him if I need to. That's okay.
Okay, so you'd rather the man than the bear.
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Originally, you said a different answer, kind of. You said something about
I said if
grizzly
it
bear.
was a grizzly, I'd pick the man and fight my
Okay.
way out if I needed to. If it was any other
Okay.
species of bear,
Sure.
I'll take the bear.
So, okay. What about you?
I mean, I feel like I have a more surefire awareness of what's going to happen if it's a bear, no matter what type. I could learn about bears, but I just personally have there's such a lack of understanding how
You can scoot into the table a bit just to make it a little easier.
the man brain works. I don't really understand it, and that's why I like discussions like so I can try to understand how you guys
how
think.
the man brain works.
Sorry, that's simplifying it, but just how I feel like I'm trying to put myself in your position and how that would feel and think.
But if you're stuck out in the forest with a man, wouldn't that give you a lot of time to figure out how the man brain
But then
works?
you have to think of my own personal experience with trauma and men. I would feel more comfortable with dying or being brutally attacked than dealing with a human doing that to me. That just in my experience, that's more damaging. I could survive a bear attacking me and ripping off my legs,
Well,
but I don't think mentally
okay.
I'm strong
We'll get
enough to survive.
We'll get everybody's answers. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I'm going to go with the man.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the bear.
Man.
I'll go with the man.
Man.
Really quick, why bear?
Any of the times I've been brutally assaulted in my life, it's been from a human man. And there's been human men that I've trusted with my whole heart who've greatly harmed me. A bear, I don't trust a bear to begin with. I can at least kind of ascertain what its behaviors are going to be like because bears are kind of the same. Men can make you feel safe and trusted and then turn around and greatly harm you and you have no idea.
And I'm sorry to hear that
Bears can't manipulate.
And I'm sorry to hear that
That's why I pick a bear, personally.
Okay, so it does sound, like you said, there's been some terrible things that have happened in your life. I do want to ask, though, so because those things have happened, you're saying that because of that, that gives you essentially justification for your bias against men?
I don't have a bias against men.
Well, hold on.
I don't want to have
Isn't-
sex with them, but I don't,
Well, I
and I
didn't
don't
ask-
want my life to revolve around them. But I'm happy to work with them. I'm happy to be in the workspaces with them. I'm happy to be in creative spaces with them. I just don't want them to sexualize me. I want them to look at
What
me
does-
for my brain.
But
That's it.
what does that have to do with the?
That doesn't
in
mean that I have a
forest?
bias against them. Because, like I said, the
Well-
only experience I have in my life of being physically attacked is by human men. So if that's my
Right.
only experience,
But-
why would I choose to
so
be
you're-
alone with
so
one in
this
the woods?
question is asking you to do a risk assessment.
Yeah, I
And
think
so
it's
your
less
risk
riskier to be around a
assessment-
bear because you can study on a YouTube
Right.
video for 20 minutes how to survive a bear attack or whatever. I haven't done enough research.
Okay.
I know you get big or whatever, but I can learn those things pretty quickly and it'll work on pretty much all bears unless it
Hold
has
on.
like some health problem and it's deranged.
I mean, there's
Men
some,
can change like they're all individual. They have highly, we're
Right.
humans. We
So-
can think and manipulate
Sure.
and trick people.
So-
Bears can't trick me.
What percentage of men do you think then, because you must be doing some sort of calculus risk assessment here as to the likelihood that any given random man would hurt you? For example, if in this scenario, I say that, and you might disagree with this number, but if you were to grant it, less than 1% of men in this situation would choose to harm you in some way.
How do you know? You haven't interviewed every man that's alive.
He said he wasn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't.
Can you
I just,
engage in the...
I
Okay.
am engaging. That's why I asked a question. I'm trying to understand your
Right,
example.
but so
you
if
want me
we
to
grant
blindly-
that, if we grant that, would you still pick the bear?
If it was the case that less than 1% of men would harm me, then 100%. Obviously, that makes way more sense. It'd be less likely a man would attack me than a bear, but that's not a real fact. You made that up. So
Fair enough. But so comparatively, speaking, well, first let me ask, what percentage of men then, like in actuality, since you don't agree that it's less than 1%, what percentage of men do you think would be inclined to victimize you in some way in this scenario?
I honestly don't know because I've been shocked so many times. I've really trusted people and been blown away. So I choose to, everyone I meet, assume that they're a good person. I see the good in everyone, but I'm also, once I see a red flag, I'm not going to ignore it. People show who they are really quickly, and I listen to their
Do you
actions.
think it's more than 10%?
I think more than 10% of men would look at me and have some kind of thoughts as far as wanting something sexual from me just by looking at me, which doesn't mean they're going to attack me for it. It doesn't mean that all men can't control themselves, but it does mean that even though they're already having that thinking towards me, they're already looking at me as an object in some way rather than as an intelligent person to have discourse with. So that makes me uncomfortable in the first place that they have the ability to attack me. If we were in the woods and I was the only woman left and they wanted to have sex and there was literally no one to have sex with, I don't know if
That's
they'd go
not
crazy.
the scenario.
I don't know what the scenario is. You said if I was alone in the woods with a man, so I'm assuming I'm alone in the woods with a man.
Yeah.
which means
Right,
there's
but
no other women
you're
around.
not
So
gonna
if
be
they want
stuck
to have sex
there
with me, I'm the only one.
You won't be stuck there in perpetuity.
I didn't know that. You didn't include that in the original thing. But again, if I can assess how a bear is going to act by its body language and stuff, and it's true. A man's body language can be a complete lie. So I would prefer to just see what it is for what it is and not have to try to read between the lines like I do with human men.
Might I just change the scenario a little bit? Would you rather be stuck in a 10 by 10 room with a random man or a random bear?
It really depends. If the statistic you're saying is that less than 1% of men want to harm me, then I'd rather be with a man.
Whatever you think it is.
I think I'd still rather be with a bear, to be honest with you, because I think I can study animal behaviors and learn, and I can't. No matter how much I study men, I
Well,
don't
what if we
know what
just
they're
did
doing.
it right now? You don't have time to study the animal behaviors.
Then I guess maybe I'd pick a man because at least I know how to survive those situations with men. I know how to be fake submissive long enough to get out, but I don't want to be put in that situation anymore. So
Well,
I think I'd rather just not be alone with men.
Do you think in all instances, you would have to be fake submissive?
Yes. If
In
a
all
man wanted to
instances.
attack me, the only way out, unless I have
What
a
if-
weapon,
right.
I'm less than 100 pounds. Unless I have a weapon, if a man wants to harm me, the only way to survive it is not to fight it, it's to be submissive.
So you're presupposing.
And I don't want to be in that position anymore.
You're presupposing in all instances that the man would be inclined to attack you. He could be he could have absolutely zero intentions.
That's what I'm
of
saying. If
wanting
he had
to
no
hurt you.
intentions of attacking me, then there wouldn't be a fight. But I'm just, in your scenario.
He could have intentions, but he could also not have intentions.
But that's always in any
That's
interaction.
Every
with men.
interaction with every man in the world is that way. I don't know their intentions.
If we can, I would like to try to get
A bear wouldn't attack you just because you're a woman.
A bear just attacks.
A man.
Attacks me.
Okay.
Yeah, they would.
So
A man, not all men, but the men that do attack because that woman is smaller, can't fight back, they can easily control them. A bear isn't going to do that because you're a woman. They're going to
So-
attack you because you're a meat.
Okay, so if I can, I would like to get something specific. If you can attribute a percentage to the amount of men that you think in this situation would be inclined to attack you in some way.
I think it's 50-50. Yeah.
So 50% of the men in the United States would be inclined to.
I think they'd at least look at me and have a thought of, like, I
could.
I think
Let's
they
say-
look at me and
let's-
say, I could. She's 90 pounds. She's small.
What
She looks
percent- okay,
vulnerable. I
what-
could. I'm not going to, but I
what
think they just look
percentage
at me and immediately size me up.
Okay, what
Yeah.
percentage of men
But even
are, if I can, what percentage of men are heterosexual?
Probably a lot less than people admit, I'd think. I think there's a lot
Okay.
of men that are more gay
Well,
than you know.
I would be prepared.
A lot of the ones who.
Grid
I think
one
that-
Lotus
I think
Force
heterosexual
donated
men are the-
$200.
One sec.
Sorry.
Brian, thanks for getting to my
Thank you,
queue,
Grid
Binky. I double dog dare you to debate feminism with Mrs. Wilson. It will be very amusing. I am off to bed. The amount of copium on this panel is overwhelming.
Good night.
Grid one, thank you for the TTS.
Good
Appreciate it.
riddance.
I hope,
Good night.
I hope
Sweet
you have
dreams.
I hope you have a good night. Grid one. Sweet dreams, like she says.
Tucking you into bed.
Happy nightmare.
Well, I mean, so even if I just grant to you,
Oh.
Modest
Hey,
Hikima
it's our
donated
homie. It's
$200.
our homies.
I honestly hope this 304 runs into a grizzly and tries to be big LMFAO. Talk about being misinformed. Ladies, your chest tattoos give you away. Cancel your award GTFO with your BS.
Always the
He's a
small-
brave and a
I
decent
know.
man. He's a pioneer.
He's always
yo,
the small
Hakama, thank you, man.
man.
Appreciate it. So if 90% of men are heterosexual, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if like the vast majority of them found you attractive. It's not clear to me if there's like, just because a man finds you attractive, that's going to then lead to you getting attacked or victimized in some way.
That's what's hard to ascertain, and that's what I think Liza was getting at earlier when she was saying we don't know men's brains. It's like we do find people. I can appreciate that you're not ugly. I think you have an attractive face. Does that make me attracted to you? No, I have no attraction to you whatsoever.
He's blushing.
But I have no attraction. But that's what I'm saying is like the way that I think about people. I can look at someone and think they're attractive, but I
Led
wonder when men
donated
look at me and think I'm
$200.
attractive.
Hold on.
The level of delusion is off the scale. I'd laugh as I walk
And
away
that's
while
exactly
the bear
why.
eats your dumb
That
ass.
comment.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's
That
scary
comment
that
right
men would
there.
walk away while I got murdered. Like, I would
That
never
is
say that
exactly
to anyone.
why I
You'd
would
rather
say
pick
that
the
he's-
bear. That's totally valid.
It is valid, but to him say
So
I'd
just
laugh
because
while
we pick
you're
a bear,
dying
we
is
deserve
weird.
to die?
No, we just shouldn't. Do you think men
a
have a
fucking
duty?
weird
Wait,
thing
is
to
this
say.
a really a feminist position that
No,
men,
I'm
men-
just-
Oh, no, hold on. Let me
I'm
finish.
going off his
Let me
comment.
finish. Do you think men have a duty to protect random women?
Wanting us to die is different than them having a I never said they have a duty to protect us, but them standing there and be like, haha, die bitch because you picked a bear, yeah.
That's fucking weird. I don't wish death upon
That's fucking
anyone.
weird.
Well-
People make choices I disagree with all the time, and I don't want them to be dead. And if something bad happened to them, I genuinely
All right.
feel sadness for them.
So just who
I'm a
picked?
human.
It was bear and bear, right? 50. You said 50% of men would be inclined to.
I
victimize
don't know.
you.
That's what I'm saying. Is
You
that's
said
what
it was
that's what it
50-50.
feels. I'm saying that's
It
what it
feels-
feels like to
okay.
me. But I'm not in your head, and that's why
It
I
has
just feel
nothing to do with
comfortable
my
not
head.
being alone with men.
It has
And
nothing to
that's
do with
okay.
my head. It's what you think.
When I'm saying you, I'm talking about men as a group.
Right, I know.
I'm
but
not talking about you specifically. I don't want to be in a room alone with you, but I don't think you'd harm me either if you were in a room alone. I just am saying, like,
Okay.
I don't know how men think, but I don't think men think like me, where they're like, oh, she's pretty. Okay, let's continue. I think they think, oh, she's pretty. What's she look like naked? Does she know how to suck dick? Like, I think they think those things, and
Wow.
that's what makes me uncomfortable.
And you say you don't have a bias against men?
I didn't say I don't have a bias against men.
You literally said, I don't have a bias against men.
I didn't say that verbatim. I never said the word
You-
bias once this whole conversation.
No.
Can you replay the clip I said the word bias?
asked, I'm pretty sure I asked if you have a bias against men, and you said, no, I do not.
I said that I'd love to.
How is that any different?
It's completely different. I'm saying.
How is it different?
I'm trying to explain. You keep interrupting the same fucking
Okay,
question.
go
Let
ahead.
me answer it. So, like, Jesus Christ. So, like, I am
Please
happy
don't use
to.
the Lord's name in vain.
Oh, poor baby. Are you
Go
offended?
ahead, go ahead.
Oh, what a poor baby. So anyway, I'm happy to work with men who. I want to work with people as human beings. I don't want them to look at me sexually. I don't want to look at them sexually. I want them to see the intelligence I have. I want to see the creativity they have, vice versa. I want to feed off of each other. I want to be in the work environment with people who want to work towards the same things I want to work with, regardless of gender. I'm just saying, I'm choosing not to be alone with men, really, in any respect, and that's not me having a bias against them. That's the way I choose to live
Wait,
my life.
hold
I
on.
don't hate you
Do you know-
guys. I
do you
just
know what
don't want to fuck you.
prejudice- Do you know what prejudice
Why
means?
is that a problem?
Do you know what prejudice means?
Are you prejudiced because you don't want to be fucked in the ass by a man? Like you have your own preferences. I don't want to be alone with a man. That doesn't mean I hate you guys or have a bias against you. I don't feel comfortable with you.
You don't want to get fucked in the ass, so you hate gay people?
Let me ask
Yeah,
you. So
like you don't hate gay people. I'm not assuming that, but I'm assuming you don't want to have sex with a man. That's your preference.
how does
I don't
that-
think you're
what does-
biased.
What does that have to do with bias or prejudice?
Because you're saying because I don't want to be alone with a man that means I have
No.
a bias against them.
Well, hold on.
I cannot
No,
feel
no, no,
safe
no, no.
around you and
Let me
choose to
tell me
exist
if
in the
this
world
is
around
correct.
men.
Tell me if this is correct. So, you said that I bet if most men saw me, they would think this. They would think, oh, she's attractive. Damn.
Modest
Sorry,
Heathen
Hakama.
donated $200.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
900% red tank top wished that Trump's assassin was successful, but also says little brain dead shit like I wish death on no one. Sorry, Brixon. YouTube will hate this. When will you be on Rumble?
Yo, Hakama, thank you, man, for the TTS. Really good to see you back, man. It's been a while, so thank you. Appreciate it. Really quick.
For the record, I don't wish
you-
death upon Donald Trump. I just don't want him to be my president. But I don't
Would you
want
have
him to
been
be. I don't wish harm upon literally anyone.
Okay,
and
fair
that's
enough.
hard for people to believe because other people,
So-
I think, do wish that,
Sure.
and they don't agree with me because they
Thank-
don't know what it's like.
Thank you,
I
Hakama. So
don't feel that way.
going back to this. So you said something along the lines of, if I recall correctly, that if a man were to see you in the forest, that he would think something along the lines of, wow, she's attractive. I wonder if she sucks dick good. I wonder how she looks naked. Did you say that essentially?
I've had that experience.
No.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes, I did say that because I've had that
How
experience.
is that not precisely a prejudice and a bias against men to assume, to presuppose that is precisely what a majority of men is going to think?
I never said the majority. I said maybe it's
That's-
50-50,
you
maybe
said-
it's less. I don't know what it is, but
That's-
I do know for a fact that some men think that
Okay.
way because they've told
Sure.
me to my
Sure,
face and they've
absolutely.
shown me in their
Well,
actions.
well,
I don't think
absolutely.
all men feel that
Symmetry-
way, but
That's-
because I know some of them
To
do, I
Frank's-
just choose to not
Sure,
be
sure.
alone.
To
That's
It's
frame
it.
this a
true.
different
Men
way.
do undress
I
women, and that's
understand-
okay as long as they don't act. They undress women in
Well,
their
I
mind,
understand
as
you've
long
been
as they don't act
victimized.
inappropriately.
I understand
on
you've been
it.
victimized. I get that. Let us assume for a second that you grew up in like the hood, okay, and you were white, and you were being victimized by people who lived in this demographic, and so later, right, when somebody asked you, would you rather be on an island with a person who was black or a person who was white? And they said, always a person who was white. Would they be being prejudiced?
Not necessarily, because that's what I'm saying is these are the thinking that we need to break down. Is like, I had to come to that point with men. I was a man hater. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a man hater anymore because I've realized they're not all that way. That doesn't mean I want to get close to you necessarily, but it's the same thing that. But yeah, let me continue. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I don't necessarily think that. Like, I think if you had the living shit beat out of you by a black person and then you instinctively felt fear of a black person, like, that's not necessarily wrong. That's PTSD. However, if you choose to allow that belief to color your life and color the way you treat black people forever, you have responsibility to change that.
Well,
and
then this is
that.
exactly Brian. Then you really have
right.
just made
I have
Brian's
broken
point.
down. I don't feel hatred towards men anymore. I just really don't want my life to revolve around
but
you.
let's,
That's it.
But
It's
let's
not
hang on. Let's reverse this, right?
You can do your life and be happy.
Uno reverso.
I just don't want to be a part of it.
Right? Okay, so if a white person was like, okay, yeah, I get it. I just don't ever want to be in the room with a black person.
I mean, like, again, if they choose to go hide in their house, like, as long as they're not actively harming black people because of their fear, they can think, anyone can think whatever they want in their head as long as they're not
Yeah, but
actively
is it
harming
correct
others.
for them to think that?
It's not correct or incorrect to think anything. What's incorrect are actions. You can think whatever you want,
So
but
if
once
they
you take
said
those
out
thoughts and make
loud,
them actions.
so if they said out loud, I don't want to be in a room with a person because they're a different race than me.
That's something they need to. It's something they need to be like. I understand and have compassion for myself because the trauma I experienced made me feel this way. But I need to recognize that that's something I need to break down. Like, yeah, that's part of growing up and maturing. Is like I had to realize a lot of the things that traumatized me as a child. Like, the whole world isn't that way. Like, that's why I'm here talking to you guys.
Yeah.
I was walking down the street to get tacos with my fiance. I didn't know I was going to be on this weird conservative talk show with two men. But like, I just like, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not wanting to not have discourse with you. But if you were like, come home with me after this, I'd be like, no, thank you, because that's not what I want.
That's not even what we're. Okay.
But that's what I'm saying is I just don't want my life to revolve around you. It doesn't mean I don't want to work with you. It doesn't mean I don't want to talk to you on TV and understand your point of view. I think it's fascinating. I totally disagree, but it's fascinating, and I like to learn from you. But I don't want it to go beyond that. That's literally it.
Let me
That's
ask
the end of the story.
a quick follow up. So, if you're on an island, let's say there's no bear.
Yeah.
Okay. You're just on an island, and you are told before you go on, you're given a crystal ball, so you can look into the person's heart, and you know for sure he's not thinking anything about you that way, nothing like that, but he hates feminists. So he's like, look, if we're magically being transported to this island against our choice, right, is he obligated in any way, shape, or form to help you?
No, but I'm not obligated to help him or have sex with him. Like, that's what I'm saying. We're not obligated to do anything to each
He doesn't
other.
want anything like that.
If he doesn't want anything to do with me, I would respect that. Just like I would expect him to respect that about me back. That's
so
it.
if you're starving to death on this island, and he has a big, boar that he just took down, right? And you would agree he'd probably be better at that because, like you said, you're 90 pounds, right? So if
Unless
that
I had a gun, I could do it alone.
Yeah, no, okay. So he fashions a spear out of like vines and shit, right? He goes, takes this boar out. He's cooking. You're starving to death, right? Does he have any obligation to give you that boar?
Morally, I mean, I think it's kind of rude of him not to, but that's the kind of person I am, is if he didn't want shit to do with me, I would turn around and I'd catch a bigger boar and figure it out. Because the thing is like, a lot of this is not just all about bronze, it's about intelligence. Like, if I have the tools, I can do the same thing men can do. I just need the tools because I don't have the arm muscle. That doesn't make me
yeah, you
less...
have no tools.
Yeah. Well, if I'm on an island, I can make some tools. 'Cause
Yes.
guess what? Part of my troubled teen industry story was I was one of those girls in those wilderness camps. I had to make a fire out of random fibers of plants and sticks. Like, I literally actually learned how to do all that shit. I'm sure I could figure it out. But I think it'd be really rude of him. And if it was vice versa and he was starving and I was the one that caught the boar, my nature as a person is I would share with him.
But he has no obligation to?
But not necessarily, no. Because I'm not... that's what I'm saying. I can take care of me. I don't need you guys to protect me.
That's all. I
felt
just wanted to hear
safer
it.
living with a woman than I ever have.
So I will move it on here. I guess really quick. So you said it was about 50-50 for the men.
Maybe that's what it seems like to me from my limited worldview experience, but I
Okay.
haven't seen the whole world and I
Sure.
haven't met every man. But
you
it
think
seems
it's
like that way.
You
Feels
think
like
it's
it.
probably 50-50.
Feels that way.
50% of
Sometimes,
men.
Some days it really feels that way.
Okay, and then you said bear too. What if you had to attribute a percentage? What percentage of men do you think would victimize women in this scenario? Into the mic.
I mean, I guess it's hard for me to know. If I guess it just depends. My experience is it's more than 50% because that's my interaction. If I go through the list of men, and for me, I would say more like 75. But
75%.
in general, I don't know. It's probably less.
Okay.
But I also just want to add. Never mind.
Hold
It's
on.
fine.
We'll come back.
Jbutler donated $200. Bricks, and I've never seen a panel
What
where
the hell, bro?
100%
Oh my
of
dude,
women's
it's
infected
Jbutler.
with
He's back
genital
too?
herpes. Congratulations, you've really outdone yourself this
Bro,
time.
everybody's coming out the
Absolutely
woodwork.
filthy. Excuse me while I choke on my own vomit.
What the hell?
When's
Yo,
the
Jay
last
Butler.
time you got tested, buddy?
We've been
like a high
missing
school
you, bro.
insult.
Maddie,
You have
when's the last
herpes.
time?
When's the last time
When's the
everyone
last
got
time we saw
tested?
Jay Butler? Months. We've been missing your herpes talk, bro. Hold on. I got something
He's
for
a
you.
brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Dude, Jay Butler, where you been, bro? We've been waiting on the herpes conversation.
basement.
But just for context, guys, he would every show send in a message about always herpes. He's a doctor.
It's a
bro.
guilty conscience.
I was going to say, he's got
He's a
something going on.
urologist.
Depressed.
Jay Butler's a urologist. Anyways, so you said 75% of men in the scenario.
But I do just want to, I think the main point for me is that I am trying to change that initial bias that, okay, I don't know all men, and I don't think, I have to believe that it's actually the opposite of what I think, and that men don't want to attack us. You know, I hope that's true, but when it keeps happening, it makes me lose faith, honestly. So it's hard for me to believe when I'm constantly looking, and even that's why I'm here today, because I'm interested in people's opinions and thoughts. But yeah, so I would hope it's less, but in my experience, that unfortunately hasn't been the case.
And if we reverse the question and we ask, do you think a man would prefer to be stuck in the forest with a woman or a bear? What would your answer be?
I hope they don't pick me.
Not you, a random woman or a random bear. Which one do you think a man would choose?
They would probably, depending on who they are, their character, their morals, they could choose a woman. They could choose a bear. As long as it's not me, I really don't care.
So
Which one do you think they would choose?
Depends on the man.
Okay.
Generally speaking, probably women.
So-
They would probably
What do you
choose a
think?
woman.
I would think typically women. Yeah.
The bear. Women are terrifying. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They'd probably go with the woman.
I'd say the women for companionship. I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's the woman. This
Because
is
they
men we're
expect a woman
talking
to
about. Come on.
Yeah, definitely the
be their
woman.
companion.
Come on now.
If my boyfriend answered the question, he'd say he doesn't want to get me too'd.
Okay.
Oh,
Here, final thing on this.
I have a
So
lot to say
going
about
back to the 75% number that you gave and the 50% number that you gave, there are 165 million men in the United States. Using your percentages, are you prepared to say that in the United States, over about 80 million men in the United States would be inclined to victimize a woman in the scenario? And then for you, are you prepared to say that 127 million men in the United States would be prepared to victimize a woman in the scenario? Go ahead.
No, I don't think so. And that's my whole point, is that I truly believe that I'm creating a statistic in my mind because you want a specific answer, but I really can only answer based on my experience and can hope that it's less.
Yeah.
So I think that would be wrong for me to say,
Yeah,
yes,
I
that
think I get
many
it.
men
You're saying
do
your
that.
intuition's telling you one thing,
Yeah.
but your rational brain's telling you
Right,
that's
and that's
probably
what I'm
not true.
saying. I'm trying to be rational and not avoid like interaction with men. Like I'm not going to run away.
Well, then if you were to
but-
rationalize, so now you have like this intuitive battle. My intuition tells me one thing, my reason's telling me something, which is pushing back against intuition, which happens sometimes. If you were to only use the rational, absent the intuition, which is really hard to untangle, but assuming you were to only try to look at it from that purview, would your answer change as to how many men you think would be prepared to do that?
No, I think that I would want there to be more. How do I say this? I think the amount of assaults and things like that are underreported anyway. So if we had more accurate numbers, then I feel, because I know the statistics about how many men and women are being hurt, but I don't like. I think and I know it's more likely people that they know. So I think that's what makes me scared and not willing to trust men, because it's not the strangers. it's
Yeah, but you're going with a random guy.
Yeah, but if we're going with a random man, then I don't know. It's still so, like you said, I want to go rational and want to believe that men would want to step up and protect women because that's what, but also there's no obligation to, because I do believe in free will. So
Do you think that, because this, just so you know, this answer is given a lot, where they think the percentages are really high, and it's based on that intuition that often it's underreported, things like this. But if you were a man in modernity and you heard women saying this, that they believe that over 50% of men in the U.S. population are in some way willing to assault them, why the hell would you ever want to go around women?
Exactly. No, I totally agree. And
why
that's
would you
what
ever in a million years want to ever go around women?
I think that's why this is kind of another topic, but why it's kind of what I was saying earlier, why men are so lost in the sauce right now. I mean, earlier we talked about, what was it, X age, men being the predominant ones in our society who take their lives. And I think we've done, not a great job at navigating and like I said, kind of crucifying them and villainizing them to where it's too much, to where they're now like, well, what do I do? Even their instincts, like, do I do this, and they're just lost in their identity right now. And that's, a problem.
Have any of you ever opened up the Citizens app and saw how many registered sex offenders live within proximity of you?
Horrifying.
Yeah.
But because if we're going to talk
A lot
about...
of them are female teachers.
I'm not saying...
And that makes me sick as well. That makes me sick that
it's
women
all
do that.
disgusting.
It does.
So the thing is like, yeah, there's not that many, by the way. Even if you had within your proximity 100 people, you don't really realize how many people are actually in your proximity, probably.
There's probably more than the ones who are pictured because
so
of
much.
underreported crimes.
Yeah, but
So
even
you
if that were
agree.
true and you were to double it, it would still be a really tiny sample of that population.
But you agree that there's...
Well, I think
more
one,
than what's
I think
listed on
I
the
think one
Citizens
is
app.
too many, right? But I'm still rational about this, right? So I'm saying even if one is too many, and I prefer that there wasn't even one within this proximity. If there was 100, if you're living in the the middle of downtown Santa Barbara, that's a really low number.
But the chance is never zero.
Well,
Yeah, it wouldn't be
So-
zero if there was none.
so I guess I do want to move it on to the
Unfortunately,
next thing. I still would just like to pose the question one more time, and I'll even use your lower number of 50%. After
Isaiah
this
Flute
TTS.
donated $200.
Yo, Isaiah, thank you, man.
Andrew, this seems like half of a panel of junkies and sex workers. Good luck, because they are not able to logically think.
Well, I disagree. I think that some people on the panel actually, in comparison to many of the panels, have given reasoned arguments that I can at least engage with. So I'm happy about that.
I think it's been a
Nice.
pretty fantastic panel.
I think you're just...
Except her, because she's on a fucking journey. But everybody else has been doing fantastic.
Yes, exactly.
I'll read this really quick. John Green, I don't know these men can understand what 50% or more are thinking. How much do they know about bears? They are 100% looking for food. John Green, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate
Yeah, but
it.
she's saying her intuition doesn't match her reason. So she's saying that they're in conflict with each other.
Yeah, that happens all
So
the time.
so you're making a rationalization.
Yeah, and I
You're
think that's
saying,
important.
I know I'm wrong, but I still feel this way.
Yeah.
And so that's a rationalization.
Yeah, and I don't think that separating men and women, and especially because I'm not straight, so I can't take away from that. Like most people are straight and men love women and women love men. So I don't have the same, I don't need a man in my life.
Jbutler donated $200.
Thank you, man.
The cautionary tale of plastic surgery and tattoos sitting in front of Brixton is clearly suffering the neurological damage of a genital herpes infection. Joe Biden speaks more lucid than this creature.
Did your mother ever love you, sweetheart?
Not Joe Biden.
Would she be proud of the way you sit here and talk about women or any men? You're really...
He's a urologist.
I mean, would your father be proud of how you talked about men?
He was I can't say the word, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
then
just...
goes back
I do-
to... There was a comment earlier
maybe his
about
mom
would
was
you be...
there.
Can you say this to your brothers
Yeah.
and fathers and stuff? And the ones who do it, yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe his mom was as well.
No, that's what I'm saying. We all are how we are for a reason.
Well-
we all have full lives, and I want to
Okay.
not judge men
Yeah.
based on my experiences.
Yeah.
So, Jay Butler, thank you, man. Really quick, since he always likes to talk about herpes, really quick,
Naturally.
So you're in the adult entertainment industry. You do like traditional porn, whatever.
Yeah.
My understanding is, perhaps you can educate me a bit on this. Most people who are in the traditional porn industry on a short enough or even long enough time period will eventually get herpes, genital
That's
herpes.
all the entire population. That has nothing to do
Well-
with strictly sex work. It's you can no. That is a statistic you can look up. Outside of sex work, the general population.
Sure, it's high in the general population.
Huh?
Yeah, sure. People
Yeah.
in the general population can,
But it's
can
not-
get genital herpes.
It's not
That's yeah.
more so prevalent in sex work. If anything, it's less prevalent because
They don't test for it. They do not test for herpes.
Yeah, the rates of all
They
STDs
don't.
are higher in sex.
Well, not on standard panel tests, but
Do-
sex workers who are responsible do get tested for it at least annually.
I'm not going to throw a girl we've recently had on in one of our recent shows. She was a sex worker, young girl, and somebody, I'm not going to say her name just for privacy reasons. Somebody DM'd me and said, yo, she's bullshitting the whole time. Like, she goes to set with, like, active genital herpes outbreaks.
See, that I find
those
not
are the
true,
kind of
yeah.
people that are endangering our community, and I can wholeheartedly say that not everyone belongs in
Sure,
this
not
industry.
every- not every
There's a
one
lot
does
of
that.
uneducated people who are uneducated on incubation times, testing, consent, so many different
But-
concepts of sex work. But if I was on
just
this
saying.
on the topic of STDs, sex workers are probably more cleanly than the general public who gets tested once a year.
I mean, I find it dubious, though, when it comes to herpes.
The STD rates among sex workers much higher than the general public, across the board.
So everyone here gets tested every month?
It wouldn't matter because
It would if you're having multiple
hang
partners.
on, I'll explain. It's due to risk assessment, right? So there's certain populations which are at higher risk than other populations, even in the
I
general.
haven't popped
You
once
gotta let me
since being
finish
in
so
this
I can answer
industry.
your
That's
question.
fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So, like, homosexual males, for instance, are going to be at a higher rate than other populations for the risk of STDs, for an increase in STDs.
Because there can be tearing and blood transfusions.
That, yes, but also because there's a different rate of promiscuity and partner swap than compared to the general population. So this same exact logic would apply inside of sex work. So inside of sex work, your job's to have sex. Most people's job is not to have sex. And so since most people's job is to not have sex, their risk, generally speaking, is going to be way lower than a person whose job is to.
I, since being in this industry professionally, have never contracted anything. I have only contracted stuff before sex work when I wasn't completely in the industry because it was all promiscuous sex and no one's fucking getting
Great.
tested.
I, as a
In
person
this,
who was
I'm
never in
trying
sex
to
work,
finish.
never contracted
When
anything.
That's
It's the
fine.
same argument.
That's fine. You're married. Your risk is probably lower.
I
It's
wasn't
never
always
zero.
married.
It's never zero.
Right.
But married people should still every now and then get tested because how can you be certain that I'm not saying your partner is, but how can you be certain that your partner has only slept with you? That is
All right,
ignorance.
I do have to move it on.
Okay.
I do have to move it on. Warlord says, to the lady in red, lights, camera, action, I'm sorry that your father figure has tainted the picture you have of what a man is. If you listen to Andrew carefully, you'll know that he is right. Okay, thank you, Warlord 69.
Ooh, woo.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right,
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
I've experienced hundreds of men, and I think I can make an educated assessment of what I like and don't like.
All right. A couple rapid fire questions here. We'll try to get through them quick. No. Are men or women physically stronger? Starting with you.
With evolution, men.
Okay.
I'll say men. I'll say men too.
Generally, men. There are exceptions. There's strong women and weak men too.
Men, biology.
Men, evolutionary.
Men.
Okay, just checking. Who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
The people of the country the war's in.
Well, so the question is, though,
Men or women?
Men or women.
Why
if you had
do
to choose.
one matter more than the other when it comes to war and everyone's
You can
dying?
say both.
Both. Yeah, that's what I said.
So
the
both.
people.
So you think that both
men,
of them,
women,
Yeah, yeah.
children.
So equal. They're
Yeah.
equally okay.
I think it depends on how you look at it too. Like you could say, if you're thinking about creating more life for the world to continue, that it would be women because because you need men to have children in the first place. But you could also say men because they're actually fighting the wars, and PTSD is a huge thing. And yeah,
There was actually a study
Wait,
that
so I'm
women can
just
get
one
pregnant
point of
by
clarification.
women.
You said you could say
Bone
women
marrow.
because you need women to.
Stem cells
because
and
you
bone
need
marrow within
men
the women's
to
body.
procreate. So if we're talking about war as in killing people and your population having less people, then I would say women would suffer because there's not. You see what the argument I'm trying to have? It's just a side thought, but whatever.
Okay.
But then I would say men if you're thinking about just fighting in war. Like
So they're just primary overall.
yeah, overall I would guess say men.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
I guess I would say both, honestly. But I mean, I know this is an option, but I think the people that pass away in said war are probably the most of the victim. But there's obviously other victims too, so both.
So you think the primary victims would be the people who are fighting and dying in the war?
I think anyone that's dying due to the war, not necessarily, you don't have to
okay.
be fighting to die in said war.
So
I don't
if
think,
you were to
know.
take both sexes, would you say that wars have an equal conditional standard on both, or one suffers more than the other?
I mean, I think that everyone suffers when it's war, I think war is just bad, honestly.
Well, then actually, just so you know, there's no actual way to conceptualize any other answer than either they suffer the same or one suffers more.
They
There
suffer
actually
the
can't
same,
be
yeah.
any other answer. You can't,
Okay.
could you even think of another answer there could be? Then either both of them suffer the same or one suffers more than the other. Could there even be another one?
I think my answer is that whoever's affected by violence directly.
Well, that would be one or the other.
But that's what I'm saying is it's not. It might be men who are fighting, but if you're fighting in a town where women live and they are also getting essayed and
Then that would
attacked,
still
and
be
they're
one or the
next to
other.
a bomb that blows up and they're not part of it, but they just were affected. Maybe the woman's madly in love with her husband and he just died in front of her. That's going to affect her. Honestly, maybe worse because he's not alive to remember
Then
it.
that's
She has to
still
live with
one
it
or
the
the
rest of
other.
her life. So anyone, regardless of gender, that's directly affected by the violence of war is going to be affected, whether they were participating or
yeah.
not.
So it's still going to be one or the other.
Primarily
or both
men because they're
equally.
mostly fighting, but we fight in areas where women and children live, so they're very
I
affected.
totally agree. So I totally agree that men fight in areas where there's women and children.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I'm just saying that I can't logically think of an answer other than it's either they suffer equally or one suffers more than the other. I
They
can't
suffer
actually
equally if they're
rationalize.
both affected by the violence. Like you might not be perpetuating the violence, but if you live around it, you're going to be affected equally as someone who's participating.
Okay.
Witnessing people die around
So
you,
it's about equal,
going to
you think?
affect you for life.
So you
even
think
if
it's
you
about
didn't
equal?
die. Yeah, I think it's equal. Anyone who's seeing the violence is affected.
Gotcha.
I'm going to say men.
Men.
And back to the bear thing, if you know how you asked if would you expect a man to save you from a bear coming up charging after you? I'm going to say, hell yes, I would. I ain't too proud to beg. I'm a tough bitch, but yes. This goes into men, stepping up. Step up, men.
But also accept us flirting with other men while we're in a monogamous romantic relationship.
What does one
something they
have?
both
That's
agree on.
totally arbitrary. What does one have
What
to do with
does
the other?
this have to do with the
I
current
said I'm a
question
tough
about
bitch.
war?
I'm strong. I'm in control. But the bear's coming at my ass. Like I said, I ain't too proud to beg. I love a man around to help out with. I'm an acts of service love language gal. I'm down for a man to be around and
Can you just use your goddess energy?
always that too. It's the yin and the yang. That's what people don't get, right? It's so. I talk about binary earlier. I don't know why. You probably think your wife is a goddess. Why are you mocking it?
No, I
You
don't.
probably-
That would be
Oh.
blasphemy.
Oh, okay. Well,
Definitely
that's too
wouldn't
bad.
say my wife's a goddess or
That's
you
too bad.
or any woman
Look,
would
I
be a
have
goddess.
I
That's
have-
insanity.
Okay. I have no problem with traditional gender norms, right? Men being strong
I'm sorry,
and
I have to
masculine and
interrupt
stepping
you.
in.
You've
women.
totally derailed the conversation.
No,
here.
I was getting to it.
No, you weren't. You've
Okay.
totally derailed
I was talking
the
about.
conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So which
you were
one?
talking
Primary?
about, your goddess energy, flirting,
No, I
whatever. It's all
wasn't.
power, right? And so
Hold on, hold on. Did
men
you-
have to be this way to be
Yeah,
powerful.
I'm
women
sorry.
have,
I
hang
have to
on,
interrupt
women
you
have
once
to.
more.
Okay, I might
I
as well
have
talk
to-
to this cup.
I have
women
to
have
stop.
to be this way
No,
to be
you
powerful.
have to stop talking.
You missed the point. You're in the boxes. Go
I
ahead.
just told you. You've just derailed the conversation.
I didn't. It's all part of the same
No.
thing. When I talked about the
question-
bear coming after me, you're like, oh, flirting and monogamous. Also, are you asexual? You find other people attractive. You flirt. It's
what
human
does
nature.
that have to do with anything?
You brought it into this because you're like, oh, in
No.
a monogamous
I
relationship,
did.
I
flirting.
said something about it.
Like,
No, I said
it's
that.
so arbitrary. What does one have to do with the other?
Okay,
But it's also
here's
that you guys
how-
keep going
can
after
I-
that. Do you not
do you want me to
flirt?
point
Are
out-
you intrigued? Like,
Are you just not listening to what I'm saying at all? We moved on from the bear conversation. We were going around the table asking all the
the
panelists.
reason I said men stepping up, and in war, right? Men being in combat, being in battle. That goes back to my original thing of why I said men. It's not confusing. Like,
No, I don't think so.
right? He looked confused. You weren't.
Well, that's so from his perspective, it's because he's just looking for the direct answer. And then, because usually on the second round of the question, then we can get into the qualifiers.
Okay.
You see what I'm
Fair
saying?
enough. Yeah.
I'd say those directly affected by the violence, whether it be men or women.
You said, I'm sorry, it's what?
Oh, the question was.
So the question is, who's the primary victim of war? You have to choose one, men or
I
women.
have to choose one. Men, if
Okay.
they're primarily fighting.
Men are the victims of war.
Okay. So were there anybody say women?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of 50-50s, yeah.
It's
Yeah, I feel. I feel.
Well,
If a
okay,
woman's
you have to
witnessing
pick
war
one.
and you watch
But if you
someone
have to
explode in front of your very eyes, that's going to change your life in a horrible way.
Yeah, but
even
would-
if you're not a part of it, watching humans die is
But would
horrible.
it be
So,
worse for you to be the person who exploded or the person watching the person explode?
Personally, I think I'd rather be the one that exploded because I don't have to wake up every day and live with that traumatic memory. That's horrible to live through.
So then let me ask
Especially
you.
watching children die, it's hard to keep going.
Do you
after
have loved ones who've passed?
that. I mean, yeah, I do. I haven't experienced like a life partner or a sibling or a parent dying yet, actually. So.
But you do recognize that every single day, tens of thousands of people have people who are close to them pass away, and that they can recover from that, and they do most often recover from that.
Yes, but someone dying in their sleep is different than literally
they die
standing
in
there and
all
watching
kinds of
someone's
ways.
Actually,
guts
so
explode in your
have
face.
you ever
That's
seen
going to give
someone?
you PTSD.
Have you ever seen someone die
I've only seen like gore images
No,
on the
in
internet that have
person.
actually.
in person?
I haven't watched some. I have seen dead
Okay.
bodies, but I haven't watched
So-
someone die in front of me.
So just
no.
to be okay, you said if somebody passes away in their sleep. So that happens, but so I was in hospice care when my grandma passed away. Now it was sort of essentially death by old age, right?
Yeah.
It was actually extremely brutal, even under the care of a doctor,
sure, yeah.
to see my grandmother go through the actual process of death.
Yeah, I'm sure it's it's ugly. It's not.
It
death
was
isn't
not pretty.
I know.
It was my
I'm
first time
sure.
ever seeing that. But I mean, that is not like a sort of, at least compared to if you're violently attacked or you're in a car crash. That is the way a lot of people die. Is they're in hospice care. They just kind of pass away. End of life. Even under these circumstances where you're under the care of a medical professional, it's not a pretty thing.
Oh, I completely sympathize with you. I think watching anyone you love die, whether it's graphic or not, just watching them kind of slowly lose their spirit and kind of not be the same bright light they were, like, of course, that's awful and sad. Even if they made it to old age and they had a full, fulfilling life, anyone you love no longer being here is going to be hard.
Just to
but that
hammer
is
home-
very different than watching a small child blow up
Right,
in a bomb.
but just
you
to
know?
hammer
That's
home
just
the
not
point,
the same.
like-
It's going to traumatize you in a whole other way.
Even in
Apples to
this
oranges.
hospice example that I provided with my own grandma, it's not like how it's portrayed in the movies where they're totally lucid and then they just kind of close their eyes and they go away.
They
Like
grunt.
it's,
Body
they
is
are like
full.
fighting and it's like disturbing and
Yeah.
it's heavy.
I bet.
And you see the eyes glaze over. They're still alive though. They're still
Yeah.
trying to breathe. It's frankly disturbing.
I'm sure it is.
Right.
But that's what you're saying is you're already admitting that that affected you. So imagine watching hundreds of people die like even more violently. That's going to affect you even more.
But
if you can already
but you understand potentials.
Oh
The
yes.
prompt
So if we're looking-
fatalities, Brian, was it fatalities or just
no,
in
just
general
primary
impacted?
victims, however you think of victim.
Yeah.
So, but think about potentials. So back to non-intuition, just reason for a second.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about the potential, you would agree with me that if somebody's dead, all potential is gone.
True.
Yeah, all potential is gone.
Yeah.
However, if somebody is alive and they experience tons of trauma, there's a good potential, even a good potential, that they can recover and move past that trauma.
Yeah, it's true. That's what makes me want to keep going in life.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
I can keep
so
going.
if that is true,
Yeah.
right, then wouldn't you agree with me that the person being exploded, it's still better to not be that person?
You're probably right, honestly. Like you probably are, and I'm not disagreeing with you either. I'm just saying, like, would I rather like watch my wife die or die first? Like, I'd feel less upset me dying first. However, the thought of her having to watch me die actually is also bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
But the potential exists.
It's hard to answer because I haven't died yet.
The potential exists,
but
and sure, I'm gonna grant a couple things immediately. I 100% believe you that you would prefer to die instead of a loved one. I totally agree with that. Okay. However, I would need you to concede back, though, that if a loved one close to you does die, that you still have potential to move past that scenario.
That's true, and that's the beautiful thing about life.
So if we're conceding that that is true, then it seems to me that the potential itself of being able to recover is superior to death.
You know, you're right. Actually, this is a great example of you kind of making me think a little bit. And you're right. I am kind of changing my perspective. I think you're right. You still do have that potential if you're still alive to keep going. You're right. But it's conflicting because I wouldn't wish Liza to live a life
but
like
they're
that
not
either,
they're not exclusive.
They're
And
not
the reason
exclusive.
the
They're
reason
different.
we're having a better
But you're right.
conversation, just so you know,
You're right.
I tend to match energy with people. So people
Yeah.
are super combative. I'm super combative.
Yeah.
If they're cool and they're relaxed, I'm cool and relaxed.
Yeah. No,
right?
you've kind of made me think different. Like,
Yeah,
you're,
so
you're right,
it's-
because if I had a baby, would I want my baby to grow up with no mom? No. But if it had to choose between me and the baby, I would want the baby to live and I die because they have the potential to
Which
keep going.
makes sense.
So that's completely that's completely
and that
correct.
totally
Yeah.
makes sense, right? So I would think most honorable people would say
Yeah.
that they would want to instead. So I think if my brother was in a war, that if my dad had a crystal ball and knew he was going to step on a landmine, that he would want to trade places with him.
You're right.
However,
right.
if my brother did die in the war, right, I think that my father has the potential to, over time, either not necessarily heal completely from that trauma, but at least be able to cope with it over an elongated period of time. So if that's true, then you'd have to concede that men have to be the primary victim of war if they're the ones who are mostly dying.
You're right. If they're the ones that are mostly dying, that's true. I do think that when other countries are invaded, oftentimes civilians are equally attacked a lot of the times.
Agreed.
And in those situations, there's plenty of women that die. But you're right. Whoever's primarily,
I even agree that
whoever's
there's-
primarily losing their life is the biggest loser.
Right, got it.
So I guess
And
overall it would
in
mostly be
all-
men,
They're
but
suffering, yeah.
if we're going to
basically
pillage a
all
village and
wars-
kill all the women and assay all the women in that village,
Sure,
I
that's
think
terrible.
they're equal victims.
I think that's
Yeah.
true, but I just want to kind of go back though,
You're right.
That in almost every war that I'm aware of, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that there's some outliers where women and children bore the brunt more than the men did. But every war that I'm aware of, there was far more male deaths combined with civilian and soldier deaths.
Yeah, and if that's like, again, because I don't know the stats, and if the stats you're giving me are true and I believe you, then yeah, you're right. Men are a bigger victim because losing your life, you don't have a chance after that.
Right, you don't have a chance
And
to,
I agree with that.
Does that make sense to you?
But I'm just.
It makes sense. However, there is no perfect victim, and the people who die, their suffering ends there. The after effects of war, famine, homes gone, people starving to death, they are a continued victim. Though the people who died were a victim in their death, but they are dead, gone, no longer suffering. The people who remain after the war have to deal with the repercussions of the war for the rest of their lives,
Agreed.
even if they are able to get over it.
Totally agree, but backing up, let me ask the same question to you. Do you agree that people, if they're dead, have zero potential of recovering from traumas?
If they're dead, yeah.
Okay, so if they're alive, they do have the potential to recover from the trauma.
The potential is there, but
People
what
do
is the
recover from
chance?
trauma.
Not everyone,
I
though.
just want to say that the chance. Let's give it the worst possible chance. It's 1%. Let's say, right? It's the worst possible chance ever that they will recover. Maybe only one person in 100,000 will recover. Isn't that still a better potential than being dead?
Yes. Personally, if I watched my entire family die in front of me, if I watched my children be blown to shreds, take me with them, because I don't want to.
Right, you would, and I think
continue
I
after
agree
that.
with you. You would totally feel that way right then. But do you agree that the potential exists?
The
that
potential-
over an elongated enough period of time, through grief counseling and whatever else was available, that you might be able to psychologically reconcile and move past, or at least deal with that event.
The potential is there.
Yes, that's it. That's it. That's all we need. So if the potential is there, if it's just there, then I don't see how you could say that you could be the primary victim over the dead. That's my point.
The potential is there. Doesn't mean you're not going to starve to death from famine. Doesn't mean you're not
Well,
going
then
to
the
watch more
potential's not
people
there.
of your family
Prejudice.
slowly die.
Then the potential's not there. So if they're dead, the potential, you're removing the thing which we're arguing over, which is the potential. So if you say they're dead, I agree.
That's why
I agree
there
it's
is
worse
no
to
perfect,
be dead.
There is no perfect victim. The people who die fighting in the
I don't
war
know what that
are
means,
currently
perfect victim.
There's no way for someone to be a victim perfectly enough for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
well, we're
is-
not saying that perfectly enough for everyone. I'm
But
saying all of them are
You
victims.
saying
All of them are
someone has
victims.
the potential, that's creating the idea of the perfect victim, that this person
No.
can get over it. Can.
The
Just
pot-
because there's a possibility doesn't mean they're not suffering.
But I'm not even disagreeing with
Even
that.
more so than the people who die.
Hang on, let me reconcile these positions. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just going to grant that there's no perfect, whatever that means. I think my understanding is there's no perfect definition that'll fit everybody's mold of what a victim is. But you and I can agree that if your brother gets blown up in front of you and you see that, you're both victims, right?
Yes.
Okay, so our dispute isn't over whether you're both victims. We've already agreed. So we're not saying they're perfect, imperfect, we're agreeing that they're victims. You're the victim and your brother's the victim. We're just trying to determine which one of you is more of a victim.
But that's what I mean by the perfect victim. It doesn't
I don't
exist.
think so, because if the potential exists for you to recover, but the potential's gone for him to ever recover.
The potential for them to suffer is over, but the potential for me to keep suffering is still there.
That's true, but the potential also exists for you to recover.
So either way, it's like the
no,
potential.
it's not either way. All potential's gone from him.
No, I mean the person who's living has the potential to suffer or the potential
That's
to
true.
recover, but it's not guaranteed. That's why I mean there's no perfect victim. The person dies, their suffering ends. But the person who keeps living, you can't guarantee that they can live the rest of their
So,
lives being okay
actually,
knowing
this
that
is-
their family's
This
dead.
is bizarre to me. I want to make sure I get this right. When you say there's no such thing as a perfect victim, you're saying that what you're actually saying, now I think I get it,
Yeah.
that you cannot ascertain this person has been more victimized than this person. That's what that means?
I cannot wholeheartedly sit here and say that one person, men or women, suffer more in war. Everyone. The people fighting, people on the opposing side, people on whatever side you're on, there are victims in both sides who necessarily don't agree
Okay.
with.
Okay, so hang on. You're in a convenience store, okay? And a robber walks in, okay? And he steals a Snickers bar from the clerk. And then he walks over and beats you half to death and essays you.
Okay.
Who was more victimized?
Me.
So then we can ascertain that there can be levels of victimization.
There can be levels.
So then
if
when you
there
say
has
a
to be levels,
perfect,
why does it have to be woman
because
and
when
man?
you say a perfect victim, and I say this means we can't judge who's more victimized than another, you said yes, but we clearly can.
To me,
Yeah, to you.
I would feel like a big fucking victim. The other guy probably also could be stuck with
Do you
trauma
think-
from watching me go
Do you think
through
that most
There's-
rational agents would think, no, he didn't have to see it. He didn't watch it. He just had a Snickers bar stolen from him. That's it. He didn't see anything that happened to you.
But
Which
you
one
said
of you
he's-
is more of a
okay.
victim?
Everyone's a victim, not the guy who
You
stole.
can't ascertain that the guy
Maybe he
who
is,
lost
but-
a Snickers bar has been less victimized than the woman who's been half beaten to death and essayed? Really?
You're exactly getting back to my point of the perfect victim.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm asking you this question. I just need you to say, nope, they're equally
He
victimized.
is a victim of death or a theft. I'm a victim of my bodily autonomy being disregarded.
So I just want to let you know the entailment of this. Just so you know, if I go stand outside an SA clinic and they go, and some gal and I get in a conversation, she says, I was horribly SA'd by a man. I'm going to be like, oh yeah? Pff, That's just like when a guy broke into my house and stole a video game.
Again, you're going to disregard what I'm saying, but again, you're going back to the topic of someone being a
Does
more
that seem
perfect victim
rational?
than someone else.
Do you think that she would be like, what? Do you think she'd be like, that's in no way, shape, or form, whatever you think the victimhood of having your favorite video game stolen was in comparison to me being brutally essayed? Don't you think that any rational agent would be like, no, I really don't think...
I'm going to leave it at what everyone suffers from war. I can't pick men, women, there is no... Everyone suffers.
Okay,
If you
forget
watch
the
a
war
loved
for a
one-
second.
Okay.
I'm just asking about the Snickers bar at this point. Is the guy who got a Snickers bar stolen from him as much of a victim as when, if he doesn't see any of this, the guy turns around, beats the holy tar out of a chick and essays her? Are they both equally victims in your mind?
That doesn't touch on the topic of war. That's how we got on this topic, right?
Yeah, because
war.
the reason I'm using this external analogy is because you said it's impossible to ascertain if somebody has been more victimized than another, because that's what you mean by perfect victim.
Everyone takes in trauma differently. I can't say that person who was stolen from isn't gonna is it logical for them to feel like the biggest perfect fucking victim? No. But I don't know what they've gone through in their previous life. Maybe theft is a big fucking trigger for them. There's something, who fucking knows? You can't, that's not something. Would I feel victimized for being violated? Go ahead. Obviously we don't agree, and that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to agree that everyone suffers in war. I'm going to stay on what I said, is there's no perfect victim. If you don't want to agree with that, that's fine.
Okay. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
One thing really quick, then I'm going to read a couple chats. Nick, can you pull up the thing? So when it comes to the Ukrainian other side, put us on the other side. Okay. So for the entirety of the Ukraine war, this is a modern conflict. Men between the ages of 18 to 60 were banned from leaving the country, whereas all women could flee the country if they were so inclined. Knowing this about this specific conflict, that men were forced to stay, gangs of military police would abduct men. Women could flee. They could go to Stockholm. They could go to London. They could move, go west. You'd see these, there are these posts of while the Ukrainian men were dying, for example, the Ukrainian women were on Tinder getting fucked by men in London, Stockholm, etc., going to the club, partying, whatever. This occurs to me that it's actually a fantastic example of female privilege. And secondly, as it relates to this conversation of who's the primary victim of war, given that I've just showed you that the Ukrainian government allowed all the women, if they wanted to leave the country, all the men had to stay and fight. Well, not all of them had to fight, but all of them had to stay and potentially be subject to having to fight. Knowing this, at least when it comes to the Ukrainian conflict, can I get an answer to who's the primary victim of the Ukrainian war, men or women?
Just in that sense, men, because there's more context to go off of.
You're too far.
Can't create the perfect victim going off just that.
So it's men.
Men, because men had to stay behind.
Okay, what about you?
I would say the same thing as I said before. I think the men are dying, especially because women were let go or whatever. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Yeah, they could flee. Like obviously, the men. But it's the same things we've been saying.
I guess based off that specific scenario, the men, yeah.
Yes, the men, which is why earlier, a couple hours ago, I said I would fight for men to also have the ability to choose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I disagree with that. So men are the victim there, and I would support them not being the victim.
Yeah, I would say men. I think that's the admirable, dignified thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, in that context, the men.
Men.
All right, two chats. We have Warlord to the Gypsy. Do you not believe in the wisdom of the crowd? Do you believe that I, as a man, will fight a war for any of these women on the panel or even you? I can walk all over a bear and crack if you attend.
think it's you.
Oh.
We're trying to figure out who the gypsy is.
Okay. All right.
Who is the gypsy?
Yeah.
Masculine. Oh, is it not coming up? Maybe I didn't click it. Okay. Donated 100. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hey, Pink, stand up and show off that
Ass.
in your mini skirt. Also give it a shake for the pen. Wow. Okay. All right.
So masculine, I would, but sadly I'm not getting any of this $100. So if we were doing a splitsy, I don't mind doing a little. Or if
No,
I
I'm
could
keeping all the money. I'm
see
good.
that? Or if I could see you,
I'm keeping all
we
the
could do a
money.
little show for show.
Okay.
You want to do a little
Good to
ball
know.
jiggle?
Good to know.
Yeah.
A couple more questions here. So
I'm still really hung up on this. I gotta ask you, okay? I have to.
What?
If we were like friends and we were having a heart to heart, okay, and you opened up about like an SA survivor story, and I said, yeah, that's kind of like when I got my video game stolen from me, would that in any way seem coherent to you?
No, of course not. And I would like to say a little bit further. It's not that I'm not I actually have a lot of close male friends, and I will say that some of the men I've gotten the closest to have confided in me that they were sexually assaulted at some point.
Yeah,
and I feel
I understand that.
I
I'm
feel
just
like
saying
if
in
they're
that
talking to me
context.
about in that context, it's quite rude to try to compare something like that.
Yeah, but similar traumas, it's not so rude. So for
No,
instance,
it's not. If you talk to me about being sexually assaulted, I would feel completely compassionate and want to keep going there. But if he
So then
compared
couldn't
something
we-
so much lighter to that, I'd
But
take it
then
as an
doesn't
insult.
this seem like there's a hierarchy here for how some way that we can kind of
There is. I
determine
do.
who's been more
Oh,
victimized?
I agree. We're different
I
humans.
know.
I don't actually totally agree with everything that's been said. I do think there's degrees to victimization. Totally.
Yeah.
There's some things in life that are way worse than others. Like that's not. I don't compare pain because again, certain things to certain people can be like again. Like let's just say someone was SA'd as a kid, right? Some people do come out of that and change their life. Some people can't get over it, and the people that can't get over it and end up, maybe turning to drugs and they die young or something like on accident.
Yeah.
They're not weaker or a worse victim. I'm not comparing their pain and being like, why weren't they strong enough and I what? Like I would never think that way. I feel compassion for
but there's
everyone's
got to
pain.
but there's got to be these
But the
comparisons
thing is,
which
every
aren't
human
comparable.
being, but we all have a different genetic makeup. We all have a different brain. So something to me that could be really traumatic to someone else, like abortion, for example, my abortion, even though I'm pro-choice, it's not something I regret, but it's something I've deeply been sad about because I want to be a mom so bad. There's other women that have had abortions and don't think twice about it, and it doesn't feel traumatic to them, even though my abortion did feel like a trauma to me. So it's just like we can't compare the way someone else reacts to something to the same
Then
way I do.
Then I don't understand again. So
Like-
I've really got to have this concept explained a bit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Sorry.
So why then, if you cannot judge from your metric whether or not something seems to be a comparable trauma or not, if somebody did respond to you and said, "Oh, I was SA'd too," you say, "Okay, that's appropriate." Okay, to have that conversation.
Yeah.
But if their pain threshold to having their favorite video game stolen, somehow in their brain they rationalize that as being equal trauma to what's happened to you, then how could you ever judge it was inappropriate for them to utilize that as a way of trying to have this convo with you? Doesn't that seem absurd?
It does seem absurd, but the thing is it would seem absurd to me in my mind in real time having that conversation with that person, but the way that I would react would be in my head to be like, instead of getting outwardly offended, I would probably be like, okay, this person and I are completely different people. I'm going to validate them because there's no point in being rude to them, but I'm going to know that they're not the person I feel like trusting about my trauma. Like maybe they're not the person for me to confide in.
That's ridiculous.
I would. You're right. I would think that's
Yeah.
ridiculous. I would think that's what I'm saying. I would think
Because it's
that.
ridiculous, right?
It is. I think so. But that's what I'm saying is I'd think it's ridiculous and then think to myself, maybe this isn't the person I want to share my trauma with. I'm just going to kind of nod and go like, all right, which I've been doing half this conversation. It's like, I'm like, okay, that's what they think. I respect you for thinking that. I know I think differently. But like, I'm just going to choose to be like, this isn't my space where I'm going to talk about my trauma. I don't feel comfortable here because they don't get it, and it's okay if they don't get it. I'm going to respect they don't get it and be like, I'm just going to nod my head and agree, and then go to my people that I do feel like get it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to shit on every single person for having a different opinion than
All
me.
right.
I'm just going to be like,
I just wanted to make
all right,
sure
that's them.
Just
I
wanted to
just
make sure that
don't-
you understood that.
in my head, I can think that people are
seems
totally
ridiculous.
wrong. I just choose to be like, I literally haven't lived their life, so I don't know why they feel that way about video games. That's bizarre to me. It just means they're not my type of human to connect with. Like, there's someone else's type of human to connect with, and I can just be like, all right, dude, and then I can go turn to the people who get me and feel validated. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to invalidate other people. I'm just going to choose to not spend my time in that
I
space
think on the
anymore.
show from now on, when a woman has like a horrifying story, I'm going to be like, that's nothing. One time my favorite video game was stolen from me.
Yeah, and that person would be like, wow, in the future, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. He sounds like an idiot. You can think that to yourself and not,
Because it sounds ridiculous.
It does to me, too.
Without invalidating your
Okay,
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to invalidate them. I'm going to move on and validate myself.
point.
Okay, a couple more questions here, and then we have a bunch of pre-show notes.
Yeah.
So, do we need men?
Yes.
Starting with you, going around the table.
Do I need a man? No. Does the world need him? The world needs people.
Into the mic.
Humans, people in general. Do I personally need a man? No. Does the world need women, men alike? Yeah.
So you don't need a man romantically, but you need men in other ways.
No. Me personally, are you asking me personally, do I feel like I need a man at any point in my life?
Not romantically, but do you need men?
Me? No.
But, well, if the world and society needs men, don't you too need men? As you are a...
I am completely okay with going off-grid, living on an island in peace.
How would you get to the island?
Build a boat.
You would build the boat yourself?
Yeah.
Which island are you? There's the Channel Islands out here. You would go to those islands, or which island in particular?
Wherever my boat takes me.
Would you take an airplane to get to the island?
Probably not, because I don't have a license to fly it.
Just a question. So you'd build a boat. You'd build a boat. Where would you get the materials to build the boat? Like Home Depot?
Chop down trees.
You would chop down trees.
Why not?
With what tool?
Chainsaw queen.
You
can operate a chainsaw.
You can make.
You don't need
fucking
muscles to operate that shit. That is the muscle for you.
Ride some stone down, sharpen it.
You would make the axe yourself?
I would do whatever I needed to.
You wouldn't just go buy it at Home Depot?
No.
So just to be clear, where would you get the metal from? Would you smelt the metal yourself too?
You don't necessarily need metal.
To make... Okay.
You can build a wooden boat.
No. I'm talking...
Might not get very far because the wood will get...
I'm sorry, is
but
metal not a component of an axe?
You don't necessarily need a metal axe.
No. But you said you would get an axe.
If I had to make one with the materials I had available to me...
You'd cut down the tree.
Would you rather I gnaw at it?
What do you mean? You just look. You're saying you don't need men, and you would just go live on an island by yourself. But how would you get there?
An island, a mountain, a cave. It doesn't... I'm not...
Are you insinuating that women
island.
can't arrive at an island without a man's help? Why can't we get to an island without you? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, she's saying she would build a boat, so I'm exploring.
Build a boat?
Why can't a
build a hut?
Well, I'll actually take it further. So I would postulate that absent men, and there was only women in society would be in free fall collapse within hours. Women do not and cannot, this is my claim, right? Even stronger than don't know how, but actually cannot maintain modern infrastructure. It's not even possible.
Why? I'm okay with living in a mud-built hut.
Yeah, I don't even think that they could do that easily. It's because of the way that our bone structures are set, and then the way that we regulate our body temperature. So you would probably say, if you were to look at the scope of women who are in the workplace who make complaints a lot of times what they complain about is the temperature. And they say, well, in a gendered scope, this isn't really fair because we tend to wear dresses and men tend to, wear suits and this kind of thing, right? So we're always cold. And but the truth is that even if they were in the same attire that you were in, they could still regulate the temperature of their bodies better. Men are less prone to take damage just on the work site, right? Building things, crafting things are less likely to take damage because of their bone density. I do not think that you could juxtapose or in some way take women and then have them take over men's jobs collectively, even if you gave them the same knowledge that those men had and that they could actually physically accomplish those.
Why can't I use my
wait.
big, smart woman brain to build a robot to do the physical work for me that I can't do? That's what I'm saying. As long as I have the tools, my brain
Women
can
don't
figure out any
exist in
puzzle.
chemistry
I just need
and
access to the tools. You're right. I
construction.
can't
Hang
lift
on,
hundreds of
guys,
pounds.
guys.
But I can build a
Engineering.
robot that can lift hundreds of pounds because I'm smart enough to figure it out.
That it's just
Wait, what?
It's just
Of all the lifting that occurs when it comes to like construction or infrastructure, what percentage of that is done by robots?
Well, so hang on.
I
hang
don't
on.
know. I don't
Well, let
build
me-
things.
well,
But
let-
if I chose to get interested, I'd learn.
Hang on
I
a
just
second.
don't
Let me
choose
let me
to.
get into this
I don't need to.
with you for just a second. You would agree that men right now don't like lifting heavy shit.
No, that's why we
So
built.
then
That's
why aren't
why
they
wheels
building-
existed
so
because
that-
we learned
yeah,
that we
I know,
can roll
I know,
things
I know,
on
but
them.
hang
It's
on,
a tool.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Why aren't they building then big, massive robots to do all this heavy lifting for them for things like roofing and things?
Probably because it gives them job
They have
security.
cranes.
They would still have job security.
Would they have job security if women were building the robots
Yeah,
and didn't need men
it's a matter
to
of
be a part of it?
possibility.
I mean, I haven't answered the question yet. I don't think that, I think the world needs men and women. Obviously, we can't reproduce without sperm. I want to have a baby and I need a sperm donor to do so. Like, I'm not saying that I
No,
want a world eradicated of men.
Okay, we're going to
But
assume that you have enough sperm on ice to repopulate with women only for 200 years.
Then yeah, I don't think we need men. If
Yeah,
that's the
then it
case.
wouldn't be-
If
it wouldn't
sperm
be
was
any
the
problem.
if sperm is off the table, I think that I respect the fact that a lot of women love men and want them in their life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I just have one last follow up on this and then I'll let it go.
Yeah,
What is a solenoid?
I don't know.
Hang on. A solenoid. What is a solenoid? What is a solenoid? What is a solenoid? Solenoid? What is a solenoid? Solenoid?
I've heard my boyfriend say this, but I don't know.
Okay. Inside of your car, there's a battery. What voltage is it?
12.
What?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Bro.
I don't know anyway.
Okay.
12. I don't know. I wouldn't have known it.
So, last thing, right? Can you just tell me the steps of changing a tire
Take off the lug nuts,
with
torque wrench,
a torque? Okay.
take the lug nuts off, get the tire off, make sure your brake pads, everything is all good, put the tire back on, make sure you screw them all on.
What she said. I don't know. I haven't changed tire.
She forgot that you need to. Just
Forget what
do it
she
in
forgot. Just tell me what it
order.
is.
Okay, so you have to raise the car up on whatever side the tire's on, and then take the bolts off, take the tire off, put the new tire on, put the bolts back on, and then lower it down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I could watch it on YouTube and learn in 5 minutes if I didn't.
I've done it.
So yeah, I believe you. I trust you over. Yeah.
Hey, I've never pretended this whole time. I'd love for a guy to change my tire. In fact, I think they should know how.
Do you know how
All
to change
power
a
to
tire?
them.
I personally don't even have a car, so I wouldn't know. But I've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll read the owner's manual and do what it tells me to do, like I did when I had to do it.
This last question, completely non-gendered. So you can't use the gendered norm expectation for it. Very simple question. How would you go about sharpening a knife?
How would I go about sharpening a knife?
Into the microphone.
You find it's a specific kind of stone that you can rub against the knife to sharpen it.
Okay.
I don't know the specific
How would you
stone.
go about sharpening a knife?
I would buy a knife sharpener.
That's what I was gonna say.
Is this like assuming we have no tools? Or just like I have
Yeah,
a knife
how would
and
you
I
go
need
about
to sharpen
sharpening a
it?
knife? Yeah.
I mean, you use like a whetstone, right?
And then what do you do with it?
Sharpen it with the grain.
Okay.
Yeah, either buy a knife sharpener or use a whetstone and
How would you sharpen a knife on a whetstone? Walk me through it.
literally, like pretend that my fist is a stone and this is holding a knife. Keep doing that
At
and-
an angle.
At an angle, yeah. I don't know the actual terminology.
Do you
but
know what angle?
I can visually kind of figure out the angle
Not
through
completely.
practice.
So if you
but
can
I don't know it
visually,
off the top of my
if you can
head.
visually think of it. So if I asked you to visually think of a 90-degree angle, can you give me a 90-degree angle with your hand?
Yeah, 90-degree angles.
Okay,
like,
so then you can visualize the angle. So what angle would you sharpen a knife at?
Whatever angle showed me results. I'd keep trying until I figure it out.
Sharpen a knife.
Yeah, I'm going with the sharpener technology, dude. Why
Sharpen a knife.
Definitely use a sharpener.
How? How would you sharpen it on a sharpener, a whetstone?
Same as they said, at an angle.
What
See, test
angle?
it out. For the side, I'd use each side first and then like see which works.
45-degree angle.
Okay. And then, did anybody miss a step with the whetstone? It's called a whetstone.
Getting it wet? Wet it.
Okay. And that's it. Those are the only questions that I had.
Okay. So I just want to hop in and say that look, I've said it from the beginning, I love men. Men and women are the yin and the yang.
Yeah,
We
but
need
she was
each
going to
other.
get an axe and build a boat and go to an
I know
island.
she was having a castaway Tom
Right?
Hanks moment,
Yeah.
yes. But I think it's completely ignorant to act like without men, women would just completely fail as a society. So many successful men acknowledge women and men, we have different strengths. I bring women into my business for this. They think in a way I don't. I think in a way they don't. You know, I had Dave Portnoy on my show, funny enough, when he was you mentioned your boyfriend with the Me Too thing. At the height of his Me Too scandal, when he was getting hit pieces on him, the whole thing. And he's like, am I a misogynist? I brought in a female CEO. It was the best decision I ever made to run Barstool because she was the best at the job.
You mean a media company?
What is the difference? Like, he has more power than
I mean,
the
it
show.
has nothing to do with survival or infrastructure.
He's talking. It is infrastructure. He's talking about. He
Barstool
said.
Sports is an infrastructure company.
He's talking. He said if men were eradicated, civilization run by women would decline.
I mean,
we're not
it's just
talking.
like-
We're not talking procreation. We're talking how things are run.
Yeah, yeah.
You're saying, are you?
What?
Are you?
If
are we
women
talking
can
about
keep
the
a home
physical-
running, they can't keep a community
You keep
running
a
in
home
some
running.
sense.
You keep a home running with electricity. No, I mean
Wait,
you shake your head, but do you keep a home running with electricity?
Not to,
Am I
If
a
I-
modern
but
day
even
home?
on an emotional level, like how many of you guys have experienced grandparents who have passed away when the grandmother passes away first and the men fall apart? They cannot survive. Like
That
men
has
need women.
nothing to do.
Yes,
so
it does.
If we're talking
Brian.
about
He
survival,
said it's survival. He's
no, hold
talking
on.
about okay.
Yes, the men would be sad if all the women disappeared.
I'm
It's
going
not
to
that
say
they would be sad.
50%.
They wouldn't even be.
I'm going
we
to
need
say
each other.
50%.
He's saying if women are if men were eradicated, the women would just totally their civilization would.
Yes,
just,
it would. It would crumble.
collapse, yeah.
It would crumble.
But the same is in reverse.
No,
Nope.
no. It would suck for men. Men would be very upset.
That's just
but because men occupy these positions of when it comes to critical infrastructure, yeah, it would be terrible for men too.
Women engineers
there would be
don't
problems,
exist?
huh?
Women
Almost
engineers
none.
and
Almost none in critical infrastructure jobs exist. Yeah.
So here,
Maybe that's because of the way the patriarchy is created.
I
feel like
There's not- wait, there's some-
I see
Exactly.
truth
We're
in what
finding
you're
a
saying
chance.
in that women may be naturally inclined to be in other sectors of work than men, right? Whether it be science or tech or whatever, that may be more male, male dominant, but that's just idiotic to act like.
Saying
Huh?
saying that it's idiotic, again,
But it is.
it
Come
doesn't.
on.
That's not an argument, though. An argument. So if you wanted to
You
argue
could also
this,
argue men are aggressive. They're naturally, fighters. You could also argue they'd take each other all the fuck out.
I don't think you could argue that because we could do it now, and women couldn't stop it.
I want to see a female roughneck.
I mean, so you wouldn't disagree, right? That if men collectively decided to take each other and women out, there's not anything women could do about that, right?
I disagree. I think women could stop that, yes.
Doing what? What could they do if men decided to do that? What
I
could
think
women do about it?
generally, I talk about the gender differences, right? Men are physical. Women and men who are strong and confident men will admit women are
Private
verbal, we're manipulative, we're cunning in a different way mentally.
Yeah, but you're
where
changing
men
the
act-
scenario. So let me try
I'm
it
not
again.
changing the scenario.
If men
Women would use their minds.
collectively decided to
Women
do
would
this.
use their verbal ability, their manipulation, their whatever it is, to stop it.
And
it's
men,
not
let's
hard,
say men
dude.
ignored all that. What could women do about it?
But that's predicated on men would ignore all that.
That's right. It's a hypothetical, which is predicated upon the conditional that they decided to do X thing. What could women do about it?
Run away. Like, that's pretty much it. I mean, We could think,
You're
but
missing
we
my
could build
point.
together and then
Everyone
fight
has access
back.
to
Like, I
weapons.
don't.
We could build a woman army. All we need is the technology. We don't need the bronze. We just need the tools, Queen. Like, we could all join together and have our own guns, and I could protect my home and my family from anyone.
on the daily influenced by women and what women think, how
I
they
agree.
dress, how they act.
Sure.
So you're telling me if women are saying a certain thing, they're just going to be like, bye, bitch, and ignore them, except for maybe some of the
Well, I don't know. Have you
Neanderthals
ever?
in your comments.
do you-
The
are-
dudes who watch my
do
show,
you-
by the
do
way,
you
are fucking
agree
awesome.
right this second that there is a huge swath of planet Earth where men not only dismiss what women say, but say, "Shut the fuck up and put on this hat, or else"? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Say that again?
That there's a large swath of this planet we currently live in, and cultures where they go, "Shut the fuck up! I don't care about your opinion. Now put on this little hat, or else."
Of course, and how is that working out for them? I
Fine.
talked about Iran. Is it fine?
Yeah, well,
You think they?
what I'm asking you
you want to
is-
go to Iran? For
What
a
I'm
day? Like,
asking
you think
you
that's fine?
isn't.
Come on.
What I'm asking you is, if men collectively, which they right this second do, not in hypothetical land, right this second they go, all of you are second-class citizens, like they do right now in large swaths of planet Earth. What can women do about that?
Get rid of as many of them as you can before they get
Let her answer.
you. Okay.
What can women do about that if men
Fight
collectively?
against it.
How?
Do you want us to say that we can't do anything and like want
Is that gonna make
No,
like,
I want
them
an, I just want an
They
argument.
can fight however the fuck, kick, scream, tear, whatever the fuck. Don't.
Well, I don't understand. Why aren't the women over there doing that then? Fight kicking and tearing.
We fight back and we get murdered.
Right. So,
he's saying.
because
But if
this
enough of us-
conceptualization that you have is on what's called force doctrine or force equalization. And there's no such thing. It's an illusion which is created in modernity. And women have forgotten force doctrine. I think they haven't. But most women have forgotten force doctrine and that men have a monopoly on force. And collectively, if men decide that women have no rights, they don't.
And you agree that's right.
I didn't say
bullshit.
I,
It's
I
true.
didn't
You're
say
supposed
it's
to be a
right. Hang on,
biblical
hang on.
guy.
When did I make the case it was right? When did I make the case it was right?
Whoever decided that men were superior
Stop,
to women?
stop.
He's
That
just
is-
saying
I
that we
need
would.
you-
It would.
I need
be
you to
happen.
engage with
and
what I'm
that's
saying.
terrifying, but it's true. He's right that it
Did
would
I
happen.
say that it should be that way?
Yeah.
Why are you defending it?
Did I say it should be that way? Answer my question.
Yes, you believe in the patriarchy.
Did I
and you
say
es-
that
you
means that
essentially-
means that women have to be second class? Did I say any of that? No, you just made all of that up.
I
What I
didn't make it
said
up,
is
you
this specifically. If men is, not ought, two different things. Is true versus ought should. I'm not saying should happen. I'm asking the question, is it true that if men collectively say tomorrow women have no more rights, that they don't? Is it true or isn't it?
Unfortunately,
It's not
yeah.
true.
Okay, so then what could
That is
women
such
actually do
bullshit.
about it?
What I just said.
Then how come in the nations where that is descriptively true now, they don't and can't?
It's not
They're
that
fearful.
They can, it's they're afraid
Exactly.
to.
They absolutely could.
Afraid
They're
to
out there. They
why?
protest.
Because of what men could do to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Because of
Who, by
force,
the way, are the ones caught in brothels. and
because
doing all
of
kinds
force.
shit, but women have to be dressed.
But you're
head
making
to
my
toe,
point
okay?
because of force doctrine. So they're terrified.
I'm Persian Army. and I
They're
know
they're
very well.
terrified due to force doctrine. They're terrified that men can use overwhelming force to hurt them if they don't comply. Right.
I, again, have never pretended like men aren't bigger and stronger biologically.
But this is
than
my whole
women.
point.
Like,
is,
science
so
common
that I
sense.
don't know what you're arguing. That if men collectively decided then that they did want to take all rights from women, that women really couldn't do much about that.
Well, why do you want us to
They can
admit
take
that?
those
so
rights
bad?
away, but
that's what
that's
I'm
not
wondering.
gonna
Because-
I'm not saying
prevent a
women
reaction.
go.
Okay.
I'll explain.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I think that the best state for a human being to be in is absent the state of delusion. Absent the state of delusion. And so when I hear people say things which clearly make no sense and are delusional, right, I will usually walk them through a thought exercise so that they can determine this core thing that I believe is built on a house of cards and is bullshit. This is how you change people's minds and how you change their worldview, by attacking the pillars in which their false beliefs are built. In this case, tons and tons of women in modernity do not want to acknowledge the difference in force doctrine, instead banking towards things that they don't even understand, like basic technology, solenoids, car volt battery. I mean, this is like really basic stuff. And most women in modernity don't know it because they don't have to know it. But even were we to take all of the collective information of men somehow and transfer it into the brains of women, now they know everything men know, right? To the letter, everything that men know. If men collectively, due to forced doctrine, still decided that women would be second class to men, I still don't really know what women could do about that.
I kind of do, but I want you to talk.
I
Sorry.
just guess we won't know until if that were to potentially happen.
But it's happening now.
No, I know, but I'm saying in America, if we're talking about America specifically.
Yeah, but I
like
mean,
if
okay.
this were, but I know that you're saying it's already happening.
It's already, well,
And
it's the case now. And
No, I know, but that's what we're saying.
sacrifice.
Is that's the only option is to fight back or die. So it's confusing. I'm just wondering what's your point, because
Fight back or die, yeah.
agree with you that if men decided right now, then I would have no.
Right.
Unless we all rose up, but even in that, we don't know.
Yeah.
But what's the point? Like, why do you want women to authenticate that or validate that?
Well, I want to make sure that we're not living in a state of delusion where what's going on is that men are being taken for granted because women are living under a false belief that they can do what men can do. This is just one example of many where it's very clear that they cannot. And it's also a great example of the benevolence of men towards women, considering that they can do this, acknowledged by you, but don't.
I will validate, I totally agree that there are things in society that men, and I said this again, traditional gender norms, there are things I love. There are things I love about newer standards, whatever it is, the fusion of both, great. That's why I love, like I said, if I'm walking down the street, I love when my boyfriend is chivalry, right? He's protecting me so a car doesn't hit me. If someone breaks into my apartment, you bet your ass I'm gonna want him there.
Sure.
Again, I'm not gonna pretend to fight off some bear, right? Whatever it is. But at the same time, my hope and what I advocate for is for men, you say I don't want them to feel taken advantage of or shit on, right? For lack of a better word. I agree. However, I think that we really need to instill in men, and I feel like this is something everybody on this panel can and should agree on, to be good men, to be respectful, respect themselves, respect women, be strong and have dignity. Bill Maher just did a great segment on this.
That's the core of my argument.
Bill Maher just did a great segment on this, right? Where he's more jokey, but he's like, dudes, like, get out of your mom's basement. It's like, stop jerking off.
So
like,
this
put,
is,
you know,
I don't care
ask
what
a woman out.
I don't care what dumb liberal Bill Maher said, but I'm going to go right
get what
against
I'm
your
saying,
argument
it's
because
true.
you got to the core of it. Now we're right at the core of the issue, right? My argument is saying men are already good and they're already benevolent.
How do you explain the comments?
Stop. Let me finish my argument, then respond.
You're
I just
fair.
let you give yours.
That's fair.
My argument is they're already good and they're already benevolent because they already can do this and they don't. They don't do it and they can, but they don't.
So why don't they?
They
Because
don't.
it seems like we are on the same page.
They
about
don't
this in
do
a
it
way.
for a specific reason. And this is because men value ontologically human life, male and female. They value both sets of it. They also value the feelings of children. They value the feelings of women. They value the feelings of other men. They're not evil, in other words. They're not ontologically evil. And they don't believe women are ontologically evil.
Right.
That's why they, generally speaking, even in these societies which you would consider megala oppressive, when you talk to a lot of the women who are in those societies, they don't think that they're oppressed.
Well, they're brainwashed, but that's a different story.
Well,
They're
but they would
indoctrinated.
argue the opposite. They'd
I know
say,
they would. I've had
say, wait,
conversations with some.
you're
Yeah, I
fucking
know.
brainwashed,
Yeah.
right? This is
Yeah, of
great.
course.
I don't have to do shit.
Yep.
I'm treated like a princess.
Yeah, they exactly.
So
they don't see
then
it, yeah.
the question becomes, if they're not doing this, right? If they're not doing this and they're not oppressing you and they're not, but they could, doesn't that already lead you to believe that there's a benevolence in the patriarchy? Because if the roles were reversed, right? I'm not confident that women wouldn't say, we make the better choices, so you're all fucking second-class citizens. I'm not confident of that at all.
But we're generalizing here, right? Like there are
Yes.
good women, bad women, good
Okay.
men, bad men, and I think, you know, while I empathize with men, like I've said on this panel, like men have gotten shit on, so it's no wonder they're like, well, what the fuck? Like I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? At the same time, it is like, dudes, like, well, don't buy into that. Step up and be a guy. Like,
They already
and at the end of the
stepped
day. A lot of men aren't
such a
dating,
different
having sex, going to college, being in the workforce.
Yeah, they don't want to be fucking degenerates. I know. It's terrible. Those
I do
bastards.
I will do one thing. We'll go
Military
back
as
to the
well,
whole
but-
like what if all men disappeared thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, pull up a video really quick. Then somebody sent me in something that I want to read, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Go ahead.
I'm tired.
I'm pretty sure. Is it full screen? No, that's not what. Just can you bring it back to normal, please? Okay. Is there 1080p? Can you check if it's 1080? No, it's just right there.
Yeah, it's 7 twice the highest.
Okay, go ahead. So this is a man who is working on electrical lines. It might not even necessarily be electrical lines. It could be some sort of other utility lines. Women don't do these jobs. Women don't do these kind of jobs.
They can. They have 2 arms, 2 legs,
Well,
a brain.
It's possible, but they choose not to do it. So the current, like this kind of job, we can look at other sort of utility jobs, other sort of infrastructure jobs.
They don't, but if we had to.
I was just.
But here's the thing:
if a woman wanted to, she could.
if you guys had years, and Andrew actually even disagrees with this, but I'll just grant, even if you had years and years to, put enough women into these positions, you could learn how to do it, etc. But the thing is, if in a scenario where snap, it wasn't expected, all men disappeared, yes,
Oh
in
my God,
that
we don't have
scenario.
power. Is that really the worst?
Oh my God, we don't have power. This is the degree. Do you realize how important electricity is?
Yes, it's not
Do
like
you-
people didn't live before
Right,
electricity.
but
Was
people
it
were
harder?
adapted.
Yeah.
People were adapted and acclimated to living without electricity. Do you think people with their pampered asses and modern comforts and conveniences will be able to adapt? But that's just one component of it. The electric grid goes out. That's probably one of the most massive things. But somebody actually, a viewer sent me this. It is a bit long-winded, but I'll just read it. I'm hoping you guys can pay attention to it. He actually describes a scenario, day 1, day 2, day 3, and I believe it ends there. It is a bit lengthy. I'm going to read it. So, at midnight, UTC, all men in the world disappear. Now, the absolute certainty that they're just gone, or actually, hold on. Yes, all men in the world disappear. A certain sense of celebration breaks out in Western cities as women celebrate the world without men. Bras are thrown to the sky in liberation, hair is let down, but it doesn't last long. Within about half a day, the power grid fails from lack of proper operation. 94% of operators are men. Thermal plants shut down without being fueled, causing cascading blackouts as protection devices disconnect sections of the network. By night, there's no electricity unless you have your own generator. Day 2, come next dawn, everyone has realized that no one will be supplying shops. 84% of truck drivers are men. Panic looting begins. With next to no law enforcement, 83% of police officers are men, there isn't even an attempt to impose order. And much violence takes place at this stage as women fight over vital goods. By that night, backup systems have failed and all utilities shut down completely. No water, no electricity, no gas, no telecommunications. Women will resort to lighting candles and building makeshift open pit fires for heating and cooking, leading inevitably to building blazes, which in the absence of almost all firefighters, 89% of which are men, they spread much further than they otherwise would. Day 3, the sun rises on an apocalyptic scenario. Fires that had started the previous evening are still raging across cities worldwide. The stink of smoke is compounded by rotting garbage and human waste, which, in the absence of water pressure, has been often just dumped outside of buildings. Millions of women by this point have already died. At this point, the entity that had begun the experiment, oh, hold on, there's more, hold on. No, that's pretty much it.
So, is everyone
That's
just
it.
assuming that there is no, once all these men are gone, right, electrical grid, blah, 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 there's no one woman in the world where if all these women came together, there isn't one woman who may know how to work the fucking electrical grid, or there's one woman
Sure.
who could build a weapon.
There are women.
There's going to be hundreds of them.
Okay.
But there's
And
not.
they can teach the
But
ones
we
that don't know.
need you.
But I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to give
But
you a
we
visual
need
representation
men because they know
utilizing
everything.
these two pieces of popcorn. So, let us assume for a second that the amount of women who would be available to run these jobs using this piece of popcorn. Okay, you ready? That's how many.
One's better than none.
Okay. Here's what it would look like with men who would be available. Okay? Now, do you see the distinction there? Do you see
Popcorn, yeah.
visually the distinction in how few you have versus how many are on the opposite side?
But you're.
I'm just
but
talking
you're-
about physically capable.
No, that's fine. But you're arguing that it's impossible for us to survive without men.
Yes.
But if that one person can teach everyone else,
Teach everybody else to do what? I'm talking
Teach
about.
everybody else
no.
anything.
I'm sorry.
do what they know.
Now,
like why?
So you understand?
What are you basing this on? This whole thing seems arbitrary. Women can figure it
Just
out.
let me finish, and
What is this
I'm
based
going to
on?
explain
Your
it.
own
You have to stop talking, though.
brain the size of
So
that.
this right here, right, this representation, this is representing women who are physically capable of doing that job. That doesn't represent knowledge. That represents physical capability. Meaning the potential that if you're trained by another woman who does know, that you would even physically be able to do the job. That's what that represents. Now, how can we demonstrate
Is
that?
it impossible though?
Yes. It's actually impossible. Yes. It would be impossible for the current.
That's your opinion.
Nope. I can demonstrate
Okay.
it. I mean, I am, but here's why it would be impossible. If that is the representation, this tiny representation of women who would even be physically capable of doing a job like we just saw, okay, then even if you had a woman who knew how to do all those jobs, who taught all the women who wanted to do those jobs that job, there wouldn't be enough who were physically capable to keep the infrastructure going. With men, that would not be a problem.
Well, with all that amount of men gone, it's less space you really need. So how much of it do you really need to keep going?
Do you think that
Don't
if we
huff and
cut
puff
the
at me.
population of the United States in half to 150 million, that you still wouldn't need massive interstate infrastructure, the same that we have right now? Because we had 150 million people only about, I think, 60 years ago. So we've only gotten to 330 million due to mass migration to the tune of about 1 million a year.
Yeah, is there something you want to add?
Yeah. I live
Go
off
ahead.
the grid, right? I live off the grid, and I would be so screwed without my boyfriend. He hauls my water. I can't drive his diesel truck. I'd be screwed.
I can.
And it's just on a small example of just my homestead.
Okay.
Okay. He knows how to do everything. Everything. He's taught me how to set up my battery bank, but I couldn't do that without him. He has more information in his brain that he has come to learn because he was a mechanic, and that's just practical information
For
that
you.
no, not for me.
Okay.
For his livelihood.
No, I didn't
for me?
mean for you,
Okay.
but for you, you're learning from a man. You're choosing to learn from your boyfriend, and that's fine.
I'm lucky enough
but
that he's teaching me because he's
okay,
patient with
but
my
to
dumb ass.
think that the rest of us are stupid or incapable
I never
enough
said I
to
think you
not
guys are
pick it
stupid.
up, or
I
that
know I'm
we
stupid.
are so little that we, or minuscule
Yeah.
in our values that we cannot live a day without a man, that's insane.
I don't think you could live a week without a man. Like all of the men in the world. Yeah. That'd be really impressive if you guys lasted a week.
By the way,
I'm so
we
sorry
can,
for each other.
we can just look.
Yes.
But I personally don't need, I'm a lesbian. I don't want to
I'm not
interact.
talking about sex,
No, I know you're not. And that's what I'm saying. I totally get that. But I think in general, we do need each other. And that's the whole point, is that we do. And that's okay. But I don't think that we're going to die without them. But I do understand. That's, again, that's how I feel and would hope they would be. But I don't know how it would be in real life.
But to
the
think we're
point is,
useless?
no, but I don't think
Exactly.
we're useless. And that's
I
the
didn't
thing.
say that either.
No,
Wait.
I don't think you're
No,
saying
but
that.
both things are true. It's like you're acting like women are totally incapable, incompetent,
Hold
and
on.
our men
That's not what we're
useless,
saying.
and our
Hold
men
on.
I get what you're
strong.
saying
Look.
physically,
Of course.
Like
Nick,
we hold
private
no
chat.
value
There's
without
three.
women.
Three new ones.
Figure
Pull them
shit
up.
out.
So just really quick, who here drives a car? Okay.
Yep.
Who here lives in a building that has more than 2 floors?
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Anybody ever been?
Floors,
Anybody?
3 stories,
Anybody
but not
ever been in a tall apartment building or lived in a tall apartment building? Okay. So just a couple of examples here, really quick. A few videos, then I'm gonna move it on. Promise. Nick, pull up the first one. You all drive cars which rely on oil. Mute it. Okay, I mean, so men are willing to take this job, living on a oil platform, so that you have oil, so you can go drive to your porn shoot, okay?
I'm sure there's some women who would love to go on that if they had the opportunity.
They do.
Porn that
They
men
do.
watch and get
They
off to,
choose.
by the way.
They
but okay.
do now, but here's the thing. Like I can, like my friend who's a car mechanic, for example, right?
That both
So
of you
she did go to school to be a
Sure.
mechanic because she really is interested in cars. It just happens to be what she likes. First of all, we have to take in consideration that 50 years ago she couldn't have even done that. But second of all, now that she does have the opportunity, the whole time she was in school, she is a girl who's very feminine, so she has the nails and the hair, and that's what she likes as well. So like immediately from the get-go, she was the only woman in her class, and the men talk shit on her the whole time to the point that she felt so uncomfortable going to class that she chose a different
Men
career.
also talk shit towards other men.
On men, that is true.
Like that's how men communicate.
it's
But
just
so I do. I'm
obnoxious
going to move it on. I'm sorry. You
dictating what
mentioned
women
roughnecks.
can and can't
You
do.
mentioned roughnecks. Next one, Nick. Also comes to the oil that you guys need to run your cars.
Big, strong man.
So can you?
I love
this
men
is a
doing
bit of
manly things. I'm
Can
not
you
mad at it.
10 seconds forward?
Dangerous.
There's
I'm
like a
not
little
mad
thing.
at it.
No. There's a thing you can just click. Next. Hold on. I think it starts one more. So I don't know the man-woman breakdown when it comes to roughnecks who are, working on an oil derrick, whatever.
Zero.
It's mostly women. It's a dangerous job. They get tons of injuries, and it's extremely physically laborious. Last one. Now, this is to those of you who've been in a tall building or have lived in a tall building. This is iron workers, which is like 99% men. Mute it. All right.
But again, how
So-
men and women
10%
differ,
can't
like
save us.
men being naturally inclined to do physical.
You wouldn't have 10%.
Right, but women aren't willing, like women don't do these jobs.
Also, I mean, with like those oil jobs specifically, I will say like the dudes on those rigs get paid like really, really well.
Sure,
Like
and they should.
a lot of them, of course, they should. I agree. Like I 100% agree. They should be paid like very well. It's a very difficult
So
job.
is that why the wage gap exists? Because of
No, I
choice?
wasn't going to say anything about the wage gap. I'm just saying, like, a lot, like, my one friend has a friend that works in, like, construction and all that stuff. And, like, he chooses the job he has. He hates it, honestly, but he makes a lot of money doing it.
It's
And,
like
that's why
young
he
and
chooses
women
it.
tend to prioritize more of a work-life balance, and
Yeah.
women. I actually think women are smart for this. You will, instead of
thanks.
going to fucking North Dakota with a population of 1,000 people and like in the super cold, working a physically laborious and dangerous job, women will prioritize their own well-being and work-life balance. Men are much more likely to relocate. They're much more likely, if they do relocate, much more likely to relocate to less desirable climates, less desirable geographies. And I mean, there's plenty of reasons.
I mean, you look at it like a primal level, Brian, right? Like even little boys are drawn to like trucks and like action figures, whereas
Right.
little girls, dolls and whatever dress up, right? So again, I'm
Yeah.
not negating that natural tendency, but at the same time, don't diminish what women can figure out and can do. Do you guys know who Riley Gaines is?
Yeah, I'm making.
She's an so I had her on my show. She's an NCAA champion. I don't know why this bugs Brian so much because I'm making a point, but she competed with a
swims?
biological man.
So she
Which-
swims.
That's right. As
She's
a highly
professional-
competitive athlete. Just hang
she's a
on. Just don't be a
professional-
dick. Hang on.
What does this have to do with the job?
Because I'm talking about the physical, how demanding a physical task is,
Do you think
right?
she would-
She's an athlete who trained her ass off, competed against a biological man, because it's all trans, whatever,
was on
which is why I
hormones?
don't
Big Sass
advocate for
Energy
that.
donated $200.
And tight.
To the regarded feminist, Queen Elizabeth was an auto mechanic. The problem is, in the most egalitarian societies, women do not choose to do these jobs. It's biological, not societal. Woman would vanish.
This guy can't even spell woman right.
Yeah.
You
So-
can't say woman right.
I just did a woman.
Okay, so just look, I do have to move it on, but you can. What's your Riley Gaines thing? What's the Riley Gaines thing?
So I was explaining it. Is a woman, highly competitive athlete, swimmer, right? Dedicated her life to it. Competed against a biological man, Leah Thomas, in the NCAA championship.
Okay.
And beat
her, for all intents and purposes,
Okay.
by a fraction of a second, competing against a biological man who's, what, 6'3"?
There was a tennis match
So the
where that
point
happened
is,
too.
women can step up to the task. I'm just saying, don't diminish what women
And
are
then
capable
you have
of.
a
and are capable of
professional
figuring
soccer
it
team
out.
that got beat by
I'm not
a
saying
bunch of high
every woman
schoolers.
is athletically gifted. I'm just
Wait,
saying,
but
you're
do you think
acting like
she-
all
wait,
women
hold
are
on, hold on,
dandelion
hold on.
fucking.
Wait. Okay, fine. I'll
cowboys.
engage with the Riley Gaines thing. If Riley Gaines was swimming in the open division, which is the men's division, do you think she would have beat any of them?
I think she would give a lot of them a run for their money.
No.
The point is, she competed
No.
with a biological man.
Who was on-
He was one of the worst males. Sorry,
That's
the
true,
worst
Leah
males.
Thomas.
Yeah.
This is why I don't. This is why I want
This is a
biological men
terrible
out of
argument.
women's
This is a-
sport.
this is a terrible
You're talking
argument.
about how demanding something is physically. You're showing all these men doing drills and shit, and I'm actually acknowledging your point of how men are naturally inclined. Like I said, little boys with trucks are naturally
Yeah,
inclined to these
Riley
types
Gaines
of
would
things. And I
outswim
said at
me
the
and
same
Andrew.
time, exactly.
what?
So I'm saying at the same time. Don't diminish that all women aren't physically capable or
Not-
whatever.
I'm-
You
Some
kind
women
of
can
are.
do
You're
it.
showing
No,
all of
Mike,
these
they
things, and you're
don't,
like, oh,
though.
women don't
But I need
do
you to
this, as
understand-
if we're all like
Just 'cause they
school
don't
teachers
doesn't
and.
mean
But I need you to understand what my.
Which is the whole reason
That's
what
what
the
I'm.
argument is.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
it's not
saying.
what the
That
argument
doesn't mean
is.
that they inherently
Yes,
can. That's
but,
all I'm saying.
But let me explain where the straw man is,
boy.
here, where you're getting the argument that at least I'm making incorrect. I'm not diminishing that there's not some women who can do all of these jobs, all of them, who are more talented than many of the men who are in the field. Not diminishing that at all. I'm talking about a pool potential. So here's what this means. It means you and I agree that men are stronger than women, right? Mm-hmm. On average. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yes.
so that means that weaker men than strong men, weaker women than strong women. If we took the pool potential, weaker men are still going to be stronger than weaker women, right? Weak men still stronger than weak women, right? Yes? So if that is true, yes, it has to be true.
I've seen some scrawny ass men.
It has
I
to
don't
be
know.
true. If the scale is men on average are stronger than women, then if you have weaker men, then on average they should scalably be stronger than weaker women. So if that is true, then what we have is we have a small pool, a smaller pool of women who would be actually physically able to do these jobs versus the pool of men. That's why it collapses. Not because I'm making fun of your capabilities and women can't think and blah, 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 blah. I'm telling you specifically.
You kind of are, and that's just.
I'm telling you
mocking me,
specifically,
mocking whoever.
my logical argument is just simply that if the pool is so small that you cannot field enough people with enough strength to do the jobs, they're not going to get done because they physically can't. That's why.
I got to move it on. I do have to move it on. I do want an answer at least to the original question. Do you think we need men?
No.
Still? Okay, well, okay.
I mean, I still feel the same. Like
Just short answers if you can.
Okay, then let's just go with no for. Yes, for the larger. I don't know. I really don't. I feel
Okay.
confused about this.
I think every person should be valued equally, so yes.
I don't think we need men, but I want them around I want everyone around who wants to be around. But do I have a desire to build a car? I don't have personally that desire. However, if I was put in a situation where I had no choice, I feel 100% confident I could learn and figure it out on my own.
So the answer is you
My
don't
answer is
think
I don't need them,
we
but I'd
need-
like to live in a world with diversity, and I'd like people that are different than me to exist and learn from them. But I don't need them to survive.
Okay. Do you need? That's
Yes.
interesting,
Make men great again, though.
but okay. Do you think we need men?
Yeah, I think they serve some purposes.
Yes, we need men.
They serve some. It's interesting. Like I would just immediately say yes, we need women.
But we're stupid.
No,
We
I
can't do what you can
That's a
do.
straw
Their
man.
brains are breaking.
That's a
No,
solid
I do
straw
think
man
we
argument.
need men,
Never
though.
said
That's
that.
what I mean. Like, it's hard for me because in my personal life, I know that you're talking about.
You can even ask me like if I like women, if I think women are great. My immediate
need
answer
them?
is yes.
Yeah.
But for
No,
women,
you're right,
it's
though.
But the way you guys talk,
Sure,
it's like
there's
women
some
are
bad-
great to
there's-
make me a sandwich. Like
that's
it's just,
not even what again
He's
another straw man.
nodding. It's giving
another
like
straw man.
Andrew
They are
Tate,
great for
Harrison
making
Butker.
sandwiches. What's wrong with that?
I can make a mean
will say
sandwich. You
make
know
a
what I'm
good
saying?
So then what's the problem?
All
You know
right.
what I'm saying.
That's crazy. It's just crazy.
Wait, Brian,
All right.
what do you think? What do you think?
About what?
Well, what you were just saying, you're like, no one asked me, like, what's great about women? Do we need women? Like, do men need women?
Well, if you just asked me the question, do we need women? Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Do we need
But
like?
why?
But you guys are like, no, don't need. don't need men.
To procreate.
Hey, I didn't. I said we need men.
Is that the only reason you can think
you
of
mean
that's
the
all we're good for?
you mean the highest?
Did I say that? Do you know what a straw man
didn't
is?
say that,
Do you know what a straw
but that
man
is what you're applying.
Do you know what a straw man is?
If we're not good enough to do anything else that a man can do, right? If we
What?
can't, if we
Okay.
can't do anything that a man can do, all we're here for is to be
Didn't
a
say
baby
that.
maker for you.
Didn't even say that.
That's
we
what
have
you guys
such
are
power.
implying.
Why do you
have
think
such
we need
powers they
women
don't
personally?
have,
Like,
and
what's your
they
like?
know
What do you
that.
need to survive with women besides?
Well, here's the thing.
ability
I
to
mean, my
reproduce?
position. procreation.
Right,
Certainly.
but that aside, 'cause you
To
told me that it
survive,
wasn't part of my
to
argument,
propagate.
procreation,
Is it wrong for me to want to propagate the species? Hello.
No, that's
So-
why I said I
but-
need men
but
for
for
sperm donor. But if we're
survival,
taking if we're taking reproductive out of it, just like if a society could function without women, do you think you need women to function as a society?
Yes, and I'll give
why?
you.
What do
yes,
women
I'll give you an
contribute in your eyes?
explanation. Because I think that boys and girls both need their mother, and that there's an ontology which exists for women, their state of being, the feminine, and the masculine are both required to formulate good human beings.
That's
I do not believe that you are going to have a society of good human beings unless you have the masculine and the feminine. I don't believe it, right? So that's why I think you need both. And I think that the further you get away from the idea of the feminine in women and the masculine in men, the more fucked up people seem to get. So that's why I think we need women absent reproduction. But to answer to your reproduction argument, if all it was reproduction, and that was the highest value of women, what the fuck would be wrong with that?
Is being
That's
a
an
mother
amazing.
and a caretaker not hand in hand with reproduction?
Well, no. You can be a caretaker and not reproduce at all. What are you talking
You
about?
said boys and girls need their mothers.
I got to move.
Yeah,
on.
but I'm sorry.
Brian,
Can
go
you
ahead.
can you adopt?
Yeah, sure.
So,
you can
Annie, would
adopt.
you
Is
be
everyone gonna
would you
adopt?
be a
Is that-
mother? Well, you asked if they're necessary conditions to each other. They're not. You can be a caretaker for children and not have reproduce those
right,
children.
sure.
So if that is true, you still need the masculine and the feminine. I think that that's a requirement. But I still think also, to address your argument of reproduction, do you think I'm just a baby factory? That's like the highest value that men have for women and that women usually have for other women. It's gone away in society, but it used to be glorified, motherhood. Matrons in society who gave birth used to be glorified, not looked at as by other women as, sweetheart, you really could have been a scientist. So hey, let me ask you this. If our smartest women, if you want to waste them in factories, and you want to waste them in cubicles, and you want to waste them working, why wouldn't you want the smartest women in society to be having children
Why can't they do
who
both?
are really fucking smart?
Exactly.
Why
women
can't
are
they do
so
both?
Because I'll tell you why. Because in order to hit this status, the elite status for women, they have to go to college. In order to do that, they waste the entirety of their 20s. They're not getting married till 30, so they have one fucking kid, if they have any. That's why you have a reproduction crisis. So if they're not starting early, they're not having very many children. So it's as we have run this experiment, here's what we found. They're not having them. So no, they can't do both because you can only draw attention.
I do both.
You can only draw attention so far, right?
Okay.
You're not the look. No offense.
Yeah.
You're not a fucking top level scientist. You're a porn star. Yes, you can do both, but when you're talking about the best and the
Do you
brightest,
think I hold any value as a
you
porn
think the
star?
best. What I'm saying is that the
As a woman?
best and brightest inside of society who are females. Yes, I want them reproducing the best and brightest children.
Do you think just because I'm a porn star I can't do other things?
I know. There are girls
What
on
does that have to do with anything that I just said?
You just said, no offense, you're a porn star.
Yeah. So.
Does that mean I don't have the brains?
I'm not okay. So I'm just gonna
to do anything
be
else because
totally
I'm
I'm gonna be
was what
totally
he was
honest with you.
That was what he
I really, really, really do not associate I do porn with high IQ. Not gonna lie.
And that's
Well,
your
it happens.
personal wrong
That's
opinion. That's fine.
short-sighted.
I really
I
don't
graduated
associate
Dean's
the two.
List and honor
That's,
roll. So
that's
that's
society's boxes that are in your head. It's sad.
Yeah,
That's
well,
your
I mean-
own personal prejudice against
That's
women
sad,
who
dude.
embrace themselves.
No, what does that
And
have to do with
that's
women?
Perfectly fine.
What is that? I said
What
porn
about
star.
Melania Trump?
Hang on,
She's
hang
shown
on.
her
Did I
whole
say
body.
women
She's a
or did I say
genius.
corn star?
Am I not a woman? porn
And
star?
are men not corn stars?
Yeah.
Okay, then what is that? I said that I don't associate high IQ with corn stars. You said, oh, so you don't like women corn stars? You think they have low IQ?
You guys can
I think
generalize
all
and
corn
shit, but we
stars.
can't.
I think all corn stars, male and female,
Okay.
I would associate with
Aren't
having low IQs.
I would associate narcissistic bigots with having low IQs, personally.
Same. Really smart.
So then you should stop being a narcissistic bigot.
That's not me.
Are you sure?
Positive.
I don't know. You've gone
I
out of
know,
your way.
audience is kind of biased, so we definitely can't ask them. But I'm pretty sure if we asked the majority of everyone else, they would probably agree.
That I'm narcissistic for giving you facts?
No, that you're narcissistic for sitting here trying to tear people down and gaslight them into
What did I gaslight you into?
fumbling and fucking up their answer to hope you get the reaction you want out of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were super high IQ. Shouldn't people not be able to do that to your super high IQ self?
You're not.
Oh, I don't know. You've been fumbling the entire night.
I really haven't.
You really have. You literally told the entire audience that a person stealing a Snickers bar potentially could have the same trauma as an SA victim. And you think you
I
haven't
did
fumbled?
not say the same
You
trauma.
did.
I said
You better
I
rewind the
cannot
tape.
perceive how that trauma affects that person.
I know.
Moving on.
Yeah, let's move it on.
Yeah, I agree. Let's move it on. Let's move it on. All right. All right, we have 2 chats. Then we're going to get into, okay, Robert Tanner, think of all the human suffering caused by the sad truth that beautiful, sexy women are handsome and poor, shoning men often prove to have miserable genes for other traits. Okay, Robert Tanner, thank you for that. That's an interesting one. Quite the take there. Thank you, Robert Tanner,
truly
for the
is.
Streamlabs
That
message.
is
something.
Uh,
We have
Humanity at its
Lola Paladins, thank you, man. The woke mind virus does think that procreation is bad, that there are too many humans. The extremists want World War III, and okay, the plus is okay. The moderates just want us to die off over time. Okay, all right. Here, next question. Next question. I'm going to try to get through these quick. Hopefully, we don't linger on them for too long. Can you be sexist towards men?
I don't care.
Oh, come on. You don't
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just can you
Yeah.
do it into the mic?
Yes.
Yes.
I think yes.
I think yes as well.
Yes, you can.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Can somebody in the chat begged me to ask this question? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
ready.
Totally not dating relatable. Fuck it, whatever. Can you be racist towards white people?
Yes.
Wait, starting with you.
Of course. They are not a marginalized or minority, so racism is more, I would say it's prejudice, not racism.
Okay, your answer?
I would say the same thing. Prejudice versus systemic abuse. I don't.
Can't be. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think prejudice. But I also think it depends on where you're at, though, because I'm sure there's
Like if you're in
predominantly.
China?
Yeah, there's areas where there's not predominantly white people, so I'm sure that there's
okay.
possibility to experience
What about you?
racism.
Yeah, you can be prejudiced towards white people, but I don't think there's any systems that white people are the losers in. So you can't really be racist towards them. if
What
the
about
systems-
affirmative action?
What do you give me a specific example of affirmative action? Like
The fact that, for example, with universities, in universities, they will typically penalize both Asian and white people when it comes to their SAT scores, for example. So in order for you to be more likely to qualify for enrollment in a university as a white or Asian person, and it's actually the highest amongst Asian people, you have to score a higher in your testing metrics than, for example, like Native Americans, blacks, and Native Americans, blacks, Latinos, Pacific Island. Wow, no, that would.
I get what you're going with the question, but yeah, so I agree with the concept of giving people who've historically had less opportunities a kind of a step up and giving them more of an opportunity.
Like
because
Asian people?
Why
are
when it
Asian
comes,
people? Hold on. Why are Asian people penalized the most under the system?
I'm not. That's like you gotta
Like
let
Harvard, for
I know.
example.
but
Did you hear about the
you
Harvard
are interrupting
scandal?
me, dude.
Sorry.
Like you're
Okay,
doing
go
what you don't want
ahead.
me to
Go
do.
ahead.
So, and I'm honestly so exhausted that I don't want to look like a quitter here. I just don't know how much longer I can go.
I
Because it's been
apologize for
7 hours or
interrupting.
something.
I
But
apologize for
just
interrupting. Go
I'm
ahead.
hungry and tired. But I agree with the concept of if there's a group that's historically been stepped on and not given an opportunity, I agree with the concept of trying to level that. The ways that we've gone about that, I don't necessarily agree with, no. But I do agree that that's part of dismantling the system. If there's a system is in place where historically white people always win, we need to change it. Are we changing it? The
Answer the
concept.
question.
Absolutely, yes. I've talked to so many black people who are like, yes, we could be racist against white people,
Okay,
just
fair.
like Asians on
Yep.
black, vice
Yep,
versa,
sure.
of course.
I
What
think,
about
yeah,
you?
it's more of a prejudice.
So you can't be racist towards white people then?
No.
Okay.
You can be racist against white people like I can be a misogynist and a female.
Okay. All right. That's
Just a quick follow-up. Being prejudiced, is it just as morally reprehensible as being racist?
I think it could be. I mean, I think that again, I'm not trying to just say if we lived in a dream world, because I know that's not the case. But if we did, then I think that if you act in a disrespectful way towards someone based on something they can't change about themselves physically, at least within like 30 seconds, let's say, I don't think you should base how you treat them based on that.
Okay.
Aren't they on some level synonymous?
And then same to you, is being prejudiced equally morally reprehensible as being racist?
Yeah, I think so. I'm like at this point so mentally exhausted. I'm scared I'm going to say shit I don't believe in anymore. But I think so. I'm just
You want
so
an
I
energy
can't
drink?
think straight.
Energy drink?
I've
You
already
want?
had one. I just
We
think
need
I
another?
I just got to make it.
We have
through,
some
but-
applesauce. Do you want some applesauce?
Can I have some?
It's-
I just
it-
need energy.
Madison, can you hook her up with the little applesauce? Is it organic, Madison?
I don't care if it's
Do you-
organic. I just need a little sugary something. I'm
Get this
tired.
girl. Do you want 2 applesauces? We have 2 Anybody else
My
want
blood sugar is
applesauce?
dropping.
We got the plug. We got the applesauce plug. As a gentleman, I will provide the applesauce for.
How noble of you! I'm so.
I'm a nice
grateful.
guy. See, all right.
What's the most chivalrous thing you've done?
I'm very chivalrous,
Like
clearly.
what?
Let's see.
Come on, I know
Do
you have a
guys
soft spot.
Do you guys think that this is like sort of a 2-parter question? That me and Andrew are misogynists. Yes.
Circle
Are
jerking
we
under the
in-
table.
Are we in a? Okay, never mind. Do you think me and Andrew? So you could say yes for Brian, no for Andrew, no. Do you think we're misogynists? Starting with yes.
Maybe yes.
Okay, maybe yes. Okay, I'll take that.
I think specifically you've been vocal that you haven't been saying women can't do these things, but this is just an objective truth. So I wouldn't say that you guys are misogynists.
Okay.
I would just say
You can tell
that.
us how you really feel. It's
No,
okay. We won't be offended.
I'm agreeing. I just don't.
I
don't. I'm so sorry. I just don't know how much support you would actually give women in your daily life. I would need to get to know you to know that.
How much? Just curious. How much support do you give to men?
In my daily life, I mean, I don't interact
0.
with a lot of men.
0.
So when I'm interacting with them, then of course, I'll give support. But, I don't know.
you, Madison.
But I just don't know you guys. So that's
Okay,
what I'm
fair
saying
enough.
is I don't know you.
Do you think me and Andrew are misogynists?
I also don't know y'all well enough.
Fair
but
enough.
I mean, based off of like the current conversation, I don't think so.
Sure.
I think you've put a lot of hypotheticals out, potentially just playing like devil's advocate. But I mean, I don't think that makes you guys necessarily misogynist.
What about you?
I think that some of the statements both of you have made throughout the last 6 or 7 hours have come across as misogynistic to me. However, I don't know either of you well enough to label you as that as a human being. But
Okay.
I think I have some viewpoints that could be misogynist. I think we all have some viewpoints that might be racist or misogynistic or anything. That doesn't mean you as a human being are that at your core, though.
Okay.
But
So this is shocking coming from me because I actually feel like we throw that around way too much and guys who don't deserve it. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like you guys are.
Are? Okay. All right. What about you?
Same thing. I feel like I don't know you guys well enough to know if you're a misogynist. I also don't really like throw that term like easily, so I'd say no.
No. You?
I don't know you guys, but I know that you're not misogynist because I am. So
Okay, that was an interesting one.
We knew
So
that.
wait, going back.
lot of women have
going
it.
back to you, just so we can make sure we're talking about the same thing. How do you define misogyny?
Thinking that women are lesser than you,
Okay.
hating women,
Hating women.
wanting to treat us differently just because we're women, or you think we lack the brain capacity or any of the physical skills to do anything any other human is capable of.
Well, then I do, if that's the definition, then the one part of it of want to treat women differently, then I would fall into that part of that definition for sure.
Because he believes in chivalry.
I'm sure.
Well, no, that's not why, but okay, we'll go with that.
Let's get definitions. So your definition of misogyny, since you were pretty
Clear about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look it up, one of the keywords is contempt. So what you said, like a contempt or hate for women.
So which one? Is it the contempt or the hate part? That
They're intertwined.
they're synonyms.
They're-
basically.
Contempt.
Well, it's
Let's
a bit
associate it
different.
for all intents and purposes. Contempt.
I suppose you can have contempt for somebody without hating them, but okay. So
Are these, by the way, these individualistic definitions? Meaning, what if you just have contempt and hate for one woman?
Porn stars.
Is that okay? Is that misogyny?
Or does it need to be spread over the pool of women?
Spread over women. I'll say it again, women.
Yeah.
I know we were.
So does it need to be spread over women?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
As a group.
Okay. So I support
Of course,
5.
hating one man.
So I
hating
support
one
5
woman.
women.
Woo, that's awesome. Good for you.
How many men?
I'm proud of
How many
you.
men do you support?
I have some amazing men in my life.
Yeah. How many men do you support?
Mr. Raising Eyebrows.
How many men do you support?
Supported countless men.
Financially?
Yeah.
It's none of your business.
0.
You're dating a 60-year-old?
Uh-huh.
Curious where you guys are going with
I'm just asking, how many men do you support?
None. I don't have any
30-year-old.
kids, and
Yeah.
I'm.
It's really
with a
interesting that the
boyfriend, so-
misogynist over here is supporting all the damn women, and the not misogynist over there not doing much for the men. Just saying.
But I would
'Cause I'm
argue
not
that
paying
we
for
support
them.
each other, and we don't. We're not taking.
I'm not
care
even
of
gonna
men
engage 'cause
by
that's so
men. Like
silly.
I'm not taken care of by men. She took care of me.
Yeah,
when
but you
I
didn't call me a misogynist, right?
No, I didn't. But
Why is it just monetary? That's not even.
Well, I just think it's interesting.
Extracting something again.
Why, well, because you said it has to be applied
obscure.
over women in general. So
That's
this would
right,
apply
for
to the fact that
women.
since I have 4 daughters and a wife at home, that I must be a fucking monster who hates them.
I would hope not. I agree with these women. I don't know. I don't know enough
Not
about you,
necessarily
but
a
from what
monster that hates them,
from
but-
what you've described in this
Mm-hmm.
conversation over infinity, is what I sense is just a genuine superiority of men over women. Like I haven't heard you say other than procreate like one
Positive thing about.
I'm sorry, I gave you an entire ontological argument for why women were necessary that Brian couldn't even give. I gave an entire
take care of children.
I actually gave you an ontological syllogism for why women are necessary in society. Can you do that for men for me real quick? Can you give me an ontological
you guys all know-
syllogism
Okay.
for
I've
why we
supported
need
men
men?
in society from the beginning of this.
So why do we
channel.
need men?
I love men.
Why do we need them?
Wait, no, you don't. You love men?
Brian, I've
Really?
said it. Oh, I get it. Because I've said it like 3 times. Just making sure it's clear.
Yeah, so anyway, I gave
said-
an actual ontological argument for why we need women. Literally. I don't know where you came up with this idea.
I just think, I don't know. I'd have to know more. I'd love to know more. But you don't believe in chivalry. Like I said, it just seems like you have these underlying, it's just
is-
toxic. Like
just
women are
wait,
second
it's
class.
toxic to not believe
But
in
it's
chivalry?
prove me wrong.
Hold on, wait, let me ask you a
Just
question.
because you have daughters, I hope that they're, awesome and you raising them, but just so that proves, okay, like what is that,
There's a lot of
Wait.
shitty people.
You
with
could still be a
children.
massage. It just doesn't.
Wait,
it doesn't.
so you said it's toxic to not be chivalrous?
No. I said no. I was saying you're just what you've said throughout this. Your behavior is.
It's toxic? Is it toxic
toxic.
masculinity?
Again, you would.
Toxic
I'd be the
superiority.
last person because I have men's backs all the time. I've had some of our society's biggest label misogynists come on to state their case and have their back of why they're not. And it's unfortunate. It's out there. I have to say, even the comments in here and just how you guys are, it's a little toxic. And I hate that because it's such a buzzy word and it's so whatever has lost its weight. And I debunk it all of the time. But again, prove me wrong. It's like I just
Okay,
feel like
I'll
you
prove you
think
wrong.
women are second
I
class. Like,
think
it's pretty apparent.
I think
Sad.
that
It's like
the reason
Andrew
you're
Tate thing.
embracing the buzzword of misogyny and toxicity is because we dared disagree with you and you're a pampered princess.
That's again your
Yeah.
opinion.
So I think you're a misandrist.
I have people who
right? You're a
disagree.
misandrist.
Wait, did you pick the bear?
No, I
pick
said
the
so
man.
many times I would not going to pretend for 5 fucking seconds to fight off
I think
a
that
bear.
men who dare disagree with women, especially you, are just kind of labeled
My
as bad.
boyfriend disagrees and goes toe to toe and
Your
challenges
boyfriend lets you
me.
flirt with other dudes. What are you talking about? He's the most permissive
He's so
motherfucker
much
I've ever
more
heard
of
of.
a man than you'll ever be. That's neither here nor there. He challenges
so
me.
much more of a man. He lets you go with
Right,
other
'cause
dudes.
He's a
What?
man. He's not threatened.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what a
gonna
man
defend
does.
him, dude. Whatever.
Ooh, that's
he
what a man
challenges.
is.
Not gonna. Whatever. He challenges and goes toe to toe with me all the time. I don't need to be coddled like a princess.
You sure seem like
But he's
you do.
also not a misogynist. He
Then I'll tell-
honors and respects
then if
women
I'm
as
wrong-
his equal. In fact, empowers
Okay.
women in ways he's opened my eyes.
Then if I'm wrong, give me an actual example of anything I've said which is misogynistic, a single one.
That women can't do anything.
You've said
a man
society
can.
would completely be destroyed if it were left to women.
Yes.
This is like a fucking fever dream.
It literally, I feel like.
Wait,
Why would that be a
I've
misogynistic
seen
statement?
it all. I'm like on acid
Because
right
you don't
now.
think we can do.
But okay,
Yeah, but I gave an evidence.
your
I'm not
opinion.
even. I feel like I'm
Well,
on.
no,
That's your-
no,
I'm
no,
not
no.
even-
I gave an
no,
evidence.
it's
Is anything real?
I gave
Is
an-
anything real?
I gave an
Are we here?
evidence, reasoned. I gave an evidenced, reasoned argument. An evidenced, reasoned argument for why I think that
Andrew.
absent men, society would collapse.
You talk about porn stars like they're trash and worthless.
Men and women.
Okay.
And I
He
think
didn't say
bigoted
that.
narcissists.
okay. He didn't.
How
first
you
off,
think about me is how I think about you in the moment.
Great, men and
Because
women,
You
right?
advocate
You
for
may
the
think
patriarchy.
I
You advocate
deserve
for women
nothing,
to
I have
not
no
be-
value.
I mean, it's just
I didn't
a
say anything
parent.
about you not having value.
Okay, you advocate for your
What do you
all
mean?
Do you agree
by
I
the
have value?
Hang
I
on.
think all human beings have ontological value.
Okay, so me being a porn star, you think that takes away from my value as a person, my morals, my being,
Well, it takes
my
away from your morals, yeah.
Okay.
Does
Does
it make?
in your opinion.
I'm trying to answer your
right?
question.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're not a valuable human being.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I would love to see you reform from being a corn star. I mean, you're probably not going to, but
Nope.
I'd love to see it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it compromises your morals for sure. But I wouldn't apply that to you because you're a woman. I would apply that to you because you're a corn star. Has nothing to do with you being a woman.
Okay, you've talked about fighting for the patriarchy. You talked
Mhm.
about feminism. Has not
So
been
did you.
perfect.
You
has
said
had
that you
its
like
faults.
patriarchy. Does that make you
No,
a?
I never said that.
Yes,
Andrew,
you
come on.
did.
Okay.
Does that make you a
I never
misogynist?
said that.
You did.
You talk about the downsides of women, I don't know, being fully realized fucking individuals after
Mm-hmm.
feminism. It's a that and in that way it's apparent to me. But if that's not misogyny to you, then
I'm
you don't
sorry,
have to
you
literally
can't
be a
fully
women
embrace
beater.
your sexuality
No.
in a safe and healthy
You
and
said,
fun way.
as somebody who thinks
choose to
women are
fucking
lesser or hates women, I want an example of how you can demonstrate that I think women are lesser
Okay, I'm
or
gonna
that I
explain
hate
it.
them.
I just explained. You can hit rewind. How women are lesser.
Mhm.
Okay, women can't maintain a society. You've propped up the jerked
Not
up to
modern
the
society.
patriarchy. Okay, how you've debunked and said what is everything wrong. Again,
Wait,
feminism has
hold
not
on.
been
Can I
perfect.
come
It's
in?
gone
Sure.
too
Can I
far
come
in
in
some
real quick?
ways.
Okay.
He's going
Hold on.
against
Wait,
women
but
being
hold
in
on.
the work, all
Just-
kinds
just
of
so we're
stuff.
clear,
Being
so going-
individuals outside of Betty Crocker, fucking in the Stepford Wife.
Look, we
in
got
the
to
house.
address points one at a time. If you're just going to like list off like a million different things, look, so okay, specifically on the argument of what would happen if all men disappeared immediately and women didn't have any opportunity to be able to learn the ways in which,
Parade.
huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
No, what did you say?
I said I'd throw a parade.
Yeah.
That's how that story started.
Yeah, throw a parade. So
that is how the story started.
Can we all agree on one thing? You might disagree with the outcome here. Would you guys be prepared to agree? And I could show you like the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I could show you the representation of men who are in infrastructure jobs. If it's the case that say like over 90% of men in like critical infrastructure jobs, the types of jobs that really keep society running when it comes to the electrical grid, when it comes to waste management, when it comes to sewage, when it comes to water, when it comes to all this stuff, when it comes to telecoms, etc. Will you at least grant me that it's 90% men? It's probably more, but let's just say it's 90% men.
It is 90% men, but it's men's fault that it's 90% men
It's
because
not men's-
society was
it's
set up
not.
to.
Well, just
until
assume-
very
just-
recently,
hold on,
women
just
were even
assume.
allowed to do those jobs.
Well, just
It wasn't
assume.
our choice that we
Nothing
weren't
is
allowed to do those
precluding-
jobs.
hold on.
It's your guys' choice, so we wouldn't have that choice.
Nothing is precluding women from entering these fields.
Nowadays, but
Okay, we're talking about now. We're talking about now.
But even nowadays, what
It's
is
due to
precluding them is the
women's choice.
mechanic
We're just
example.
going to grant for a
like
second.
women are still
Yes, we'll grant
treated
it.
like shit in those
Fine,
places
then
so
let's
much to the
we'll
point
just
that
grant
they're
it.
like,
Well-
I'd rather be an esthetician because people don't treat me like shit.
Agreed. So we'll just grant for a second that
Fine.
this is
We'll grant all of that.
that it's men's fault that women are not in those roles fair enough.
At this moment in time, there are more men in that field. That's,
so
if you're
if
wanting
we
that,
acknowledge
then
that,
that's-
if it's
yeah.
90% men, 95% men, and these are the men who are, for example, that they're in the job when anybody here been around when there's like a blackout?
Not here.
Okay.
Not here.
I mean,
I've been
I
in,
don't know if you've
Ohio.
ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've
It's
ever
horrible,
seen like
yeah.
if there's a power line that's out and it's 3 a.m. It's men who are going to fix that in the middle of winter when it's snowing and there's a hailstorm. It's men who are going to go out and fix that, right?
Unless
So-
you're Nina.
right. Okay.
Unless you're Nina.
So, granting all this, granting that 95% of men take up these occupations. How could it just be, how is it wrong to say that if it's the men that would fix these systems, electrical grid, sewage, waste, water, everything, telecoms, whatever it may be, if it was the men who occupy those jobs, if they all disappeared, like, why is it wrong to say that if they all disappeared, those systems would collapse?
Go, baby.
Would they not?
Go, baby,
would
go.
they not collapse? Would they not collapse?
I think I'm agreeing with what you're saying is we're taking all the information we have right in this current moment. And if that were to happen,
yes,
and no one figured okay, that maybe could happen. But my question is, why are we trying to imagine a world without men?
Well,
why is that the issue?
Yeah, so I'll answer the question.
Yeah.
So I would concede on the other end, the flip side, that there's women who are in things like childcare, nursing occupations, things like this. If they all disappeared tomorrow, I can show you crisis after crisis that men would have to scramble to solve.
Yeah, 100%.
We're just saying that societal infrastructure itself is not going to completely collapse. How that could ever be a misogynistic statement, I don't know. But the reason that we're trying to dive into this is because, again, to explain it again, I run into delusion constantly, where it's, no, I don't believe that that would be a problem. No, I do think that we would be just fine. No, I don't think that there would be significant problems. That's a delusional take, which then I can take to kind of get to the heart of those issues. So, okay, if it's built on this false belief, where did we come up with that false belief? That's why it's important.
No, I understand, but I guess my next question is how do you know what's delusional or not? What is your objective truth? Where does that come from?
Well, and if I may just jump in really quick, the reason that we actually provided this scenario of if all men disappeared, women didn't have some like foreknowledge of it coming, it just instantly happened. When we asked you, do you need men? A lot of you said, no, don't need them. Don't even need them for my survival. Nope.
Right.
Well, I mean, despite us presenting evidence that you actually do you still just...
Can I chime in really quick? I agree with you that based on the way that society is functioning right now, you're right. If you guys all randomly disappeared, probably the power grid would go out and stuff like that because 90% of those jobs are held by men in the first place. However, this is where it becomes misogynistic to me, is I do believe that you're right. Maybe initially there would be some sort of chaotic collapse. Things wouldn't be working out. But what I believe wholeheartedly is that women have the ability to learn, train themselves, and use tools to be able to accomplish those jobs. So maybe there'd be a lull where we're fucked for a little bit because everyone needs to catch up. But I strongly believe that women put their heads together and teach each other and learn. Yeah, you're right. I might not be strong enough, but like I ran the produce department at Trader Joe's and I was the first woman in 10 years to do so. I was using a big Joe jack. Do you think I was lifting pallets alone? No, but I learned how to operate machinery so that I could move those pallets by myself at 3 a.m. every morning. And I was the first woman in 10 years to do so.
Can I just rebut this a little
the fact that you think I can't learn is what's misogynistic. Not that I don't know it right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Never disputed
ever. So are you familiar with...
Society would not collapse if we had the ability to learn and fix it.
But hold on. Let me just say one thing. Are you familiar with the term point of no return?
Yes, of course.
So you say, if we can learn. I'm telling you, within days, the telecommunication system down, internet down. You wouldn't have the internet. You wouldn't have like the means to go, like internet down within days, electricity down within days. Like where you can't just go to a library and pick up a book, a physical book.
Riddle me this though. What about at the beginning of time when men, they didn't know how to make a fire? Wait, let me talk. Men didn't know how to make a fire, and did they have the internet to teach them? No, maybe one group of men learned in this small village to make a fire. Men on the other side of the world also kind of figured out how to make a fire.
It's interesting you
and
assume it's
eventually
men.
we all figured it out.
It's
So why
interesting
can't
you
we do it
assume it's
again?
men.
I'm assuming it's men because you guys are acting as if men are the ones that figure this out. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't tell you had to assume it's men.
We have the equal ability. So if everything's shut down, I do think that like in my immediate little village, me and the women around us, I'd lean on the women closest to me and be like, what do you know that I don't? Teach me and I'll teach you what I don't. And some woman hours away from me, which I don't have the internet so I can't communicate with her, she's doing the same thing with the women in her immediate surroundings. And eventually, you're right, it might be a blackout period like we're cavemen first, or cave women for a second, But I think that we are smart enough that we can learn and figure it out and teach each other. And eventually we can rebuild society, because eventually, like at one point in time, this society was built in the first place. Why can't we rebuild it again? Why are we so stupid we can't figure it out? You're right. I don't know how the electrical grid works, but I do believe I could learn if I tried.
I believe you.
So,
but that's not.
Like-
but that was never the point of my dispute. So, if we,
The point of your dispute was, can women survive without you? I think initially we wouldn't know what to do, and then I think
Nope,
we'd
that
learn,
wasn't
and
the-
we would know how
no.
to do it. I don't wish to live in a world without you guys. I really don't.
Can I talk?
I wasn't done talking.
How
can't
can
talk
you?
when
How
my
can
sentence
wait?
is
How
over.
can you stop talking for 5 seconds and then I start and you say I wasn't done?
I didn't stop for 5 seconds. I was like mid opening my mouth when you interrupted me. Like I was actually not done talking. But
Okay,
you can talk
when you're
now,
done
I'm
talking, let me know.
I mean, if you can read social cues and you're a host, you should know when I'm done talking. But
I
like,
did read the social cue and you said you weren't done.
You read them wrong. You're right. So I told you what you read wrong. But I mean, I'm fucking tired. I'm done. If I was here single, I would be going home now, not because I'm giving up, but because I'm tired. Like, and I just like, I feel like I'm talking in circles, and I have learned a lot from you guys tonight. I really appreciate the opportunity for being able to do this, and some things have shifted my perspective a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm leaving here knowing I'm capable of everything you guys are.
I don't think that was really our
That's
position here, but
that wasn't the core of the issue.
Anyways, I will move it on. I want to finally get, oh man, I'm going to finally get into the notes here. So going to, and we have like tweets and TikToks to react to, bringing it back a little bit to dating. We have, hold on, sorry. Luna, we have Luna, excuse me. We had some tweets of yours that we thought were interesting. So Nick, can you pull up the tweets? Your response, don't scroll down, Nick. Daily Star, five things.
On brand, still stand on it.
Yeah, 5 things that should never go near your vagina.
Yep.
1, military men. 2, Aries, Libra, Sagittarius men. 3, women aren't good people, ass men. 4, what's your body count, ass men. And lastly, 5, conservative finance bros, podcasters, and musicians. Now this is, I think you're saying this for all vaginas though, not just your vagina, all vaginas, those types of men should avoid vaginas.
You're taking that tweet way too literally.
I could be wrong.
You're taking that tweet way too literally. It was very obviously meant to be a funny joke. But
thanks for the clarification.
I thought you understood like basic stuff. But okay. Anyways, military men have notoriously been, in my experience, I've dated my fair share of military men. They're narcissistic. Especially the higher the rank.
One question though. So it's either a joke or it's not. So you just said it's a joke.
It is a joke, but it doesn't apply to everyone. It's applied to me.
Oh, okay. It applies to you.
In my personal experiences.
Okay.
Like I just said.
Sure.
But it doesn't apply to everyone.
Okay, that's fine. And you don't like the whole
funny.
What's your body count?
No, I think that's
type men.
The most idiot. Why does it fucking matter? Why does it matter?
Why does body count matter?
Yeah, to you. Why does my body count matter to you?
I mean, I don't really care
or to
about
anyone.
Your body count, but I would say men, generally speaking, do have a preference for not dating promiscuous women.
Less used to women.
Yeah,
less used to.
I didn't
like
say
almost
that,
like
but-
children, right?
I'm
like
sorry.
more pure.
Yeah, more
Wait,
pure,
so just to be clear, let me ask you a question. So,
Mhm.
would you object more to a man dating a woman who's 25 but a virgin, and say he's 30, versus a man who's 30 who dates an 18-year-old but she slept with 100 men? Which one do you object to more?
They're all consenting adults. It's
Wait, but
on their preference.
I thought you said it sounded like you had an objection to men who prefer
a less used vagina. That's fucking weird.
I mean,
that's weird.
Do you know what a
is that
straw man
weird?
is?
That's fine. You're entitled to your wrong opinion for you. That's fine.
But
Personally,
do you
you're not
know-
going to change my mind.
I'm not
and I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this argument because you're not changing my viewpoint. I'm obviously
Why
not
are you
changing your
so? We're
viewpoint.
just having a conversation about it.
I'm
Why are
also
you-
having a conversation.
So should they prefer a more used vagina?
Everyone has their preferences.
Well, then I don't understand the objection to preferring not a used vagina.
But thinking a woman has less value just because she's had a little more sex than another one is insane.
Well,
Wait, may I? Okay.
Go ahead.
So we all make value judgments when it comes to who we're going to partner with. Do you agree or disagree with this? For example, would you tend to value a guy who meets every single one of your standards and is a billionaire and has the perfect penis size and is amazing and treats you well versus a short, balding, fat, obese man who is broke?
I've dated both.
And
I don't care.
you don't care at all.
It doesn't matter
What
if
if
they're
one's
short,
in the military
fat-
and one's not in the military?
With my track record and you know how men in the military I've experienced, I would choose the one not in the military.
Okay, so you're making a value judgment. You're comparing one man to the other and making a determination. I prefer men who X.
The
Let me ask you a
comparisons you're
question.
trying to draw
Would you prefer
are
to date a
not-
virgin or a man who has sexual experience?
Whoever's going to treat me better. Doesn't matter who's sexually experienced. That's
Okay.
an insane no. I'm not going to, ooh, are you a virgin? I want to date you. That's,
Well, let's assume they would both treat you well. You don't
try
have,
them both out.
You don't
see
have.
see who I vibe with better.
Well,
It
so
doesn't
can I ask you
fucking
another
matter.
question then? So then, does one's skill in the bedroom doesn't matter at all? Like if someone's bad in bed, doesn't matter?
No, because I'm good.
Okay, I mean, that's a fair response, I suppose. Nick, pull it back up because I just wanted to see the full context of it.
I hate to interrupt. I am wondering how long this goes, though, because I do have animals.
We have 3 animals at home, and I kind of want to feed them and sleep.
So if we're
Like,
if
I
we're
don't know.
able to get head out,
I'm
not
like,
because we don't want
I don't
want to
be quitters. Like I don't want to come off that way. I'm just genuinely exhausted, and we have 3 animals.
So we have definitely some more stuff to get through with, we wanted to react to like some of Luna's stuff. Honestly, it's going to be a lot of Luna stuff.
So much.
So-
An entire, we can sit here for a week, honestly.
Just to be courteous to you, since you guys didn't pre-plan this, maybe you're hungry and stuff.
it's
If you
just
guys
the
want to,
animals.
if you guys want to depart, oh, should we do the last question? Oh wait, hold on.
Big Sass Energy donated $200. Her list is really men who prefer not to have sex with her. Her lists include
They're
men
lining
that
up,
typically are
actually.
of higher value.
Okay.
So, she has a proclivity to go after low value men because she's low value.
Aww.
Interesting.
Boo-hoo.
So for you two,
Don't give
are you guys interested? I don't know if it would be both of you or just you. Would you be interested in coming perhaps tomorrow for a more formal one-on-one debate?
I kind of am, but I would like Liza and I to be able to talk about it not on camera because it's our last day off together before the work week starts again, and I don't know. I mean, we need to go grocery shopping, and I kind of want to do life shit, but I would.
It would not be.
I
just
want
to
to
be
make
clear,
sure we can talk
If
about it.
it's
and
not
agree.
7 hours again, I think we'd be willing.
The one-on-one debates would be much shorter.
If they're
It would
much
be
shorter, then hell yeah. I live a 3-minute walk from here.
Okay.
I'm going to walk home right now.
What makes you think you
sorry.
can get anywhere near my vagina?
Sorry, no Lord's name.
I'll have you two take their seats. But thank you guys so much for
No,
coming.
yeah, we
You
appreciate
guys-
it. It was great talking to you.
Although we disagreed, I thought
it's
you guys
cool.
were fantastic guests. So
Yeah,
I
we appreciate
you
it.
guys coming.
Thanks for
do you want,
joining.
do you want an applesauce for the road? We got.
Shut the fuck up.
We got applesauce. on this.
applesauce. We never finished the tacos we bought on the way to meeting
Oh,
you guys,
snap.
so I'm going to go home and eat
That's
the rest of this.
commitment. That's
But I really, yes,
We got
thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys. We'd love to. So.
Can I get my phone? I had to check something on my
Well,
phone.
hold on. Can
It
you
was
hang
awesome
tight here?
meeting
It's
you,
a little
ladies.
too many people up at once.
Yeah.
So,
See if walk home again.
can you guys take their seats, please? Wait. So, Andrew, could you take over for like 2 minutes? All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, so
So, guys.
so back
So the weather. No.
so back to the idea briefly of misogyny and the idea that Brian's a misogynist, right? Brian, not me, but Brian is a misogynist, right? I would like to actually revisit what you think was stated that is actually misogynistic.
I explained them already, Andrew, and even the way, and this is where it gets blurred because is this internal misogyny and contempt for women, or is this just kind of being a dick? But I felt like the way that you guys just Brian approach
Brian.
women, talk to not gonna lump you in. Talk to us women, talked about women, approach women. I just found somebody who's not very respectful of women. Nope.
Let me
Just not
now,
Slightly.
let me ask you this.
Okay.
Can you assume for a second that every woman who comes on the show, they have a different worldview, right?
Mm-hmm, of course.
Some women get really upset if you don't treat them just like you would treat men. They get really mad about it. Super mad. Oh, why are you pampering her? Because, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I do is this. I just treat everybody exactly the same.
I'm going to beg to differ,
So
though.
if there's
This
two,
is what I'm...
hang on.
Okay.
There's been men on the show that I've been on with, and I rip them to shreds as bad as I do the women.
That's good. From what I've experienced and just from what I've observed, here's a perfect example. When you and I were having a fun thing, Brian called out me and not you. Like, Taylor, stop talking and let
Yeah, but you were in the wrong there.
I wasn't. You started it and you know it.
Yeah, but you kept going.
Okay. So it's, stuff like that. Even how you continuously, cut us off and, insisted you didn't. And again, maybe it is just dickish behavior and you do that with dudes too, but... it's just, and again, I don't know if it's like an act for the show, if it's how you guys really are in real life. Like, I'd be fascinated to see you with your wife and your girls.
Let me ask you this.
But
do you think when you rewind this, do you like, you're honest?
I don't plan on it.
I'm
not going to lie.
But your honest opinion, do you think that we interrupted more or were interrupted more?
With me or in general here?
In general.
He didn't as much. You did, though.
Do you think I interrupted more than I was interrupted?
I feel like you've interrupted at least
you
everybody.
did. No, you
several
did.
times.
You
Do
did.
you think so?
I think so.
Would you be willing to put? Would you be
We're
willing
doing
to?
dollars now?
Would you be willing to?
Oh, shit. Well, I don't... Is it a reliable news source? Is it
Somebody
fake news?
out there will
Because-
literally put the count up.
Because
They'll
I
put
don't
the count
trust
up.
your biased following.
Yeah, they'll be put a count.
I'm not gonna.
Then
My
you can
ass ain't
count
gonna
it.
watch it back.
You can count it.
I'm not that committed to this cause.
This isn't my following. I'm a guest.
I thought you were a co-host.
No, I'm a guest. Guest.
One of the producers said you're a regular co-host, but you're.
I'm a regular guest. I'm not the co-host of the show.
Okay.
Not at all. I don't know
But
where that
yes.
idea came from.
I don't know. It all goes to say.
So here's the thing. Every time I hear this complaint, I think that if you were sitting where I was, and there was men who were surrounding you, right, and each one of them had a different opinion,
That would be fun.
and each one of them wanted to argue with you and engage with you,
Mm-hmm.
right? That if you played the video back and you went, wait a second, I was actually interrupted way more than I interrupted, because it's the only way that you can handle a panel. If I go back and watch any of your panels, you say you've hosted them,
Mm-hmm.
I've hosted many panels too. No fucking way you don't interrupt people. It's not even possible.
Yes, but you do it out of really knee-jerk. It's like you can't even get the thought out. And maybe that's
So
just
did
your
you.
personality. Maybe it's
Same for you.
Okay, that's fair. But I will, again, I'm trying to find common grounds here, eye to eye. I do agree with you in that women, if they want to go toe-to-toe, they can't get bent out of shape and act like little fragile dandelions, right? Like if a guy is, or something like this, right? Challenging them, going, so I get that. I'll give you, validation there because I know you're looking for it.
I don't know. It sounds like you are, but calling us misogynists. Sounds like you kind of want us to validate your feelings. You want us to be like,
give
you want us to
two
be like,
fucks.
no, we're not the misogynist. No.
I don't care. You guys being or not being misogynist have literally nothing to do with my life.
All right, where were we? You guys just got
I hope
back
you
into
feel
the
validated.
misogyny thing? Okay.
He did
All
it.
right.
We were at Luna.
So,
Well, I need to find something to talk about for 2 minutes, right?
So, back to the tweets. Oh, the body count thing. We were talking about the body count thing. Wait, so body count doesn't matter, right?
No.
Into the mic if you can.
No.
If it
To
doesn't
men or
matter,
women,
if it doesn't
either
matter,
one.
what's your body count?
I lost count a long time ago. But
Range?
just know I'm tested enough to know that I'm safe and healthy about it, which I can't necessarily say for a lot of the people watching. So
You're right. We actually did a poll the other week, and I think 77% of our audience has genital warts.
I believe it.
It's been
I am
studied.
just
I thought
kidding.
you were
It's
going
not true.
somewhere serious with
Only
that.
J-
We did a survey. Yeah, exactly.
So, do you have a
That would
range?
explain a lot, though, Brian.
Do you have a range? I'm kidding. They are all perfectly clean and have giant penises.
Every single
I highly
one.
doubt that.
They all have
I
giant
highly doubt they can
Okay,
use
we'll
the
go with
vicinity
that.
of a woman's vagina
The-
with the way
the-
they
the
talk and
viewer.
act. But my body count, if you really want to know,
Yeah, I mean,
probably past a couple hundred.
couple hundred, okay. Like 200, 300.
It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all.
Are we back on the STDs, or are we?
No.
It's over
I love dick. I love dick. I like experiencing all kinds of dick. One is better than the other one. All of them at the same time. I love being a fucking whore. I love being a slut. I love fucking on camera. It's so fun.
But the point is, like, who fucking cares? Like,
Exactly.
it's back to the
They
double
do.
standard.
That's fine.
It's back to the double standard.
They
and
reserve the right
it's
to think however they think
it's
about me.
Biological and
Whatever it
cultural.
says about their character,
It's-
that's
it's
on them.
yeah.
But me personally, I really don't care if you think I'm worthless, if you think I'm low value, if you think I don't deserve love, if you think I'm dirty. I really don't give a fuck, because neither of you pay my bills, and majority of the people watching are the same ones who log off here and go home and jack off to me and my friends. So
I don't jerk
that's
off
facts.
to tattoo porn. Sorry.
Well, that's fine.
That was
Maybe not you, but
sorry. That was so. I was trying for
but
something.
the same people who want to devalue me and people in my industry are the same people consuming it at the same time. And
I actually
if you
don't-
don't have to like us, you don't have to approve of us. That's fine. You go be a Christian. You live with your Christian values, because you have that right. Just like I have the right to be a slut, and I'm going to.
I mean, I
feel that
actually.
way. And my mom always said, when you're good at something, never do it for free.
Hey, you
But
know what?
It's back to, again,
This-
the double standard. Guys do it. That's like, oh, they're the man.
Oh yeah,
they're stud, and
no.
women
God,
do it. And that's a
they're
lot
a
of
ladies' man. They can have they get all the ladies, but a woman is sexy and gets a bunch of men. Oh, she's a
No, it's
slut.
a lot of factors that go into
She's a whore.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually like this argument. So I guess I would agree with you that there's really nothing wrong with tobacco companies, because the people who criticize them are often the smokers, right?
Everything gives you everything.
Nothing wrong. I mean, same thing. How dare an alcoholic, criticize a company which mass produces alcohol? Yeah, that would be hypocritical, right?
I mean, people make the
Can you
choice
imagine?
to drink.
Can you imagine
just
if
like
a guy?
I make the decision to
Can you
make
imagine if a
porn.
dude was in the hospital bed, dying from lung cancer from having smoked his entire life, criticizing tobacco companies for making a highly addictive product that they got addicted to? What a son of a bitch he would be! A hypocrite, right? What a piece of shit he would be for doing
How
that.
does that have to do with you criticizing me what I do for work?
I'm sorry. Is pornography highly addictive?
I mean, what isn't addictive? Social media, video games,
That's an
podcasts,
obfuscation.
people like
It's
this.
an obfuscation. Is pornography highly addictive?
Can be.
Is
Not
it?
always.
No, smoking isn't always addictive.
Gives it the fact that it's definitive. That's a definitive answer. It's not definitive for everyone.
Okay, so neither is smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then we're back to the same criticism. If a guy is dying of lung cancer and he's criticizing a tobacco company for making this highly addictive product, he's a fucking piece of shit and needs to shut up, right?
So you want to criticize porn stars because something's wrong with someone's dick? How is that
I'm
my
sorry,
problem?
is it okay for the guy dying of lung cancer to criticize the tobacco company for making the highly addictive product that they became addicted to? Or is it not okay for them to do that?
I mean, was it not their conscious decision to use that addictive product knowing it was
Not
addicting?
to become addicted to it.
But that's a risk you take.
All right, that's a risk you take. So then it's perfectly acceptable then, right, for the tobacco companies to be like, shut the fuck up and die. You smoked. Right?
Okay. Is porn killing people?
Just answer my question. Is that okay or not?
That's subjective.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
porn
asking for
killing
your
people?
subjective. Yes.
Who?
Of course it is. If you become highly addicted to pornography, it can destroy your sex life, leads to higher suicide rates, all sorts of things like this.
Okay.
So yes, I would say yes. People definitely
So
due to
same
that
thing with
addiction.
video games. Should video games be banned?
Well, whether they
Because
should,
people could
whether
become
they should or
addicted.
they shouldn't,
and-
it's your criticism, not my criticism.
Okay.
I'm not saying, for instance, that people aren't allowed to criticize the porn industry because they watch pornography. that would be insane for my take, because people criticize things which they're addicted to often, and we seem to give them a pass on that. Oh, you want to criticize the tobacco company because you're dying of lung cancer because you were addicted to cigarettes?
Who said I was
That's
giving
fine,
them a pass?
right? If you want to do that with alcohol, that's fine. You want to do it with heroin, that's fine. You want to do it with drugs, that's fine. But somehow in this particular addictive industry, hey, you know what? Those motherfuckers out there,
You know what?
they're the same people who watch me.
They are.
Yeah.
And there are not, porn itself is a very taboo industry, and it's put in, people in the industry and who support the industry have put in so much work to make sure this industry is safe for the people in it. All the advances Pornhub has taken to make sure that there isn't videos of children and
Yeah, I'm sure that tobacco companies have all sorts of regulations to keep their employees safe. It's the external factors that matter. Who are you affecting outside of your company?
So if porn was to go away, right, with your logic, since porn is just damaging all these people, if porn was to go away and every man, because I know y'all love to do that, a man who has the tendencies or the needs to sexually violate women, do you not think porn gives them a healthy avenue so they don't take it out on women? You don't think there would be more attacks against women?
In fact, I think that
if porn was to just disappear?
Nope, I think that because corn, for instance, in this instance, they make corn specifically tailored to that fetish. It actually enables men to live that fantasy out, and
without harming anyone.
And no, because many of the people who get caught inside of those acts, when asked, why did you get involved in these acts? Oh, I took it from fantasy to visualization through porn, and then I begin to carry out these acts.
Personally, anyone I know who does prefer that genre isn't actually looking at that genre, and they're actually distributing very illegal CP.
Okay, I definitely have to move it on now.
Okay.
All right.
If you want to get on the topic.
I mean, I'd love to talk about it, but
it's fine.
I'm not. Okay. Nick, let's do the next tweet. Next tweet. Men are pathetic, bro. LMAO.
Yes, this was after a man. I can give you this. This was after a man who got caught lying to me and another girl, tried to save his ass by saying I sexually harassed and assaulted him, which is why he fucked me, which we both know is a lie. That's where that tweet came from.
Yeah, that man is a bad man, but you kind of just said men, plural, all, essentially.
My apologies for not using his full legal name.
I'm super offended. Wait, pull it back up, Nick. Men are pathetic, bro. Like, that's kind of like if men said women are pathetic, wouldn't that be?
You say that, but that's fine.
Do you know?
Not you specifically.
Sure, yeah, some men say it.
Insinuated it, but.
Can you just, I don't know if you're able to scoot into the table a little bit just so we can get you closer to the microphone.
This is fine.
So, wouldn't it be like misogynistic to say women are pathetic? Like, would that be misogynistic?
If you want to label me a misandrist, that's fine.
Are you a misandrist?
Sometimes I can lean that way, yeah.
And you don't think that's like a defect?
You don't think bigotry is a defect? I mean...
Well, I don't consider myself a misogynist. You seem to have no qualms with, in some instances, considering yourself a misandrist, which I find troubling, I suppose.
Well, that's fine. You can find it troubling.
Like
However, I have, with my personal experiences...
Very troubling.
So troubling. My personal experiences, I have had more bad experiences with men than good. So if you want to go off my personal experience, a lot of the men I've met have been inherently vindictive, evil, violent sexual predators.
You know,
in my experience.
I don't know. It's
not every man. Definitely not every man.
That's super weird though, because then why would you go into an industry, say you love being in the industry of engaging with these violent, predatory men.
Because in this industry,
yeah.
unlike the day-to-day lives you guys live, the men in our industry actually love us, support us, and uplift us, and fight for us.
Okay.
Porn bad. Okay, next tweet. Try to get through. There's quite a few. So.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Pick one.
Actually, won't, just so it's in your words, can I just have you read it?
Yep, those men are weak with or without porn. Weak men don't have shit to do with porn. Weak men are a result of this country and the patriarchal propaganda shoved down their throats their entire lives. Banning porn will only make those same weak men lash out with sexual violence against women. I think maybe focus on the banning of Roe v. Wade instead of consenting adults who film pornography. What
And
I
then,
just
Nick,
said.
make us smaller, please, because this is in response to Candace Owens' tweets, where she says, ban pornography, it is a psychological weapon intended to weaken our men. You can put us back, I guess, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot there.
It's basically everything I just said in the last couple minutes.
I'm actually just going to, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip to the next tweet, but it was an interesting one I saw. Men in their late 20s out here dating and fucking girls who just practically graduated high school in
That
the last
actually
year or
goes-
two.
Yep.
Weird. Or how about you, in your own words, you read it. Go ahead.
This tweet
Make us
in
bigger.
specific, I know you guys love to say, well, you said men. You didn't
big.
specify
All right, that's
which
fine.
man.
Wait, can you just read it?
This is
Can you just read the tweet?
men in their late 20s out here dating and fucking girls who just practically graduated high school in the last year or two. Weird. Very weird.
Can you hide this for a sec, Nick? And then the follow-up with this bottom one?
These men be 27 fucking 19, 20-year-olds. Like, what did y'all possibly have in common?
Okay. I'm just curious, though. Do you have an issue? Like, I know that there's, like, for example, male porn stars who are in their late 20s, 30s, who get paired up with 18, 19, 20-year-old women for scenes. Do you have
But that-
objections there?
But that man isn't building a relationship with that
She's
young, naive, uneducated girl to try and manipulate her or
If
build her
she's-
into the perfect woman. It's a scene, you get paid, you leave.
If she's so young and naive and stupid, then why is it that we allow them to do porn at all?
I mean,
How
I
can they
don't
consent-
disagree.
How can
I don't
they consent?
disagree.
How can they consent to do that?
I don't. Technically, in the U.S., the legal age is 18 up, but I do think that there's a lot of, with the popularity of OnlyFans over the last few years, there are a lot of people in this industry who are not built for it. They are not mentally strong enough to take all the stuff that comes with the industry, all the backlash we receive. People don't understand the repercussions of being a porn star and how people are going to view you.
So what age should be the entry point for women in
I feel
porn?
like 21 plus is where you, I feel like you know, you could make that judgment. You might still be a little young, might still be a little inexperienced, but freshly 18, you know, that's a touchy subject. It's a legal age. Personally, for my own personal sites and content, I don't work with anyone that I think looks too young or is young. I prefer...
21's pretty young. 21's pretty young.
21 is, that's what I said. They still have a lot to learn, but it's not 18 where they're probably still in high school and not even graduated yet. They turned 18 mid-senior year.
Yeah, there also are a lot of girls in the industry, like not like a lot, but I have heard of a few cases of girls that have gotten in the industry because they're 18 before they graduate high school, and like I honestly, personally don't agree with that. I think that shouldn't be like allowed necessarily like in our industry because you haven't really figured anything out yet, let alone graduated high school. Just because you're 18 doesn't necessarily make it okay.
And with the
I
popularity,
guess.
So, so moving it away, I guess, from the porn stuff, bringing it back to the actual complaint, which is age gap relationships are icky, or you object to them.
It's not all age gap relationships. In that situation specifically, it was someone who would go after younger girls in the industry because they were just easier to control, as in, oh, we both do porn,
Well,
but
no,
you
hold
can't
on.
do this and this and this.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm moving it away from the porn industry, and I'm speaking about.
That's
What-
the only way I can touch on that topic, because that's what that tweet in specifically was about.
Right, but-
I've been in age gap relationships. I don't believe there's
okay.
anything inherently wrong with age gap relationships, but I think when a man is older and they have more influence over a younger person who doesn't have as much life experience, is it legally wrong? No, they're all adults, but what can a 35, 40-year-old man really have in common with an 18-year-old other than sex?
Well,
And
I
that's
mean,
basically, it's not.
wait, so there is an objection there then?
In
to
certain
the-
cases,
to age
if
gap
someone goes into it with malicious intent to try and manipulate or groom this young girl who has zero life experience.
Yeah, but I mean,
why-
wouldn't you object to anybody doing that with anybody, regardless of age?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
so I don't
obviously.
know. I don't know why that would apply to age gaps exactly.
Do you think it's more likely?
It's definitely more likely, because I
Why?
mean, the older women, men get, the more life experience you have, the more you interact with people to recognize when people are being malicious or don't really genuinely value you or care about you.
But this can occur at any age. Women.
It can occur at any age, but 18-year-old women are more. Can they even really be considered full-grown women? They're still children. They're still.
Well, they're
it's
adults.
So I would be, hang on, I would be willing actually to put an olive branch out here. And if you were to say that I don't want to consider women to be adults until they're 22, 23, 24, 25, or men, therefore women can't vote until they're 25, I would be willing to accept that.
I feel like when it comes to voting is anyone can research politics, current
But they
policies.
can't research relationships?
No, because it's experience based.
So is policy. So is policy voting. You can't see the effect of a vote if you've never voted before. That's insane.
I mean, okay, fine.
Well, I
sure,
mean,
whatever.
isn't it crazy to say,
I'm tired.
wait, I don't know what the effects of the policy will be that I'm voting for, but I'm still allowed to vote? Wouldn't that be the same logic to a relationship?
No,
Why not?
just because.
Oh.
Is that
Okay.
good enough? Because I'm exhausted at this point, honestly, and I feel like we're going in circles, and
No, I
I
don't-
feel
I
like
don't
we
think
just
so.
don't agree on anything.
Okay, well, I mean, I frequently hear from women who are in college, for example, that they don't like a lot of the men that are also in college because they're fuckboys, and they get mistreated by the men
Yes.
their own age. So, I mean, I guess when it comes to your objections to age gap relationships, would you prefer to see like a 20-year-old woman getting like just going from fuckboy to fuckboy to fuckboy who's 20 or 21?
I don't necessarily.
Well, let me just finish the question. So, versus her dating a guy who's 30, who's a good man, who wants a monogamous relationship with her, who's going to treat her well. I mean, which scenario would you prefer to see her in?
I never said I had anything against
Well,
age
can we
gap
pull up the
relationships.
tweet? I mean, can you pull up the tweet, Nick?
You guys are taking it all out of fucking context. You say I can't talk about porn, but this,
I mean,
this in
it doesn't
specific
say
was
anything about
pertaining to
porn.
some, because you are taking something out of context that you don't have information on.
I mean, the tweet is very
You brought it up
generalized.
and want me to talk about it, so I'm talking
Oh,
about
well,
that
if you're-
specific tweet.
So the position is just that it's wrong in any type of relationship for there to be manipulation. You just think that there's a possibility it could be more likely if the age is gapped.
If the age is gapped, yes.
But you don't
There's-
actually have a moral objection to it.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
If they're two consenting adults, yes. But I feel like a man who is older shouldn't use their life experience or wisdom, whatever they know, when it comes to relationships, to try and, I don't even know the right word, groom this
Manipulate?
child, manipulate.
Now
whatever.
we got
go,
loaded.
Go on.
But now we got
bro.
loaded.
I'm fucking.
Now we got
over it.
loaded language between child and adult. So it's like, are they adults or children?
I literally just said that 18-year-old, they can technically by society be considered women. But I remember being 18 and I definitely did not feel like an adult. I felt like a child who still had so much life experience to earn and learn.
I mean, you still do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, when you're talking about a societal standard for age, right? For when you're going to consider a person an adult, when should we?
Do you think? Would you want a 35-year-old man dating your 18-year-old daughter?
What would be the objection?
Why?
Well, I can't think of an actual moral objection. If he was good to her, you said you were in age gap relationships yourself, right? So you obviously don't have a moral objection either.
No, but here's the thing. Your child
hang on,
wasn't.
I'm almost done. I was just in the middle of the sentence, but this is like me saying back to you, by the way. Would you want your sister to date somebody who's the age of your brother? You know what I mean? It's nonsensical. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to impose that because I share a characteristic of whoever my daughter's dating, whether we had blue eyes, we're the same age, or whatever, that therefore is bringing it to some kind of predatory level. It's not. How could it be? It doesn't instantly make it predatory
when they seek out inexperienced young girls for the fact that they are young and inexperienced. I don't understand how that's a hard concept to grasp.
Well, because I don't.
Go ahead, because I'm fucking.
Well, I was just gonna say it gets dicey, right? Because if 18 is the age of legality and giving consent, that's where it starts to get, gray and
Well,
if someone consents, they consent.
But my issue here is with the use of loaded language. So when you try to have it both ways, we're adults, but you're trying to go after this child. It's like, no, a child is somebody who's you know what I mean? Child has its own category.
Right.
So they're either women or they're not women. But this idea of infantilizing adult women and saying, wait, they're adults, they can do corn, they can vote, they can do everything in the adult world except select their partner. Right. That, to me, is an absurd argument.
I agree with you on that. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
But that's because you're in an age gap relationship.
That's because it's common sense. And I love what you said of if he treats her well, then...
I don't know what the moral objection would be. I have never heard an actual moral objection, just, well, he could use his station to abuse her. But it's like, okay, everybody who's in a position, a millionaire at 20, who's dating a 19-year-old who's not a millionaire, can use that position to be abusive.
Right.
You know what I mean? So just the age, being the age and saying that they could, doesn't infer that they will.
A couple more things. Let's do some chats here. We have Low Paladins. Maddie, can you read it?
Give it 5 more years and she'll have problems with 25-year-old women and starting talking about prefrontal cortex.
Okay. Thank you, Low Paladins. We have another one from Low Paladins coming here in just a sec. Good to see you in the chat, Paladins. Thank you, man. It should be coming up here in just a moment. Go ahead.
Nice. Tough exterior. Too bad you were only like that because you didn't get enough love when you were a child. I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you.
Don't do me a favor and don't feel anything for me, please.
Okay. Thank you, Paladins. We have one more coming in from Warlord69. Thank you guys for the Streamlabs messages. Appreciate it, guys.
Gypsy. Oh. What the heck?
Go ahead.
Gypsy. I prefer my women to be priceless rather than being easily found on the internet with their legs open.
That's your fucking preference, man. Good for you.
All right. Thank you, Warlord. So, really quick, I want to do Twitch, and then we'll go back to the tweets. We got tweets, TikToks. Go ahead, Nick. Guys,
This one also had 69 in their screen name, so...
What a dork. What a dork.
Oh, it's like with your legs open in the thing. It's like,
too.
dude.
Wait, can you make it a little bigger, Nick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever. There's 1,600 people watching. If you can, just on Twitch, I think at one point we probably had like 10K concurrent between YouTube and Twitch. But guys, if you're watching on Twitch, just drop us a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, up and down the tab. We do Twitch exclusive streams. Guys, it's been 2 minutes since we've had a prime sub. I think it's bugged. Can we help? Help. Okay, thanks, guys. Next tweet, Nick. We got more tweets while he's getting that. We got that came up. Boom. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm so ready. I'm ready, Nick. Did the body count trend on TikTok and all the... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I should just let you read it. Okay, go ahead.
Did the body count trend on TikTok and all the hating ass prude bitches come out the woodworks with their internalized misogyny?
Out the woodworks. What is the... I wasn't familiar. What's the body count trend
I don't
on?
even remember. I don't remember how long ago that tweet was.
Do you know what it was, though? Like the trend?
do not.
Next, then, I guess. We already talked about body count, so go ahead, Nick.
Although sounds interesting.
I like my bitches... Oh, sorry. Oh, my God.
I like my bitches to be menacing, cause some chaos, be unhinged, set fire to shit, crazy bitches run the world. That's just me saying I like aggressive women.
Do you consider yourself one of those?
Aggressive women?
Yeah.
Would you?
I don't know you that well. Probably a little bit.
Probably be right.
Probably a little bit.
Probably
little
be
bit.
right.
Yo, guys, thank you for all the primes, by the way. Next tweet. Durin, thank you for the gifted 10 subs. Can you read this one?
Yeah. Christians, like to say, oh, Christmas, Easter. Those were all taken from pagan religions.
No, they weren't.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to touch on the topic
can you
of
just read
religion
it?
anymore
Can you just
because
read it?
it'll start to get disrespectful for my end, and I don't want to get there right now.
I mean, I won't take nearly as much offense at you bashing my religion as you would with me just asking basic questions about your profession, which I never even directly knocked you for being a part of. Never even directly knocked you. I just said
Yes, you did.
I said only that it's morally compromising from my
Okay.
worldview.
Well, when I go home and we'll run it back, I'll clip it and I'll just say.
Okay, well, why don't you just tell me what it was that I said?
That porn
We've
stars
been
don't
sitting
have
here
high
for
IQ.
7 hours, and that I don't have a high IQ. We've been sitting here for 7 hours.
No,
you want me
I
to
said
think back on
what
7
I
hours
said
worth of
specifically was that I
conversation?
don't generally associate high IQ with corn star.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
But no, I never did.
That's all I can
never
say is
did. But
okay.
the thing is even if you
Okay.
were
Right,
to
though.
go after Christianity, I'm going to be far less offended by that than you are with me going after whatever your perceived idea of me assaulting the corn industry is. So no, you don't have to worry about offending me.
I don't
as
think you're
I've
assaulting
so
the corn industry.
Clearly
I think
offended
you're
you.
assaulting the person and their value, and that's fine.
Well, I'm assaulting your values, but not your value. So your two distinct categories here are your
Assuming or
your value
telling
of
me
a
that
person.
I'm stupid or have a low IQ because I do porn is giving me a low value. You don't think?
You mean me saying I don't generally associate high IQ with corn stars?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't usually associate high IQ with garbage men either. Do you? Do you usually associate, like, when somebody says he's really smart, do you think in your head garbage man?
You know what? I know some brilliant people who have worked as garbage men.
What name? Give me one name of a person you've ever known who's a garbage man. One.
Actually, I'll give you a name.
You're stalling.
My roommate, he was a beautiful, brilliant physicist out of Columbia,
Uh-huh.
and now he does DoorDash.
That's not a garbage man.
Doesn't matter.
You said you know
Same
garbage. You
level,
can't name one
same
garbage
level.
man?
You want me to go back and name random people who obviously don't want to give their
You
fucking
said
names
I've
off on
known
the
tons.
internet,
You
and
couldn't
I'm not
say
gonna name
Jim?
them.
You couldn't say Jim?
No.
Okay, fine.
Moving on.
You've known all sorts of garbage men. You can't name any. But anyway, back here to the Christianity. I'm just saying I would be far less offended. And so this is the thing: is Christians are conditioned to be far less offended because of how often people.
I'm sure I grew up in the church. I know.
people with the compromised values attack us. But if we say anything back, oh, you're allowed to be as
But
offended
you know what?
as possible.
You know what? It's funny that you, as a Christian, and not all,
Mm-hmm.
but Christians demand respect for their religion without respecting anyone else's.
Yeah, I mean, so the call here is not whether or not we should.
So I come from generational witches, and you think there's something wrong with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You think it's demonic?
Yeah.
But you think I should respect you for your religious views?
Yes.
That's insane.
Why?
The fact you even have to ask that is
No,
crazy.
I don't
Why do you
think
think
so.
it's insane? So it's
So-
insane for you to judge, for me to judge you, but you can't judge me?
Yeah, so I'll explain why.
Love
Is
thy
it
neighbor.
insane for you?
Love thy neighbor.
Is it
Yeah.
insane for you to judge Aztecs who cut the
He
hearts?
who casts the first stone is never without
Is it
guilt.
insane for you to judge Aztecs who cut the heart out of people and sacrificed it to their sun god as part of their religious values? Are you allowed to criticize that?
No.
Wait, all right.
They can.
I gotta smoke.
He's having
Go ahead.
I'll take it.
Are we almost done here?
We got a couple more things to react to. So, Maddie, you want to sit there just temporarily? In this seat? Okay. So, next tweet, I guess. Is there a next tweet?
Yeah.
All right.
We already saw that one. I think. Oh, there it goes.
Can you read it?
Take it from me. Do not ever trust a military man. They always lie. Ever. Trust a DJ or athlete before you put your faith into a military man. Okay, it won't be porn. Just
split neck.
Okay. That was in. So this military man that I was talking to, first time I went out to see him, his side girl got an abortion. Second time I went out to see him, his divorce was finalized. Didn't even know he was married.
Okay.
And that's just a consistent
Have you dated
behavior
like
with men.
a couple military guys?
Yeah.
Or
I've dated like 3.
Army?
Army, Marines, Air
Navy?
Force.
Navy? Coast Guard? What do you think
No
about
one from the Navy.
You should try the Navy.
No thanks.
Give it a shot. Don't knock it. You haven't had the Navy guy.
I'm good.
Coast Guard? Space Force? Space Force?
Space Force, that's a new
Luna, give it a shot.
Space Force, maybe.
Space Force, Coast Guard?
I hear they're
National
out
Guard?
of this world.
National Guard? I don't know. Think about it. Give it a shot. Next one. Wait, really? Oh, last question. Actually, hold on. Actually, fuck it. Pull it. Okay, whatever. Alex's? Oh, we had 2 from Alex. Really quick, I know you said you had a previous age gap relationship. Just curious, what was the age gap?
I was 21 and he was in his late 40s.
Sorry, what's that, Nick?
Into the mic.
Oh, yeah.
I was 21, and he was in his late 40s.
Okay, 20. And is that like the only age gap relationship you've had, or?
I had another one after that. It was a smaller gap by maybe 10 years.
Okay. All right. Next tweet. And then we have a video from you coming up.
Oh, I
Got
I'm
a
on the
video
edge of
from
my
you.
seat,
She's on
Brian.
the edge of her seat. Okay. Alex, can you read this one?
All right, let me hate tweet before the general population is awake. Why are all men cheaters? Fuck all men, you're all weenies.
Damn, bro, why you gotta Why you gotta throw us under the bus, Alex?
I really don't think all men are weenies or cheaters. I was just really pissed off.
Okay.
I think we're not allowed to be.
No, you can keep the split. All right, next tweet. So,
amen.
That's funny.
Can't
Y'all
spell.
bring in tweets I forgot existed
Can't
for real.
spell manipulate without man. Say it louder for the men. So what does this mean? Can't spell manipulate without man? Like,
I mean, you can't spell the word manipulate without
well,
M-A-N.
yes, that's true. But so I guess what are you trying to get at with that? Like, what is?
Well, I
what
mean,
does
that wasn't my tweet. I was just, supporting.
That
But I
men are
don't know.
inherently.
No, I know.
I
but
just
what
thought
does-
it was
what does
funny,
her
honestly.
Tweet, what does her tweet mean?
Can't spell manipulate without man. All men are manipulators, I guess. But I don't want to put words in her mouth, so
but
I
you
can't
agree.
speak for what she says.
But you agree with
concur.
that? You agree with that sentiment? You concur.
Again, I was just like tweeting to be,
tweeting to be edgy.
I guess edgy, edgelord. That's what they call me.
Edgelord. Okay. I'm gonna read a quick thing. Maddie, can you read this actually?
Korn is a great band, but Korn as an industry is vile and ruined my sex life and previous marriage. How can you justify you are helping people when proven to impact them mentally negatively?
You. Yeah, I feel like that's a really personal experience. Because I mean,
Sorry
I
that
have
happened to
plenty,
you, but you.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
have plenty of fans that talk
Okay.
to me about their personal life and confide
Wait,
in
are
me.
you?
And
I need to make a couple adjustments here. Morgan, can you scoot into the table? Can I have you scoot into the table as far as you can, just so we can get you guys in frame properly?
I've had so many men reach out and tell me they watch my videos with their wife, with their girlfriend,
Yeah,
and if
same.
anything, it boosts their sex life. So to think that porn porn that damages people's lives because they have an addictive personality and that's what they happen to be addicted to? Yes. Same thing with alcohol, same thing with video games, same thing with shopping addiction, same thing with speeding. It all depends on the person.
Yeah, but you don't agree that all addictions are equal?
I personally,
They
I
can
didn't
be.
speak on this.
Every
Oh,
addiction
sorry.
can get to a point of ruining someone's life.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, this must have been out of order. Can you read this one?
Yeah, every man that fucks me over starts balding, even more so if they were before. After, coincidence? I think not.
Karma.
So it's not a coincidence.
Karma, bitch. Karma doesn't.
You know
sleep.
what? My hair grows and their hair falls off. So maybe it's the power of Jesus.
But are you like,
Who
are you
knows?
actually doing something like vindictive to get back at them that would cause that?
I don't have to.
The
universe does it
like
for
you don't
me.
ever do revenge or anything like that?
No. Usually,
Is that true?
you know, I don't know
That's
how
me.
versed everyone is in astrology, but I have a Saturn in Pisces in the 10th house, and the 10th house represents how you are perceived, your social status, your career, all that stuff. So when people fuck me over, all
but
of a
that's-
sudden their reputation is down the toilet, their career's fucking dwindling. It's not, oh, a statistic. You guys want to get on the topic of science. This is just what I personally believe.
I was just going to get into the topic of astrology.
Okay.
So, yeah, when you're talking about the 10th house, though, there's multiple interpretations of what that could mean.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even from a magical
There's
practitioner standpoint.
different types of astrology.
Yeah.
Astrology. There's Vedic, there's sidereal, there's
What
a
sort
bunch
do
of
you
different
practice?
kinds. I mainly go with sidereal.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. I don't know why. Okay, can you read it?
I love when entitled bootlickers try to punch down onto minority people trying to make a living and survive. Probably typing this shit from his cushy home. His only response is, it's illegal. Now let's be honest, whatever your name is, since you're too pussy to show your face, you don't actually care about the legality of it. You just hate seeing minorities trying to live if it's not to your liking.
Scroll down a bit, Nick, just so we can see the image she's responding to.
It's about the hot
So it's just
dog
people who have
vendors.
like,
Someone was assorting vendors and destroying them.
Yeah, I mean,
their
it's wrong for like
belongings.
some random person to
that's just a
to
dick.
do that. Certainly.
So sure, if everyone wants to get on the topic of permits, this, that, yes. But were they attacked because they didn't have a permit, or were they attacked because they were a minority?
Well, what was the
And that's-
context behind the pictures, though?
It was like
that was
the
tweeted
hot
so
dog
long ago, we
vendors
can
in Vegas.
go and
They were
look.
like having issues and they were kicking people out. And I think one of them got assaulted, if I'm correct. I remember
I
it
think the
happening a
context is
while
maybe
ago.
these
It was
people have
around
food cards, but
F1,
they're not
Yeah.
when all the
Yeah.
F1 stuff was going on around Vegas, and when F1 got brought to Vegas, and now they got a contract there for
no
10
time
years,
for this
all
one.
the small businesses that people no longer had access to because there's fucking bleachers everywhere, all the businesses that went out of business, the vendors who can't make any money, people are just doing what they can
It was
to get
specifically
by.
the vendors,
Anyways,
though, because
yeah,
it
it's
was a
okay,
big.
It's okay.
Okay,
All right.
sorry.
We'll move it on. These are getting into TikTok. Okay. We'll do the TikToks then. Go ahead. You can pull up the first one.
My queen.
Hey, bitches. I'm going on the Whatever podcast tomorrow.
Woo!
Yeah, that one.
Hey!
Tune in, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, live on their
time.
YouTube page.
Whatever.
Come watch me argue with some men. Because we all know how much I love doing that. So.
Now, Nick, keep it there, but full screen it because there was a comment that was interesting.
Screen it?
Unfull screen it so you can see the comments.
Oh, okay. It won't let me F11, it just FYI.
There's probably a fix to that, but did you misclick?
Hey, bitches.
Hey, bitches.
Well, I need the comments. Yeah, you can scroll down. Scroll down, please.
Have to somewhat keep my composure so I don't get kicked off, but if you see me sitting there cracking my knuckles, just know I want to jump over that table. I'm going to eat them up respectfully, which is what I've done.
You've gotten destroyed on every point. What are you talking about?
In your
You haven't won
opinion.
a single. You said it was okay to rip the hearts out of people on temples because you shouldn't judge them. That's what you said.
Those are people's religious practices.
And so human sacrifice is a legitimate religious practice to you, and we shouldn't judge
In
people.
some religions, yes. Who am I to tell people how they can practice their religion?
What if
That's
they
what
were-
I think you don't understand.
Wait, I'm sorry. So
Are we done?
You don't think
We got more.
Oh
We
wait,
got
you were
more.
gonna eat me up. I thought you were eating me up. You're a strong woman.
You can't eat up bigotry. Like,
Oh, so
I
you
can't
can't make
change your mind.
arguments?
I can't make you respect
can't
me.
make
I
arguments?
can't make you respect my
I'm
work.
just listening for arguments. So here's the argument. Do you think it's okay for a religious person, I don't know, put babies on spikes? If they were just like, you know what? It's part of our dance to our God. We take little babies and we fucking impale them. Are you going to judge
Is that
them?
what they're doing right now?
Are you going to judge them?
Is that what they're doing?
Answer the question.
Answer my question, though.
Somewhere,
Are they? Is that what
I'm
they're
sure
doing?
that's where some places do it. Oh, you know what? Let me tell you about the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea.
Oh my God.
So that you know.
No, don't tell us.
Okay, so anyway.
Anyways, can we move on?
Well,
I don't
no,
care.
Well, I don't care if you don't
really-
care. Are you going to engage with the argument?
No.
No. But you were going to chew us up. Wow.
You know, you
You're
can't.
real good at this.
You can't
Can I?
change.
I got.
Go ahead.
You could change
I
my
got
mind
something.
if you gave me
No,
an
I
argument.
don't
At any
want
point,
anywhere near your mind.
because you said a couple times you would be cracking your knuckles and you'd jump over the table. Has Andrew at any point throughout the show made you want to just jump over the
the
table and
table?
smack him around, give him a little smack in the face?
Several times.
What about me? Am I, or not so much me? I think you.
Not so
I
much
kind
you.
of think you like me.
You-
Not like in that way.
think you like
None. I don't think you have.
You have
not
been.
that way. I
You
think,
have been more respectful of my views and the things I say, and more open and accepting than other people who call me low IQ. Just for being a
I'm
porn
low
star.
IQ too by that definition.
Yeah.
I'm just
We're both
Andrew.
stupid.
Andrew, what do you think is the
And
IQ?
you're superior.
Andrew, what do you think is the IQ of like dating panel podcast hosts?
Oh yeah.
I feel like
that's a fun
podcast host
one.
IQ is not that great either.
I would not. Yeah, I
It's
would
not that great,
I would
right?
not associate high IQ with podcast host
Shit, dude. Fuck.
or
Damn, you're in the same
Damn,
boat
bro.
as
or
us,
political
man.
commentator, which is what I am, or a
don't
satirist, which
say
is what
We're
I am.
all hanging
It's
out
also
together
funny to
then.
hear how 7 hours going in circles.
It's funny too how
No,
you guys
it's
did a
been good.
whole thing about men doing all these physically demanding jobs and this, that, and I was thinking to myself, like, look at these dudes with their mics doing a podcast. They're talking about men.
Yeah, that's wild. That I was a robotics mechanic.
Engineer.
You
Yeah.
don't have to be so butthurt. I was making a joke.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't. I was making a serious statement,
It's gonna
which
be
is,
okay.
I was a robotics mechanic. That's what I did.
So I love that because you are a robotics mechanic and you do a podcast. And so shouldn't that same logic apply to someone doing whatever kind of industry work and also being a fucking genius and pursuing academia, like being both things?
Andrew
I don't know.
thrown me
So,
under the
so you,
bus, bro.
so you agree with me that there's going to be outliers to all rules. So just because one person happens to be highly intelligent and does a podcast doesn't mean that most people who do podcasts are highly intelligent.
I'm just saying not everything is binary.
Wait, can you do that
Like,
again? We didn't see it.
It's
Well,
not an
if
exception
everything is-
to a rule.
Oh, you hit
It's
it.
like, again, these boxes of you're one thing, you're this, you have to be. This has been like the theme of this whole, thing.
It's really funny because I feel like
I'm.
I'm able to engage in nuance far better than you. You keep saying everything is a binary, and yet what you do is you immediately say, well, isn't it true then that if A is true, then B is also true? That is a literal
but
binary
that's
with
the
no
point.
nuance.
What are you
There's no
talking
nuance
about?
with that.
Nuance is that two things can be true. Even your viewers, I saw like somebody was like, "Oh, this girl boasting about having conservative people on her show, yet doesn't like Harrison Butler." It's
Anyways,
like, why does it?
moving
But it's like, why does
on,
everything
moving
have to be in a
Faster
box?
over with this, please.
Your viewers too.
You got
It's how people think. It's
Porn
sad.
shoot to go to, or?
No, I got
Yeah,
a 6-hour drive
1 a.m.
home.
Oh shit! Okay, shit. By the way, I forgot to tell
You're
you
driving
you guys
too fast
all
to
signed
drive.
up to a
We're driving
24-hour stream. Just letting you guys. Just kidding.
Oh my god,
Just kidding.
catfish.
We should
Special
do.
24-hour
Andrew, do you think we should do
episode.
one day like a 24-hour?
Try it.
Like
Good
best
luck
of the
getting
best?
someone to
myself.
stay on.
Thank you for sharing that.
No,
All right,
literally.
next one.
No, you
Jump
wouldn't.
off that
You wouldn't
fucking
do that.
balcony.
You
Next.
would-
I'm not talking to you.
Hold on. Okay, let me get up really quick. Let me get up really quick. Andrew, can you pitch Debate University? Nick, pull up
Sure.
the window tab.
Sure.
While I try to fix the... Actually, wait, we can't pull up the debate. Okay, Andrew, just pitch the...
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, debateuniversity.com, verbal combat. Andrew, give it a little pitch. Give it a little pitch.
Yeah, it's to my knowledge the only course like it of its kind anywhere. The product took us a long time to construct and build. It was a ton of fun to make, but it's even more fun to watch. So make sure you get over there and pick up a copy. You can sure use the help. So anyway, kind of back to the conversation here, as they're pulling the rest of this up. When you're talking about nuance, so because we got a second, right?
Yes.
When you're talking about not thinking in binaries.
Yes.
So I think in worldviews. So the way that I think of everything is in a worldview structure. So I assume that everybody has a different worldview than I have.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is enter in to their worldview. That way I can perceive from their own scope what it is that they believe and why they believe it.
Okay. Do you guys feel like Andrew tried to get into your worldview?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Anyone else?
When I ask you all these questions and I ask you a hypothetical and you refuse to engage in it, what you're doing is you're actually shutting me out of your worldview.
That could be true.
It's not could be, it is. So that you understand, like when I ask her.
But you never once, you say you're all like proud of, entering into other people's worldview. I feel like you never actually did that and said, I see what you're saying there, but
you're
X,
wrong
Y,
and
Z.
it doesn't matter.
It's immediately discrediting, shooting it down. And I get it. I don't, again, know if that's just the shtick of the show, whatever, what you do or your debate style. But the most powerful communicators are able to go, okay, I get that, but blah, blah, blah. And
No,
I
the
haven't
most
seen that
powerful
from you at all.
communicators are the ones who elicit the best emotional responses and get people to rethink their worldviews. And so the thing is, it's really interesting is that I've gotten a really powerful response from almost everybody on this panel multiple times. You haven't, but I have. And what's interesting about that is I've been able...
gotten people to respond?
I've been able... No, you haven't gotten powerful responses from people. And so here's why. The reason...
It's just making shit up because it's at that time. Okay.
Yeah, well, the reason you haven't...
Just
running out of
making
stuff
shit. No,
to talk
literally
about,
just
like,
making shit up. It's fine.
Stupid. Yeah, so anyway, the reason...
I haven't elicited any responses out of
So anyway,
anybody.
the reason
People
you
nodding
haven't...
and engaging.
Yeah,
But, that was all you.
Yeah,
that was
the
all
reason
you.
you haven't...
Okay.
is because you won't engage in hypotheticals. So I can't see where your worldview ends up. And so because of that, you actually shut people out of your worldview and you will never understand theirs.
But do you not see how you did that?
What?
I can at least acknowledge, maybe I do that sometimes in my personal and professional life. You do the same thing.
Don't
you
do it at all.
interrupt. It's wild.
Yeah, if you go off on something which is tangential, then I don't.
The same arguments
That's not
you're
understanding
using-
someone's worldview. Even like my age gap. The flirting. Oh, you love it. It's just like that. If that's your way of getting into someone else's head, I don't know about that. But
I don't know about that.
Let me. So, I bet you if we go one for one right this second, I can explain your worldview way better than you could mine. Want to bet?
I will bet.
In fact,
a
I bet
$2
you
bill.
he could give me a piece of paper,
got a
and
pen.
I can write down your answers. I can write down your answers to whatever questions anybody might ask you, and I bet you I get all of them right.
I could even give him a piece
Okay,
of
let's
parchment
go.
paper.
You wanna do it?
And with a
And do
quill,
paper mache?
he could still
Hold
do
on a
it
second.
better. With a piece of parchment and quill, he could still do it.
okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
like for
Let's
instance,
go.
here's an easy one.
Okay.
What type of Christian am I? Just based on my responses, what type?
I want to say,
Hang on, let her answer. It's not a collective group, right? What do you think?
I don't think you're a Catholic.
Okay.
Are you an evangelical?
Sorry, why do I keep doing
Am I an
that?
evangelical? Nope. Got it wrong.
Orthodox?
I don't know.
Don't know. Got it.
But okay. I acknowledge.
That
I
you don't know anything
acknowledge
about my worldview.
listen, I acknowledge you're going toe to toe with me on this, and that's fine. I thought you were. I acknowledge, though, you're right. My objective here wasn't necessarily to get into Andrew's head and get Andrew's
Worldview.
worldview.
So you actually have
I
a less nuanced position than me.
How does that equate to nuance?
Because-
My view of topics of things doesn't.
So you ready?
You're the
you ready?
way your brain
So
works.
but I bet you I can get yours pegged. Ready?
Let's go.
You're spiritual, but you don't associate with a single religion. Is that right?
I'm actually a Jew. Continue.
No. Ethnically or religiously?
I'm a Jew.
Ethnically or religiously?
This is like getting weird.
No, that's not weird.
Both.
So you're a practicing Jew?
Yes.
You're religiously, you go to temple?
Yes.
I literally don't believe. When's the last time you went to temple?
For Rosh Hashanah, the high holidays next. Like, what does this have to do with
I don't know. I got a feeling you got spiritualism, not
I
actual.
am spiritual too.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it. I'll move it.
All right.
I'll move it.
Yeah.
We got. Okay.
This is has nothing to do
TikToks.
with
Nick,
literally
TikToks.
anything.
Where you going, Maddie? Where you going? What'd you do? That's fair. Have fun. Have fun, Maddie. Can everybody wish Maddie good luck?
Good luck, Maddie.
Can you guys
Don't
wish
fall
her
in.
good luck?
Good luck. I have to go after you.
Okay. Play it? I think it's music though. Just play 2 seconds. Just play.
So good.
Yep. Okay, hold on. Just let it play. All my exes are just so crazy, and you're kind of gesturing like. So if a guy says, like, I have a crazy ex, or my exes were crazy,
What did you do to make them crazy?
it's the guy's fault, right?
Maybe.
I've heard this from a lot of women actually.
I've heard a lot of men say, "Oh, all these women are so crazy." I've had men call me crazy, but why? Why was I crazy? Because I found out they were lying about something. When I called them out, I'm crazy because they were caught.
Okay. I have heard a lot of women say, like, if a guy says that his ex is crazy or his exes
Are there crazy
were
exes?
crazy.
Crazy women? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Can
But
a guy
it's like
say
a
that
red flag.
action?
But I
Huh?
feel like girls will say it's a red flag if a guy says my ex was crazy or my exes were crazy.
It depends on how they say it.
Okay.
If they say, "Oh, my ex was crazy and slashed my tires and burned down my house," like,
man,
that's
that's
kind of fucking
wild.
crazy.
The bitch is crazy.
But
The bitch
if
was
they were
crazy.
like, "Oh, my ex is crazy," and I'm like, "Why were they crazy?" "Oh, you know, they just." Why? Because you got caught lying. Exactly.
Okay.
That's that.
We have some more TikToks that might be related to this. That's fun. Nick, put it to the first. Might not be the most sane or the most liked. It's fine. Let it go. Next one. Can you put us? Can you show the video? Okay. Might not be the most sane or the most liked, but I will always be that real ass bitch. God damn, pause that shit, bro. Can you, here, why don't you say it?
But I will always be that real ass bitch that my biggest haters will have to sit behind and watch succeed.
Okay, but you said not the most sane. No. Right. No, you said, no,
Is
go the
anyone
first
really
one. First one, Nick.
sane? I mean,
Not after this.
Might not be the most sane. So you're crazy.
yes.
Okay, good to know. Next. Can we get F11?
You guys are getting all the bangers. I love it.
Mute.
Ooh, not that bad.
Can you read it for us? Play it again, please.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, bring it up. I don't have photographic memory at the moment. Letting my ex who cheated on me come see me
can
in a
play
new
it
state
again.
and blacking his ass
play
as
it.
soon as the plane lands.
Can you play it? Okay. So that's a little crazy, right?
It was deserved. He cheated multiple times.
But yeah, you
You said you didn't go for revenge, though, and the universe just worked it out.
Well,
Sometimes they need a little kickstart, a little help.
Okay.
So it sounds like that was not the universe, but you doing the revenge there, at least.
Okay.
It wasn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so, I mean, if we agree the cheating is wrong, of course. But I mean, does that give you carte blanche? I mean, you baited him into buying a flight to go and see you. The revenge was wasting his money and time, right? That was the revenge.
Just like he wasted my money and time.
Sure.
Okay. Next.
What, anyone? Yeah. Moving on.
Mute it.
Your favorite.
Or actually, I think it's fine.
Papers to prove I'm not in
Okay, go ahead. Play one more time.
The community
is affecting us.
I'm not infected. I have papers to prove I'm not infected.
We already talked. We already talked
already
about
touched that topic.
We already talked about it. I mean, it does occur to me that from what I've heard from a lot of women who do porn, who've been on the show, like, bro, y'all get. I don't know if it's the case for y'all. People be getting herpes like crazy.
I can say I personally don't have herpes. I can say that for sure.
Yeah.
I can't speak for other people in the industry,
Yeah, sure.
but I can say for sure myself, you know.
Next one.
Hold up.
Can you read it?
My therapist just told me I'm not crazy. Y'all just make me think I'm crazy when I call shit out. This is men's favorite thing to do. When you call them out on something, just like, all my exes are crazy. You call them out on something, you're automatically crazy. You're delusional. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's that. I don't have
next.
anything to comment on that.
What? Hold on. Before you play it, pause. No music.
I don't know how this has anything to do with any topics we've talked about today, but okay.
Well, is there music on this one, or is it?
I didn't hear music. I just thought you wanted it.
Let just unmute it. Let's just hear.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
So play it again. Play it again. Just my before
You
bedtime
have an
Seroquel.
unnatural
Hold on.
allegiance to
No
loser.
audio, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my before bedtime Seroquel conversations with myself. Seroquel is what?
A medication I take for my bipolar.
Okay, it's an antipsychotic
Mhm.
medication. People also take it, for example, for schizophrenia.
Yeah. Are you trying to make the argument that I'm insane?
No, but I mean, you had a TikTok before about how.
People can't make a funny joke. Oh, I'm crazy.
Well, I mean, maybe I'm being like it's a bit of the tism, but
You think it's
you
not
had
a little ableist to attack me for the medication I take for my mental health?
Hold on, that's not even what I'm doing. But you had this thing where it's like you've admitted to being not so sane. You have a TikTok where you're like blaming men who say my ex is crazy.
Women can't be funny, apparently. No, go ahead. Finish.
Damn, that was misogynistic. That was a crazy. How could you say that, bro? I'm a feminist over here. Of course, women can be funny.
Yeah.
Why are you being all misogynistic? Oh no, I just thought that was interesting. On one hand, you're like, red flag, get out of here. If a guy says his exes are crazy, you kind of admitted to being crazy.
What does that have to do with a man
know,
making me
man.
think I'm crazy for catching them cheating?
Well, that's okay. That's different.
But that is literally what I've been talking about, what the basis of my videos have been.
No.
So if you want to argue the fact that, oh, I'm crazy, yeah, sure, I'm crazy. Are they wrong in their statement that, oh, my ex is crazy? But why are they
Okay,
calling
so
me crazy,
here's the question.
right?
Here's the question.
Okay.
So one of your exes meets
Multiples.
Sure. What was it? 200, 300?
A million.
Okay.
Everyone.
So one of your exes.
All the dicks.
Let me ask you a question. One of your exes meets a new girl, and they somehow start talking about previous relationships, and he drops my ex was crazy on her. In that situation, would he be right to say that?
What was I crazy about? You can't just make a general statement, oh, she was crazy. Yeah, I'm fucking crazy. I say that all over the internet.
Right, but like
I am crazy, but why am I crazy? Because anyone who knows me in my personal life, I mind my business. I'm very fucking chill. The only time people have problems with me is when I call them out for their hypocrite. I'm not talking to you.
We're cool. We're copacetic.
I'm not talking
Let me ask you a
about
question.
you.
Are we copacetic?
Sure.
We're copacetic?
Sure.
Tell me we're copacetic.
We're copacetic.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Just checking. I wanted to check. I wasn't sure.
Now you lost me.
I lost. Now
lost
we're not,
my train
are
of
we
thought.
not copacetic?
Next topic.
We're not copacetic
We're
now?
copacetic.
Good. So, I guess so. Would the new girl in the situation who's going out with your ex, he's like, yo, my ex is crazy, talking about you. Should she be like, whoa, red flag, he said his ex is crazy, or is it valid?
Up to her. however she wants
I don't know where
to
I'm going
perceive
with this
that.
one. All right, next.
So then he says to me, what's your problem?
Pause it.
What's
Just
my fucking
no audio, and then just pause it. Can you read it? When the man
that used, lied to, and played me for months ratted on himself by accident to me, and to cover up his lies, he tells people I sexually harassed him as an excuse to sleeping with me to save his ass. I already went over this.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, Big Sass.
Big Sass Energy donated $200. Checkmate. Bish is crazy.
Hey.
She knows it. High value men know
Big
it.
Sass.
She hates they know it.
Of course they know it. I
She
fucking
hates
tell them, bitch.
That's why she plays in the gutter.
Hey, is this LPE?
Fucking dumbass. Of course they know it. I tell everyone I'm crazy. Can you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Jesus fucking Christ.
Is this LPE? Big Sass Energy. Is this is this LP? Okay, next one. When your card declines at therapy and they bring in the ex that introduced you to H, so like heroin.
Mm-hmm. I'm 10 years clean.
Oh, congrats.
Congrats. Thank
But
you.
Did you go to what's it called?
No, I left the
NA?
country and got clean
Oh, okay.
cold turkey.
Okay, congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, my Roman Empire is how I ever thought I deserved anything less than everything.
Mm-hmm.
Is how I ever thought I deserved. Do you deserve everything?
Yes. I feel like I am deserving of anything I want and can achieve. Why not? So is everyone else.
Are all women deserving of everything?
Yeah. I mean,
Am I deserving of everything?
sure. Why not? If you feel like you've put the work in to be the best possible version of yourself you can be, why not?
I gotta lose some weight. I'm definitely not there yet.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, but I'm not the best possible version of me. But like, hold on. Do you
I
think
can
like
help you out, Brian.
Huh?
I can help you out.
With what?
Your weight.
That isn't necessarily pertaining to
Oh.
like looks. That is pertaining
Okay.
to the treatment I allow people to give me, the treatment I take from people.
But you
what
say
I think
deserve
I deserve.
everything. Deserve
Mhm.
everything. Like literally?
Happiness,
Literally-
love, respect,
But you mean
care.
literally everything or like figuratively everything?
Figuratively.
Figurative,
like,
not literally. So like,
if I
like,
want everything, I can fucking go and achieve everything if I really want to. That's a little, I don't fucking
Can-
want everything. That sounds
can-
a little stressful. I have enough on my plate.
you can't get everything right.
So yeah, you're
Well,
not
we're
talking about.
generalizing.
even
Some women are
arguing about
horrible.
this.
This is some
Well,
men.
he's just trying to distinguish if it's materialism that you're
It's
after
not
or not.
materialism.
Yeah. So you're saying that you're deserving of love, respect, that type of thing, non-materialistic concepts.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next.
That's it.
That's it. Oh my.
Instagram video.
Oh, we got an Instagram video from her. Then we got more notes from Luna. But
I have no idea. Also, how come Andrew didn't have to take off his shoes and we did, Brian? Explain yourself. I had some bomb shoes. I know we don't see
we
them.
actually
but-
should have made Andrew take off his shoes.
But
Because if I piss too many women off in here, I might have to run.
Yeah, it's true.
And I'm outnumbered, right?
Instagram video.
let's go.
Can we make it one bigger?
Yes, make men great again.
Yes, audio on this one.
You need proof
Lower it.
that the men in our society are a goddamn mess. Look no further, because it feels like we have the polarity right now, right? We have people like the Harrison Buckers, who may as well be a Betty Crocker spokesperson, and then we have the Andrew Tate, who, alleged, gotta throw in the alleged, woman beater, basically. I've seen the video, sweetie, okay? And this guy thinks his idea of masculinity and asserting your role as a masculine man is literally inseminating any walking, breathing thing on the planet, right? So if you need...
Pause it. So, okay, there's a couple things we won't get into there. But you, at the very beginning, you said men are a mess.
Mm-hmm.
So can you expand on that? How are
What I
men-
was saying, they're not all a mess. Should
Sure, not all of them.
I specify again that I love men? It's like the fifth time's the charm.
One more time.
One more time. No, it's what I've said on this show. Of course, they're not all a mess, but it's what I was saying. How, they're lost in the sauce, lost their footing around their own identity themselves, how to interact with women. These obviously, I by no means, and I say this in the full show, I'm saying every man is in one of these camps, right? These are obviously extreme examples in our society, but both of them have big, followings and people who,
How's Butker extreme? He didn't even say anything extreme.
Well, I have defended him at the time, saying, look, it's the guy's point of view, let him live, like, stop crucifying him. But I took issue with the fact that he gave this speech, and again, like, dude, take the moment to address the men. Like, he's addressing the women, and he's like, yeah, I would venture to guess, you women want to pursue this career-wise, but at the end of the day, you all just want to be wives and mothers. And I stand by what I said at the time. It's like, it's just, to me, a very traditional, puritanical, archaic way of looking at the world, and,
it's non-puritanical. So.
Well, I know, because we know where you stand on all of this. So
no. I mean, even from his worldview, it's non-puritanical. So Butker's a Catholic. So Butker thinks he thinks in terms of teleology. He thinks in purpose. So that's Catholicism, Roman Catholicism. That's moving towards teleology. So he says, from his worldview, the fulfillment of purpose of men is X, and for women it's X. So your highest value, your highest purpose to God and man is this purpose. And the purpose is to be a good wife, mother, this and that. In exchange for that, all of society and God will value you.
All right, you just put my point.
How did that prove your point?
Because I said it's a puritanical
That's
way of
not
looking
Puritan.
at the world.
Puritanism is the opposite of this. Puritanism is like this bizarre concept of semi-sweet chocolate and shit like that. That's Puritanism is Protestant prattle. That has nothing to do with a Roman Catholic
You're
foundation.
trying to poke holes in my thing, and I know what I'm saying. And again, like everything I've said today, common sense people will know exactly what I'm saying.
No, I don't think they will.
And you have to remember, at the time, you can go in the full show and watch it. I wasn't like, this fucking idiot, blah, 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 blah. I was like, guys, back off. It's his point of view, right? And many people
Butker is a Catholic.
Think this
Catholics drink. Catholics, like, what do you mean? They're not Puritans.
But to assume, he's saying it's his opinion, and it's rooted, right, in faith, religion, these traditional views and values. That's okay. I'm just saying, he's saying the highest calling for a woman is to be a wife, a mother. But that simply eradicates all of the other amazing things. I personally, I find I'm not a wife or mother yet. I can't wait to be. But I have just as equal passion in what I do. So to me, it's just archaic. It's like, it just feels like Betty Crocker. It's just like being a wife and mother. And so, again, I don't think it's the gospel. I could see validity in what he's saying. Of course, that women have that natural, nurturing tendencies to want those things. And I had actually a debate with a woman on my show about this. Like, do most women at the end of the day, as much as everyone here all day long, feminists, I don't need men, at the end of the day, is that something that we all want on some level? Maybe, yeah. So I'm not discrediting him, but I also think, it's a little archaic to want to say, women, you guys are going to be happiest doing this and this. It's a little like, okay, it's a little 1950s to me. That's all. You don't have to get bent out of shape. That's what I was saying.
So from his perspective, and this can't be a Puritan. Catholics drink, Catholics smoke cigars. They do the opposite of what is called Puritanism. Okay, the opposite. They're not Puritans. Now you can
there's so much rooted in what's bad and sin and rules and
remember
control.
the interrupting thing, right? How I do it, not you though. Just saying. Okay. So when you rewind it, you'll see. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out as an example. But in any case, when you're talking about purpose from his perspective, right? He's not saying any of these other contributions are not valuable. You're not saying that's not valuable to be in the sciences if you're a woman. It's not valuable for you to do X thing as a woman. He's saying the highest purpose,
I know, I just had that.
Higher than all other purposes is this. No, you say you made a natural law argument. He said, yeah, naturally they like it. No, it's not. It's not that you're saying
He
even.
said that's his opinion, which many share of a woman's highest calling with God. I said that is his opinion. You just regurgitated what I said.
No, you actually said it's natural. You were moving into this is natural.
I said, is there an element of it that every woman, right? You could be the most career go-getting, I don't need no man, blah, blah, blah. Deep down, is that what women really want? Do women, at the end of the day, maybe they do want to have a family? Yes, maybe. This is the nuance I'm talking about. It's like, okay, both things can be true. Right? Okay, maybe, actually, maybe all women do. Maybe women at the deep down, I don't know why. I'm kind of validating your thing, so I don't know why you're being weird.
Should we move on?
So then I just got one last question on it.
Okay.
So then, do you think that society's gotten better as the nuclear family's broken down?
I'm for again, why does it have to be one or the other? I grew up in a nuclear family where my mom was a fucking boss. So why does it have to be that? And again, then on the other end, I know people who were like, in light of the Harriet and Bucket things, were like, you know what? I had a stay-at-home mom. It was the best thing that ever happened for life. Both things can be true.
Sure.
And I agree with the nuclear family thing. I've said that throughout the
show. So has society gotten better as the nuclear family has broken down, or worse?
There's so many factors that go into it. I would say overall, no. But why is that predicated on women being home and making banana bread?
Because that's what the nuclear family is. The nuclear family is the woman stays at home and the man goes and works.
That's not what a nuclear family is.
Then what is the nuclear family?
A solid, what you were saying earlier, mother and father who are together. Why does she have, your argument makes no sense.
Yes, it won't.
In what, can you Google Brian nuclear family, and
Yeah.
in what part of the definition does it say the woman has to stay home?
Well, it's not a must. It's an optimization.
And when you talk about the breakdown of society, I agree. And it's more than just a nuclear family. Now we have gender norms going all wacky. We have things that you and I can probably agree on. There's so many things that go into play than a woman being home to make apple pie.
Yeah, so as women have not been home as much making the apple pie in the nuclear family, and you would agree that most women who were in a nuclear family, when it was a nuclear family, were at home, right?
How many of them were happy?
Just stop obfuscating every fucking question. Answer.
Stop obfuscating.
You did it.
Stop.
How many
Does
women
that say
weren't
whatever?
living their...
Does this say whatever?
Does it say whatever?
Okay, we're just not going to see eye to eye.
Tell me.
Does that say whatever?
Tell me what it says.
Does it say whatever?
Right now.
Just say yes or no.
How dare you? What does it say?
Is there a not say whatever rule that I know about?
No, I just want to know. Does that say whatever?
Why do you want to know?
Why don't you tell us?
Can you just say yes or no?
Yes or no?
I want to know why it's
I want to know why.
Because I want to see if it's possible for you to answer a single question I actually asked you.
Why is it not possible?
You just don't want to hear
That's
what
why.
I say.
We want to hear it. We want to hear. We're here for it.
Brian.
Go off, Queen.
Oh.
Go off.
Takes one to know one. Brian.
Was that an own? Was that like?
Takes one to know one. Brian.
Was
I'm
that-
calling you queen in your own way.
There were ghost up on lithium,
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'd just like to see if you can actually answer a single question I asked you.
Hey,
You
hold
just
on.
go
you
around
You need
everything.
to answer
You
his
can't
question
hear it.
first before you ask some more questions. Does that say
Whatever.
Does it say whatever?
Arbitrary.
Hold on. Can just spell whatever for us? How about that? Can you spell it?
Can't. I'm
Do
just
it.
dumb blondes.
Don't say that.
Dumb whore.
You're so much more than that.
You're so much
I
more.
can't.
Can you just spell whatever for us?
I don't even know what it means.
That big brain of yours has so many letters in it that I just know you can spell it.
Anyway, again, it's your view that the nuclear family, by definition, means, I suppose, the man goes to work, the woman stays home.
So the
not-
nuclear family inside of the United States, would you agree with me? Can you actually answer this? Answer it. Don't obfuscate. Don't bullshit.
Don't bullshit.
Actually
Will you
answer
come
the
over
question. Stop
here?
simping, Brian.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not simping.
So look,
Will you come over here?
So I got to ask you. Okay, if you can, I just want to see if you can actually answer this. Do you think when we had intact nuclear families that the women mostly stayed home or they were mostly working?
They were home. It was a different time.
Yes, they were home. So
Women
as
weren't
that
able to go out and work. It was their role in being controlled
so
in
as
society.
that unit has broken down, where the woman stay at home inside the nuclear family, and man work. Do you think society's better or worse?
You're
Hey,
conflating
no.
two
Answer the question.
things.
Answer the question.
conflation.
Answer
No,
the-
I won't, Brian. Here's why. No, I like you, Brian, a little more now.
Oh.
But here's
Bro, why? You're in a
here's
relationship.
why. Brian.
Bro.
Because
Yo, you're flirting with me, bro.
did you like it?
Hold on.
Okay, so
That's fucking disgusting.
Bro, you got a
You wish,
got a
Brian,
boyfriend,
and your
bro.
lucky day.
You got a boyfriend.
Yeah,
bro.
I know,
Stop
I
trying
know.
To flirt, man.
So
Damn, what the fuck?
yeah, lay down the law, Brian.
What the?
I won't answer that because you did such a loaded question, which you've done this
not a
entire
loaded
night.
question.
Yes, he
Andrew
did.
said
He
loaded
said
question.
when
No.
X,
Andrew
Y,
said it's not a
Z,
loaded
when
question.
this, when the women were home. Now is it better or worse? There's so many other
What
things
do you know
you
about
aren't
loaded?
taking into
You know things about
consideration.
loaded? Do you know about loaded?
So usually what you do is
A loaded gun.
usually people will answer the question, then give the qualifier for why they object. They don't usually just object. They usually answer the question and then give the objection. That's usually what people do.
But you did a whole. You do not understand. You said, well, by this, so Z, right?
Yeah, so
that means
so-
I'm agreeing. If I say yes, that means I'm agreeing to
Nope.
everything you said, which you strategically did.
No, you can agree that yes, it has broken down since the nuclear family's broken down, and then give a counter argument, but that's not because of the nuclear family. That's how you would do an argument, right?
Fair enough.
So as we go in this, the only reason we keep getting stuck forever on these topics because I can't get an answer out of you.
Give us an answer.
So I just want to know
Your wingman.
if you're
Hype man.
I'm his hype man.
if you're an advocate for the nuclear family, okay, and you agree with me, you do agree with me that most women, at least in our conception of a nuclear family, stayed home. As that unit has broken down, has society gotten better or has it gotten worse?
Let me answer like a good little girl. It's
Mm-hmm.
gotten worse.
Yeah.
However, there are more factors at play
Yeah.
than women not just staying home. Did I do it?
Yeah, so what are the factors?
Yes. I just said.
Congratulations.
Thank you. There's so much technology. We have dating apps.
Mm-hmm.
We have people wanting new options. People can't
Boys.
commit. People aren't married for 50 years like they were with my grandparents, right? You have, like I said, gender norms getting all kooky, crazy. Men being women being men, emasculating men. You have all kinds of things going on.
And all
more
of those,
than a woman.
and aren't all of
being in
those
the, like,
things essentially
why
the
does a
direct
woman-
assault on the nuclear family?
Why?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer.
You said all those things are.
Yeah,
assault
almost
on the-
everything that you named is directly an assault on the nuclear
Right,
family.
I agree. Well, that's what I said.
Well, then how's this not correlated then?
Because you're saying the sole reason is because women aren't staying home, and I just went
No, I'm
actually
saying that-
X, Y, Z, all these other things, and you're like, yeah, you're right.
Nope,
Actually.
I said it's because of the nuclear family, but the intact nuclear family, at least our conceptualization of it, is that men worked, women stayed home. That's the conceptual. You agree, right? That's the conceptualization.
That is what it was traditionally. Yes.
Yes.
You'd have to be a reptilian caveman to think that that's
Keep
how.
reptiles out of this.
Sorry, they didn't
One
ask for
more- I'm
this.
not
You're
gonna
right.
warn you again.
Reptile lives matter.
Keep them out of
You
this.
didn't- yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You know, that's how it has to be now. And again, some people, even the woman I had on my show, she's like, look, stay-at-home moms get a lot of shit. They're labeled as lazy, as this, and we take pride in it and we love it. Again, I think that's great. But why can't we do it with the reverse with women who are out working and adding and contributing to society while also being a mother? It's like, again, both things can be true.
That's true, but traditions are experiments which work. That's why they're traditions. Because
Does
it's an
it work
hang
that
on.
religion keeps people so
I just
controlled,
let
and
you
as
go.
grown adults, they're
Well, hang on. I'm going to answer all of these questions, okay, in sequence.
Oh, boy.
Yes, all traditions are experiments which work, or they wouldn't be traditions, right? They do them over and over and over and over and over again because it works. When it comes to religion and control, yes, of course, religion's a phenomenal control for society. Of course it is.
Oh, buddy. At least that you can acknowledge. I'll give you this: that you
we
can
move it
acknowledge
on?
that it is control and that it has. That's why it was.
Yeah, but I'm a
this
big
was for
fan of
control.
controlling
I
society
see
through
that.
religion. That's
Which
great.
is why it's so. This is bringing us way back to earlier, like 10 weeks ago. We started this podcast. Not to go into the weeds of this now, but that's why I asked if you were a socialist, communist, because you're so about control versus the individual man. Not to get deep and political, I'm just tossing it.
deep.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
just-
sorry. That's libertarian nonsense. So, no, not only am I not a communist, loathe socialists, but I also really loathe libertarians who have a, from my opinion,
Why?
terrible worldview.
Why?
You want? I'll say, so I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask you one question.
I won't interrupt.
Okay.
You have my
But I
attention.
want you to give me your word. You'll answer the question.
Okay.
Okay. Should the state enforce whether or not a brother and sister can have sex with each other?
Damn, bro, why you gotta tell
Ah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
No, but it's wrong.
Yeah.
We gotta move things on, boys.
Can they enforce it?
Should they enforce it? Should they enforce against it like they do right now? Right this second, the state says, if you do that, straight to jail. Is that okay for the state to do?
As gross as that is, I don't think that's okay.
Yeah.
For the state.
So, I mean, now if you want to know why I'm not a libertarian, it's because of fucking wackadoo takes like that.
Wackadoo.
Oh, we can't stop you from having your incest, baby. Sorry, we're libertarians
So when
over here.
does control go too far? To what end? If you're so bent on control.
So,
oh my, can you guys wrap? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but like 30 seconds each so I can try to wrap this up.
Can we get along?
yeah, so when you're talking about that question, you would ask it the same way in reverse. When does no control become a problem?
I agree.
So just
It
because
can't be, anarchy.
Yeah, so when is that delineation? You couldn't answer, right? You can't answer exactly when there would be a delineating point between too much and not enough. So it's actually an unfair question for a libertarian to ask that the other way, right? There's no way you could possibly answer it. But we can say that there is a delineation point somewhere within there which would comport to reason. What that would be exactly, very difficult for us to ID. But we know that there really isn't much of an objection or problem or libertarians out there with signs saying, let the brothers and sisters have babies, because they don't care if the state enforces that. They don't actually care.
But people have to deal with their own consequences, right? And so that's where it comes. Where Brian wants to move on, so it's fine.
Okay.
That's a whole other thing. But yes. And by the way,
Okay.
don't conflate it with like, yeah, fuck your sister. Like, no.
Well, I think an absence of enforcement is a contribution to enabling.
Right.
I mean, how isn't it? You know, like that's like saying, okay,
I think control is
it's not
detrimental to
illegal for you to shoot up heroin on the street, but we're not going to stop you. How's that not really a contribution towards letting people do that
I
or
know Brian
moving
wants to
people
move on,
towards
but
it?
we're gonna, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I need to finish a few notes here. Alex Kane, you said your dating life is pretty uneventful. You haven't been in many relationships. I'm more focused on living life and finding myself in this current moment in time.
Period. I said that.
Wow, we definitely didn't get that on camera, but
Period. I said that. Sorry.
no, it's funny. I
Just
like it.
nervous. I just
You're
do
good,
it
you're
after
good.
like
No,
every
it's cool.
sentence.
It's cool. It's cool. I didn't mean to make fun of you.
It's okay. I'm not.
You have a
taking it personally.
$9.99 tattoo.
I do. It's a little ghost in a jar for
Into the-
$10. Oh, can they see it
Yeah,
now?
they can see it, yeah.
It's a little ghost in a jar for $10.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like
or $9.99, I guess.
I thought it was like an OF reference or something.
It does look like a sperm, low key. If y'all can see that,
Yeah.
I've heard that at least.
Now, when you say you're focused on living life and finding yourself in this current moment in time, like your journey,
I wouldn't say I'm on a journey.
Your
No
adventure.
offense to your
Okay.
journey, of course. I respect your journey. But I mean, I wouldn't say I'm on a journey. I just like got out of a long-term relationship and don't think that it's, you know, valid to rush into another one.
You describe yourself as a rave slut.
Yeah. I really like EDM.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's it.
That's
Wow,
really
okay.
it.
All right.
I'm the
What is
slut
EDM?
for EDM, electronic dance music.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see, bringing it back here real quick, excuse me, to Luna. You describe yourself as a succubus.
Yes.
Can we put it on? You describe yourself as a succubus. Oh, is that?
Oh.
Can you,
Yeah.
here, we'll put it.
She's hot.
It's my succubus.
Did you play a warlock in World of Warcraft?
No.
Is your
Okay.
name Lilith?
Can be.
For the right price? Okay. What is a succubus?
It's
Into the mic, please.
It's a female demon that fucks men and takes their souls.
And is that what you are?
Why not? Yeah.
You describe yourself as a succubus.
Yeah.
You've defined what a succubus is.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, every man I fuck, it's almost like their soul's taken, so I think they would agree. Class?
Is it because of the Seroquel or because of the sex?
Maybe a little bit of both. Maybe it's the crazy that makes it so good.
It could be. Okay, so you take their soul. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. You said that you've got several stories, dating closeted bi and gay men to narcissists to just regular ain't shit men.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not really. That's not really okay. You said that the fact that everyone thinks sex workers can't have genuine and meaningful relationships. I personally think sex work relationships are more fun.
Yeah, they're more fun. They're open. No one's hiding anything from each other. Everyone accepts and loves each other for who they are and what everything they bring to the table. No one diminishes anyone's value for simply existing.
All right. You also said you think modern dating sucks and the idea of traditional dating isn't for everyone. Humans come in many different forms, and so does our love, affection, sexuality, and how we express it. One size fits all doesn't work in fashion or dating.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, we've talked about most of that already.
Mm-hmm.
We have, Emily's not here. Going back to Taylor, you said you have a ton of celebrity stories, and you have really strong views about modern men-women dynamics.
This kind of stuff.
You said your boyfriend, who is twice your age, has interesting philosophy around monogamy. So what is that comes to do with the flirting stuff, or is that like...
A little bit, yeah. It's the idea of, again, transparency and not being in these rules and these boxes that society arbitrarily set up, right? And, being in the individual's full power. And I know you guys keep you're having a hard time wrapping your head around wait, flirting with other people, whatever, this. But at the end of the day, it's for both of us, when we see the other person in their full power, that is so awesome and so hot. It's even more of a turn on. So when I talk about all those things about, it's not like he's Hugh Hefner with a harem, or I'm slutty college girl, let me just fuck about it. It's not like that at all.
Well, so you said he has an interesting philosophy around monogamy. Aside from both
Just
of you, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Aside from you both flirting with other people, is there more to it than just that, or is that it?
Oddly enough, so he's kind of challenged it and brought up, how natural is it? How, again, is it just these rules that society has put on us through all of these means, government, religion, whatever it is, culturally, right, to control us? So I've actually have taken this and played with it and run with it, not in a, sleeping around with other people way, but playing around with it in my own way. And it's been really eye-opening and fun. Do you want me to get more specific?
So just if you can try to be precise and brief. So there's the flirting. Beyond flirting,
right?
What?
Which is a power, right? And I know
I'm not sure how it's a power, but
it's a power. What do you mean? The physicality and sexuality of men and women is such power. And I know that this woman who left here was saying, of course it is.
Well, couldn't I just make an opposite argument and say people
it's the first thing we see.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can I just make an argument that people who have sexual discipline, aka they don't flirt or they don't cheat, isn't that powerful?
But it's not cheating. That's what I'm talking about. This is what's so rare, right? Which people don't do. And why do so many people cheat? Because it's kept in these confines, right?
So besides
so many
flirting,
people are struggling with this.
When it comes to interesting philosophy around monogamy,
he's challenged it. Sure,
stop.
I just said, Brian.
Yeah, but you gotta let me finish my question before you just jump in, because you don't allow me to arrive at the point. So besides flirting,
fair enough,
what actual conduct or behavior are you guys participating in that goes beyond just flirting?
Sometimes we'll give each other little challenges, and an example, right, for me is just having so much fun with men and shifting the power dynamic, right? So I'm going to get specific because, right, men are used to the chase. How much can I get out of a woman? How far can I get? Like, can I conquer it? Right? That whole thing.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of fun with shifting the power. And so I, instead of them having to get something, right? Say I'm like, go out to dinner with you know, a friend of mine, totally respects me, whatever it is. I will put it on the table and be like, okay, you know, I dare you, by the time we leave this restaurant, like, grab my butt. Go ahead, just try it. Grab it. And it's so interesting. It happens. That's right. And it happens every time that they don't know what to do with that, because normally that's their role, right? How far can I go? What can I get from her? How can I conquer her? So when you own it as a woman and put it out and set the boundaries, I know it's hard for you guys to understand. That's okay. When you control the game board, it's so, and it ends up flipping the whole power dynamic. You know how you normally hear women like, oh, you know, Samantha, don't sleep with him you're just going to give it all up on the first day and then he'll never want to see you. When I own my power like this, and it's been so much fun, it flips. The guy's like, no, I want to date you and marry you and be my, because if I do, I know you're not going to want to see me again, right? So it's more, you know, mental stuff like that. It's not like, oh, it's a free for all and everyone just go fuck with whoever. And at least not for me. That's not my thing. But if that gives some specificity, I know it's hard for you guys to wrap your heads around.
A little bit. So just so I'm clear,
Sure.
you go on dinner dates with male friends, platonic male friends.
Yes.
And with your platonic male friends, you are just, I assume they know you're in a relationship?
Yeah.
You say,
I'm transparent.
I
I'm
want
not
you
hiding.
to grab my ass.
I'll provoke, like, I dare you. Or some sort of fun
What
challenge.
if they did?
Because people,
Would you be upset if they did?
not at all. And the funny thing is, usually...
Has any guy grabbed your ass?
Well, usually...
Hold on, answer the question.
No, I am, Brian. I'm getting to it.
All
Usually right away, right? They're like, oh, no, I'm not going to, you know, I want, like I said, I want to date, da-da-da. But then ultimately, they end up caving and doing it in a fun way and still completely respect me. And I have them, like, putty, because they don't see me as some... you know, person who has no self-worth and doesn't value herself. They're like, this bitch is in her power. Like, okay, fuck yeah. Like, this is cool. And I think what I've learned, honestly, because for me, I came from a really traditional relationship background. It opened my eyes to how confined and in boxes people feel. Like, people just, the things I've gotten people to do and say, it's a version of what I've done on the red carpet. Like, they just want to be liberated. It's okay that you don't understand it. I know you're both like, your brain's broken, but
I understand
maybe
it fine.
one day. Good.
I understand what
That's
you're
awesome.
doing. I just, I don't understand.
Brian's brain is melting.
I don't understand the power you get by telling a platonic male friend, I want you to grab my ass by the end of the day.
No, I don't say I want you to. I say I toss out almost like a challenge, because what the power is that I'm in control. Like I said, I'm running the game board.
But okay, let me ask you a question.
Normally it's the dudes, right? The dudes trying to make the move, this, that. So when you turn it around and you're like, hey, come on, I dare you. No, come on. But within boundaries, not just have a free for all and do whatever you want. Here are the
You're
rules.
out to dinner. You said you're out to dinner with your male friends. Right?
Sure. That's just an example, whatever it is.
When you go out to dinner with your male friends and you don't put forward this challenge, do they still grab your ass?
No, of course not.
Well, so then...
Because I...
How is it... If they don't grab...
I always say you get the respect of what you put out.
Let me make my point. If your male friends don't grab your ass...
You guys don't
without
get it. It's funny.
On a platonic dinner date, how is it empowering or giving you power to challenge them to your male friends to grab your ass? Because you're saying men, they have to make this move, but they don't make the move to begin with because they're your male friends on a dinner date.
But guys are always thinking it, right? I'm shifting the entire paradigm.
No,
and the entire power dynamic. Guys are always the pursuers to conquer.
They're your friends,
think it. They want
lady.
But
they are your friends,
you're a
lady.
guy, you know, they're still thinking, oh, maybe this, I dress her with my eyes. So when you flip that on them and hand it and like have the power though, so it's not like, I'm just sleep with me, whatever. But you have that control. It's really, it shifts the whole dynamic of the role men normally play.
And And on the chat, is this confusing? I'm a little confused.
That's okay.
By
I
the way,
figured
really
you
quick,
would
I'm
be.
gonna come.
That's
I'm gonna come back to that.
No worries.
Luna, we did a poll. Did Luna eat them up? 70.
succubus?
Nick, can you pull the chat over? Just give us Twitch. No, I want the viewers to see it on the window. So pull up Twitch tab, Windows tab, but then also pull up the chat too, so we just can show it because.
I think that's a fucking no-brainer.
So we did a poll. Started 25 minutes ago. We have over 1,000 votes. Can you drag it over? Yeah. Make it a little bigger.
I'm batshit insane. You're right, bitch.
Wait,
You're right.
Can you mouse wheel make it bigger? Yeah. Like click on it.
You have no fucking idea.
Just make it.
Big Sass Energy donated $200.
All right, I'll come back to it.
Pseudo-intellectual tame with Barbie lacks vocabulary and refers to everything as power. Then deflects and infers others are stupid for not understanding. Brilliant.
Wait.
Definitely a spiritual girl.
All right, Big Sass Energy. By the way, is this LPE? Is this LPE? Loose Pussy Energy. Okay. Thank you, man. Pull it up quick, Nick, if you can. Go to Twitch.
It's fine.
Can you
People
click
just
on the
can't
poll?
Understand you.
Can you click on the poll?
They're not competent.
No.
enough.
Just click. Did Luna eat them up? 1,150
Well, you've
votes.
got a fan base of
76.
bigoted.
I'm surprised, bro. You did better than I thought.
Yeah.
24% say you. I don't think they know what eat them up means, but okay. All right. Thank you guys.
Why
Good
do you
job.
think your
Sims.
viewers hate on women so much?
Because they align
They
themselves
don't.
with their views.
They don't. Whatever.
Brian, I just looked in here. When I'm in real life, people are like, men,
We've
women.
watched
they're like, look
your
at you,
show.
like Barbie at
We've
top, but
went
you're also up
through
here
the
interviewing
comments.
Tucker Carlson. I'm here. Timu, Barbie. I mean, is my ego a little hurt? Am I pulling a Trump with my bruised ego? A little bit, maybe. Again, I can admit it. But I don't know. They're just pretty. They're just pretty vicious.
Yeah.
What's that about? They
Anyways,
think
I'm
we're dumb
still
whores,
really
babe.
confused about this whole
I figured
monogamy
you would.
thing.
We'll take it offline because it seems like you're just not.
Well, here, let me ask a question. So, besides the whole, you want a friend dinner date, and you're like, hey,
That's just an example.
You can grab my ass or whatever.
No.
I
don't
challenge
say,
you
"Hey,
to
do
grab
it."
my ass by the end of the date.
Brian, you would have fun. Loosen up, Brian. If you would have fun. If someone, because you're like, oh wait, this is unexpected. Wait,
I mean, if a
whoa,
girl
what?
told me that, I think she was interested. But you're doing it as like a game.
But the thing is, I set
Like, would
the
you-
boundaries. So I'll be like, okay, 20 seconds here. And they respect it. They never take a too far step out of line. And then they're like, will you be my girlfriend? Will you be with me all the time? Will you? Because they're not used to it. And that's what I mean. You keep being like, power. I don't get it. So that's what it is. And when it comes to our relationship, like I said, he's the one who tossed this out. And I was like, what? Like I was always in the traditional thing. But at the end of the day,
it's confusing, to be honest.
Okay, it goes back to the thing in the very beginning of how we always say, like, we're the foundation. Like, nobody can touch what I am to you, you are to me. And so play in the world.
I can understand what you're saying because I've been like knuckles deep in all my friends. And we have Thanksgiving dinners together.
What?
Period.
So,
Okay.
so if I can.
And we
Sure, I
continue
haven't
normal.
gone
We
deep,
continue
but
normal relationships as if
So I can explain
nothing
you,
is happening
I think,
because
Brian,
we're
easily
adults
what
and
I
we
think
have the
she's saying.
maturity level to distinguish people's values between their.
I'm sorry.
Are we
but
ready
yeah,
to
go ahead.
go?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Andrew's going to do a
Yeah, so-
psychoanalysis. But it's okay. I'm ready.
No, I'm not going to psychoanalyze. I'm just going to see if I can't get your position correctly. I'm not inferring why you came to the position because I don't care. I'm just going to see if I get it correct. The games that you play, sexual or other, or whatever they are, with whatever the dynamic is, you're just trying to reverse the power dynamic. So you're saying if men are objectifying me, if I flip the script and I'm objectifying them in some way or playing an objective game with them, they don't exactly know how to react. And so it takes the power that they ordinarily would have inside of this role and gives it to you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But they're not any less
Was that-
powerful or pussies.
I'm not saying that they are. So it
Because you're
wasn't.
saying it's taking away
So
their
it wasn't
power,
a psychoanalysis.
not necessarily.
So it's not a psychoanalysis,
You're just
right?
understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you're saying.
A part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like this is common, right? This is that's like feminism 101. By the way,
I am not like I've said in here. I have a lot of issues with modern feminism.
Oh, no,
and
that's old school
Trying to
feminism.
eradicate. Yeah. Trying to eradicate men and take their place. That's not at all. It's just play. and
No, I
opening our
understand.
minds, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a movement towards female empowerment by trying to flip traditional roles. And so what that does is it knocks them off kilter at least from your perspective, knocks them off kilter. And then suddenly, wait a second, now that the role's reversed, it's a lot of fun to look at it this way.
But it's fun for everybody. They're not like, oh, she took my power and is being some man-eating, man-hating, bra-burning bitch, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's really fun for them in a way, too, because they're like, oh, wait, I'm not used to this. Okay, like, let's go. And I respect you, and you're fucking cool and hot. Let's go.
Yeah,
like,
sure. I'm sure it's very subtle. I get that, right? But the perception is still makes me feel like powerful woman.
It's not the perception. It's my experience, how I feel.
Yeah.
And
So
would you
that would
say,
be your
Andrew-
perception, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Perception to me is like looking at it from the outside. But would you say now with the roles, no pun intended, were reversed with the man?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be so like this is so confusing to me because you guys are for you, Brian, are so confused.
What?
Like if I was saying,
Guys,
never
$30
mind. I was saying
$30
if a
TTS,
guy did it,
short
would it be
roast
as
session, and
confusing
then
to
we're
you?
gonna wrap.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Short
well,
roast
no,
session, then we're gonna wrap the show.
Well,
Wrap
a
the
guy
show.
would not want to try to switch a perceived gender role in order to become empowered. They don't. That's not a thing that they would ever do.
Right, because men's version of that's what I'm saying is the chase and conquering.
Well, no, I think it's because
Like innately.
I think it's just because internally they don't think that actually is going to assist them with objective power. So I don't think it gives you any objective power. It gives you the perception of power.
So why then, just to bring it back, do men in suppressive countries have to control and contain women's sexuality? Couldn't possibly be power.
Well, okay,
Like-
but that's objective.
But meanwhile, they could do whatever they
But that's
want.
objective. That's objective power, not subjective power. So let's assume, like, here, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Because we could flip the script, right? They could just flip the script. All of the women there can pretend that they love being oppressed. That would flip the script, right?
Again.
Hang on. That would flip the script. They could act like, oh, we all love this so much. But the reason that they wouldn't do that is because, well, they're not going to subjectively feel powerful, and men aren't going to objectively think they're any more powerful.
It's completely contradictory. My whole thing is all about
Self-empowerment by flipping the script.
Expression. So a woman in a suppressed society, that is the antithesis to expression. Like you're missing
Yeah,
the whole
but
thing.
if she pretended
Brian.
to love being suppressed, that would be flipping the script. Right?
But I'm not pretending to love anything. That's like the weird thing. So I don't know why you're comparing the two. Brian, you mentioned some of my stories.
Celebrity stories.
Yeah, we didn't get to do my Morgan Freeman Me Too story, but maybe next
What the
time.
fuck?
Well, I wanted to earlier
Did
when
you give
that girl
Morgan
brought
Freeman
up.
extra freckles?
I think so.
How many extra freckles did Morgan Freeman get by the time he was
so
done?
many.
Yeah.
He was just.
Guys, the TTS, if you want to do a little roast session, is 30.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $30. Andrew, a significant age gap relationships, man 50 plus and girl 20s. Is that a potential issue the dad passes when the child is a young adult, losing that support at such a young age? My only issue with it. What Brian deserves donated $100. If it's okay for Brian to feel like he deserves everything he wants, why is it wrong for him to prefer a woman with a low body count?
That's for you.
Everyone's entitled to their fucking preference. Everyone's entitled to their preference.
Wait, I want to ask what Andrew asked. What if though, Brian, what if it was like your dream girl treated you so well, was literally descended from heaven, but had a high body count?
It's not my dream girl then.
But what if she was? So it would just be, that would be the caveat? Because
I mean-
with the age gap thing, Andrew was like, well, what if he treats her well? He's like, what's wrong with that at the end of the day? I'm not saying it's the same, but, you know.
Right, but
it's the idea of like that single element,
if a
right?
specific woman doesn't want to date an older man, I have no problems with that. Most women don't.
Yeah.
Most women would prefer to date a guy in their like age range, 1 year, 2 years older. Most women don't want to date older guys. And if a girl doesn't want to, for her specifically, I have no issues. You're
No,
what?
so you're saying, so it's similarly when people are like, oh, it's a dream person, but she's not Christian or whatever it is. So it's like that for you. It's like, well, that would have to be if she had a high body count.
Yeah,
for
so
you,
that's the entailment.
That would have to be.
The entailment of the hypothetical is she's your dream woman, but so you can add the caveat of but, and that's fine, but you couldn't take away the criteria that would be necessary to make it the dream girl. Because then it's not. Then you're asking an incoherent hypothetical. You're like, that's like asking, what if you had a unicorn who was a horse? Would you write it? It's like, well, it's incoherent, right?
I mean, again, anybody with a
Brendan
working
Bradford
brain can figure
donated
that out.
$30. Pink, do you really believe you are providing the solutions to the hellscape of the dating world, or are you the problem?
I think neither.
Oh, what the?
Neither.
Big Sass Energy donated $30.
Oh no, what's happening?
Tamu Barbie, basically you're a domineering narcissist. You have nothing of value intellectually to
Roast
truly
'em.
offer in your YouTube subs.
so
Number of views in comparison to
Roast
the amount
'em.
of content proves it.
Roasted. By the way, really quick.
RPR Aquatic donated $30.
Yeah, thank you, Aquatic.
Barbie, calm down. You don't need to have any more attention. The poor lady next had 3 minutes of talking time.
Okay.
Really quick, guys, just one thing we'll do for the roast session. If you guys want $30 TTS, you can specify the voice. So it could be like, you can do a Dutch voice, Chinese voice. You could do like Gregory, the
I could
brother.
just read them all aloud.
You could
for
do,
you.
you could do a British voice. I'll let you pick if you specify for the future TTS. Whatever.
Low Paladins donated 30 元. Everyone is entitled to their preference unless it's a 27-year-old man with an 18-year-old girl. Then it's creepy and it gives her the ick.
If they go with malicious intent, yes. If they go with the
David
intent of
Zachi
manipulating
donated
an
32
18-year-old,
元.
yes.
Many founding
That's a
fathers
preference.
were deists. Don't knock banana bread. Healthy relationships don't require power dynamics. Where did the other women go when I was playing billiards? Don't knock libertarian.
Actually, very few founders were DS, just so you know.
Thank you, David Treziak. Appreciate it, bro. I'll put it back to Gregory. I like Gregory. He's cool, I guess. Any final thoughts from the panelists before I wrap the show up? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
What can we all agree on?
Go sluts.
That the whatever podcast is awesome and you all love being
Epstein
here.
was employed, donated $33. What if it was your dream girl, but she was raised by wolves and bit you sometimes?
What if you had a biting?
That's funny.
What the
True.
Okay.
Maybe you have. Never mind.
All of these are subjective.
Okay. What can we all agree on?
Yeah. Come on, kumbaya.
That if you're in a
guys, after 8
monogamous,
hours.
committed relationship, you shouldn't be flirting with other men.
You guys, why do you gotta control yourselves and each
Ethical
other
non-monogamy
so much?
doesn't exist for you guys?
Your mind will
What
be
doesn't?
open
Well, then
one
it
day,
would be
Brian.
Ethical
Then
non-monogamy?
it would be non-monogamy, but you're claiming you're in a monogamous. Is it a monogamous relationship?
I actually never really claim that. I mean, I don't
So-
label
so
it.
Do you guys fuck other people?
No.
So an entailment of my worldview is that you can't have monogamy or non-monogamy, which is ethical. I'd say all non-monogamy is unethical.
Boom.
To you.
Roasted.
Yeah, but you just got
well,
done
that's your
saying it's
opinion,
subjective, right?
Ethical non-monogamy, that would be two consenting adults who agree to whatever the boundaries are of their relationship when it comes to non-monogamy.
Right.
But I think
You
So I
realize
would-
Why
again,
can
he
you
loves
call it
control.
unethical?
Because this was
Well,
all
I'm
put
sorry.
in
That's
place.
your
opinion
This
from
was
his
all put in
moral.
place.
Can
by
I
the
answer her
state
question?
to control
Is it
men and
okay if I
women.
answer her question?
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I'll answer your question. For the same reason that you can say, if they take a fucking guy on top of a pyramid, cut his heart out, and sacrifice it to God, that's fine. So if you can say that that's moral and you have no objection to it,
I understand you're upset on my statement on that, so you don't want to give me like an actual real answer.
I'm giving you the real answer.
That's-
So the real answer is
Okay.
is that if our standards are just subjective, if you say everything is a subjective standard, there is no moral realism, right? Then any objection that I have to any fucking thing you ever do, you can't have an objection to it.
That's your wrong opinion that you're entitled to.
Okay,
have.
I'll tell you what. Tell me how everything can be subjective,
I
but how it's not
would
valid
rather
for me to
not-
have an opinion on anything.
Honestly, I'm gonna throw up in my mouth if I keep talking to you right now because I'm getting very frustrated.
Excuse me?
Because
Because?
you just do that. You do this mental gymnastic thing, hoping that people will just crumble because you're badgering and badgering and badgering,
You
and you're
asked
hoping
me a
we're
question.
stupid
It
is true.
enough that we're just gonna. Oh yeah,
It is true. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm
Oh
dumb
my
and I
God,
don't
you
know
guys
what
are
the fuck
fucking
you're talking about.
You're mental midgets, dude. You asked us a question. And after you asked the question, I answered the question, and you guys, stop badgering me. Oh, I'm gonna wreck all these mean men. But it turns out I'm fucking soft and weak and crumble under the slightest amount of pressure to a worldview. Big softies.
That sounds like you when I
softies.
hit that topic of religion.
Big soft. No, I love
When
talking about
You
religion.
left outside to go smoke.
After I
Yes, I
owned
knew.
you,
She
I
has
took
a
a victory lap.
Victory lap.
Once you say,
I know I have a point.
once
They don't
you
have
say
to
you can
He
sacrifice
doesn't have
children,
to admit
it's
that
like-
I have a point. We all know I have a point.
yeah. Once we get to child sacrifice, it's time for the victory
We'll come
lap.
back to the child sacrifice thing. Let me let these through.
Ulysses the Pagan
Thank you, Pagan.
donated $30. Blondie Pink, all you proved with your slap my butt dare
That's
is
actually
proof men and women can't just be friends.
I'm friends with all these people, and we have a mutual love and respect.
Friends.
You guys,
Low
your
Paladins
brains will
donated
develop one day. It's
$30.
okay.
At no point in this rambling, incoherent podcast were you even close to anything that could be
Oh, is that from
considered a
Billy
rational
Madison?
thought. Everyone in this room is
It's
now
not
dumber
dumber
for having listened to
it. Billy Madison.
You get 0 points.
Classic.
And
Warlord 69 who
mercy on your
donated
soul.
$30. Christopher Walken voice.
Oh, I
Gypsy,
can't do
I think we can agree
don't
that you
have
have the
that.
Tootsie Roll beat.
Suck my dick, bitch.
What the frick? Okay.
Oh, because how many licks that?
Brendan Bradford
That was pretty
donated
clever.
$30. We can agree that Morgan is awesome.
Do you want to say something, Morgan?
I am awesome.
Okay.
Just like can confirm, I am awesome.
69 donated $69.69. The girl next to Maddie is pretty AF smile face 69.
You want to blow a kiss into that camera right there? That one right there?
Oh.
Boom. All right, there you go. 69. There you go.
I love you.
Boom.
That's funny.
She's getting mad love from, yeah. Thank you, 69.
Maddie Ice donated $30. White shirts stress this whole show. So much for her looking better in 10 years. All the ugly facial expressions throughout the show have done a number on her. Time to tend to them new Wrinkles mama.
The fuck?
Lol Paladins donated $30. I award you no points, and my God have mercy on our souls.
It's gonna be one fun party in hell, let me tell you. Mm-hmm. See you there.
Andrew, we never did our Kamala.
Doublage donated $29.99. In
Oh,
Indian accent, please each person around the table loud and clear into the microphone.
Oh my God, so
Okay,
Please say whether you
here, I'll
believe
hook you up,
Kamala
bro.
Harris is weird or not weird.
Hold on. I'm gonna hook you up real quick, bro. Hold on.
We're all about to be
Shit,
racist.
where's it? I'm trying to go quick.
It's so funny. I just said Andrew and I didn't go
Chris
down
Allen?
our Kamala
Okay, you're Chris
rabbit
Allen.
hole.
Okay. Hold on, I got this, bro. One sec. Wait, it's gonna play all of them. Fuck. Wait, is this gonna? Hold on. Wait, oh my God, bro, there's too many. Wait. Sorry, guys. I don't know if this is gonna work, but damn.
Clipped Wing donated $30. Polygamous societies have always been violent and unstable. That's why there's no such thing as ethical non-monogamy.
Okay, I'll play another one.
Anon donated $30. Wanted to hear Andrew argue on Christianity is any better or more real than witchcraft. Both don't have a shred of evidence, have barbaric and illogical practices.
And incorrect. And I'm actually happy to have that debate with a
Cornelius
witch.
Bucknuckle donated $30. Hey, Pinky without a brain, your extra chromosome is showing.
Damn, roasted.
Thanks,
Yo, thank you,
babes.
Cornelius Buttknuckle. Appreciate it.
Same.
RPR1 Quartic donated $30.
Is that-
Whoever disagrees with Luna is automatically wrong and misogynistic. She can't handle criticism and shame. She is literally
I
so
am
insecure.
literally the most secure fucking person you don't have to
was
worry about.
Daria donated $30. You can end the show without the beau video, Brixan. Also, ladies, would you favor your man?
No.
The bow video?
Who's Jocelyn?
Yo, Daria,
Would I
good to see you in the
bow?
chat.
If he shows up
Daria's the
epically,
homie.
I
Daria's
wouldn't be
the homie.
opposed.
We'll do the bow video. Okay, why not? Guys, get your last TTSs in. We got to wrap soon. Okay. Boom. Huge. Where was Nick, though? We missed Nick. Oh, you only do it on the second go, right? No. Oh, okay. All right. This is what I think this is great. This is what my dinner's ready. I get home from a long day of podcasting. Just got my beer ready. Huge. Okay.
That looks so good.
I'm so hungry. Give me some noodles. I don't even like noodles, but I'll eat some noodles right now. Play one more time. Let's hear the bow. Just the bow part. Boom! Boom! Huge. You did good. That was good, Nick. I'm proud.
So I would argue that woman is capturing her power by flipping the script of modernity and how women are supposed to act as liberated,
Yes, by
powerful
being
women.
subservient
Yeah,
to
and
men,
instead by
nothing more
moving towards a more
powerful.
subservient role, she's flipping the script on society.
Okay. I'm going to take your caveman head and go somewhere. Even watching that video, right, there's a part of me, again, what I said about the whole Harrison Bucker thing. Again, is this a little extreme? Yes. But there can be ways in which men and women feel supported by the other, right? So again, this is an extreme version, but men
That's
feeling
not extreme. That's
bowing
normal.
to the guy when he walks through the door.
That's normal.
That's normal. Okay.
Yeah.
Cute.
You realize that they
caring
were
for
Asian.
them,
You did see that they were Asian?
Nurturing them, right? Nurturing men, taking care of. That's totally fair
Do you
and fine.
not think
I know
in
my
Asian
guy
culture
wants that too.
that's
There
not
are
normal?
ways that men also can, be there for women in an inherent way.
Do you think in Asian culture it's normal to bow?
What?
Do you think in Asian culture it's normal to bow?
Asian cultures, it's a sign of respect, and it's not just from women.
So is it normal to bow?
You bow to your elders.
Yeah, so is it normal to bow?
Sure, but we're not in an Asian culture.
Yeah, but did you
guys are
notice-
like, yes, that's how it should be.
Do you notice that chick was Asian, though?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, but this is why I'm pointing this out is
Because you
Because
guys are
you
acting
kinda
as though
claim-
that should be here, and you're like, yes, that's how it should be.
Oh, I
in
didn't say
which
anything
case,
about it.
like,
Nothing.
Brian did.
Yeah, so that's not you guys, that's this guy.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
It was Brian.
Okay, here, I'll let the rest come in.
But I think it's totally normal in many cultures for
The
women to bow.
normally donated $10. Luna, listen. You said that a 27-year-old manipulating a 18-year-old is wrong, but human sacrifice is okay and no judgment. Spit in a cup, pass it around. Take a sip. Body count matters.
I said what I said.
Double Agent donated $29.99.
Can we please
In
do
an
this
Indian
one?
accent,
Oh, wait.
please, each person around the table.
I already did it. There's a couple more coming in.
Loy Paladins donated $30. Kamala Harris lived in California for 50 of her 59 years. Wir hauen of you California people sound like you're from this house. Like how she does.
Okay.
30 donated $30.99. Shut up 304 Luna. I rather do die than watch Urkorn ADF.
What do these
That's
people,
fine,
what
bitch.
satisfaction do they get from
No,
this?
they just
But it's like
like
women
to
on
feel
women too. It's
superior.
Loy
sad.
Paladins donated $30. She won't bo, that would be the meaning. Double pen and being paired on is empowering though. Keep up the act, woman. You can cry later when you're all alone and no one loves you.
Damn, bro. What the hell?
Like, what does this get?
Ryan donated $30. Did blue shirt coming from Canada on a fake skateboard? Dating a skater boy.
I like that one. That's
Confused.
Daniel.
How's your mommy's basement?
APA Aquatic donated $30. Luna, you claim you don't need men, but you literally do 4-hour job, so sounds like you need men.
Women buy
Boom
my
roasted.
content as well. I see women clients. It's not just men.
Isid Icky donated $30. Is it icky if an 18-year-old masochist enjoys being CNC'd by a 48-year-old sadist, if that's their preference?
They are both consenting adults in the eyes of the law.
Okay. Good talk. Final thoughts.
Not getting on
Any other final thoughts before I wrap this up?
Nope.
Just respect each other. Like, it's not hard. You would
Respect
want
each
it-
other no matter what
You
your
can-
background, no matter
you
what
want.
you do
Okay.
for a living, no matter what your beliefs. I feel like every person deserves to feel loved and valued and not belittled just because of the career choice they have. If you want to put yourself on a pedestal because you think you're fucking better,
Double Agent donated 29.99
Harsh
美元
reality.
Brian do a 24 hour live stream on Labor Day weekend like the old Jerry Lewis telethon. Started 9 p.m. EST Sunday to 9 p.m. EST Labor Day Monday. Kamala Harris is horrific. Maga.
Hernan_Cortez donated $30. In Spanish accent, I am so grateful that I brought an end to the Aztec Empire and their barbaric practice of human sacrifice, as it was an affront to God.
You're going to
Go
be
Sky
here.
Daddy.
You get a. Wait, in Spanish or. Oops.
Epstein was employed donated 30 pesos. Respect each other, even if they are sacrificing at the altar.
that's their religion. I can't really speak on.
I said what I said.
anyone's
Yes, for
religion.
Spanish.
I said what I said.
Said what I said.
Exactly.
Hernan-Cortez donated 30 pesos. In Spanish accent, I am so grateful that he brought an end to the Aztec Empire and their
one more
barbaric
time.
practice of human sacrifice,
So-
as it was
trying
an
to switch
affront to
the
God.
accent.
Comment.
I'm actually going to redo it one more time.
Yeah, he was
Just
trying
One
to
more time for good measure.
Trying to switch the
Third
accent.
time.
Hernan-Cortez donated $30. In Spanish accent, I am so grateful that he brought an end to the Aztec Empire and their barbaric practice of human sacrifice, as it was an affront to God.
There's actually one more. Sorry.
Hernan-Cortez donated $30. In Spanish accent, I am so grateful that he brought an end to the Aztec Empire and
This
their
guy fucking
barbaric
American.
practice of human sacrifice, as it was an affront to God.
Okay. I have a last thought, Brian.
Go ahead. Tell us.
Maybe you can, if you're up to it and you're not too scared, you come on my show, on my turf. Not this long, Lord knows.
How much you paying me?
How much did you pay me?
Exactly.
For this?
I'll come.
He hurt himself now. We'll talk about it. You two want to come on together?
No, I don't know if he does that, but I go on other people's shows constantly.
Okay.
Frisky Lizard donated $30. On the show Survivor, they put a group of women on an island and a group of men on a different island. In less than 30 days, the women were starving, sick, and would have died without medical help.
Word.
We get it. Women are less than,
feel
men
like
are
you just want-
superior. We're fucking nothing without
Like you just want Brian to come on because you think he's the weaker target.
No brain. No brain. Only big boobs. No brain. Big boobs only.
You're welcome.
No brain, no boobs. Sorry, guys.
F.
Fascinarfy donated $30. Gemonteer jy in die Barbie's show. Hy kan get 50 views.
Ooh, I'll retrigger that. I did you dirty with that one. Hold on. One sec. I'm just going to put it back to.
What does your show usually pull?
Is it live? Is your show live or edited? Fuck no, I ain't going on your show.
It's not I put it up basically as is.
No, I ain't going. That shit has to be live. I'm not going on no fucking cut up.
Well, you
chopped
just
up
do it
shit.
live and then she can edit it.
Or that's true. Okay.
That is true. That is true. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix this. Where is it?
What is your show called?
Talk to me, Taylor.
Okay.
It used to be called Cancel Me Baby. It was like
Yeah. So what do you pull over there?
Depends.
Like an average
You're
video.
too far from the mic. Nobody can hear you.
Oh.
Yeah, like an average video.
It depends. I stream audio as well.
Yeah, but video though, like an average YouTube video.
You'd have to look. I have some that have, 500,000. I have some that are lower. Just
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Go on Tamer Barbie's show. You can get 50 views.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Got him.
Yo,
Got
thank you,
him.
Big Sass. Big Sass, can you just confirm? Are you LPE, Loose Pussy Energy? Okay.
Thank you.
He hasn't confirmed.
GMD Jim donated $30. Burning witches was part of the Puritan religion. I cannot argue with their religion. Let them burn.
Gotta catch me first, bitch.
All right, guys, I'm going to get a Twitch raid going. If you want, you can get your last minute final TTSs in. So let me just double check who we can raid over there on Twitch. One sec, boys. Okay.
Is Wow Grandma on?
I think she is. Let's see. We got Joker D. Guys, so it's either Joker D, but he's not even going to know this, or Woe Grandma. We're going to do Woe Grandma. Let's do Woe Grandma. All right, guys, if you want, get your last second TTS is in here. Let me just double check, make sure everything's good here. Okay. GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Oh, Twitch, yeah, really quick, guys, twitch.tv. If you're watching on YouTube, twitch.tv/whatever. If you're over there on Twitch, guys, drop us a follow. If you're watching and you're not already followed, support a, content creator. Drop a little follow in the, guys, it's been 2 hours since we had a Prime. I think it's bugged. Help. Maddie? Help. I think it's bugged. If you guys can test that out really quick. Twitch.tv/whatever. We're going to be doing exclusive streams on there. Got to be sure to follow us over there, boys. Maddie and Morgan and people have been doing some
Daddy
stuff.
and the Caddy donated $30. White T-shirt girl, please do the work of addressing your trauma with therapy instead of leaning into it and further damaging your mental health. Corn. It's obvious you're suffering.
Far from it. I actually love my life.
Warlord69 who donated $30. Gypsy, how many more souls is it going to take to bring your IQ up?
As many as it fucking takes.
Okay. GG, really quick, Debate University, guys, debateuniversity.com. Andrew put on a fucking master class today. He is the master debater. He is the master debater.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. I am not LPE.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Tamu Barbie. I'm just taking back power to the patriarchy. None of your videos have anywhere near 500K views.
Boomers.
I have a hard one for
really
my
quick, guys, debateuniversity.com. Verbal Combat is the course. 80 plus videos, 6 hours of content. And we also have a monthly, we have a separate membership you can buy together that we have monthly live Q&As with Andrew. I'm also going to be helping out with those. So be sure to check it out, guys. And if you want to learn how to become a master debater, I guess? Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. So where was I? Thank you for tuning in tonight. GG, well played. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage is very much appreciated. Thank you to the wonderful panel. Really appreciate you guys. This was a long show. You guys are fucking troopers. You're a legend. Morgan's a legend. You're a legend. You're kind of crazy. You said 3 words.
Hey, I thought I was the crazy one.
Okay, fine. You get to be crazy too.
We can be crazy
This is
together.
like Oprah.
We can put both our crazy together. We can put both our crazy together.
Yeah, but you're taking pills.
And then maybe we can run the world.
So that's okay then. It's
Maybe
being
we'll
treated
be not, dumb whores can run the world. Go sluts. Go horse. Woo! Woo!
If Kamala gets in, that'll definitely be true.
Erroneous.
Wait, sorry. Body count.
Million.
I don't know, over 300. I can say that.
How many from work, and then how many from
not work?
Not work.
I can't. I don't know. I can say that before I got in the industry, it was 27, but I can also say that I've slept with people outside of the industry while being in the industry. But
yeah, over.
I'd say most of it's from work, though. If that's the question.
Russ Fox donated $30. Brian and Andrew, you guys got pwn hard tonight. You should start debating with respect, and you'll likely actually make impact and earn respect.
Thank you, Russ.
That's what I've been saying.
Thank you. You're one of the guys that must have voted on that poll. Thanks, bro. So you said over 300?
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
She was just funny to that guy. She was like,
oh, okay.
You missed it.
It wasn't like a...
Next time.
No, it was nothing explicit.
No.
Okay. Over 300? Over 300?
Yes.
I think you said body count?
6.
Stop the cap.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar.
Okay.
So it's okay, flirting?
Flirting
Wait, hold on.
body count? That's news to me.
So wait, how many?
Oh my God,
how many relationships?
It's about to get weird.
How many relationships have you had?
So this one, obviously, before that, serious ones.
How about
About 3.
3. How about non-serious relationships?
Maybe
like 1 or 2. Again, I'm not a big serial dater. I either kind of do my thing or
So
I'm in it.
6 is the body count, you said? 33? Longest relationship, 2 years? Seems a little dubious, but
How? That makes total sense.
I mean,
I've
were you a late
never
bloomer?
slept with
Were
somebody.
you a late bloomer?
Actually, what does that have to do with anything? But no.
When did you lose your virginity? Is it? I'll tell you. I'll 17.
Show for show.
I'll 17.
Okay, I was 16. I was right before you. You were right behind.
Was
How
it
does
in
that
a
math not? How
were you in a
is that
relationship?
math not mathing?
Were you in a relationship?
Yeah, it was my first boyfriend.
Okay.
How is this math not mathing? I've never
Have you had periods of celibacy?
not intentionally celibate, but basically yes. I've never slept with
What's the
somebody. I
longest
don't know.
you've been celibate?
Oh God, so long, like 2-3 years probably. It's been drought city. Okay, it's not nearly
All
exciting
right.
as it seems.
Okay. Body count.
Sorry to
0 mega.
All right.
She's
Okay.
so
Okay.
innocent here.
Can we pull up the photo of Andrew when he was 19? I just
One more
want to,
time.
like, as a little, what's it called?
Goodbye.
There's this word.
Farewell.
My brain doesn't work.
I feel like you look like a.
Look at this.
You look like somebody.
Stud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look like me.
Yeah, you do.
No,
you look like
a
you, but
celebrity, I was
younger.
saying. I don't know who.
Anyways,
people have hair on it.
we're just gonna pull that up every.
Yeah, I
show.
know. I know.
You should have never shared it with us. Okay.
Kill, do, marry.
Let's
Young
see.
Andrew,
Okay.
Now Brian.
Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Thank you guys. We will be live again. We're gonna maybe try to do the thing tomorrow. Then we have debate, sort of debate Thursday. Then we have debate Friday. So a lot of content this week. Most Thursday, Friday, definitely locked in. Wednesday, gonna wait to.
They said they're for sure down. They let me know.
Oh.
Girls. So.
Okay, cool. We'll run it. Let's see. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. Just want to make sure, did I let all the chats come through? Yeah, okay. We're going to raid Whoa Grandma.
The one I did today did count.
Okay. Thank you guys who watch on Twitch. I really appreciate it. She's
No,
playing
the one I
retail
did
World of
today, 'cause
Warcraft.
I still got 6
I hope you
hours
guys
in.
enjoy. Be nice to her, though. She's 83. Be nice. She's a nice lady.
She looks so
This
sweet.
is how I support women. Okay, I'm a feminist. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for watching on Twitch. I hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy the Whoa Grandma stream. Whoa,
Yes,
wow,
I'm
Grandma.
tracking
Okay.
it over
Good night,
on-
guys.
I'm
Boom.
tracking it where you can't see. So if I could,
She's
if
got
I
better.
move that, you
She's
can
got
see
a better
I'm
stream setup
tracking
than
it.
we do.
Yeah, for real. She's legit.
She really
Amateur
is.
hour
Look at that
over here.
background.
That is nice.
She's legit.
Amateur hour. That shit is crazy, man. I'm going to rate. Yeah, we're rapping. Trust me, we're rapping.
How's the raids? I did
Damn,
one
bro.
raid today. I don't really need anything in the raids.
W, whoa, Grandma. W. She can acknowledge us, whoa, Grandma. Acknowledge us. It's okay. All right.
Well, it's another whatever.
What's up?
Welcome, whatever.
All
We
right.
love you, Grandma.
She's a legend. She's a legend. Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure that's everything. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. Was there anything else? Body count? Yeah, that's okay. We're okay, guys. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. Be sure to tune in for the streams Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Andrew's going to put on the masterclass, so be sure to check those out. Good night, guys. 07's in the chat. We'll see you next time.